In the expert consultation room of the first hospital of Ice City, a young man in his 20s, with a pallid complexion, spoke up, his voice exceedingly feeble, evoking a sense that he could slip away at any moment. "Doctor, how's my health?" "Well." The physician, clad in a white coat and adorned with thick spectacles, furrowed his brow, his expression extraordinarily complex. "Cough, cough." The young man coughed violently twice, then forced a smile, his face betraying a sense of resignation as he said, "It's fine, doctor. Just tell me honestly I can handle it." "That's not it." The bespectacled doctor pinched the bridge of his nose and began, "Young man, in my 30 years of practice, this is the first time I have encountered a constitution like yours. Currently, examinations have revealed over 30 ailments within you, with cancer accounting for half." "Doctor, I am well aware of that." The young man let out a bitter laugh, then shook his head in despair. "I merely wish to know how much longer I have to live." "Young man, it's not merely a question of how long you can live. To me, the fact that you are still alive is already a medical miracle." The doctor scrutinized the patient's medical report repeatedly, becoming increasingly incredulous. How could someone possess such a constitution, burdened with over 30 ailments, most of which modern medicine cannot cure? How has he managed to survive until now? Sigh. The young man exhaled deeply and rose to leave the consultation room. "Young man, wait." The doctor hastily stood up and called out to him. "Doctor, there's no need to comfort me. I'm fine." The young man waved his hand, a trace of a relieved smile gracing his face. This was all his own choice, and he accepted it willingly. "That's not it." The doctor hesitated for a few seconds before speaking again. "Though it may be somewhat presumptuous of me, I still wish to express something." Upon hearing the word presumptuous, the young man sensed that what was to follow might not be particularly pleasant, but he thought it didn't matter anymore. After a brief hesitation, the doctor, albeit reluctantly, said, "Young man, what I wish to say is, after your passing, would you consider donating your body?" At this statement, the young man was taken aback. He understood that the forthcoming words might not be easy to hear, but he hadn't anticipated such a heart-wrenching proposition. "Is my body even of any use?" He was acutely aware that every organ within him seemed irreparably damaged. What purpose could his remains serve? "Young man, please do not misunderstand. I see that many of your cancers have reached an advanced stage by all accounts. You should have already succumbed." The doctor adjusted his glasses, explaining, "Yet you are still able to move freely. I suspect there may be something within you that inhibits cancer cells, which is why I think you wish to conduct medical research using my body, correct?" The young man interjected, cutting him off. "Yes, yes," the doctor acknowledged, fully aware that his request might be excessive. Yet if this were feasible, it could represent a monumental breakthrough in medicine, benefiting countless individuals. "Very well, I agree." The young man nodded decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the young man's prompt acquiescence momentarily stunned the doctor, but he quickly regained his composure, saying, "It would be best to discuss this with your family." "Family?" The young man paused, then murmured, "There's no one at home. When the time comes that I am nearing my end, I will return to sign the body donation agreement. I have matters to attend to today." With that, he turned and pushed open the door to the consultation room. Observing the young man's emaciated figure, the doctor displayed a complex expression, then called after him, "Young man, if you feel unwell, come to the hospital and seek me out. All expenses will be waived." Upon uttering these words, he felt a sense of futility in what he had said discomfort. How could the young man possibly feel at ease in his current state? "My name is Shun Wubbing. I am 21 years old, and I am a sophomore at Ice City University of Technology. It is said that I was not originally named this, but due to my frail health since childhood, my parents changed my name. Shun Wubbing, without illness. However, the truth has proven that changing my name was futile. My health remains poor, and I have never escaped any influenza throughout my life. Wherever illness lurks, I am sure to follow." Initially, I paid little heed to this, perhaps due to having grown accustomed to it, as I simply wouldn't perish. But at the age of 12, I discovered that I was somewhat different from others. That year, my mother fell ill and was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. In that moment, I noticed a faint purple halo emanating from her, inscribed with two large characters, "Absorb." I had no understanding of what it meant. Observing my frail mother and my father, who appeared to have aged a decade overnight, I spoke up, "Dad, Mom has a purple glow with two characters. My father seemed taken aback, then affectionately ruffled my hair, signaling for me to go play. It was clear that he was unwilling to believe me. Driven by curiosity, I reached out to touch the two glowing characters. In the next instant, I felt a colossal black hole emerge within me, drawing something from my mother's body into mine. This process lasted around half a minute, after which I sensed changes within myself. Discomfort washed over me, and I struggled to breathe, succumbing to relentless coughing. Meanwhile, my mother's spirits appeared significantly lifted. The following day, when my mother returned for a follow-up examination, the doctor wore an expression of shock, repeatedly muttering three words: "Impossible, impossible." Subsequently, my mother underwent numerous tests at the hospital, and the doctor remained incredulous. Yet it was confirmed that my mother's lung cancer had indeed miraculously gone into remission. That very day, my parents treated me to a grand feast, their joy palpable as they continuously expressed gratitude to the heavens and Buddha for their blessings. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Mere days later, I was diagnosed with lung cancer, just like my mother, in the late stages. That night, my mother sat by my hospital bed, weeping profusely, lamenting the heavens' blindness, declaring her willingness to trade her life for mine. Yet, a vague suspicion stirred within me, as if I had exchanged my life for hers. At that time, I believed all doctors were quacks, as they claimed I might not survive beyond 3 months. Yet here I am, nearly 10 years later. Though I have remained unwell, I have shown no signs of imminent death. In the days that followed, believing my time was limited, I absorbed every possible ailment from my parents, hoping they could live long, healthy lives after my passing. However, I could alter an individual's physical condition, yet I could not change their fate. On my 18th birthday, my carefully preserved parents perished in a tragic traffic accident. I was left alone, but thankfully, I still had her. Her name is Su Qingqing, my high school classmate, college mate, and also my girlfriend. She is one of the rare few who, knowing my health condition, still wishes to be close to me. Yet, subsequently, 2 large purple characters appeared on her as well. Absorb. This scene reminded me of what had transpired with my mother, sending a wave of panic through me. Thus, I urged her to undergo a medical examination. Sure enough, she was diagnosed with leukemia. But how could I bear to watch her endure such suffering? Indeed, I chose to absorb once more, with the cost being a further deterioration of my own health. Since that incident, I had begun to let go, resigning to the fact that my time was limited. I might as well be a benevolent person. Over the next 2 years, I aided many individuals, and just this morning, after absorbing my college roommate's hemorrhoids, I felt my body could no longer endure. Ding! At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted Shun Wubbing's thoughts, yanking him back to reality. As he glanced up, he beheld a stunningly beautiful girl, her complexion ashen, stepping into the elevator. She appeared weak, and upon entering, she stumbled and fell directly into Shun Wubbing's embrace. Cough, cough, cough. She was frail, yet Shun Wubbing's own body was so weak that even a gentle collision sent him into a fit of violent coughing. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl quickly stepped back, leaning against the elevator to steady herself. However, when Shun Wubbing looked at her again, his pupils dilated in shock. For this time, characters had appeared on her body, something that had never happened before. To draw upon. To bestow. Chapter 002. The Awakened One's Extract or Bestow. Shun Wubbing's expression shifted as he rapidly pondered within the confines of his mind. To extract implies the transference of another's affliction onto oneself. Conversely, to bestow would entail the shifting of one's own ailments onto another. The thought prompted an almost instinctive inclination towards the option of bestow. Just then, the girl suddenly spoke. You were Shun Wubbing?" A flicker of trepidation crossed her face. "Huh?" Shun Wubbing was momentarily taken aback, his movements halting abruptly. "You recognize me?" He scrutinized her anew. The girl was clad in a plain white t-shirt and a pair of slightly faded jeans, her feet adorned with canvas shoes. Altogether, her attire likely cost no more than 200 yuan, yet her beauty was undeniably striking. In Shun Wubbing's eyes, only Su Qingqing could rival her in terms of allure. Such a girl, once seen, would be unforgettable to anyone. Hence Shun Wubbing was certain he had never encountered her before. "I'm in the same class as Su Qingqing and often see you bringing her breakfast," the girl explained weakly while gripping the elevator handrail. I see." Shun Wubbing nodded, choosing not to delve further into conversation. However, He was suddenly jolted to awareness. What had he just contemplated? To transfer his affliction onto this girl? Why should a stranger bear the burden of his overflowing compassion? Shinwubing, oh Shinwubing, even if you cannot be a good person, you must not descend into the depths of villainy. He chastised himself. Striking his own face in frustration. What are you doing? The girl inquired, her expression tinged with surprise, yet Shinwubing sensed an inexplicable relief emanating from her. Nothing. He shook his head, offering no explanation. Soon, the elevator reached the ground floor, and they disembarked in succession. As Shinwubing followed her, he noticed she was clutching her lower right abdomen, walking with evident difficulty. Are you all right? He approached, wishing to offer support but hesitating, ultimately scratching his head and asking, Can I help you? I'm fine, she replied, her voice still weak. After a few moments of hesitation, she tentatively asked, Could you assist me? What? At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Shinwubing, what are you doing? He turned to see a striking girl in a fiery red dress, her flamboyant appearance drawing attention. Ching, I thought you were attending a classmate's birthday party. What brings you here? Shinwubing queried, recalling how earlier that morning he had grown increasingly unwell and wished to visit the hospital, only for Su Qingqing to decline his request for company. How dare you ask me? Su Qingqing's face darkened as she pointed accusingly at the girl behind Shinwubing. Who is that woman? Shinwubing opened his mouth to explain, but the girl stepped forward from behind him, addressing Su Qingqing. Qingqing, please don't misunderstand. I met Shinwubing at the hospital and asked him to take me home because I wasn't feeling well. Lin Man? Su Qingqing's face transformed, revealing her astonishment. At that moment, Shinwubing finally learned the girl's name. Lin Man. He felt he had heard it somewhere before. Just then, an incongruous, mocking voice interjected, Qingqing, is this your sickly boyfriend? Shinwubing then noticed a tall, handsome young man clad in designer attire standing beside Su Qingqing that he recognized him. In fact, no one at the university could be oblivious to this figure. Qin Hao, a third-year student at the university and a member of the Dao class, 3 years prior, during a college basketball game. The first case of human awakening had been discovered when a player miraculously turned the tide of the match by scoring 3 consecutive baskets in a row. Initially dismissed as mere luck, the spectacle escalated further when he manipulated the ball mid-air for several seconds before flawlessly sinking it once more. Following this event, the government swiftly established an investigative team to scrutinize the supernatural occurrence. With the vast audience present and videos circulating online, it was impossible to contain the news. Eventually, the official conclusion was that the individual had awakened a supernatural ability known as object manipulation. Since then, awakenings have proliferated globally, predominantly among university students, with the conclusion that the peak age for awakening is 20, and earlier awakenings may yield more potent abilities. Consequently, specialized Dao classes were established at various universities to cultivate these awakened individuals. Before him stood Qin Hao, a student in the Dao class, who had awakened at the age of 19. Logically, his abilities should not be overly formidable, yet fortune had favored him, granting him the powerful ability of fire manipulation. With his impressive capabilities, coupled with his striking looks and affluent background, he quickly became an object of admiration for countless girls within the academy. Upon hearing the derogatory term sickly, Shinwubing's expression remained unchanged. For over a decade, that had been how people referred to him, and he had nearly forgotten it was meant as an insult. Su Qingqing, however, showed signs of discomfort, her expression becoming increasingly complex after a few moments. She seemed to resolve herself, looking at Shinwubing with a feigned sorrow. Shinwubing, despite my care for you, you've always been unwell, and I have taken great pains to support you when others shunned you. Who is it that stayed by your side? Yet now, you dare to associate with another woman behind my back. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her sorrowful demeanor evoking sympathy. Qingqing, do not bother explaining. Su Qingqing interrupted, her disappointment palpable. So many have pursued me during this time, yet I turned them all away for you. And now you betray me. By now, a crowd of students had gathered, whispering and pointing at Shinwubing and Lin Man, as if the two had committed some grave misdeed. Who is that? He looks so sickly. I know him. His name is Shinwubing, rumored to be terminally ill, and that beauty is Su Qingqing, his girlfriend. It's astonishing how devoted she has been to him. Rejecting countless suitors, who would have thought he would betray her? Truly despicable. Chapter 003. Returning what belongs to you. Hearing the surrounding murmurs skewed in her favor, Su Qingqing couldn't help but let a faint smile escape her lips before swiftly concealing it, again adopting a look of victimhood. Yet, Shinwubing, standing before her, discerned the glimmer of a scheming triumph in her eyes. In an instant, everything became clear to him. Shinwubing, since you lack compassion, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Su Qingqing wiped her tears and turned to Qin Hao. Senior Qin Hao, I have devoted myself to Shen Wubing, yet he has betrayed me. I am now willing to accept your pursuit. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Su Qingqing. He was well aware of her ulterior motives, yet he was unconcerned, as long as she possessed beauty and a perfect figure. That was enough. After all, she was merely a girlfriend, not a wife. Her character mattered little to him. With that thought, Qin Hao pulled Su Qingqing into an embrace, gazing at her adoringly. Qingqing, rest assured, I will cherish you and will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. He glanced pointedly at Shen Wubing as he spoke. Seeing this unfold, Shen Wubing's pale face twisted into a bittersweet smile. A tall, handsome genius from a prestigious family, a stunning beauty deeply in love yet wounded by a scoundrel. And himself, a worthless, unfaithful villain. This was nothing short of a cliché yet sweet romantic drama, with the protagonist decidedly not being him. At that moment, Lin Man, who had remained silent, stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, you have gone too far. What right do you have to speak of me? Upon hearing Lin Man's voice, Su Qingqing shot a fierce glare in her direction and reprimanded. You shameless woman who seduces other people's boyfriends. How dare you speak to me? Lin Man let out a cold laugh and replied, Su Qingqing, while you claim to be unbothered by Shen Wubing's frail condition and have steadfastly accompanied him, in reality, you have been reveling in his kindness and meticulous care. You assert that you have rejected countless suitors for Shen Wubing, yet it is merely a guise. You simply disdain those who pursue you. Had Qin Hao appeared earlier, you would likely have parted ways with Shen Wubing long ago. Taken aback by Lin Man's words, Su Qingqing felt a jolt of recognition, for Lin Man had articulated the very thoughts that plagued her mind. The phrase, waiting for a suitable price, echoed her inner turmoil with piercing clarity. Rarely did she engage with this woman, as she deemed Lin Man's modest background unworthy of her friendship. To her, it represented futile socializing. Yet, how could this woman understand her so well? Could it be that she truly had an affair with Shen Wubing? Had Shen Wubing divulged these matters to her? With newfound resolve to counterattack, Su Qingqing retorted defiantly, You claim to have no connection with Shen Wubing. Yet how do you know about our affairs? The moment her words left her lips, the gaze of all onlookers fell upon Lin Man. Sensing that she had inadvertently dug her own grave, even Shen Wubing regarded her with surprise, as he had only just learned her name. Lin Man, however, remained unfazed, a hint of derision flashing across her pallid visage as she calmly responded. Because I possess the ability of mind reading. Mind reading. The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, struggling to comprehend the implications of her statement. It was Qin Hao, a student of the Dao class, who first grasped the meaning. His pupils narrowing as he scrutinized Lin Man. You are an awakened. With this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, a blend of astonishment, realization, and envy washing over them. In the Summer Kingdom, and indeed across the globe, awakened individuals held an esteemed status, free from the burden of employment concerns post-graduation. Even those with seemingly trivial abilities would find themselves courted by numerous corporations, while the more powerful were often enlisted by the government. Enjoying privileges beyond the reach of ordinary folk, Lin Man offered no response, merely smiling. If you are indeed an awakened, why have you not joined the Dao class? Qin Hao inquired, his brow furrowing. Not everyone perceives awakening as a badge of honor. Lin Man replied, placing a hand over her lower abdomen, her expression growing somewhat strained. After steadying her breath, she turned her gaze back to Su Qingqing and remarked, There are myriad ways to end a relationship. Yet you chose the most hurtful one for the sake of your carefully cultivated reputation. I did not. Su Qingqing's eyes flickered, avoiding Lin Man's penetrating gaze. There is no need to hide. Lin Man shook her head dismissively. Though you possess a degree of cunning, it is but trivial. With a mere glance into your eyes, I discerned all your innermost thoughts. For years, you have remained with Shen Wubing, not merely for companionship, but because he fulfills both your material and emotional needs. Your unwavering loyalty has crafted a facade of virtue, a boon for your future endeavors in aligning with others. Would it not? Su Qingqing opened her mouth, intending to retort, but the knowledge that Lin Man could read minds rendered her speechless. Although she was unfamiliar with the specifics of this mind-reading ability, the very name hinted at its nature, akin to telepathy, and in the presence of such power, her secrets were laid bare, against Lin Man. Her defenses crumpled into insignificance. Enough. Qin Hao's voice dripped with irritation as he glared at Lin Man. I care not whether you are an awakened. Su Qingqing is my woman, and it is not for you to meddle. As he spoke, flames erupted in his palm, a fierce blaze that elicited gasps and retreat from the onlookers. Though they were unsure of the potency of mind reading, the destructive force of fire was evident, and none dared provoke the wrath of Qin Hao. You. Lin Man faltered, acutely aware that her abilities lacked any combat prowess, and she had often faced ostracism due to them. Even the instructor responsible for Dao class admissions had dismissed her, unwilling to acknowledge her awakening. For the power of mind reading was deemed terrifying. With a mere gaze, she could unearth the thoughts of others, leaving no secrets intact, and people, with their myriad secrets, invariably recoiled from such scrutiny. Faced with the irate and unreasonable Qin Hao, she found herself at an impasse. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingqing regained her confidence, swiftly linking her arm with Qin Hao's and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Man. Seething, "Qin Hao, she is spouting nonsense. You must teach her a lesson." While speaking, she provocatively rubbed her softness against Qin Hao's arm. Her intent cleared as Qin Hao felt the softness against his arm. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips. He glanced at Su Qingqing before turning his attention back to Lin Man, declaring, "Lin Man, today is simply your unfortunate day." "Wait," Shen Wubing interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Man. This matter was not Lin Man's fault. She had merely sought to defend him, and he could not stand idly by while she faced unwarranted repercussions. "Sickly wretch, what are you doing? Planning to defend her?" Qin Hao retorted, fire still crackling in his hand. Exuding an air of authority. It's merely a breakup. There is no need for such hostility. Shen Wubing shook his head, a faint smile breaking through his pale visage. He stepped closer to Su Qingqing and stated, "Since we are parting ways, the possessions that rightfully belong to you should be returned." With that, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Remove your filthy hands." Su Qingqing shoved Shen Wubing's hand away, determined to display her disdain for him in front of Qin Hao, hoping to earn his approval. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, an inexplicable fatigue enveloping her. In contrast, Shen Wubing's complexion appeared significantly more relaxed. This was Shen Wubing's first attempt at bestowing. As he touched Su Qingqing, he returned to her what had originally belonged to her, her leukemia. Chapter 004. Extracting an appendix, Shen Wubing smiled and then patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "You must take good care of Qingqing." However, the moment his words left his lips, Qin Hao felt an uncomfortable tightening sensation, an inexplicable discomfort coursing through him. Standing there, his legs involuntarily pressed together, creating a rather comical sight. In that instant, he could no longer control his powers, and the flames in his palm extinguished. Observing Qin Hao's odd posture, Su Qingqing felt a flicker of confusion and instinctively moved to assist him. But before she could reach him, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Man was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend how the two who had been so arrogant moments ago had suddenly fallen into such a state. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing paid them no further mind and simply pushed through the crowd, departing from the scene. Lin Man watched his retreating figure, hesitating for a few moments before deciding to follow Shen Wubing. She called out to his back. He paused, turning to look at her, yet remained silent. "Shen Wubing, what did you do to them just now?" Lin Man, still cradling her abdomen, wore a smile of satisfaction, evidently relishing the recent turn of events. "Nothing much," Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. He had not intended to explain, but recalling how Lin Man had defended him, he added, "I merely returned what originally belonged to Su Qingqing. As for Qin Hao, he received a small parting gift, nothing life-threatening." "Nothing life-threatening?" Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. The implications of that statement were significant. If Qin Hao's life was not in danger, did that imply that Su Qingqing's life might be? With that thought, Lin Man instinctively lifted her gaze to meet Shen Wubing's eyes, but he averted his gaze, speaking coolly, "Lin Man, thank you for your forthrightness today. As a token of gratitude, I can assist you once. But please refrain from prying into my thoughts. At this, Lin Man hastily diverted her gaze. "I apologize, it was unintentional, merely a habit. That habit ought to be amended." Shen Wubing spoke. "Otherwise, with your awakening ability, coupled with your insatiable curiosity, it is highly likely that you will invite calamity upon yourself." "I understand," Lin Man murmured, her head bowed. She recognized the truth in Shen Wubing's words, for this ability had already brought her considerable distress. Ever since awakening the power of mind reading, she could not resist the urge to pry into the thoughts of others. Yet, the human heart is not meant to be scrutinized, as everyone harbors dark corners within themselves, which has led her to remain friendless, perpetually confronted with the unsightly aspects of others' inner worlds. Consequently, she chose to deliberately distance herself from others. But who in this world is truly flawless? Noticing the despondent expression on her face, Shen Wubing refrained from pursuing the topic, though he continued to deliberately avoid her gaze. "Lin Man, what ailment do you suffer from?" Although Shen Wubing could discern the word absorb emanating from her, it did not reveal the specifics of her condition. After years of research, he had categorized ailments into 4 grades: white, green, blue, and purple. White represented common colds and fevers, ailments that could potentially heal without medication. Green indicated illnesses requiring injections, medication, or even hospitalization, yet generally posed little threat. Lin Man's condition was currently green. Blue typically signified more severe diseases requiring surgery, which, if mishandled, could endanger one's life, such as early-stage treatable cancers or stubborn ailments that, while not fatal, were difficult to cure. As for purple, Shen Wubing had encountered the most purple ailments, including his mother's late-stage lung cancer and Su Qingqing's leukemia, as well as others he had assisted out of compassion. Lin Man's hand pressed against her right side, hesitating for a few seconds before finally speaking. Appendicitis. Shen Wubing was taken aback. Why aren't you hospitalized for surgery? Lin Man hesitated again, ultimately biting her lip and confessing, I have no money. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing scrutinized her plain attire once more. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward and patted Lin Man on the shoulder. Absorb. Almost immediately, the black hole within him manifested again. And within mere seconds, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his abdomen. Even accustomed to the torment of illness, he found it difficult to bear for a moment. However, he quickly adapted to the discomfort. If one were to say his health was robust, he bore numerous ailments, living each day as if on the brink of death. Yet, if one argued he was unwell, he had managed to endure these afflictions for nearly a decade, with pains that would be unbearable for ordinary people feeling like a mere routine for him. Sensing the shift within his body, Lin Man appeared visibly startled. She instinctively lifted her gaze to meet Shen Wubing's eyes. Since awakening her mind reading, she had grown accustomed to uncovering others' thoughts without asking, believing that while people might deceive, their hearts would not. Lin Man, I have told you, do not pry into my thoughts. Shen Wubing's voice, tinged with coldness, cut through the air. Hearing this, Lin Man quickly lowered her head. I apologize, it was unintentional. I merely. Enough, no need to explain, Shen Wubing interjected, raising his hand to halt her words. You have assisted me today, and I have aided you in return. We are even now. His words were unmistakably clear. He did not wish to have any further entanglements with Lin Man. No one would willingly associate with someone capable of delving into their innermost secrets. And Shen Wubing was no exception. Moreover, his secrets far surpassed those of the average person. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Wubing found 3 boys huddled together, engaged in animated discussion. As he pushed the door open, all 3 turned to look at him. One boy with dyed yellow hair eagerly waved. Old 3, you're back. What did the doctor say? What else can he say? Just that I won't die anytime soon. Shen Wubing replied, plopping down onto his bed as pain once again surged through his abdomen. He rubbed his stomach, contemplating how to expedite the removal of his appendix. Suddenly, the face of Qin Hao flashed through his mind. He had already taken his hemorrhoids, so surely he wouldn't mind an extra appendix. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. What's so funny? The yellow-haired boy, named Xieyu, waved his hand in front of Shen Wubing's face. Xieyu was the leader of their dorm, hailing from a wealthy family. While Shen Wubing was also affluent, he preferred to keep a low profile, whereas Xieyu was the polar opposite. Xieyu's flamboyance was well known throughout the school. Chapter 005, by Kaitang, Wang Buliuxing. Xieyu's reputation at school was hardly inferior to that of Qin Hao. However, while the latter's fame was largely positive, Xieyu's was predominantly negative. His most notorious incident occurred last Valentine's Day when he abruptly broke up with 3 girlfriends, leading to a collective suicide attempt by the 3 girls that same night, one of whom was a young female teacher. This incident caused quite a stir, cementing Xieyu's reputation as a scoundrel throughout the academy. Yet, what baffled Shen Wubing and others was that even after knowing he was a cad, those girls still refused to part ways with him, leaving many puzzled. Xieyu's only explanation was a single word: handsome. While Shen Wubing scoffed at this notion, he could not deny that Xieyu was indeed strikingly attractive, though he found his style and attire utterly unremarkable, far too avant-garde for his taste. As long as you don't die, that's what matters. Xieyu had long since grown accustomed to Shen Wubing's daily state of ill health and beckoned him closer. Old 3, come take a look. Are you researching which campus beauty this time? I'm not interested, Shen Wubing waved dismissively. To him, the only things capable of piquing Xieyu's interest were likely beautiful women. No, it's not that, Xieyu clarified. The Dao class is recruiting students. What? Shen Wubing sprang to his feet, momentarily forgetting the pain in his abdomen. The Dao class is recruiting. Indeed, Xieyu pulled Shen Wubing closer, pointing to a tablet on the table. Take a look for yourself. As expected, the tablet displayed an announcement from the academy, prominently titled, Dao class open for recruitment. The content was brief, stating that in response to the military department's call, the academy would hold a selection event for the Dao class on the 18th of this month, inviting all students to participate. Those who passed the selection would be eligible to join the Dao class. The 18th of this month, Shen Wubing turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "What date is it today?" "The 16th, just the day after tomorrow," Xiaoyu replied. Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds before asking the three, "Are you all planning to participate?" "I definitely will," Xiaoyu was the first to respond. "You have no idea. Being in the Dao class is quite prestigious, and it makes flirting with girls much easier." Shen Wubing rolled his eyes before turning to the other two. Old 2 and Old 4. "What about you?" "I want to participate too. They say students from the Dao class have better job prospects and earn more money." The second dorm member, Jian Ming, spoke up, hailing from a rural area near Ice City. He stood an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique robust from years of agricultural labor, boasting muscles far sturdier than those cultivated through protein powders and weightlifting. Shen Wubing nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, then turned his gaze to the last boy, Zhao Xiaodao, who wore glasses. Zhao Xiaodao was a fair-skinned, timid young man who always trailed behind the others, following their lead without much of his own opinion. "Are you going, third brother?" Zhao Xiaodao inquired. Shen Wubing contemplated for a few seconds, then chuckled wryly, "I'll give it a try, but you all know my health. I might not pass the screening. If you go, then I'll go too." Zhao Xiaodao nodded vigorously. "Hey, Old 4, if you say that, I'm not pleased," Xiaoyu interjected, playfully patting Zhao Xiaodao on the head. "What do you mean Old 3 goes so you go? If I and Old 2 go, you won't go, right?" I wasn't saying that. Big brother, all right, no need to argue," Xiaoyu quickly interrupted him. Zhao Xiaodao had this quirk of stuttering whenever he was nervous. Just then, Shen Wubing's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and stepped into the bathroom, closing the door before answering. "Old Master Lin. Xiaoshen, have you seen the announcement from your academy?" A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from the other end of the line. "I have. I was just about to ask you. I heard it's an initiative from the military department?" Shen Wubing inquired. "Indeed, it is a direct order from the military department in Kyoto. I only learned about it today myself." The voice replied, "Xiaoshen, this is an opportunity. You must seize it. I will," Shen Wubing confirmed. By the way, the other party seemed to have a sudden realization, and then shifted the conversation, saying, "Xiaoshen, we have recently discovered 2 reclusive renowned physicians. You should make time to visit." "Old Master Lin, perhaps it's no longer necessary," Shen Wubing replied. "What?" Upon hearing this, the other person's voice noticeably elevated a few notches. "Are you having health issues again? Are you at the academy now? I will send someone to pick you up immediately." No, as soon as Shen Wubing heard this, he realized the misunderstanding and quickly clarified, "Old Master Lin, please allow me to finish. I'm not experiencing health problems. Rather, I feel I may no longer need to face death." I noted no longer need to face death. The other party sounded somewhat astonished. "Old Master Lin, do you think there exists a possibility that my ability to absorb the ailments of others is, in itself, a form of awakening?" Shen Wubing tentatively inquired. There was a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds on the other end of the line, and just when Shen Wubing thought the call had been disconnected, a resigned sigh from Old Master Lin drifted through the phone. "Alas, Xiaoshen, have you recently absorbed some mental affliction?" Shen Wubing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended that the other party assumed he was experiencing mental issues. Before he could explain, Old Master Lin continued, "Xiaoshen, although awakeners possess a myriad of abilities, all of which are beneficial to themselves, regarding your ability at this point," Old Master Lin did not continue, but the implication was clear. Shen Wubing's absorption brought him nothing but a collection of ailments. Hastening his demise, Shen Wubing was about to explain that he had also acquired the ability of bestowal. He was interrupted by the voice of Xiaoyu from outside the bathroom. "Lao San, did you fall into the toilet? Do you need me to call a rescue team? Get lost." Shen Wubing retorted irritably, then turned back to Old Master Lin on the phone. "Old Master Lin, I have matters to attend to. I will explain later." "Xiaoshen, wait." Just as Shen Wubing was about to hang up, Old Master Lin called out to him. "Old Master Lin, do you have something else?" "Indeed, Dao Ban is now fully enrolling students. Shouldn't we by Chao Tang take some action as well?" Old Master Lin's voice lowered noticeably. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing felt a sense of helplessness. The so-called Bai Chao Tang is a grassroots organization, initially comprised mainly of patients Shen Wubing had assisted, established under the leadership of Old Master Lin. Bai Chao Tang has been formed for nearly 2 years now, and it is said that the membership has exceeded 100. The members do not know each other and each has their own codename based on various medicinal herbs. For instance, Shen Wubing's codename, bestowed by Old Master Lin, is Wang Bu Lu Xing. Chapter 006, whatever Li Hua is. Let's deal with it. The original intention of establishing Bai Chao Tang was to gather precious medicinal materials and seek out renowned physicians across the land, all aimed at aiding Shen Wubing in his illness. However, Shen Wubing had never inquired about Bai Chao Tang, as he had long given up hope. With nearly 30 ailments afflicting him, half of which are cancers, even Hua Tuo himself would likely turn away. What use is there in searching for rare herbs or consulting highly skilled doctors? Yet Old Master Lin had never given up. He often said, "There is nothing difficult in the world, only those who lack determination." When Old Master Lin was gravely ill, it was Shen Wubing who saved him, and upon learning that Shen Wubing's method involved transferring his ailments to himself, Old Master Lin felt indebted to him for a life. Thus, for the past 2 years, he tirelessly sought ways to help Shen Wubing overcome his maladies, culminating in the establishment of Bai Chao Tang. Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly and said, "Old Master Lin, you can manage Bai Chao Tang as you see fit." "Very well, I understand." After hanging up, Shen Wubing opened the bathroom door to find Xie Yu grinning at him. "What are you doing with your father?" Shen Wubing retorted irritably, "I am your father." Xie Yu shot back. After exchanging playful banter as usual, Xie Yu then asked, "Did you just call your beautiful classmate?" "What classmate?" Shen Wubing replied with a wry smile, then calmly stated, "We broke up." Upon hearing this, Xie Yu's smile faltered. And the other two in the dormitory, Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao, also turned to Shen Wubing with complex expressions. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Shen Wubing looked at the three of them. Then smiled. "Why are you all staring at me? It's just a breakup. It's quite normal." He pointed at Xie Yu and added, "Our Xia Lauda gets dumped every day and also dumps others. It's no big deal. Stop sulking. I'm still alive and kicking," Shen Wubing said irritably. Had this been in the past, such remarks would have led to Xie Yu and Qian Ming pinning him down for a thrashing. But in that moment, even Xie Yu refrained from retorting. After about half a minute, Xie Yu pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "When did this happen?" "Just now." Shen Wubing frowned at the smell of smoke and uncontrollably began to cough. Noticing this, Xie Yu quickly extinguished the cigarette and calmly looked at Qian Ming, saying, "Lao Er, come with me." "All right." Qian Ming stood up with a serious expression, not even bothering to ask Xie Yu what they were going to do. "I'll go too." Zhao Xiaodao appeared somewhat timid but still stood up. "What do you think you're doing?" Xie Yu replied irritably, "I'm taking Qian Ming to chase girls." "What do you plan to do?" I asked that so? Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly sat back down. Observing Zhao Xiaodao's demeanor, Xie Yu couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to lead Qian Ming away, only to be halted by Shen Wubing's grip. "What are you doing?" Xie Yu turned back to Shen Wubing. "Are you coming with us to chase girls?" "Forget it." Shen Wubing shook his head. He was fully aware of Xie Yu's intentions. This was his nature. They could joke around all they wanted, and no one would genuinely be upset. But the moment an outsider bullied one of their dorm mates, Xie Yu transformed entirely. He truly dared to wield a knife if necessary. "What do you mean forget it?" Xie Yu persisted in feigning ignorance, smiling. "I have no idea what you're talking about. For her, it's not worth it." Shen Wubing shook his head once more. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu ceased to play dumb, instead removing Shen Wubing's hand from his arm and stating firmly, "She is not worth it. But I need to uphold my brother's honor." After saying this, he chuckled and called out to Qian Ming, "Lao Er, let's go deal with it." "Xie Yu, that is Li Hua," Shen Wubing shouted after his retreating figure. Xie Yu did not turn back, merely tossing his head of blonde hair and raising a hand in an okay gesture. "Whatever Li Hua is, if he doesn't kneel and apologize today, I will call you Dad from now on." With that, he and Qian Ming disappeared down the dormitory corridor without a backward glance. "Third brother, what do we do?" Zhao Xiaodao finally realized that Xie Yu was not going to chase girls. He was taking Qian Ming to confront Qin Hao. "It's fine." Shen Wubing shook his head and dialed a number. However, after a while, no one answered on the other end. Shen Wubing frowned and turned to Zhao Xiaodao beside him, saying, "Xiaodao, go to the fighting gym and find Yi Qing. Tell him I'm looking for him and have him go straight to Qin Hao's dorm." "Yi Qing, the one from Daoban?" Zhao Xiaodao asked, puzzled. "Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say. Oh, okay." Zhao Xiaodao nodded and hurriedly left the dormitory. Watching Zhao Xiaodao's retreating figure, Shen Wubing still felt uneasy. So he dialed another number. Before the other party could speak, Shen Wubing directly stated, "Old Master Lin, I've gotten into a bit of trouble at school." After a moment's thought, he added, "It might result in breaking a leg of a Daoban student." Students from Daoban are revered wherever they go. There have been instances where Daoban students have severely injured someone off campus, and the matter was ultimately swept under the rug. Anyone who dares to lay hands on Daoban students is undoubtedly courting disaster. On the other end of the line, Old Master Lin spoke without a hint of hesitation. Rest assured and proceed boldly. I shall send someone over at once. All right. Shen Wubing nodded, then refrained from saying more, promptly hanging up the phone and striding towards the dormitory exit. Meanwhile, in Qin Hao's dormitory, 3 young men, bare-chested, were gathered around a table engaged in a game of cards. I've got 4 kings, exclaimed one of them, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he forcefully threw down his cards. In that instant, the door to the dormitory was kicked open with a resounding bang. Whoa, the 3 were startled. Quickly rising to see the source of the commotion, there stood a young man with tousled blonde hair, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed slightly by the smoke as he surveyed the 3 occupants of the room. Beside him was a towering figure, a robust young man standing nearly 2 meters tall. Hey, are you guys having fun? Xiaoyu remarked with a faint smirk, brandishing a baseball bat that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Who the hell are you? One of the boys pointed a finger at Xiaoyu, his expression dark. Speak with some civility. Did you stuff your mother in your pocket when you walked out? Xiaoyu chuckled, stepping forward to inquire. Tell me, where's that rascal Qin Hao? Go to hell. How dare you speak of Brother Hao like that? The boy stood his ground, advancing towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly. And without any warning, he swung the baseball bat down hard onto the boy's head. Clang! The hollow metal bat collided forcefully with the boy's skull, producing a sharp, ringing sound. The boy staggered back from the blow, toppling the card table behind him and collapsing to the floor, a crimson stream of blood trickling down from his forehead. Xiaoyu wasted no time, swinging the bat again at the boy's head. The other 2, witnessing the scene, were about to intervene when Qian Ming stepped in front of them, casting a cold gaze their way. Seeing Qian Ming, who towered over them, the 2 instinctively gulped, retreating with a sense of self-preservation. Though they shared a dormitory with Qin Hao, they were not students of the class nor awakeners. If it came to blows, they were no match for Qian Ming, especially with the unpredictable Xiaoyu by his side. As the 2 remained motionless, a mocking smile crept across Xiaoyu's lips. He squatted down slowly and patted the face of the boy he had knocked down. Can we speak civilly now? The boy, clutching his bleeding head, spoke with a tremor in his voice, clearly intimidated by Xiaoyu's fierce blows. Why, yeah, what do you want? Damn, you really are a pathetic wretch, Xiaoyu replied. Somewhat exasperated, he considered himself a civilized person, detesting violence, yet some individuals required a stern lesson to engage in meaningful conversation. I ask you, where's Qin Hao? Brother Hao. He is feeling unwell and went to the hospital. The boy stammered. Which hospital? Xiaoyu pressed. The first hospital. Good. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Xiaoyu once again patted his cheek, then stood up and addressed Qian Ming. Second, let us head to the hospital. Qian Ming nodded in agreement. As they approached the dormitory entrance, Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, halting his steps and turning to the other 2. Seeing him pause, the duo, who had intended to assist their injured friend, immediately stopped in their tracks, eyeing Xiaoyu with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu discarded his cigarette butt onto the ground, stuffing it out with his shoe. He then pulled out a wad of cash that appeared to contain 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, placing it on the nearby bed, and said to the 2, take him to the infirmary for treatment. This money will cover the medical expenses. With that, he disregarded them entirely, leaving the dormitory with Qian Ming. Only after Xiaoyu and Qian Ming's figures had completely vanished did the 2 dare to approach their fallen friend. Are you all right? Haigu? The injured boy touched his head, inspecting the blood on his hands, and retorted, do I look all right to you? Damn it. He hastily grabbed a few tissues from the side, wiping the blood from his forehead as he seethed. I will avenge this grievance. Hearing his words, one of the other boys hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Haigu, maybe we should just let it go. What did you say? Haigu frowned, casting an annoyed look at his companion. Let it go. When have I ever swallowed such humiliation? Haigu, his name is Xiaoyu. The other boy interjected unexpectedly. I don't care what his name is. I must make him pay. Haigu spat vehemently. Xiaoya, the Xia of Xiaoya. The boy added, Xiaoya? Haigu appeared momentarily stunned, then pulled more tissues to dab at his bleeding head. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. Actually, Xiaoyu's initial strike wasn't too severe. It was merely a playful scuffle among friends. He then turned to the other 2 and asked, what do you think? This time, the 2 were caught off guard, but they quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, he was just playing around with you. At the first hospital of Ice City. You have leukemia, Qin Hao exclaimed in shock, staring at Su Qingqing beside him. Senior Qin, I had leukemia before, but I have since recovered. This time, I don't know what is happening. Su Qingqing's pale face was laced with panic. and as she spoke, a thought struck her. She recalled that it was Shinwubing who had advised her to get checked, leading to her diagnosis of leukemia. Subsequently, Shinwubing assured her that he would find a way to help her, and not long after, her leukemia had indeed gone into remission. Now, having just broken up with Shinwubing, the illness had returned. With this thought, she quickly exclaimed, "It must be Shinwubing. It has to be Shinwubing. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Hao replied, somewhat displeased that he was already feeling uncomfortable, the sudden onset of hemorrhoids making him restless, and his mood was irritable. "Senior Qin, our ailments must be the work of Shinwubing." Su Qingqing grasped Qin Hao's arm, speaking through clenched teeth. "Senior Qin, don't you remember? We were both fine until Shinwubing touched us. And then our bodies began exhibiting various symptoms." Upon hearing her words, Qin Hao fell into a moment of contemplation. As an awakener, his physical constitution was naturally superior to that of an ordinary person. While he was not invulnerable to ailments, it was indeed uncommon for him to suffer from something as trivial as hemorrhoids. He recalled that he had begun feeling unwell after Shinwubing had touched him. However, upon reflection, if Shinwubing possessed such abilities, how could he have remained frail for all these years? Furthermore, if that were the case, he would have surely long since entered the class, rather than remaining obscure. With these thoughts, he glanced at Su Qingqing again. This woman was cunning, undoubtedly fearful of being abandoned by him, hence using Shinwubing as a scapegoat. After all, her family was merely a small one, and treating leukemia required ongoing chemotherapy, which was no trivial expense, and even then, the outcome was uncertain. Realizing this, he became even more convinced that this was merely a scheme orchestrated by Su Qingqing, and he impatiently shook off her grip. "Enough. Stop your nonsense. I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving." "Senior Qin, what should I do?" Su Qingqing's face fell into a state of panic. Over the years, she had been able to wear designer clothes and carry luxury bags solely because of Shinwubing, her financial benefactor. But now that she had broken up with him, and with Qin Hao showing no interest, what was she to do? In her desperation, she seized Qin Hao's arm, her voice tinged with pleading. "Senior Qin, you cannot abandon me." Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. "Why can't I abandon you? We've barely been together for 2 hours. Am I meant to take responsibility?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Qingqing's already pale complexion drained of color. She understood that he had no intention of caring for her. In truth, she was well aware that Qin Hao was attracted solely to her youth and beauty. Yet she did not mind, for she believed she would remain beautiful forever. However, now that her leukemia had inexplicably relapsed, her only advantage was on the verge of disappearing. Seeing the emotionless gaze of Qin Hao, Su Qingqing panicked. At that moment, a flippant voice interrupted their conversation. "Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting your little rendezvous, Xiaolao. Those words don't quite fit here." Qianming interjected from the side. "Mind your own business." Xiaoyu turned to Qianming, then declared, "Do you really think your boss lacks culture? Today, I'll demonstrate how to scold someone using classical Chinese." "Xiaolao, you know classical Chinese?" Qianming chuckled, scratching his head, his tone clearly skeptical. "Oh, you don't believe me?" Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted, taking a step forward and pointing at Qin Hao, proclaiming, "I enter the Jade Gate. Why are you, a vile scoundrel, here, stealing from others, indulging in the embrace of courtesans, chasing the shadows of madness, and the folly of ignorance? Is there any evil you have not committed?" Chapter 008, The Arrogance of Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the three were left momentarily speechless. Eventually, it was Qianming who first regained his composure and gave Xiaoyu a thumbs up. "Boss Xie, impressive. Absolutely impressive." Xiaoyu smiled with a sense of pride. At that moment, Qin Hao also came to his senses, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaoyu and shouting angrily, "Xiaoyu, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" "Ah, you are indeed correct." Xiaoyu stepped forward, standing before Qin Hao, enunciating each word clearly. "You truly do not dare to touch me. You." Qin Hao glared at the provocatively standing Xiaoyu, raising his hand but hesitating to strike. Just as Xiaoyu had stated, he indeed lacked the courage to act against him. Although the Qin family held some standing in Ice City, they were still far inferior to the Xie family. The Xie family was akin to local emperors in Ice City. It was no exaggeration to say that when old Master Xie stomped his foot, the entire Ice City would tremble, and Xiaoyu was the sole grandson of old Master Xie, the only heir of the Xie family. "Qin Hao." Xiaoyu raised his gaze to Qin Hao's lifted hand and said fiercely, "If you do not bring that hand down today, you shall be my grandson." "Xiaoyu." Qin Hao's raised hand trembled slightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly enraged. Ever since he awakened Flame, he had been the object of admiration wherever he went, and never had he endured such humiliation. Seeing that the other party was still not making a move, Xiaoyu disdainfully curled his lips and mocked, "Grandson, Before Qin Hao could react in anger, Xiaoyu swung the baseball bat forcefully, striking Qin Hao's temple. With Su Qingqing's startled cry, Qin Hao collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xiaoyu, you. Qin Hao clutched his temple with one hand while pointing at Xiaoyu with the other. His eyes blazing with fury, he dared not strike Xiaoyu, but he had not anticipated that Xiaoyu would disregard both the Qin family and his status as a student in the Dao class to attack him directly. Do not point at me. I fear I might not restrain myself from breaking your finger. Xiaoyu weighed the baseball bat in his hand, and then spoke. Qin Hao, before nightfall today, kneel and apologize to my brother. And I shall let this matter go. Your brother? Qin Hao was somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Su Qingqing rushed forward to support Qin Hao and whispered, he is roommates with Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing? It was then that Qin Hao realized Xiaoyu had come to help Shen Wubing find trouble. He turned to Su Qingqing, blaming her for this predicament. With that thought, he shoved Su Qingqing aside, stood up, and glared at Xiaoyu coldly. Xiaoyu, you must be dreaming if you think I would apologize to Shen Wubing. Good, you have spirit. Xiaoyu nodded in appreciation and casually remarked, then I shall break your legs today. Then come and try. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he summoned a fiery blaze in his palm. Qin Hao was inherently proud, and after awakening, he had become a figure of renown throughout the academy and even Ice City, a prodigious youth. Today, his tolerance towards Xiaoyu was solely due to the formidable backing of the Xie family and Old Master Xie. However, should Xiaoyu continue to provoke him, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Even if the Xie family were protective, they surely would not take drastic measures over such a trivial matter. Especially since Xiaoyu had struck first. Just then, a nurse in scrubs approached, exclaiming irritably, if you want to cause a scene, take it outside. This is a hospital, and do not disturb the other patients. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the flames in Qin Hao's palm, momentarily taken aback, before adding, even if you are students of the Dao class, you cannot cause chaos here, or I will have to call the enforcement team. Xiaoyu smiled apologetically at the nurse, saying, Nurse, my apologies. We will resolve this outside. He then waved to Qin Hao, grandson, come out with me. Watching Xiaoyu and Qianming leave, Qin Hao hesitated for a few seconds before pulling out his phone and swiftly typing a message to send. Then followed after them. Senior Qin Hao, maybe we should just let it go and not stoop to his level. Su Qingqing timidly suggested. It was only then that Qin Hao remembered Su Qingqing, turned to glance at her, and shoved her to the ground, coldly stating, this is all your fault, you wretched woman. Do not let me see you again. With that, he stormed out of the hospital, leaving Su Qingqing alone on the cold floor. Pale and shaken. In that moment, her mind involuntarily recalled that slender figure who had never truly left her side. When she had been diagnosed with leukemia, Shen Wubing had been there for her every step of the way. Had she truly been wrong? No. Su Qingqing wiped the tears from her face and murmured to herself, I am not wrong. I simply wanted to become a better version of myself. I was only pursuing my own happiness. What fault is that? With that thought, she rose from the ground and chased after Qin Hao. So-called love can sometimes be like this, yearning for the good that is not loved, while only desiring the bad that remains. Just as Qin Hao exited the hospital, he spotted Xiaoyu and Qianming leaning against a Range Rover, flanked by several burly men in black suits and sunglasses. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Hao's expression darkened instantly. However, having come this far, returning now would be too embarrassing. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and approached Do. Xiaoyu observed Qin Hao with a bemused smile and said, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Xiaoyu, Qin Hao glanced at the imposing figures behind Xiaoyu, then darkened his expression and said, Are you trying to use your numbers to intimidate me? As soon as he finished speaking, before Xiaoyu could respond, a burly man in sunglasses lunged forward, grabbing Qin Hao by the collar and growling, Are you Qin Hao? Qin Hao stood at 1.8 meters tall, but the man's grip nearly lifted him off the ground. Hey, Tiger, don't scare my grandson. Xiaoyu handed the baseball bat to Qianming behind him and patted the shoulder of the burly man, signaling him to release Qin Hao. Young master, just say the word, and I'll take care of him. The burly man turned to Xiaoyu, his expression fierce. Tiger, there's no need for that, Xiaoyu chuckled, stepping forward to adjust Qin Hao's collar, and then whispered, Before coming here, I bragged to my brother that I'd have you kneel and apologize. You wouldn't want to make this difficult for me, would you? Xiaoyu, you're dreaming. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and replied, If you dare to touch me today, Su Shi will not let you off the hook. Even if your Xie family runs Ice City, the enforcement team is not something you can control. Su Shi, the enforcement team? Xiaoyu frowned, then spoke to himself, the head of the Dao class, and also the deputy head of the enforcement team, indeed poses a problem, after contemplating for a few seconds. An idea seemed to strike Xiaoyu, and his eyes lit up as he said, How about I just kill you here and toss you into the Songjiang River? That way, you'll be missing without a trace. And the enforcement team will have no way to deal with me, right? Chapter 009. The instinct Su's willingness to risk offending the CF family to assist Qin Hao stems from the fact that Qin Hao is one of the top students in the I-City Dao class. Should Qin Hao indeed be granted a military rank, Su, as his teacher, would naturally see his own status rise as well. Although the CF family currently wields considerable power in I-City, Master Xie is aging, and he has only one son and one grandson. Xie Xiaolong, Master Ste's son and Xie Yu's father, is mockingly referred to as the most sentimental man in I-City. It is said that he has devoted himself to studying medicine to treat his wife, showing little interest in the family business, yet he has sponsored 4 out of the 7 hospitals in I-City. Xie Yu, now 22, has yet to awaken, and even if he does, his abilities are unlikely to be formidable. It appears that the future of the CF family is destined for decline. Hence, Su is increasingly optimistic about the Qin family. Although they currently seem insignificant, with Qin Hao's presence, the Qin family is bound to thrive. Su Changxing, are you certain you wish to intervene? The man referred to as Tiger, whom Xie Yu had addressed, stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Su. Su appraised him from head to toe and smiled. Ah, so you are the Tiger, one of the 4 generals under Master Xie. Is it necessary for you to be called in over a children's quarrel? I am asking you, are you truly determined to involve yourself in this matter? Tiger reiterated, his tone laced with a chilling malice. I have made up my mind to intervene. Su Changxing stood his ground, meeting Tiger's glare. At this declaration, both the burly men behind Tiger and the law enforcement team accompanying Su stepped forward, creating a tense atmosphere. Observing this scene, Xie Yu patted Tiger on the shoulder and said, Brother Tiger, let it go. Rest assured, young master. If it comes to blows, I guarantee that the Qin lad will surely meet his end. Tiger muttered softly, there is no need for that, Xie Yu replied, lowering his voice. The CF family possesses ample means to deal with both Qin Hao and Su Changxing. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would be the most foolish choice. Today, I acted impulsively, and I did not anticipate that Su Changxing would go so far as to offend our CF family to protect Qin Hao. It seems he truly holds the latter in high regard. And what do you intend to do, young master? Tiger asked, frowning. If we simply let this go, it would be quite humiliating. Let us first observe how Su intends to resolve this, Xie Yu replied, stepping in front of Su Changxing with a smile. What do you think, Su? How should we handle this matter? Naturally, such trivial matters among children should be resolved by themselves. Su smiled, and then turned his attention to Tiger, adding, as for the law enforcement team and the CF family, I suggest you refrain from intervening. To challenge an awakener from the Dao class in a one-on-one duel. Su, you truly hold me in high regard, Xie Yu remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, though inwardly he cursed the cunning old fox. While it is true that the Xia country has yet to devise a method for awakening practitioners, rendering most of them not much different from ordinary people, merely possessing slightly better physiques, Qin Hao is an exception. His blazing fire, even without cultivation, possesses immense destructive power. If he were to unleash his full potential, not only would Xie Yu himself be unable to approach him, but even 10 or 8 ordinary individuals would be helpless against him. What's wrong? Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the young master of the CF family afraid? You were quite arrogant just now. Is it that the heir of the CF family can only bully the weak? Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough echoed among the crowd. Xie Yu was the first to react, looking up to see Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao approaching, accompanied by a resolute-looking young man in a black vest. Why are you two here? Xie Yu frowned slightly. Su was correct. Such matters should indeed be resolved among the children themselves. Shen Wubing pulled out a white handkerchief from his pocket, covering his mouth as he coughed violently again. And who might you be? Su scrutinized Shen Wubing, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Su, this is Shen Wubing, Qin Hao whispered into his ear, briefly recounting the situation. Su nodded slightly after hearing the explanation and then addressed Shen Wubing. Since this matter arose because of you, and you agree with my assessment, then let you and Qin Hao resolve it together. Su Changsheng. Xie Yu's gaze turned icy. Big brother Xie. Shen Wubing raised a hand to halt Xie Yu, then looked at Su, saying, you may not know, but my health has never been good, so fighting is not an option for me. Thus, I have sought someone to fight on my behalf. Before Su could respond, Shen Wubing continued, but rest assured, the person I found is also a student from the academy and will not bully the weak. As Shen Wubing finished speaking, the young man in the black vest stepped forward. At that moment, all eyes turned to him, and when they recognized his face, both Su and Qin Hao's expression stiffened. Yi Qing. Su, Yi Qing nodded slightly to Su, as he too was a student of the Dao class and Su was his homeroom teacher. Although he was there to assist Shen Wubing, he still adhered to basic courtesies. Yi Qing, what brings you here? Su furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Brother Bing has done me a great favor. Now that he is in need, of course, I must come, Yu Qing explained calmly. So you intend to oppose me? Su's tone carried an undercurrent of threat. Yu Qing, a student of the Dao class, awakened a year ago with the ability Combat Instinct. Though this ability may not be as flashy as Qin Hao's Blazing Fire, it makes Yu Qing a born warrior. Moreover, he was the head of the school's sparring department prior to his awakening. In a confrontation with him, Qin Hao could hardly expect a favorable outcome. He could only hope to avoid a fatal blow. Yu Qing, are you truly going to involve yourself in this matter? Su was well aware that Qin Hao was not his match, and thus he continued to threaten, are you prepared to offend me and the entire Dao class as well as the law enforcement team? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback that Su Changxing, as the homeroom teacher of the Dao class, would openly threaten a student. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely. Brother Bing has done me a tremendous favor. Even if it means going against the Dao class and the law enforcement team, or even the entire Xia country in the world, I would not hesitate. Witnessing this scene, Su Changxing was on the verge of anger when Shen Wubing approached him. Covering his mouth as he weakly said, Su Changxing, am I being too generous with my patience? What? Su was clearly taken aback. He had never expected that someone would dare to speak to him in such a manner. It was worth noting that even Xie Yu would not openly defy him. What right did this sickly individual have to do so? Shin, the surname Shin. He quickly searched his mind for any prominent families in Ice City or high-ranking officials in the military, but found none bearing that name. His expression darkened as he coldly scrutinized Shen Wubing. Are you speaking to me? Who else would I be addressing? Shen Wubing replied, covering his mouth with the handkerchief. Coughing lightly before continuing, when our big brother Xie and Qin Hao were causing trouble, you stepped in to lecture about reason and rules. Now that I come to talk reason with you, you wish to play the bully. Shen Wubing's expression shifted slightly as he pronounced each word deliberately. Su Changxing, I ask you, am I being too generous with my patience? Old 3, impressive. Even Xie Yu could not help but give Shen Wubing a thumbs up. He felt he had been bold, yet he was astonished that the seemingly frail Shen Wubing was even more audacious than he. Tiger, standing beside Xie Yu, cast an appreciative glance at Shen Wubing. But soon his expression turned grave as he whispered to Xie Yu, young master, although your friend possesses spirit, he is rather impulsive. With the Dao class about to commence full enrollment, offending Su Changxing at this juncture is not a wise decision. What is there to fear? Xie Yu replied nonchalantly, have I not also offended him? You are the young master of the Xie family. Su Changxing would not dare to make things difficult for you. However, Tiger hesitated. Brother Tiger, you are mistaken in one regard, Xie Yu said coolly. What do you mean? Tiger inquired, puzzled. He is not merely my friend, he is my brother. Xie Yu's demeanor became serious. But, Tiger attempted to interject. But Xie Yu cut him off. There is no but. If Su Changxing dares to make things difficult for Old 3, then the homeroom position of the Dao class can easily be reassigned. A glint of icy malice flashed in Xie Yu's eyes. Tiger opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Should the Xie family wish to deal with Su Changxing, they certainly could, though it would require considerable connections and debts of gratitude. However, if Xie Yu was determined, given Master Xie's fondness for this grandson, it was indeed possible that action would be taken against Xu.at this moment. Su Changxing, oblivious to the complexities, had never before been threatened by a student, especially not by an insignificant boy with no background. Su Changxing stepped forward slowly, approaching Shen Wubing, and whispered close to his ear, Kid, do you believe I can eliminate you right now? Even the Xie family cannot save you. I don't believe it. Shen Wubing shook his head slightly and pushed him away with a grin, saying, Su, keep your distance. I'm unwell, and I wouldn't want to infect you. Su Changxing wished to retort further when suddenly the sharp sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. A jeep came to a halt directly at the hospital entrance. All eyes were drawn to that vehicle, for emblazoned on its license plate was a prominent character, military.as. The jeep's door swung open. A woman clad in a snug camouflage combat uniform emerged. Her simple ponytail accentuated her figure, and the fitted attire sculpted an exquisite silhouette. A rectangular black leather case rested on her back, while a silver Desert Eagle handgun was holstered at her waist. Her gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Shen Wubing, who was covering his mouth with a handkerchief, looking rather ill. You must be Shen Wubing, am I correct? Yes. Shen Wubing nodded indifferently. Hello, I am Jiang Anqi. She stepped forward and extended her hand toward him. Shen Wubing glanced at the stunning young woman, whose features bore a hint of valor. and reciprocated the gesture. Hello. Now, let us attend to business. Jiang Anqi surveyed the group before inquiring, I have heard you intend to break the legs of a Dao class student. Have you completed that task? I encountered some obstacles. It remains undone. Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly. Obstacles. Jiang Anqi's gaze briefly lingered on the crowd, pausing for a few seconds on the tiger and Su Chongxing. May I inquire if any of you are affiliated with the military? Su Chongxing, sensing the tension arising from their conversation, felt an unease and spoke up. I am Su Chongxing, vice captain of the I-City enforcement team, and I also serve as the homeroom teacher for the Dao class at the Polytechnic University. Jiang Anqi cast a fleeting glance at him, but disregarded his introduction as she turned her attention back to Shen Wubing, asking, Is this the obstacle you refer to? Indeed. Shen Wubing nodded. Military matters. Jiang Anqi regarded Su Chongxing with an impassive expression and declared, Have your men step aside. This. Su Chongxing appeared troubled. The woman had not disclosed her rank, nor presented any identification to validate her authority. Her mere presence, accompanied by a jeep bearing military plates, compelled him to abandon his pursuit of Qin Hao. Despite his reluctance, noticing Su did not budge, Jiang Anqi furrowed her brow slightly and reiterated, Did you not hear my command? Would it be possible for you to present some identification? Su Chongxing ventured cautiously. In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Upon hearing Su Chongxing's words, Jiang Anqi exhibited no hesitation, drawing her silver handgun from her waist. With a loud bang, the silver muzzle emitted flames, and a rapidly spinning bullet was perilously close to Su Chongxing's scalp, causing him to feel the searing heat as it passed through his hair. That instant, everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces awash with shock as they beheld Jiang Anqi. Even Shen Wubing was taken aback. What sort of individual had old Master Lin dispatched to fire openly at a hospital's entrance? Surely even military personnel would face repercussions for such an act. Meanwhile, Su Chongxing's legs trembled uncontrollably, his pallor surpassing that of Shen Wubing, who suffered from over 30 ailments. He had never felt death so near. Had Jiang Anqi's hand trembled even slightly, he might have already become a corpse. Or perhaps her intent was indeed to kill him, and it was merely a stroke of luck that he had evaded fate this time. With that thought, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Is this all you've got? Jiang Anqi cast him a disdainful glance, then remarked, What kind of students can an inept Dao class homeroom teacher possibly produce? Wow, she's stunning. Xiaoyu appraised Jiang Anqi from head to toe, stroking his chin. Young master, you can flirt with several girls, but this woman is not to be trifled with. The tiger's voice was low, yet unusually serious. Tiger, do you know her? Xiaoyu asked. I haven't seen her before, but it should be her. The tiger's expression grew grave. Young master, have you heard of the 3 no-goes of the 3 provinces in Hanzhou? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before responding, I can't recall, but I know of Brother Wolf. The tiger took a deep breath and slowly began. 8 Extremes Fist, Wolf Blade. The Angel's Bullet has nowhere to escape. If I'm not mistaken, she is the Angel's Bullet. Chapter 011 Instinct of Battle versus Blazing Fire. With the obstacles cleared, you may now proceed to break whoever's legs you wish. Jiang Anqi returned her handgun to its holster and turned her gaze toward Shen Wubing. At this moment, Shen Wubing finally regained his composure. The violence of this woman was quite alarming, yet against someone like Su Chongxing, such force was indeed the simplest and most direct approach. He lowered the handkerchief that had covered his mouth and addressed Yu Qing beside him. This is troublesome, Brother Bing. This is what I ought to do. Yu Qing replied earnestly, stepping forward. Qin Hao, come out. At that moment, Qin Hao's eyes were filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, Su Chongxing, whom he had relied upon as a pillar of support, had nearly been shot dead, and now he faced the threat of having his own legs broken. Setting aside whether he could defeat Yi Qing, what about Xiaoyu and his group, and that military woman who would shoot at the slightest provocation? With such thoughts, he could think of no way to save his own legs. Qin Hao, do not make me lose faith in you. Yi Qing urged once more. Qin Hao glanced at Su Chongxing, who had just been helped to his feet by members of the enforcement team. The fear etched on Su's face was no less than his own. In that moment, he realized there was no escaping this predicament. And with gritted teeth, he stepped forward. He regarded Yu Qing with a serious expression and declared, If I lose, I am willing to forfeit a leg. But what if you lose? I'll give you a leg as well. Yu Qing answered without hesitation. What would I do with your leg? Qin Hao thought Yu Qing to be a simple-minded brute. What do you want? Yu Qing queried. Let me go, and we'll consider this matter settled. Although Qin Hao was addressing Yu Qing, his gaze subtly drifted toward Shen Wubing. This time, Yu Qing did not respond to Qin Hao, instead turning to Shen Wubing. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Wubing cleared his throat emphatically and chuckled. At present, you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. Shen Wubing, this is all because of a woman. Qin Hao pointed at Su Qingqing, who had followed them out of the hospital, and explained, I was with her for no more than 2 hours. Nothing happened between us. I'll return her to you, and we'll consider this matter resolved. How does that sound? Senior Qin Hao. What are you saying? Su Qingqing could scarcely believe her ears. The Qin Hao, who was the center of attention at school, was actually bowing to someone as unremarkable as Shen Wubing. Shut your mouth. Qin Hao snapped angrily. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. How pitiable. A mocking expression crossed Shen Wubing's face, though it was unclear whether he was referring to Su Qingqing or Qin Hao. Finally, he cast a glance at Qin Hao before turning his gaze to Yi Qing. I have faith in you. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Shen Wubing, does that mean you agree? Shen Wubing offered no reply, knowing full well that Yi Qing would not lose. Let us begin. Yi Qing cast a deep look at Shen Wubing, then clenched his fists, his expression turning serious. At that moment, flames ignited in the palm of Qin Hao's hand. Blazing fire, Jiang Anqi produced a lollipop from seemingly nowhere, popping it into her mouth as she mumbled, Elemental awakening, quite interesting. As she spoke, another lollipop appeared in her hand, which she extended toward Shen Wubing. Would you like some candy? Thank you, but I must decline. I have diabetes. Jiang Anqi. Meanwhile, Qin Hao suddenly swung his arm, and a fire serpent, as thick as an arm, surged forth from his palm toward Yi Qing's face. Surprisingly, Yi Qing appeared to have anticipated the move, dodging in advance, cursing under his breath at Yi Qing's good fortune. Qin Hao swung his arm again. This time, he unleashed not a fire serpent, but a small fireball. Though the fireball lacked the destructive power of the rushing serpent, it far surpassed it in speed. This tactic had been devised by Qin Hao under Su Changxin's guidance. First, he would strike with the swift fireball to injure his opponent, and once they were weakened, he would unleash the fire serpent for a final blow. Yet, to Qin Hao's astonishment, just a second before he released the fireball, Yi Qing moved again. It appeared as if Yi Qing had anticipated his actions, while Qin Hao attacked the spot where Yi Qing had been moments before. Is there a delay in Qin Hao's network? Xiaoyu couldn't help but tease. It must be said that Xiaoyu's metaphor is exceedingly apt. At this moment, Qin Hao resembles a player experiencing network latency in a game. Despite the fact that his opponent has already retreated for 2 seconds and is leisurely browsing Taobao at the fountain, he nonetheless casts a futile ultimate ability in the direction from whence his adversary departed. No, the fault does not lie with Qin Hao. The tiger shook his head and remarked, it is Yi Qing. He anticipated Qin Hao's attack trajectory and evaded in advance. Is it combat instinct? Jiang Anqi cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qing, recognizing him as a promising talent. Who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? Shen Wubing inquired. This was, after all, a battle devoid of suspense. Yi Qing's abilities perfectly countered Qin Hao's, and once engaged in close combat, Qin Hao is destined to lose. Shen Wubing nodded in silence. As if to validate Jiang Anqi's assertion, Yi Qing, after deftly dodging 3 fireballs from Qin Hao, finally positioned himself before his opponent. He then drew back his fist, channeling power from his calves through his waist and shoulders, ultimately concentrating all his strength into his right fist, which he unleashed with tremendous force. Crack. Upon impact, the connection between his fist and Qin Hao's nose emitted a distinct sound of shattering bones. In the next moment, Qin Hao was forcibly propelled 5 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Splendid, Xiaoyu exclaimed, vigorously pumping his fist in excitement, as if it were he, not Yi Qing, who had felled Qin Hao. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Qing's forehead, clearly indicating that his frequent activation of combat instinct had taken a toll on him. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned to Shen Wubing, saying, Brother Bing, I have not failed you. Well done, Shen Wubing replied with a slight nod, then coolly added, break one of his legs, and let this matter conclude here. Understood, Yi Qing affirmed without hesitation, nodding emphatically. Just then, Xiaoyu abruptly called out to Yi Qing, wait, allow me to handle this. I take great pleasure in kicking a man when he is down. With that, he seized a baseball bat from Qian Meng's hands and marched toward the incapacitated Qin Hao, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. This lad is quite something, Jiang Anqi observed, casting a deep glance at Xiaoyu before remarking to Shen Wubing, he fears retaliation as she spoke. Jiang Anqi added, all the challengers hail from the military division. It seems it's a matter of luck then. Xiaoyu felt a wave of despondency wash over him, while others may not grasp the nature of the personnel from the military division. He was all too familiar, having dealt with them personally. Ever since he turned 18, his grandfather had sent him to the military division for training every winter and summer vacation. It was akin to hell. Chapter 013. Afflicted by illness, 2 days swiftly passed, and today marked the selection day for the combat class. Shen Wuobing sat pale-faced in the dormitory chair, incessantly rubbing his temples. Old 3, are you all right? Xiaoyu approached and patted his shoulder. I'm fine. I've grown accustomed to it, Shen Wuobing replied, his lips twitching into an unappealing smile. Over the past 2 days, he had sensed his body growing increasingly unwell. Although he had previously endured various ailments, they were merely painful. Recently, however, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. This feeling first arose when he absorbed Xiaoyu's hemorrhoids. After he returned Su Qingqing's leukemia and bestowed the hemorrhoids upon Qin Hao, that sensation dissipated. Yet, he later absorbed Lin Man's appendicitis, and since then, the near-death feeling had resurfaced. He sensed that his body had reached its limit and perhaps needed to expel the affliction soon. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wuobing resolved that once the selection concluded, he would ask old Lin to find a death row inmate to whom he could transfer all his ailments. With this thought, Shen Wuobing smiled and reassured Xiaoyu, "It's nothing. I'll be fine soon." He glanced at Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao. "Let us go. The selection is about to commence." Shen Wuobing anticipated a considerable turnout for the selection but was utterly taken aback by the sheer number of participants. "Wait, does our academy have this many people?" Xiaoyu observed the throng in the playground, somewhat astonished. "Xiaolao, this isn't just our academy. Students from several nearby universities have come as well. Their schools are too small to establish a combat class, hence they lack admission points." Zhao Xiaodao explained. I see." Xiaoyu stroked his chin and remarked, "How long will we have to wait? Follow me. I'll help you cut in line." With a wave of his hand, he led the group to the front of the queue and addressed a few boys. "Hey guys, we're in a hurry. Could you let us through? Just you guys in a hurry? We've been waiting all morning. Why should we make it easy for you?" One boy retorted, irritated. Without engaging further, Xiaoyu pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Swiftly counting out 5 bills and handing them over, $500, by your spot. How about it? The boy froze momentarily, then eagerly accepted the money, sporting a fawning grin. "All right, you stand here. I'll go to the back." Following this, Xiaoyu handed 3 more bills of 500 each to the others, and just like that, the 4 from their dormitory found themselves at the forefront of the line. At this moment, Shen Wuobing's gaze remained fixed on the very front of the queue, where 3 individuals clad in military camouflage uniforms stood, identical to the attire Jiang Anqi had worn earlier. Point 1 was seated at a table, where a blank sheet of paper lay, the man casually crossing his legs while twirling a pen between his fingers, as if it were dancing. Another, a bespectacled man with notably thick lenses and a slightly chubby face, stood there, scrutinizing each student who approached him. After assessing them, he would silently shake his head, signaling the next to step forward, repeating the process. The last individual stood rigidly behind the other 2, his gaze resolute. Just then, Shen Wuobing spotted a familiar figure. Lin Man, whom he had previously encountered, stood directly in front of Xiaoyu. "Hey, old 3, Xiaoyu turned to Shen Wuobing, gesturing toward Lin Man, and whispered, "Do you recognize her?" "Do you know her?" Shen Wuobing inquired. "Damn, that's Lin Man, the belle of the management department. If she weren't so disinterested in her appearance, your ex-girlfriend Su Qingqing might not have been able to overshadow her. I once pursued her, remember?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wuobing realized why Lin Man's name had sounded so familiar. Xiaoyu had frequently mentioned her in their dormitory. At that moment, Lin Man seemed to faintly hear her name. Glancing back to meet Shen Wuobing's eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, and as if recalling something, she quickly lowered her head and said, "What a coincidence. What a coincidence," Shen Wuobing replied nonchalantly. "Hello, beautiful." Xiaoyu waved at Lin Man, attempting to divert the attention of the 2. Lin Man lifted her gaze, regarded Xiaoyu with disdain, and turned her head away, ignoring him. "What?" Xiaoyu glanced at Shen Wuobing, puzzled. "Why is this happening? Am I that bothersome?" "Perhaps," Shen Wuobing shrugged. Listening to their conversation, Lin Man remained silent. She had encountered this Xiaoyu many times before, and he had continually harassed her, every time she looked into his eyes. She felt disgusted, for all she could read in them were the words, "I want to sleep with you." At that moment, the student standing before Lin Man dejectedly walked away. When the bespectacled man from the military division beheld Lin Man, he momentarily froze, then spoke. Mind reading." Upon hearing this, the man with his legs crossed abruptly ceased the pen's twirling, lifting his gaze to Lin Man. "Miss, what is your name?" "My name is Lin Man." "Age?" the man inquired again. 20 years old, Lin Man responded truthfully. "Good, please step behind us." The man gestured to the space behind him. Shen Wuobing then observed the man writing on the blank paper, inscribing the first line, "Name, Lin Man. Age, 20 ability. Mind reading rating. Lin Man moved to the designated spot behind him. And next, it was Xieyu's turn that he stepped forward to stand before the bespectacled man, who merely glanced at him before shaking his head. Hey, what does your head shaking mean? Xieyu expressed his discontent. You haven't awakened, the bespectacled man stated succinctly. Why don't you take another closer look? Xieyou insisted, unwilling to accept defeat. Is it possible that my awakened ability is so formidable that you can't discern it? At his words, the man hesitated, scrutinizing Xieyou once more, before firmly concluding, You have not awakened. All right, I get it. No awakening means no awakening. No need to repeat it, Xieyou said, stepping aside. The bespectacled man appeared bewildered. Reflecting, didn't you just ask me to look again? Yet he quickly redirected his attention. As his gaze landed on Shen Wubing, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? What's wrong, fatty? The man with his legs crossed inquired. Frowning. He had known the other for so long, yet had never seen him lose composure like this. Afflicted by illness, the bespectacled man glanced at the other, asking, Is this considered an awakening? Afflicted by illness? Chapter 014. Your great cause surpasses me by a Kunlun. Fatty, are you sure this is an awakening? The man straightened up, his expression turning serious. I don't know. The chubby man removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Then looked at Shen Wubing again. This time, his eyes narrowed into slits, a spark of brilliance igniting within. After staring at Shen Wubing for half a minute, he replaced his glasses and said to the seated man. A dense, dark mist, ultimately coalescing into 4 words. Afflicted by illness. So this is a previously unseen awakening. The man's expression grew grave. That seems to be the case. The chubby man nodded. In that case. The man mused for a few seconds before turning to the solemn man standing behind him. Xiao Tian, take him to see Colonel Zhou. Understood, the serious man replied earnestly, then turned to Shen Wubing. Please follow me. Wait. Xieyou grabbed Shen Wubing's arm and whispered, Old 3, is everything all right? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shen Wubing assured him with a faint smile on his pale face. All right, call me if anything comes up, Xieyou cautioned, still somewhat anxious. Shen Wubing nodded and followed the serious man, leaving the queue. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the door of the dean's office in the administrative building, where the serious man finally paused. He meticulously adjusted his already pristine uniform before knocking on the door and calling out loudly. Report. Come in. As a profound voice resonated from within, the stern man pushed open the office door. Shen Wubing followed him inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Anqi, the very person who had aided him in resolving his troubles just 2 days prior. She appeared exceedingly bored, languidly twirling a silver handgun while the ever-present black leather case stood at her feet. Upon noticing Shen Wubing's entrance, she seemed momentarily taken aback but offered a brief nod and a smile. Acknowledging his presence without further comment that moment, 2 others occupied the main seats. One was the dean of their academy, a man in his 50s with a hint of gray at his temples, known as Wang Wei. The other man, whom Shen Wubing was meeting for the first time, appeared to be of a similar age to Wang Wei. He had sharply defined features and piercing eyes. Even while seated, his posture was remarkably erect, suggesting a military background. He was, undoubtedly, the Colonel Zhou mentioned by the stern man. The stern man first saluted Colonel Zhou and Jiang Anqi with a precise military gesture before speaking. Report. Colonel, this is the newly discovered awakened individual. Lieutenant Tang Song was uncertain, so he instructed me to bring him to you. Tang Song was uncertain. Colonel Zhou frowned slightly, surveying the pale and seemingly ailing Shen Wubing before inquiring. What ability has he awakened? Lieutenant Xueqing hesitated momentarily before responding. He is said to possess the ability of affliction. Affliction? Colonel Zhou scrutinized Shen Wubing once more, although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of this ability. The term seemed to resonate eerily with the young man before him. Very well, I understand, Colonel Zhou remarked, glancing at the stern man before adding, You may leave now. Yes, sir. The stern man saluted again and exited the dean's office, leaving only Dean Wang Wei, Colonel Zhou, Jiang Anqi, and Shen Wubing in the room. Young man, are you aware of your awakening? Colonel Zhou inquired. I am not, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. Have you experienced any unusual sensations in your body recently? Unusual? Shen Wubing pondered for several seconds before seemingly recalling something. He looked up at Colonel Zhou and said, I have felt as though I am nearing death. Would that be considered unusual? Nearing death. Both Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang Wei stiffened at this revelation. Jiang Anqi, on the other hand, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Shen Wubing scratched his head sheepishly and explained, A few days ago, I underwent a medical examination. I currently suffer from nearly 30 ailments, half of which are cancers. When I say I feel like I'm dying, I believe it's quite accurate. This. Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang Wei exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion evident in the other's eyes. How has he managed to survive with nearly 30 ailments? Suddenly, Colonel Zhou seemed to have an epiphany and spoke hastily. Young man, please take a seat. He was genuinely concerned that Shen Wubing might collapse in the office while speaking, which would leave them unable to explain the situation. Thank you. Jiang Anqi shifted slightly to the side and patted the space next to her, indicating for Shen Wubing to sit. She had a favorable impression of him, primarily because he had treated her to a meal at a fine restaurant, demonstrating his generosity. Shen Wubing did not hesitate to accept the invitation and sat down. Colonel Zhou continued, aside from the feeling of impending death, do you experience any other anomalies? Typically, awakened individuals exhibit some form of physical abnormality post-awakening. For instance, Qin Hao, upon awakening, the blazing fire ability became unusually hot, prompting his family to believe he had a fever and take him to the hospital. There, he suddenly erupted in flames, injuring several medical staff members. In Colonel Zhou's perspective, if Shen Wubing had indeed awakened an ability, it would be implausible for him to experience only the sensation of dying. After a moment of silence, Shen Wubing instinctively glanced at Jiang Anqi. Sensing his gaze, she appeared momentarily surprised before retrieving her phone and typing furiously, presenting it to him with the words, "If you trust old Master Lin, then you can trust him." Witnessing this covert exchange between the two, Colonel Zhou felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but chose not to intervene, patiently waiting for Shen Wubing's response. Upon reading the message on Jiang Anqi's phone, Shen Wubing felt reassured. He held unwavering faith in old Master Lin, who had treated him with kindness over the years, regarding him almost as family, since old Master Lin had entrusted Jiang Anqi to help him. It indicated that she was trustworthy. Thus, he felt no need for concealment and spoke up. I can't absorb the ailments from others. Absorb. Both Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang Wei were momentarily taken aback. Is the absorption you refer to in line with my understanding? It should be. Shen Wubing nodded, elaborating, I can't absorb the ailments from others into my own body. Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhou paused, then appeared to realize something, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as he asked, so, the multitude of ailments you carry were not originally yours, they were absorbed from others. That is correct. Shen Wubing replied with a wry smile. This revelation instantly earned Colonel Zhou's respect. Even Jiang Anqi's gaze towards Shen Wubing became more complex. At that moment, Colonel Zhou rose abruptly and solemnly saluted Shen Wubing. Startled, Shen Wubing quickly stood, his expression flustered as he awkwardly returned a less-than-perfect salute. Colonel Zhou, what is this? Young man, what is your name? Colonel Zhou asked, sidestepping the question. My name is Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing. Colonel Zhou repeated his name twice, his expression growing even more intricate, before he continued meaningfully, though my rank and position surpass yours, your actions and your noble spirit far exceed mine. This salute is well-deserved. With that, he saluted Shen Wubing once more. Jiang Anqi also stood, her demeanor unusually serious, and performed a standard military salute towards Shen Wubing. Colonel Zhou, you overestimate me, Shen Wubing replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The first time I used absorption was in my youthful ignorance when I absorbed my mother's late-stage lung cancer. At that time, I had no understanding of what absorption truly meant. Otherwise, I might not have taken that course of action, but you bear nearly 30 ailments, which indicates you have helped at least 20 individuals, Colonel Zhou stated earnestly. That equates to aiding over 20 families. Colonel Zhou, your words are too kind. It was merely because I realized I was nearing death, Shen Wubing candidly responded. He did not consider himself a good person, upon discovering that he could not only absorb but also bestow ailments. His first thought was to transfer all his diseases to others, yet, he did not see himself as a villain, for he never intended to harm anyone. In his mind, he adhered to his own moral code. When Su Qingqing betrayed him, he returned her ailments to her, leaving her fate to chance. Though Qin Hao had also mocked him alongside Su Qingqing, Shen Wubing believed his punishment should not be death. This was not some form of sanctimony. Rather, it was the rational logic of a normal person. Hence, he first bestowed Qin Hao with hemorrhoids as a minor punishment, and only later contemplated breaking his leg due to Xie Yu's intervention. Regardless, you have helped those individuals. Colonel Zhou nodded appreciatively. Your humility in not seeking glory for your deeds puts many of your contemporaries to shame. Shen Wubing offered a bitter smile and shook his head, refraining from further comment. The room fell into a brief silence before Colonel Zhou broke the stillness. Regarding your current health. He paused, leaving his meaning clear without elaborating. At this point, I should be fine, Shen Wubing concluded, having placed his trust in Colonel Zhou. Shen Wubing felt no need for further secrecy. Although he had encountered numerous narratives where protagonists concealed their abilities, enduring humiliation without revealing their strength, he saw no necessity for such reticence. Choosing to trust Colonel Zhou, he decided to lay bare his abilities in hopes of securing the most favorable outcome for himself. Just a few days ago, I discovered that not only can I absorb the ailments of others, but I can also bestow my own ailments upon them. The revelation stunned the three individuals in the office, each taken aback by this unexpected twist. Is this what it means to be afflicted by illness? Such a domineering ability. Shen Wubing's body can withstand 30 ailments without succumbing to death, yet others cannot. For instance, if someone were to engage in combat with Shen Wubing before they even had a chance to strike, he could simply hurl a cancerous affliction towards them. Who could withstand that? In such a scenario, Shen Wubing would become a figure that everyone would be reluctant to provoke. Indeed, everyone. For if you were to anger him and he desired to retaliate, you would scarcely have any forewarning. With this thought, Colonel Zhou abruptly turned to Jiang Anqi beside him and instructed, Anqi, you must immediately inform Tang Song to keep Shen Wubing's awakened ability confidential. No one should be allowed to disclose this. Understood, Jiang Anqi nodded, then picked up a nearby suitcase and exited the office. Following this, Colonel Zhou turned to Wang Wei, saying, Director Wang, I must ask you to keep this matter under wraps as well. Rest assured, I shall not breathe a word to anyone, Wang Wei solemnly assured. Finally, Colonel Zhou's gaze returned to Shen Wubing. You too. Keep your awakening a secret as much as possible. MHM, Shen Wubing nodded, refraining from further comment. Naturally, he would not divulge this information easily to others, yet he was disinclined to conceal too much from those he trusted, such as Xie Yu and the others. You mentioned that your health has been quite poor lately? Colonel Zhou inquired. Indeed, just a few days ago, I thought I was nearing death, Shen Wubing replied. Colonel Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then said, I understand. I will arrange for specialists from the Awakeners Research Institute to meet with you soon, so they can provide the best assessment of your ability. This will also enable you to better wield and develop your powers. Thank you, Colonel Zhou, Shen Wubing expressed, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. He hastily retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth, and when he removed it, the pristine white cloth was already stained with specks of crimson, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming in a snowy landscape. Witnessing this, Colonel Zhou's face turned pale with alarm. Yet Shen Wubing waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. I shouldn't perish in the immediate future. Upon hearing this, both Colonel Zhou and Director Wang displayed expressions of complex concern. Shen Wubing had been absorbing his mother's advanced lung cancer since he was 12, meaning he had endured nearly a decade of torment. How had he managed to endure it all? Wait, something is amiss. Colonel Zhou suddenly seemed to grasp something, his expression transforming into one of profound intrigue. 12 years old. 12 years old. He repeated several times. Then seized Shen Wubing's shoulders, excitement radiating from him as he asked, Shen Wubing, how old are you this year? Although Shen Wubing was slightly taken aback, he answered truthfully, I am 21 this year. 21. 9 years ago. Colonel Zhou released Shen Wubing's shoulders, pacing the room. Colonel Zhou, what's the matter? Director Wang inquired, puzzled by the other man's fervor. Director Wang, Colonel Zhou turned to Wang Wei, asking, do you remember the first awakener of our nation? Of course, that was 3 years ago with you, Wu. As he spoke, Wang Wei seemed to have an epiphany, falling silent and staring at Shen Wubing, his eyes wide with astonishment. The first awakener appeared 3 years ago. Yet Shen Wubing had possessed the ability to absorb diseases since 9 years prior. Does that not imply that Shen Wubing is the true first awakener of our nation? Furthermore, according to expert opinions, the most common age for awakening is 20, and the earlier one awakens, the more potent their abilities. Hence, Shen Wubing, having awakened at 12, must be an unprecedented prodigy. Chapter 016, Defeating the Guardian. Qianmeng. Colonel Zhou. Wang Wei grasped Colonel Zhou's arm, his voice trembling. This matter must remain confidential. In that moment, Shen Wubing found the two men somewhat amusing. Initially, it had been Colonel Zhou urging Director Wang to keep the secret, and now it was the reverse. It seemed his decision to disclose his secret had indeed been a prudent one. For reality does not dictate that if one possesses outstanding talent, others will envy, conspire against, or even eradicate them. Instead, there exists a group of individuals who will go to great lengths to protect you. They may pave the way for you, and all you need to do is follow that path step by step, leading to a promising future. Shen Wubing believed that should any incident involving Qin Hao occur after today, he would not even need to call Old Master Lin. For Colonel Zhou and Director Wang would not let Qin Hao off the hook. As for Su Changsheng, what could he possibly amount to before these two? Once they voiced their intentions, be it the Dao class or the enforcement team, there would be no refuge for Su Changsheng. Wubbing, you are unwell. You should return and rest properly. Unbeknownst to him, Colonel Zhou's address to Shen Wubbing had grown increasingly intimate. In a couple of days, Colonel Zhou began, but then seemed to recall something. Quickly amending, no, tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have experts from the Awakeners Research Institute come over to thoroughly examine your condition. Thank you, Colonel Zhou. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Wubbing departed the director's office. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered Xie Yu and the others had already returned, animatedly discussing some matter. As soon as they saw Shen Wubbing, they all stood up. Old Third, where did they take you? Xie Yu inquired. I met with the director and a colonel. Shen Wubbing replied candidly, choosing to disclose his awakening to the three of them. However, he was still unclear about his own health, merely stating that he could absorb and bestow diseases. Even so, the three were left dumbfounded. So the hemorrhoids I had that day weren't cured by you, but rather absorbed into yourself? Xie Yu remarked, casting a glance at Shen Wubbing's posterior with a rather affectionate gaze. Don't look at me like that. Shen Wubbing shuddered. Also, your hemorrhoids have been bestowed upon Qin Hao. If you want them back, go to him. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu paused momentarily, then clicked his tongue. To receive my hemorrhoids is indeed an honor for him. I hope he treats them well. This remark incited a burst of laughter within the dormitory. After a moment, Shen Wubbing composed himself and turned to the three, asking, so, how about you three? Have you been selected for the Dao class? Naturally, Xie Yu proclaimed proudly. Though none of us have awakened, we are rare talents in cultivation. Shen Wubbing did not believe a word of it, so he turned to Zhao Xiaodao. Xiaodao, what do you say? Hey, what do you mean by that? Old Third, don't believe Big Brother. Xie Yu protested, visibly displeased. Yet Shen Wubbing continued to focus on Zhao Xiaodao, the most honest among them, though Qian Ming was also a simple soul. He was frequently led astray by Xie Yu, inevitably influenced. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xiaodao who spoke up. Third brother, Xie Lauda is not lying. We indeed have all been selected for the Dao class. Because you are rare talents in cultivation? Shen Wubbing questioned skeptically. Not exactly. Zhao Xiaodao scratched his head awkwardly, then explained, in fact, at least 80 of the students who participated in this selection were chosen for the Dao class. So many? Shen Wubbing was taken aback. This selection must have included at least several thousand students from their academy and nearby schools. If that were the case, how many students would there be in the entire Ice City? What about the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, the whole of Summer Nation? This implies that only 20 of university students in Summer Nation are engaged in regular studies. If everyone is cultivating, who will undertake the future jobs? How will the nation function? Shen Wubbing found this notion rather absurd. Sensing Shen Wubbing's incredulity, Zhao Xiaodao continued to clarify, however, not all Dao class students receive the same treatment. What does that mean? Shen Wubbing inquired. It's simple. Xie Yu interjected, somewhat irritable, it means that Dao class students are also divided into tiers. That girl, Jiang Anqi, mentioned there are 3 ways to qualify for the Dao class. As he spoke, Xie Yu held up 3 fingers. The first is to be an awakener, the second is to be suited for cultivating Dao Ju, and the third is to challenge the military's guardian. I remember. Shen Wubbing nodded thoughtfully. Xie Yu pulled out a cigarette, glanced at Shen Wubbing, then silently broke it in half and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Awakeners are treated like treasures and held in the highest regard. However, the so-called suitability for cultivating Dao Ju is utter nonsense. Old Third, did you know that nearly 8 out of 10 people are deemed suitable for cultivating Dao Ju? I seriously suspect anyone can cultivate. Xie Lauda, how can you speak like that? Qian Ming, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Xie Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reached out to pat the other's shoulder, forcing an awkward smile. I sincerely apologize. Brother, I completely forgot about you. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubbing furrowed his brow. Had the second brother not been selected for the Dao class? Hey, let me tell you something, Xie Yu said, his interest piqued once again. He wrapped an arm around Shen Wubbing's shoulders and gave Qian Ming a thumbs up, exclaiming proudly, our second brother is impressive. What exactly happened? Shen Wubbing was utterly confused. Jiang Anqi mentioned 3 ways to join the Dao class. Right? You are the first, and I and the 4th brother are the second. As he spoke, Xie Yu shot a meaningful glance at Qian Ming, who shyly scratched his head. At this moment, without needing Xie Yu to elaborate. Shen Wubbing understood what had transpired. Qian Ming had defeated the challenger sent by the military department. Indeed, You have no idea how fierce this guy was at that moment, Xiaoyu remarked, giving Qian Ming's shoulder a hearty pat. It was only then that Shen Wubing noticed the slight bruising at the corner of Qian Ming's mouth and the abrasions on his face. The military's challengers would not be particularly strong, as defeating them would be an unattainable goal for students, rendering it meaningless. However, they also wouldn't choose someone too weak, as that would tarnish the military's reputation and dignity. Yet, even the lowest-ranked private from the military, if chosen at random, would be beyond the reach of a few ordinary individuals. Yet, Qian Ming had managed to defeat such an opponent that it must be noted that he had not undergone any professional training. He had simply relied on brute strength to triumph over the military personnel. How formidable he would become if he were to awaken his potential in the future. Chapter 017. To hell with the big shots that evening. To celebrate the successful selection of all four into the Dao class, Xiaoyu reserved a private room at the Lu Wailu restaurant. The four continued drinking late into the night before preparing to return to their dormitory. Naturally, Xiaoyu and Qian Ming were indulging in alcohol, while Shen Wubing and Zhao Xiaodao opted for fruit juice. Zhao Xiaodao's abstention was entirely due to his inability to handle alcohol. During their first group dinner, a single sip had turned him into a flushed figure resembling the god of war, with his entire body blushing. As for Shen Wubing, given his current health condition, consuming even a single drink could potentially be catastrophic, yet no one dared to encourage him to drink. Just as the four were about to leave, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by muffled curses and the sound of a woman weeping. Our young master has taken a liking to you. That is a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. How dare you contact the enforcement team? I am a student of the Dao class. You cannot treat me this way. Both Shen Wubing and Xiaoyu halted in their tracks, recognizing the voice they were all too familiar with. Lin Man? Shen Wubing ventured, testing the waters. Indeed, that is her. Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, determined to charge into the adjacent room. At that moment, a waiter seized Xiaoyu's arm. Young Master Xie, the waiter implored. Shen Wubing and the others had seen this waiter before. He had greeted Xiaoyu during their previous visit. What do you mean? Xiaoyu asked, smiling as he gestured towards the private room. Can't you hear the commotion inside? You're just going to ignore the bullying of a girl happening right outside your establishment? Xiaoyu's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sea. Young Master Xie, it's not that we don't care. It's that we cannot interfere. Inside, there are big shots, people we cannot provoke. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, his countenance growing grave. In this city, are there truly individuals whom you cannot confront? While others might be unaware of the background of the Lu Wailu's proprietors, the CF family, as local power brokers, were well acquainted with the situation. Before the establishment of Lu Wailu, the mysterious owner had approached the CF family to pay respects to Old Master Xie. It was said that the owner hailed from the capital and had connections with the military. His business spanned the nation, with 7 Lu Wailu establishments across the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, each one the most opulent hotel in its locale. If they were individuals who could not be confronted, it implied that even the CF family would find themselves outmatched. You should probably let it go. It's not worth the trouble, the waiter urged once more. Xiaoyu paced back and forth outside the private room, his head bowed, while Shen Wubing remained silent, his expression grave. He had no significant ties with Lin Man. She had once spoken up for him, and in return, he had helped her with her appendicitis. They were essentially even if it were a minor favor. Shen Wubing might assist her, but according to the waiter, the individuals inside were beyond the reach of even Lu Wailu's owner. Even if Lin Leiazizi intervened, it would likely prove troublesome. If he were to speak up, Lin Leiazizi would undoubtedly assist him unconditionally, but he did not wish to cause unnecessary trouble for Lin Man. However, if it were for Xiaoyu, that would be a different matter altogether. Just then, raucous laughter from the men inside mingled with Lin Man's pleas for help. At that moment, Xiaoyu could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. His rage, perhaps his true nature, ultimately triumphed over reason and pragmatic considerations. To hell with the big shots. With a furious exclamation, he forcefully shook off the waiter's grasp and kicked open the door to the private room. Bang! As the door burst open, Shen Wubing and the others finally beheld the scene inside. The round table was strewn with food that had long since fallen to the floor, replaced by Lin Man. Disheveled and subdued by 3 men, while a young man in a white shirt scrutinized Lin Man's curvaceous figure with a smirk, the loud crash startled the 4 within the room, their eyes instantly narrowing with fury. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Man wriggled free from her captors, clutching her chest, and stumbling towards Shen Wubing and the others. Who the hell are you? One man stepped forward, glaring at them. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Xiaoyu ignored him, draping his coat over Lin Man's shoulders, suppressing his rage while striving to keep his tone as gentle as possible. "Are you all right?" Lin Man looked up into Xie Yu's eyes, only to find herself momentarily stunned. She had previously harbored a strong aversion towards him, as his gaze had always been filled with lewd intent. Utterly unmasked, even someone with her ability to read minds could perceive his inappropriate thoughts at a glance. However, in that instant, despite her disheveled state, his eyes held no trace of desire. Only concern and fury directed at her assailants. In that moment, she saw a single thought reflected in Xie Yu's gaze, so overwhelming that it eclipsed all other emotions. Even her mind-reading ability could not uncover any other thoughts. The intensity of that singular thought was simply too powerful. He wanted to kill. "Xie Yu, stop it." Lin Man was somewhat frightened. She had been working part-time at Lu Wailu for some time now, although she was unaware of the owner's background. She understood that he was a significant figure. Even the dignitaries of Ice City had to adhere to the rules here. Yet these four were brazenly creating such a scene, forcing Lu Wailu to remain silent, indicating that their influence exceeded even that of the establishment as owner. If Xie Yu provoked them, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yu was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. "As long as you're unharmed." He then turned to Shenwubing and Zhao Xiaodao, instructing, "Third and fourth brothers, take her back to school. I will handle this matter." Shenwubing pondered for a few seconds before addressing Zhao Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, go ahead and escort Lin Man back." Typically obedient to Xie Yu and Shenwubing, Zhao Xiaodao this time stubbornly shook his head. "I want to go." "Fourth brother." Xie Yu's expression darkened slightly. Even he was uncertain about the outcome of this situation. He did not wish to involve anyone else. He had long since devised a future for Qian Ming, whose family circumstances were not ideal and whose intellect was lacking. His sole strength lay in his fighting ability. Hence, after graduation, he intended to keep Qian Ming by his side, allowing him to witness such scenarios in due time. However, Shenwubing and Zhao Xiaodao were not suited for this path, so he wished to shield them from harm. Seeing Zhao Xiaodao stubbornly bowing his head, remaining silent, Shenwubing sighed in resignation. "All right, young Master Xie, let him stay. He finally has a say in something." Ultimately, at Xie Yu's nod, the waiter escorted Lin Man out of the private room. "Kid, do you even know what you're doing?" The young man in the white shirt chuckled, casually taking a seat as he scrutinized Xie Yu with a smirk. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 018. "It's not a big deal. We'll bear it together." "Are you speaking to me?" Xie Yu pointed to his own nose and grinned. "From childhood to adulthood, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Kid, you might not understand the saying that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens." The shirt man adjusted his collar and continued. "Do you believe that in a moment, you will obediently return that woman to me? Have you lost your mind?" Xie Yu feigned surprise as he inquired. The man in the shirt let out a cold chuckle, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing a number and activating the speakerphone. 2 seconds later, a somewhat sycophantic voice came from the other end. "Young Master Yang, what can I do for you?" Upon hearing this voice, Xie Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Although the tone was markedly different from usual, he recognized it immediately. The head of the Ice City enforcement team, Luo Yin. "I am currently at the Lu Wailu, and I've encountered a bit of trouble. Would it be possible for Captain Luo to make a personal visit?" The man in the shirt may have been seeking the other's consent, but there was an undeniable air of authority in his tone. "Young Master Yang, please hold on. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, the man in the shirt casually tossed his phone aside and turned to Xie Yu. "Do you not need to find some assistance?" Xie Yu did not respond to his query, but rather fell into contemplative silence for a few seconds. Then, he raised his gaze towards the other. "Beijing, surname Yang. What, do you know me?" A look of surprise crossed the face of the man in the shirt. It was quite rare for someone to recognize him in this impoverished corner of the Cold Province. "Not exactly." Xie Yu shook his head. "However, I have heard that the Yang family in Beijing boasts 3 major generals." Upon hearing this, the man referred to as young Master Yang visibly darkened. Unperturbed, Xie Yu continued. "But there is also a notorious wastrel in the Yang family, who enjoys leveraging the prestige of his 3 elder brothers to engage in all manner of misconduct." As he spoke, Xie Yu stepped closer to the man, eyeing the ashen-faced shirt-clad figure, and quietly asked, "Could you be that scion of the Yang family?" At this, the young man named Yang could no longer contain himself and swung his fist towards Xie Yu's face. However, having been conditioned from a young age by his grandfather to train in the military, Xie Yu might not have been a match for Qian Ming, but dealing with a debauched young master was more than within his capabilities. It was as if he had anticipated this move. At the moment the punch was thrown, he swiftly bent down and delivered a powerful uppercut to the young man's abdomen, with just one blow. The young man doubled over and collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, groaning in pain. The three others present changed their expressions at this sight. Two rushed forward to assist him while the third stood before Xiaoyu, glaring intently. Supported by the two, the young man slowly rose. Taking several seconds to recover, he fixed a furious gaze on Xiaoyu, his eyes brimming with a madness akin to a thirst for vengeance. How could he, who ruled with impunity in the entire capital, be struck in a small place like Ice City? Word of this would surely lead to ridicule from those in the capital. With this thought, he spat out 3 words, "Kill him." Upon hearing this command, the burly man standing in front of Xiaoyu showed no hesitation and charged at him with a punch. The force was tremendous, and Xiaoyu could even feel the rush of wind as it swept through his tousled hair. Reacting quickly, he stepped back just in time to evade the blow. Yet, without any pause, the assailant threw another punch. This time, there was no way for Xiaoyu to dodge. Just then, a towering figure stepped in front of him, Qian Meng also raising his fist to meet the incoming blow. Clang, the two fists collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Following this, Qian Meng's massive form was sent staggering backward, crashing into Xiaoyu. Observing this, Shen Wuobing's expression shifted slightly. Though the opponent was robust, he appeared somewhat shorter and frail compared to Qian Meng. Yet, such a physique had unleashed such formidable power, it was truly hard to believe. The man cast a deep glance at Qian Meng, his eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief that his arm had not broken upon absorbing the force of the blow. However, this was merely fleeting surprise, for his target had never been Qian Meng, but Xiaoyu. He then stepped over the fallen Qian Meng and approached Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, still dazed from Qian Meng's impact, had just managed to rise when he saw the muscular man once again standing before him. He first glanced at Qian Meng, who was on the ground clutching his arm in agony. Then a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Ultimately, he had acted impulsively. Although Xiaoyu typically exuded an air of arrogance and impulsiveness, he was, in fact, a remarkably cautious individual in his youth, when Ice City was not dominated solely by the Xie family. The environment was rife with danger and treachery. As the sole heir of the Xie family, he had endured countless assassination attempts, which had ingrained in him a nature of vigilance. Just days ago, when he sought trouble with Qin Hao, he appeared rash, but had actually contacted Lao Hu beforehand, for he understood he lacked the confidence to defeat the awakened one. Yet, this time, he had indeed acted recklessly. Despite his reputation as a womanizer, he would never force himself upon any woman. The men he despised most were those who resorted to coercion against women, just as Xiaoyu felt that his demise was imminent. Shen Wuobing unexpectedly approached him, handkerchief covering his mouth, and smiled at him before stepping in front of him. "Third brother, you." Xiaoyu opened his mouth, but his voice caught in his throat. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Was it truly worth it for a Lin man? Meanwhile, Shen Wuobing's pale face bore a nonchalant smile as he turned to look at him, speaking with a hint of frailty. "It has nothing serious. We brothers will endure together." With that, he turned to face the imposing man, extending his hand. "I am Shen Wuobing." The muscular man paused momentarily, but seeing Shen Wuobing's frail appearance, he retracted his fist and shook hands with him. "I am Zhuang Lei." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a stabbing pain in his lower abdomen. He quickly withdrew his hand, clutching his abdomen. "Zhuang Lei, what are you doing?" The young man named Yang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel incensed, shouting, "Why are you not moving swiftly? Kill him. Anyone who dares to obstruct us, join in the attack. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Chapter 019. Unyielding Cancer, Trigeminal Neuralgia. "Young Master Yang." The man named Zhuang Lei, clutching his abdomen, attempted to articulate something, but upon seeing the darkened expression on the other's face, he ultimately steeled himself, clenching his fists. Observing this, Shen Wuobing was somewhat astonished. The affliction he had absorbed from Lin Man should have been acute appendicitis. Lin Man had once struggled to even walk, and even Shen Wuobing, accustomed to pain, had taken time to adjust after absorbing it. Yet, this man was not only suppressing his pain but was still capable of fighting. It seemed he had been too soft-hearted. With this thought, Shen Wuobing's gaze turned icy. He rapidly searched his mind for a disease that could incapacitate someone in a short time. And soon he settled on one known as unyielding cancer. Without hesitation, Shen Wuobing stepped forward and threw a punch at the opponent. Zhuang Lei. This punch seemed full of openings and utterly lacking in power. At that moment, he envisioned 100 ways to swiftly defeat Shen Wuobing. However, due to the pain in his abdomen, his reaction was noticeably sluggish. Even so, he managed to slightly sidestep Shen Wuobing's punch, countering with a strike to Shen Wuobing's abdomen. The moment his fist made contact, Shen Wuobing gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and activated his bestowal. In the next instant, Shen Wubing staggered backwards several steps, barely remaining on his feet with Xiaoyu's support. "Third brother, are you all right?" Xiaoyu asked, concern etched across his face. He was acutely aware of Shen Wubing's physical condition, although he rarely expressed concern verbally. He had often reached out to connect him with hospitals. His father was deeply immersed in medicine, and the CF family's hospitals were plentiful throughout Ice City. Yet, every renowned physician who had examined Shen Wubing's condition had only shaken their heads, expressing their inability to help. Zhuang Lei's punch could even incapacitate Qian Ming. For Shen Wubing to have taken the hit, it was likely he would suffer grievously. Shen Wubing retched a few times, then shook his head. "I'm fine." Afterward, he raised his gaze to Zhuang Lei. Simultaneously, Zhuang Lei felt a sudden and intense pain radiating from the right side of his face, a sensation akin to being cut, burned, and electrocuted. It was an unbearable agony. In that moment, Zhuang Lei felt as though he was living a fate worse than death. Coughing violently, Shen Wubing's complexion grew even paler. Trigeminal neuralgia. This affliction had been absorbed from an elderly man he had encountered about a year ago, who had been contemplating taking his life by the river. After rescuing him, Shen Wubing learned that the man suffered from trigeminal neuralgia, a condition known as unyielding cancer. Each episode was accompanied by excruciating pain, recognized by the medical community as the most painful condition in the world, even surpassing the pain of childbirth. According to statistics, among the individuals who succumb to despair each year, 20-30 suffer from trigeminal neuralgia. Highlighting the terrifying nature of this affliction, even Shen Wubing, who had long been tormented by pain, required nearly half a month to acclimate to this sensation of suffering. The feeling is, indeed, more excruciating than death itself. Zhuang Lei bent down, pressing his hand against his face as the sudden and intense pain coursed through him, inducing waves of dizziness and extinguishing any remaining desire to fight. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's face briefly reflected confusion before he turned to glance at Shen Wubing. Yet he refrained from uttering further words. Across from them, Yang Xiao exhibited an expression of displeasure. "Zhuang Lei, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and finish him off." Due to the excruciating pain in his face, Zhuang Lei could barely speak. Merely opening his mouth brought forth a sharp tearing sensation. All he could do was cover his face and await the abatement of the torment. Shen Wubing, equally pale and feeble, urged, "Xiao Laoda, take action, do not delay." Although trigeminal neuralgia is unbearable, it generally does not persist for long. Some episodes may last several minutes or even a dozen, while shorter episodes typically dissipate within 10 seconds. However, they can occur multiple times within a day, sometimes even exceeding 100 episodes. Thus, they must incapacitate their opponent before the pain subsides. Upon hearing Shen Wubing's words, Xiaoyu reacted without hesitation, advancing towards Zhuang Lei and delivering a powerful punch to his temple. Zhuang Lei staggered and fell to the ground, but Xiaoyu was relentless, seizing a chair nearby and bringing it down heavily upon Zhuang Lei's head. At this moment, Zhuang Lei was utterly devoid of the will to resist. The pain inflicted by Xiaoyu seemed trivial compared to the agony in his face, and he even wished for his opponent to render him unconscious. Yang Xiao and the other two instinctively recoiled as they witnessed Xiaoyu repeatedly strike Zhuang Lei with the chair. He had only brought Zhuang Lei as a henchman on this outing, while the other two were merely there for entertainment and flattery. In terms of combat, they paled in comparison to Yang Xiao. This was not due to Yang Xiao's carelessness, for with his status, he was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Owing to the Yang family's formidable reputation, few dared to offend him in the entirety of Xia country. Moreover, with Zhuang Lei by his side, it was rare for anyone to pose a threat to him, given that Zhuang Lei was an awakened individual possessing formidable combat skills as Iron Fist. However, today, Zhuang Lei seemed inexplicably afflicted, having been bested by several young opponents. Half a minute later, panting heavily, Xiaoyu tossed aside the scattered chair and looked down at the curled-up Zhuang Lei, mockingly exclaiming, "Damn, you're tough to beat." As he spoke, Xiaoyu wiped the blood from his hands and approached Yang Xiao with a smirk. "What are you doing?" Yang Xiao pointed at Xiaoyu, clearly lacking his previous confidence. "I hail from the Yang family in Kyoto. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Besides, the captain of the enforcement team for my city is on his way. Think it through." The Yang family in Kyoto is indeed formidable. Xiaoyu chuckled, raising an eyebrow at him. "But if I choose not to move against you now, will you let me off the hook?" Before Yang Xiao could respond, a man beside him, perceiving Xiaoyu's words as a sign of weakness, admonished, "Kneel and apologize to Yang Xiao, then cripple one of your hands, and he might forgive you." Ha! Xiaoyu laughed in anger, looking at the man as though he were a fool. "You truly seek death." With that, he ignored the man and turned back to Yang Xiao. "Since I've offended you anyway, might as well offend you completely." What do you say? Yang Xiao wanted to say more, but was suddenly struck by a searing pain across his face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the private room, rendering it silent for several seconds. Even Yang Xiao was taken aback that Xiaoyu dared to strike him, especially with such a humiliating slap. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside the room, and before anyone could see who was coming, an anxious voice called out, Yang Xiao, Yang Xiao. Hearing this voice, a glint of malevolence flashed in Yang Xiao's previously panicked eyes. He fixed AF. After finishing his words, he glanced at Yang Xiao, only to be unexpectedly met with a faint smile and a nod from the latter, as if acknowledging him. But why would the other party greet him? 20 minutes later, en route to the enforcement team, the vehicle contained only the driver and the 4 individuals from Shen Wubing's dormitory. Xia Laoda, there's something off about that Yang, Shen Wubing said in a hushed tone. Xiaoyu paused briefly before inquiring. What seems amiss? He's just a second-generation military scion from Kyoto. It may not be that simple. Shen Wubing shook his head, revealing no surprise at Luo Yan's attitude towards him. Furthermore, none of us mentioned your name. Yet he accurately called you by it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's brows furrowed instantly. The people in their dorm habitually referred to him as Xia Laoda, rarely using his full name, while Luo Yan consistently addressed him as Xia Xiaoyi. But how could the other party know his name? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu realized that this was likely not a mere coincidence. Is this a trap? He turned to Shen Wubing, tentatively asking, is it aimed at me, perhaps not directed at you? Shen Wubing shook his head and murmured, but rather at your Xia family. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, disbelief evident in his voice as he said, does that playboy truly possess such cunning? Though I'm not well acquainted with the Yang family, it's clear their lineage is not simple. Having lived in such a prominent family for years, unless one is a fool, they would inevitably develop some shrewdness. Of course, this is merely my speculation. We will have to observe his subsequent actions, Shen Wubing added. Understood, I will be cautious in my approach, Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Shortly thereafter, both Xiaoyu and Shen Wubing made phone calls. Xiaoyu naturally reached out to his grandfather, the formidable Xia Wuyi, who had ruled I City for years. In contrast, Shen Wubing did not contact Old Master Lin but instead called Jiang Anqi, instructing her to relay the matter to Colonel Zhou Dao. Offending the Yang family is certainly no trivial matter. Logically, it would have been more prudent for Shen Wubing to seek Old Master Lin's counsel. However, he wished to gauge how far Colonel Zhou would go for him, as this would affect his future trust in the man. Approximately another 20 minutes later, the vehicle gradually came to a halt, bringing them to the headquarters of the Ice City enforcement team. Rather than being taken, it felt more like they were being invited. After all, in Luo Yan's eyes, whether it was the Xia family, a local power, or the Yang family, a formidable force, neither was someone he could afford to offend. That he needed to handle this situation with utmost care, striving to satisfy both parties. Offending either side would surely make his future difficult. Upon arriving at the enforcement team, and after obtaining permission from Xiaoyu and Yang Xiao, Luo Yan led them to separate interrogation rooms according to protocol. However, while Shen Wubing and the others were taken to a real interrogation room, Xiaoyu and Yang Xiao were escorted to 2 private offices. It was Shen Wubing's first visit to the enforcement team, and he couldn't help but curiously survey his surroundings. The room was dimly lit, and he sat in the central chair. However, following Luo Yan's instructions, the enforcement team members in charge of the interrogation did not restrain him with handcuffs. Soon after, a male and a female enforcement officer entered, the woman carrying a cup of hot tea which she placed before Shen Wubing. Thank you. Shen Wubing nodded slightly. No need to thank me. You probably have nothing to worry about. The woman returned to her seat and said, ultimately, this matter hinges on the attitudes of the Xia family and the significant figure involved. Your presence here is merely a formality. Shen Wubing smiled but chose not to elaborate. This situation might be far more complex than it appeared. For some reason, he sensed that the young man named Yang was likely not the so-called playboy he seemed. Perhaps he possessed a depth of character that was yet to be revealed. Thus, the 3 individuals in the interrogation room sat in silence for nearly 10 minutes, neither party showing any inclination to commence the questioning. After 10 minutes, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened slightly. The person entering was neither Zhou Dao nor anyone from the Xia family, but rather the young man named Yang. The captain has asked you to step outside. Yang Xiao instructed the 2 enforcement team members. They appeared taken aback momentarily but ultimately complied, casting a sympathetic glance at Shen Wubing as they departed. The ongoing power play seemed to have reached a conclusion. The arrival of Yang rather than Xia sufficed to indicate the outcome. As the door to the interrogation room closed again, Yang Xiao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he turned to Shen Wubing and said, "The matter has been resolved that I am Xia Wu's only grandson. I will extend this courtesy. However, as for you all," that he paused meaningfully, locking eyes with Shen Wubing. "Yang Xiao, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Shen Wubing replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean by that? Firstly, I know better than you what kind of person Xie Yu is," Shen Wubing began. "Secondly, we have all passed the Dao Ban selection and will report to Dao Ban tomorrow. Even if you wish to manipulate us, it won't be as simple as a few words." "Interesting," Yang Xiao chuckled, seemingly more intrigued by Shen Wubing. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Xiao from the Yang family of Kyoto." His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Shen Wubing regarded him, uncertain of the man's true intentions, yet responded nonchalantly, "Shen Wubing." "Shen Wubing," Yang Xiao echoed, nodding in satisfaction. "A fine name indeed." If Yang Xiao has something to convey, please do so directly. Shen Wubing coughed lightly and feebly remarked, "I am not in good health and cannot linger here for idle chatter." "Very well." Yang Xiao plopped down into the chair opposite him. Continuing, "Then I shall be brief. Are you aware why Dao Ban has suddenly opened its doors for enrollment?" Shen Wubing found himself momentarily perplexed by this abrupt question. He had assumed Yang's actions were merely a ploy against the Xie family, targeting Xie Yu. However, it now seemed that Yang's motives were far more intricate. Noticing Shen Wubing's silence, Yang Xiao pressed on. "A month ago, a city in America suffered a terrorist attack. Reliable sources indicate there were only 10 assailants. Yet they inflicted hundreds of casualties. Such incidents are hardly novel in America," Shen Wubing remarked wearily. "They targeted the city's enforcement team, and they wielded only 3 firearms." Yang Xiao gestured with 3 fingers in front of Shen Wubing's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's brow furrowed. 10 individuals armed with 3 guns attacking an enforcement team and causing hundreds of casualties. That was nearly impossible, unless... Exactly. Yang Xiao seemed to anticipate Shen Wubing's thoughts, interrupting him to clarify, "Those 10 individuals were all awakened ones. Moreover, their abilities were formidable." Seeing Shen Wubing remain silent, Yang Xiao continued, "Last week, a bank heist occurred in a small county in Yun province. With only one perpetrator, surveillance footage revealed that this individual carried no tools but managed to slice open an ATM, making off with over 70,000 yuan. He went on to recount several other incidents, each involving criminal acts committed by awakened ones. After hearing Yang Xiao's account, Shen Wubing fell into a contemplative silence before finally asking, "What are you telling me this for?" "I haven't finished," Yang Xiao interjected. Continuing, "According to reliable information, numerous awakened organizations have emerged both domestically and internationally. Some countries with relatively weak military power are experiencing political instability. Leaving aside international affairs, I am aware of at least 3 awakened organizations within our borders." He paused momentarily before elaborating. "The first is the Poker Organization. They are the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the country, responsible for 70% of the narcotics circulating domestically. After the emergence of awakened ones 3 years ago, their leader began aggressively recruiting them to work for the organization, offering unimaginable benefits. The military has attempted multiple crackdowns, but due to their elusive headquarters, they have only managed to dismantle minor operations, which quickly revive. They have tried to infiltrate with undercover agents, but each time, the agents were discovered. The fate of those exposed is not something I need to elaborate on, is it? But do you know why none of those undercover efforts have succeeded?" "Why?" Shen Wubing inquired, curiosity piqued. "Because there is a mind reader within the Poker Organization." Chapter 022, The Sword-Wielding Elder of Baichao Hall. The ability of mind reading hardly requires my elaboration, does it? Yang Xiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Shen Wubing. "I am in the late stages of lung cancer. I cannot smoke," Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. Yang Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he somewhat incredulously reclaimed the cigarette, subsequently removing the one he had already placed in his mouth, unlit. "Lung cancer? In its advanced stages?" Yang Xiao found this quite absurd. "It's nothing. I won't die," Shen Wubing assured him with a shake of his head. "Is it even possible to survive advanced lung cancer?" Yang Xiao felt even more incredulous. However, upon considering that the other party might be a powerful awakened one, he found solace in the thought. "Please, continue," he urged. Shen Wubing, intrigued by Yang Xiao's words, was drawn into a realm he had never encountered before. Yang Xiao gazed at Shen Wubing with growing interest for several seconds before continuing. Due to the existence of mind reading, the military has been utterly incapable of dealing with the Poker Organization. which has grown increasingly brazen. In the past 2 years, the amount of drugs seized in the market has surged by over 30% compared to previous years. Does the military not possess mind-reading abilities? Shen Wuobing queried, somewhat puzzled. He had not encountered many awakened individuals, yet among those he knew was Lin Man, who had the ability of mind-reading. It seemed that mind-reading was not an exceptionally rare skill. They certainly have it, Yang Xiao replied with a wry smile, then explained, the military has attempted to employ mind-reading on captured drug traffickers, yet they glean nothing, not even the existence of the poker organization. Have they not managed to apprehend even a single member of the poker organization over the years? Shen Wuobing inquired. They have, and more than one, Yang Xiao said, shaking his head in resignation. However, the first thing they do upon capture is blind themselves. Upon hearing this, Shen Wuobing nodded in realization. Mind reading required eye contact, but what if the person was blind? After a brief silence, Yang Xiao continued, the second organization is called Wolf Alliance. It is essentially a mafia group. And the military, along with local law enforcement, has begun to keep a close watch on them. However, they have yet to gather conclusive evidence. I believe they will soon cease to exist. As for the third organization, Yang Xiao's expression grew somewhat complex, as if he were at a loss for words to describe it. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. This organization is known as Baichao Hall. Upon hearing the name Baichao Hall, Shen Wuobing's pupils contracted sharply, though his expression quickly returned to normal. This organization is shrouded in mystery, with a peculiar modus operandi. They are not numerous, yet their strength is formidable, and most importantly, they are quite eccentric. This time, Shen Wuobing refrained from pressing further, seemingly indifferent to the organization in question. Observing Shen Wuobing's demeanor, Yang Xiao remarked, do not underestimate this organization. My primary reason for traveling to Ice City is indeed related to Baichao Hall. Shen Wuobing's heart skipped a beat at this declaration. But he maintained an air of nonchalance as he queried, is Baichao Hall so formidable that it compelled young Master Yang to journey all the way from Kyoto to Ice City? Their power surpasses our understanding. Yang Xiao shook his head, as if recalling something. After a long pause, he finally spoke. About a week ago, my mother fell ill with a strange disease, and after exhausting numerous hospitals without success, I heard of a reclusive divine doctor reputed to excel in treating this affliction. However, upon my arrival, I learned that this doctor had been taken away by someone from Baichao Hall, prompting me to send someone after him. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly complex, and he fell silent for a prolonged duration. Nearly 2 minutes, before exhaling a deep breath and stating, at that time, I did not follow that it was said that the individual wore a long robe, exuding an ethereal presence, and carried a long sword upon his back. With just a slight movement of his finger, the sword flew from its sheath and effortlessly severed the rifles of 12 military personnel in the blink of an eye. What? Shen Wuobing's expression shifted. Was this truly an awakened individual? This seemed more akin to a celestial being from a fantasy novel. Although I did not witness the scene firsthand, I later examined their rifles, and the cuts were so precise that it was evident they had been sliced by a sharp blade. Yang Xiao said, his expression deepening. Was it object manipulation? Shen Wuobing inquired. I cannot say. Yang Xiao shook his head. However, if it were object manipulation, the mastery over such an ability would be truly terrifying. After uttering these words, the interrogation room fell into silence once more, both individuals lost in their thoughts. Yang Xiao pondered how he might encounter the individual again, while Shen Wuobing's mind was far from the calm facade he presented. He had initially believed that the Baichao Hall concocted by the old Lin was merely a gathering of patients or healers. How was it that there existed an elder capable of wielding a sword? More importantly, was this permissible in Xia country? Would the military, once they dealt with the Wolf Alliance and poker organization, inadvertently eliminate Baichao Hall as well? If so, would he, as the nominal leader, not suffer an undeserved calamity? At that moment, Yang Xiao broke the silence, interrupting Shen Wuobing's musings. Having shared so much, what are your thoughts, me? Shen Wuobing was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. I have no particular thoughts. These matters seem unrelated to me. Then I shall be forthright. Yang Xiao straightened in his seat, his demeanor turning serious. I wish to establish an organization of awakened individuals. Would you be interested in joining me? Forming an organization of awakened individuals? Shen Wuobing felt a twinge of surprise. Did the military permit the private formation of such organizations? Such matters cannot be entirely prohibited, Yang Xiao replied with a slight smile. Returning to the initial question, do you know why the military has allowed Dao schools to recruit comprehensively? Is it not due to the Dao formula? Shen Wuobing countered. Upon hearing these two words, Yang Xiao paused. Seemingly recalling something. It appears the CF family holds considerable influence in Ice City. Even aware of the Dao formula, Xin Wubing chose not to elaborate. Yang Xiao continued, the Dao formula is but one aspect. The more significant reason is that many awakened organizations will emerge both domestically and internationally in the near future. And the military requires a dedicated organization to confront them. Is that so? Xin Wubing nodded, deep in thought. So, will you consider it? Yang Xiao's face bore a gentle smile as he regarded Xin Wubing. Chapter 023, a single shot to solve it all. Why me? Xin Wubing asked. Because your ability is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Yang Xiao's expression grew serious, and with earnestness, he inquired, could you tell me the name of your awakened ability? Xin Wubing cast a complex glance at him, his brow instinctively furrowing. Yang Xiao was indeed as he had surmised. The so-called playboy was either a rumor or a fade he deliberately presented to others. The name is Affliction of Illness. Xin Wubing hesitated for a moment before divulging the name of his awakened ability. Affliction of Illness? Yang Xiao paused, then scrutinized Xin Wubing anew, nodding in acknowledgement that it certainly aligns with your essence. Xin Wubing refrained from explaining his ability further and, with earnestness, looked at Yang Xiao, stating, in comparison to you, I am more inclined to trust the military, so I will not join you. Yang Xiao regarded Xin Wubing with a knowing gaze for a considerable time before smiling and saying, very well, I understand. I shall instruct Luo Yin shortly, and you will be free to leave. As he stood to depart, Xin Wubing called out to him, wait, Yang Xiao paused, turning to face Xin Wubing. Is there something else? Regarding Xiaoyu, Xin Wubing began, but Yang Xiao interrupted, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the CF family. That is a matter between them and me. At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and smiled, saying, my purpose in coming to Ice City was indeed related to Baijiao Hall, yet I have received no news from them despite being here for several days. However, since I am here, I cannot return empty-handed. Yet, he abruptly shifted his tone, continuing, if you would agree to join me, I might consider relinquishing my pursuit of the CF family. After all, in my view, the entirety of the CF family may not compare to you. Upon hearing these words, Xin Wubing was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Yang Xiao would hold him in such high regard. It was important to note that there were numerous awakened individuals within Xia country, and he himself was still uncertain of his capabilities. Yet Yang Xiao was willing to forsake the entire CF family for his sake. This display of resolve and his adeptness at recruitment were sufficient to illustrate that Yang Xiao was far from a mere playboy. Yang Xiao lingered at the door for a moment, and upon seeing Xin Wubing's silence, he left the interrogation room, somewhat disappointed. Not long after his departure, the two law enforcement officers re-entered, and the woman announced, Xin Wubing, you are free to go. Where's my phone? Xin Wubing inquired. Here. The woman retrieved the phone from a nearby table and handed it back to Xin Wubing. After accepting the device, Xin Wubing did not have the chance to express his gratitude. He promptly exited the interrogation room. Before he could dial a number, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xin Wubing pressed the answer button. Wubing, I have arrived at the law enforcement team's entrance. Where are you? I am on my way to find you, he heard. Xin Wubing exchanged a few casual remarks and then hung up the phone as he made his way towards the exit. As he stepped outside, he noticed a military-registered jeep parked by the roadside. Xin Wubing approached it. Wubing, get in, came the voice from the passenger side as the window rolled down, revealing Jiang Anqi's stunning face. Who waved at him? Xin Wubing opened the door and discovered three familiar faces inside. Alongside Jiang Anqi in the passenger seat was Colonel Zhou Dao in the back, while the young man driving, whom Xin Wubing recognized from the selection for the training class, was likely named Tang Song. Wubing, what on earth happened? Zhou Dao asked, turning to Xin Wubing. Colonel Zhou, do you know Yang Xiao? Xin Wubing got straight to the point. Yang Xiao? Zhou Dao pondered for a few moments before shaking his head, indicating he had no recollection. He then glanced at Jiang Anqi, who was sucking on a lollipop in the passenger seat, and asked, Anqi, do you know this person? I know Yang Xiao, the bright left envoy of the Ming sect. Jiang Anqi replied vaguely. Zhou Dao shot her an irritated glare, then turned his attention back to Xin Wubing. Wubing, do you have a conflict with this individual? Sort of, Xin Wubing replied after a moment's contemplation that he then recounted the recent events in detail to Zhou Dao, without any concealment, since he sought assistance. Honesty was the least he owed the other party. The Yang family from Kyoto? Zhou Dao expressed mild surprise. Jiang Anqi in the front seat straightened, turning to Shen Wubing with a different focus than Zhou Dao's. Are you saying that the young with that surname is coming for the Baichao Hall? Noticing Jiang Anqi's reaction, Shen Wubing was taken aback and curiously asked, "You know about Baichao Hall?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao looked at her with confusion. Sensing their scrutiny, Jiang Anqi awkwardly retreated, waving her hand dismissively. "I have no idea about Baichao Hall. I was just curious about what kind of abilities the old immortal who can manipulate swords has awakened." Both Shen Wubing and Zhou Dao immediately sensed something amiss with her, but neither pressed the issue further. Shen Wubing spoke up, "Colonel Zhou, Xiaoyu is my brother. He has taken good care of me during these 2 years in the dormitory, and I cannot turn my back on him." Zhou Dao hesitated visibly. The influence of the Yang family from Kyoto was formidable, even within the military, not to mention Xie family, the local tyrants of Bingqing. Even he, a colonel, would not hold much weight in their eyes. What is so difficult about this? At that moment, Jiang Anqi turned back to the two. "Hey, you have a plan?" Shen Wubing was somewhat surprised. If even Colonel Zhou found the situation tricky, what could Jiang Anqi possibly do? "Of course," Jiang Anqi declared proudly, "you treat me to 3 meals. Realizing this sounded a bit unbalanced, she quickly amended, "No, make it 5 meals at Luolu. And I'll help you resolve this. If you can truly resolve this matter, I will treat you to a month's worth of Luolu." Shen Wubing replied, recalling how he had once assisted a renowned businessman who had given him a card rumored to be a global unlimited black card. "Deal," Jiang Anqi exclaimed, opening the car door as if to leave. "What are you doing?" Shen Wubing and Zhou Dao questioned in unison. "Going to resolve this matter for you," Jiang Anqi stated matter-of-factly. "How do you intend to resolve it?" Zhou Dao's expression darkened as he sensed Jiang Anqi's implication. As expected, Jiang Anqi confidently stated, "I'll just go in and shoot him. That should settle the matter." "Shut your mouth," Zhou Dao snapped at Jiang Anqi. Jiang Anqi merely shrugged, unfazed. "Wubing, although this matter is a bit complicated," Zhou Dao pondered for a moment, then shifted his tone. "He is not like his 3 major general brothers. Without a military rank, he does not represent the entire Yang family. Moreover, we are not in Kyoto. We are in Bingqing." A fierce glint flickered in Zhou Dao's eyes. If the other party insisted on stirring trouble, he was more than willing to teach them a lesson. After all, Shen Wubing, who was afflicted by disease, was crucial to him. He represented hope for the entire military in Bingqing. Over the years, due to geographical limitations, the development of the 3 provinces in Hanzhou had not been particularly favorable. With the advent of the awakened era, the number of awakened individuals in Hanzhou paled in comparison to some southern cities. Consequently, the Hanzhou military had been facing significant headaches. During a recent military exercise with Qingzhou, they suffered a crushing defeat. Now that he had finally discovered a promising talent, the Yang family from Kyoto wanted to undermine him. This was no longer just about helping the Xie family. Given Yang Zhao's interest in Shen Wubing, he had to confront this situation directly. Although Yang Zhao had a background, Zhou Dao had not idled away his 20 years in the military. With this thought in mind, Zhou Dao no longer hesitated and opened the car door. "Wubing, let us go meet this ambitious young master from the Yang family." After the 4 exited the vehicle and approached the law enforcement team's entrance, Luo Yan, having received news, had already come out to greet them. Upon seeing the military insignia on Zhou Dao's shoulder, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. "What misfortune has befallen me today? Just dealing with the Yang and Xie families has left me overwhelmed. And now there's a colonel-level military figure," he thought. "Colonel Zhou, may I inquire about your purpose here?" Luo Yan asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his voice lacking vigor. "My name is Zhou Dao, Colonel of the Hanzhou military. I am now fully responsible for all matters pertaining to the training class in Bingqing," Zhou Dao replied sternly, fixing his gaze upon Luo Yan. "I have heard that there was a conflict involving students from the training class at Luolu. So I came to investigate. Do. It's you, Colonel Zhou. How could I trouble you with such a trivial matter?" Luo Yan's face broke into a sycophantic smile. This. Zhou Dao's brows furrowed. "In matters concerning the training class. How can it be deemed trivial?" Yes, Colonel Zhou is right." Luo Yan quickly nodded, his demeanor shifting. Indeed, the Summer Nation placed immense importance on training classes and awakened individuals, but merely a minor conflict should not warrant a high-ranking official's personal visit. He involuntarily glanced at the sickly young man standing behind Zhou Dao, suspecting that the young man's status was likely more significant than being merely Xiaoyu's lackey, especially since Yang Zhao had just spoken with him for a considerable time. Soon, the 4 were led into a private office by Luo Yan. Inside, Xiaoyu was casually lounging, fiddling with his phone. Upon noticing Shen Wubing and the others enter, he quickly stood up. "Third brother, why haven't you returned yet?" he asked, shooting a glare at Luo Yan. "Captain Luo, do you truly disregard me, Xiaoyu? Did you not say my brother had already left?" Luo Yan wore a pained expression, opting not to answer Xiaoyu's question, instead signaling him to observe Zhou Dao's presence. Only then did Xiaoyu notice the three individuals with Shen Wubing. He first glanced at Zhou Dao's insignia, then a smile crept across his face. "Ah, Colonel Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you." "You know me?" Zhou Dao replied, somewhat surprised. He had primarily been stationed within the military, and only recently had he come to Bingcheng after being appointed as the training class leader. Having had little interaction with outsiders, there are only a handful of colonels in the Hanzhou military, and you are the only young and handsome one, Xiaoyu complimented with a grin. Zhou Dao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter at "Ha ha ha. You're quite the charmer, just like your grandfather." Xiaoyu laughed again. Hearing the two exchange pleasantries, Jiang Anqi rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "You two carry on. I'll just wander around." This. Luo Yan appeared troubled. The law enforcement team was not a place one could wander freely. However, seeing that Zhou Dao had not objected, he sensed her status might be exceptional and opted to remain silent. After leaving the office, Jiang Anqi unwrapped a piece of lollipop while glancing around. She soon positioned herself in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number. Once connected, she spoke directly. "People from the Yang family are eyeing Baichao Hall, and it's regarding Zui Yichao." 2 minutes later, Jiang Anqi hung up the phone and began to meander through the enforcement team. Lollipop in her mouth, as she passed by the doorway of an office, she retraced her steps, peering through the crack in the door to catch a glimpse inside. A slight smile crept onto her lips before she pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Yang Xiao was seated in a chair, contemplating how to leverage this incident to bring the CF family under his control. He had originally come to Bing City to seek out the elderly figure from Bai Keitang, who had the ability to ride the sword, but after several fruitless days, his standing within the family had become increasingly precarious. His three older brothers had all risen to the rank of major general in the military. In this peaceful era devoid of war, their careers had reached their zenith. If he wished to enter the military, no matter how exceptional he was, his achievements would never surpass those of his brothers. The military would never allow the Yang family to produce another major general, as one family with three was the absolute limit. Thus, if he aspired to achieve anything noteworthy, he would have to carve out a different path. As joining the military was utterly out of the question, subsequently, he set his sights on the awakened. If he could command a formidable group of them, no one in the Yang family would dare to belittle him. And he could successfully shed the label of a wastrel. When he saw the neatly severed gun barrels under his command, he resolved to bring that elder under his wing. However, after days of searching, he had not only failed to uncover any information about the elder, but he also had no leads on the Bai Keitang organization. Reluctantly, he had to settle for a secondary target, the CF family. Thus, he devised a scheme specifically for Xiaoyu. His initial plan was for Zhuang Lei to teach Xiaoyu a lesson, and then, under the pretext of Xiaoyu offending him, he would coerce the CF family into serving him. But unexpectedly, a certain Shen Wubing had intervened, defeating Zhuang Lei by unknown means, leaving Zhuang Lei in a dire state even now. Just then, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Yang Xiao's gaze fell upon a young girl clad in camouflage combat attire. Her flawless, jade-like visage instantly captivating his attention. Though she possessed the delicate beauty of a refined lady, there was a hint of uncommon valor in her brow that evoked a powerful desire for conquest with just a single glance. "Are you Yang Xiao?" Jiang Anqi inquired with a smile. "A beauty recognizes me?" Yang Xiao replied, slightly taken aback. "Are you searching for Bai Keitang?" Jiang Anqi did not respond to his question, instead posing another. Chapter 025. Bai Keitang. Nanling Yaohua. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's pupils constricted slightly, and he straightened in his seat, fixing his gaze intently on Jiang Anqi, his voice sinking to a low murmur. "Do you know of Bai Keitang?" "Not only do I know, but I am also a member of Bai Keitang," Jiang Anqi said, her smile unwavering. "What?" Yang Xiao stood up from his chair, scrutinizing Jiang Anqi anew. After a moment, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he exclaimed, "Good, splendid. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. I have finally found you." With that, he grasped Jiang Anqi's shoulders, his breath quickening. "Take me to meet your leader." Jiang Anqi glanced at his hands resting on her shoulders, furrowing her brow. However, she did not shy away. Instead, she replied coolly, "Members of Bai Keitang do not know each other's identities, and as for our leader, I have never even met them. Then how can we contact them? Yang Xiao pressed. Jiang Anqi shook her head in silence. Yang Xiao frowned, then spoke in a grave tone. Since you have come to see me and revealed your identity, it indicates that Bai Keitang is inclined to cooperate with me. His expression shifted, turning cold as he continued. Is this your stance on cooperation? Cooperation? Jiang Anqi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I believe you are mistaken. We do not intend to collaborate with you. Jiang Anqi shook her head. Then, with a smile, explained, the reason I share this with you is to enlighten you. What did you say? Yang Zhao's face paled instantly. Also, my code name in Bai Keitang is Nanling Yaohua. Jiang Anqi leaned slightly forward, whispering into his ear. Nanling Yaohua, also known as Lao Gu Wang, is a type of herbal medicine that can treat numerous ailments. But the entire plant is toxic. Not only the fruit is poisonous, but even the roots and stems are highly toxic. The flower language, redemption. After uttering these words, Jiang Anqi finally removed his hands from her shoulders. Following that, to Yang Zhao's astonishment, she tore her clothes, revealing a patch of her snow-white shoulder. What are you doing? At that moment, Yang Xiao was devoid of any inclination to appreciate the alluring scene, as he sensed that she must have some ulterior motive. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi smiled and said, You assaulted me. What? Yang Xiao was momentarily at a loss. But in the next second, Jiang Anqi had drawn a silver-white pistol from her holster, the cold muzzle aimed squarely at his forehead. Before Yang Xiao could utter a word, a burst of flames erupted. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire echoed within the enforcement team, startling everyone. At that moment, Zhou Dao, upon hearing the gunfire, sprang to his feet, his first instinct being to glance around. He then turned to Tang Song and asked, Where's Jiang Anqi? Tang Song hesitated, then seemed to realize something and quickly replied, She said she was going out for a stroll. This is bad. Zhou Dao could no longer afford to consider anything else. He hurriedly pushed open the office door and rushed toward the direction of the gunfire. Behind him, Luo Yan's face had turned ashen, as his assessment indicated that the gunfire had originated from Yang Zhao's office. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on his back. When they arrived at the door of the office where the gunfire had sounded, they found a crowd of enforcement team members gathered outside, all wearing troubled expressions. Upon seeing Luo Yan, one of them hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. Immediately, Luo Yan's expression darkened further, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing. At that moment, Jiang Anqi slowly emerged from the crowd, adjusting her torn clothing as she muttered to herself, What a pity. Jiang Anqi. Zhou Dao attempted to maintain a calm tone, cautiously asking, Was that gunshot from you? He fixed his gaze on Jiang Anqi's eyes, desperately wishing to hear the word no escape her lips. However, the reality was destined to disappoint him. It was me. He attempted to assault me, and I was merely defending myself, Jiang Anqi stated, pulling out her phone and searching for a few seconds before declaring. According to Article 21 of the new law of Xiagua, when an awakened individual is under threat to their life, they may use their abilities for self-defense, and it is not a crime. Do you know who you just killed? Zhou Dao could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him, almost roaring. That was a member of the Yang family, from the capital's Yang family. What do you expect me to use to protect you? I did nothing wrong. I acted in accordance with the new law of Xiagua. Seeing Zhou Dao truly enraged, Jiang Anqi's confidence wavered, her voice barely above a whisper. So you think you can kill someone? Zhou Dao continued to shout. The new law states that one can use their abilities for self-defense, but my ability is never miss. Jiang Anqi mumbled, her head bowed. Never miss allows Jiang Anqi's next shot to be guaranteed to hit after activating her ability. However, given her current control over this power, she can only use it 3 times a day. Yet even so, this ability could render her invincible as long as she wields a gun. After hearing Jiang Anqi's defense, Zhou Dao paused for 2 seconds, then scrutinized her with a piercing gaze for several moments, his brow furrowed. He knew Jiang Anqi all too well. Though she was impulsive and favored violence, she never engaged in actions devoid of meaning or benefit. Moreover, how could she be aware of Article 21 of the new law? Someone was undoubtedly manipulating her from behind. Yet who could possibly have the influence to command this little ancestor? Jiang Anqi was assigned to him by Old Master Lin. In just a few seconds, Zhou Dao deciphered the underlying issues, but he suspected that this matter was likely orchestrated by Old Master Lin, leaving him with no choice but to cooperate. Contemplating this, he pondered for a few seconds before stating, with the emergence of awakened individuals, our nation has indeed enacted new laws related to them, and Article 21 is indeed as Jiang Anqi described. However, Zhou Dao's tone shifted sharply, his expression turning stern as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Anqi, declaring in a sharp voice, Whether Yang Shao truly assaulted you remains to be verified. So I now need to arrest you and will make a determination once the facts are clear. Understood, Jiang Anqi replied, her head hanging low in apparent distress. Meanwhile, Luo Yin, observing this scene, felt an unsettling disquiet. The military had gunned down a member of the Yang family within the enforcement team. Yet now, Zhou Dao's intention was clearly to take the culprit away, leaving Luo Yin to when the Yang family becomes aware of this matter. Not only will they lose their position as the captain of the enforcement team, but their very lives may also be at stake. With this thought in mind, Luo Yin hastily interjected, Colonel Zhou, you cannot take her away. What did you say? Zhou Dao turned his head, casting a cold glance at Luo Yin. Upon meeting Zhou Dao's piercing gaze, Luo Yin instinctively swallowed hard, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to thwart the other's intentions. Observing this, Zhou Dao shifted his focus to Tang Song beside him, instructing, take Jiang Anqi back. Until the investigation is complete, no one is allowed to see her. Understood. Zhou Dao's words appeared to confine Jiang Anqi, but in reality, they served to protect her. Luo Yin watched the departing figures of Jiang Anqi and Tang Song, opening his mouth, yet failing to utter a single word. His expression a portrait of anguish. It was only after their silhouettes vanished from the enforcement team that Zhou Dao turned to Luo Yin, stating, Captain Luo, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. As he spoke, he emphasized, be sure to report truthfully. The weight on the words truthfully was unmistakable. Luo Yin, with a complex expression, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Colonel Zhou, rest assured, I will report accurately. Zhou Dao nodded in satisfaction before departing the enforcement team with Shen Wubing and the others. Just as they reached the entrance, an elderly man clad in a Tai Chi suit descended from a business vehicle. Upon seeing Zhou Dao, the elder paused momentarily before approaching with a warm smile. Colonel Zhou, it's been a long time. Mr. Xie. Zhou Dao returned the courtesy with equal politeness. Xie Deng first cast a glance at Xie Yu and Shen Wubing behind Zhou Dao, then turned back to Zhou Dao, maintaining his friendly demeanor as he said, I heard that Xie Yu has caused some trouble. Is it related to you, Colonel Zhou? Not at all. Zhou Dao waved his hand, glancing at Shen Wubing. It was Wubing who called me here. This revelation. Xie Deng appeared momentarily taken aback. He had previously hosted Shen Wubing at his home and had met him. Yet he was unaware of the connection between Shen Wubing and Zhou Dao. Thus, he inquired, Young Shen, how have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Xie. I'm feeling much better, Shen Wubing replied with a nod. Enough with the pleasantries. Xie Deng attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Zhou Dao's gesture. He then addressed Shen Wubing, Wubing, you and your companion should return to school. The subsequent matters will be handled between Mr. Xie and myself. All right. Shen Wubing understood the gravity of the situation and could only await Zhou Dao's handling of it. After the group returned to the dormitory, dawn was approaching. Having exhausted himself throughout the day, Shen Wubing was unable to withstand the fatigue. After a brief wash, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Shen Wubing was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he sat up to answer the call. Old Master Lin, is there something you need at this early hour? Young Shen, it was I who instructed Anqi to act yesterday, Old Master Lin stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's drowsiness dissipated instantly. Before he could fully process the information, Old Master Lin continued. Anqi is also a member of Baichao Hall, and her code name is Nanling Yaohua. Previously, Shen Wubing had paid little heed to Baichao Hall, viewing it merely as an organization created by Old Master Lin to prolong his life. However, after the events with Yang Shao, he realized that matters were far more complex than he had imagined. Whether it was the old sage capable of controlling swords or Jiang Anqi, who was never off the mark, both were formidable awakeners. Old Master Lin was likely endeavoring to establish a mysterious organization composed entirely of awakeners. Young Shen, before he could pose any inquiries, Old Master Lin interjected, I understand you have many questions, but this is not something that can be clarified in a few sentences. In 3 days, I will send someone to fetch you so I can explain in person. Understood. Shen Wubing remained silent for a few moments before responding. Also, Zhou Dao and Xie Deng will handle yesterday's situation well. Yang Shao is merely a trivial character within the Yang family. They will not make a fuss over him, so you need not worry. Thank you, Old Master Lin. With that, Shen Wubing succumbed to another bout of coughing. Hearing his cough, Old Master Lin seemed to recall something. Today, Zhou Dao will arrange for the researchers from the Awakener Institute to meet with you. Since your absorption is an awakening ability, they should have a means to assist you. I understand. Old Master Lin. I will go meet them shortly. After checking the time, Shen Wubing exchanged a few pleasantries before ending the call. He roused Xie Yu and the others, and after a quick breakfast, They headed to the class for roll call. However, the three were not assigned to the same class. Shinwubing was placed in a separate class, while Xiaoyu and the others were grouped together. Upon entering his designated classroom, Shinwubing discovered it was already filled with students, at least over 40 in total. Among them were a few acquaintances, including the one-legged Qin Hao, as well as Yi Qing and Lin Man. Upon noticing Shinwubing's entrance, Yi Qing waved enthusiastically, "Brother Bing, over here." Shinwubing smiled and took a seat beside Yi Qing. "I had no idea our academy had so many awakeners. Originally, there were 33 students in the class. This time, some awakeners from several nearby smaller academies have also joined, and aside from you and Lin Man, the newly discovered awakeners total 42. Yi Qing elucidated. "Is that so?" Shinwubing nodded in understanding. After chatting for a few more minutes, the seats in the classroom filled up, and a man in a suit, with a tall and upright posture, entered. Shinwubing immediately recognized him as Tang Song, someone he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. He stepped onto the podium and knocked on the blackboard to signal for silence. His gaze swept across the students, and upon spotting Shinwubing, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Hello, everyone. I am your new homeroom teacher." With that, he turned to the blackboard and wrote his name with chalk. "I am Tang Song, of the Tang and Song dynasties. I do not concern myself with what your former homeroom teacher taught you. But from today onward, everything begins anew." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the students once more, and he posed a question. "Now, let me ask you, what exactly is an awakener?" As soon as the question was posed, a murmur rippled through the crowd, with many discussing the whereabouts of their previous homeroom teacher, Su Changsheng. At that moment, Tang Song pointed at a male student. "You, answer me, what is an awakener?" The student hesitated momentarily but rose to his feet, struggling for a while before tentatively responding. "A superhero. Tang Song pondered for a few seconds before silently nodding. "That answer is not without merit. All of you here possess a type of supernatural ability that defies scientific explanation. Calling you superheroes is not entirely inaccurate. Teacher, does that mean we will have to save the world in the future?" A student remarked jokingly. Upon speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, and several students joined in laughter. "Perhaps," Tang Song replied with a serious nod. The students' laughter grew louder at his solemnity. "Save the world? What a joke. Nowadays, Xia country has already become a leading power in the world. War is something they only see in the news, and usually involving some remote and unstable small nations. Why are you all laughing?" Tang Song frowned and inquired. "Is it really that amusing? Teacher, don't you think you're being a bit melodramatic?" A girl with a lip piercing and smoky makeup quipped with a smile. "Melodramatic?" Tang Song was momentarily taken aback. He ran his fingers through his short hair. "Don't you all understand that with great power comes great responsibility?" Ha ha ha. The moment he said this, the classroom erupted in laughter. The girl with the smoky makeup chimed in again. "Teacher, that saying is so old-fashioned. Please don't try to brainwash us with it." Old-fashioned? Brainwash? Tang Song found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. Having entered the military at the age of 18, a decade had passed, and although he appeared youthful, he was nearing 30. His years in the military had left him somewhat out of touch with society. The principle of "with great power comes great responsibility," which he had held as a life motto, was deemed outdated in the eyes of these students. Could faith also become obsolete? Tang Song took a deep breath and looked down at the students, finally resting his gaze on Shinwubing, one of the few who remained serious, and the only individual he truly recognized. "Shinwubing, come up here and assist me." Shinwubing, taken aback, nonetheless rose and approached the podium. Tang Song retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and, after a brief search, pointed at several files and photographs displayed on the screen, inquiring, "Could you assist me in projecting this onto the screen?" Shinwubing merely cast a cursory glance at the contents of the documents, only to draw a sharp breath. He promptly set down the projector and began casting Tang Song's phone onto the screen. Soon, the first document materialized before them. As Tang Song gazed at the file projected, his expression grew increasingly complex. With a voice tinged with hoarseness, he began, "On July 16, 2021. The first incident involving an awakened individual assaulting others occurred in Qiqing, and the ability that awakened within that individual was blazing fire." At these words, all eyes turned to Qin Hao. "What are you looking at me for? It's not my fault," Qin Hao retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Unperturbed by the attention, Tang Song continued, "At that time, our understanding of awakened individuals was still quite limited. We were unaware that the person was one of them. Our team received orders to assist the law enforcement in apprehending criminals in Qiqing." As he spoke, Tang Song's gaze dimmed slightly, and after a moment to regain his composure, he added, We had yet to witness the terrifying power of awakened beings. The fire serpent surged forth. Leading the charge was my former squad leader, who, just before the mission, had been boasting to us that his little one could now call him daddy. Upon hearing this, Shin Wubbing produced a photograph, showcasing a slightly plump woman cradling a babbling toddler. Though the woman in the image was not particularly striking, her smile radiated warmth and happiness. However, in the days to come, it seemed unlikely she would ever again display such an authentic smile. All joy seemed to have ceased on July 16, 2021, as Tang Song beheld the photo on the screen. Even this stalwart man felt tears welling in his eyes, his voice growing even more hoarse. The casualties from that incident extended far beyond what I have mentioned. The squad leader who charged in first was instantly engulfed by the fire serpent. I was the first to react. But in my panic, I made a fatal error. My face contorted with profound guilt. Because of my mistake, I failed to deliver a lethal shot, which allowed the blazing fire wielder to retaliate, and the entire building was soon enveloped in flames. In that operation, aside from the eye, Tang Song nodded earnestly, as if recalling some terrifying incident, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he spoke. During a live-fire exercise between the Cold State military and the Qing State military, I witnessed firsthand the terrifying nature of the upgraded blazing fire. Just how terrifying is it? Qin Hao eagerly pressed on, his face alight with excitement. It's blazing fire. Is an unquenchable flame. A barely perceptible anger glinted in Tang Song's eyes as he continued. This incident even led to a mishap during the exercise, resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 soldiers from the Cold State military beneath the blazing fire. Hiss. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp escaped the students, overwhelmed by the notion of an unquenchable flame. Does that mean that once struck, one could only await their demise? Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Hao waved his fist in exhilaration, clearly thrilled by the prospect. Tang Song, observing his reaction, felt a twinge of displeasure and remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. The path to advancement is fraught with challenges. Although the Dao technique can facilitate an upgrade in abilities, it remains a matter of probability, and that probability is not particularly high." Nevertheless, Qin Hao remained unfazed, confident that his innate talent rivaled that of anyone else. If others could awaken the blazing fire, so too could he. Subsequently, Tang Song imparted the workings of the Dao technique to the group, instructing them to attempt its operation within themselves. Shin Wubbing felt that the Dao technique resembled a form of qi cultivation. After a single cycle, he sensed a notable lightness throughout his body. Though that was the extent of his experience. In contrast, Yi Qing, seated beside him, exhibited a different phenomenon. Shin Wubbing could visibly observe the subtle fluctuations of qi around him, the air shifting imperceptibly. Tang Song, keenly perceptive, noticed this and turned to Yi Qing, inquiring, "Have you detected the qi vortex within yourself?" "Qi vortex?" Yi Qing responded, somewhat bewildered. "I merely feel as if there is a black hole within me, absorbing the qi generated by my operation of the Dao technique. This. Tang Song nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. You possess great talent." He then addressed the group, explaining, "In truth, each of our bodies harbors the existence of a qi vortex, akin to what this student just referred to as a black hole. Typically, we find it challenging to identify the presence of these vortices, yet upon practicing the Dao technique, one can discern their existence. Moreover, each individual possesses not just one, but 7 such vortices." Chapter 029, Transformation at 7. As for why there are 7 vortices, we have pondered this question before, and I shall reiterate it for you now. Tang Song, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of profundity. The Dao gives rise to 1, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, and 3 gives rise to all things. And all things, when encountering 7, inevitably transform. The concept of 3 giving rise to all is quite comprehensible. 1 is the beginning, representing the Taiji. 2 symbolizes yin and yang, which can also be interpreted as male and female. 3 denotes progeny, resulting from the union of yin and yang, while all things are constituted by countless yin and yang and their descendants. This is what we refer to as 3 giving rise to all. But what does it mean to transform upon encountering 7? The girl with the smoky eye makeup inquired, initially resistant to Tang Song, perceiving him as merely attempting to indoctrinate them with a belief that the nation supersedes all. However, after witnessing the alarming cases and the graphic images, she suddenly felt that as awakened beings, regarded as superhumans by others, they indeed had a responsibility to act at a pertinent question. Tang Song regarded her with a look of approval and began to elucidate. The development of phenomena corresponds to the 6 lines in the I Ching. These symbolize the 6 stages of development, and the saying 6-6 auspicious reflects the hope that all 6 steps proceed smoothly. Upon completing 6 steps, one enters a new phase, which is the essence of transformation at 7. In fact, there exists another interpretation of transformation at 7.at this moment. Tang Song appeared to have fully embraced his role as a teacher, pacing as he spoke. Some assert that transformation at 7 is an immutable law throughout the ages. For instance, in the illustrious history of our Huaxia, the Hanwu era, the Kaiyuan era, and the Yongle era all reached their zenith after 700 years, given that the Yongle era has now been 600 years past. The emergence of awakened beings heralds the impending onset of transformation at 7. Tang Song, you are remarkably learned. The girl with the smoky makeup gazed at him with wide eyes, her face brimming with admiration. Thankfully. Tang Song waved his hand nonchalantly, though inwardly he was elated. Having joined the military immediately after graduating high school, he had consistently performed well and received praise. Yet this was the first time someone had commended his erudition. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Now, to return to the matter at hand. Tang Song cleared his throat and continued. The practice of the Tao technique essentially involves operating the technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into your body, thereby filling the chi vortices. Once you fill one vortex, you will have achieved a breakthrough. After filling a vortex, your physical abilities will surpass those of ordinary people, and with some basic combat techniques, you could easily handle 10 or 8 commoners. Tang Song, how many vortices must be filled for an upgrade in ability? Qin Hao interjected, clearly eager to know. The unquenchable fire was something he deeply coveted. Tang Song glanced at him and explained. Generally, after filling 3 vortices, each breakthrough presents an opportunity for an ability upgrade. However, I must reiterate, this is a matter of probability. Some individuals may fill 3 vortices and immediately ascend, while others may never achieve an upgrade in their lifetime. Tang Song, at this moment, the girl with the smoky eye makeup raised her hand. Speak. Tang Song nodded. I wish to know what happens if all 7 vortices are filled. Upon hearing this, Tang Song nearly laughed out loud, marveling at her audacity. Thus far, in our Xia state, the highest level of Tao technique cultivation discovered has only filled 5 vortices, and even then, that individual's strength is unfathomable. If one were to fill all 7 vortices, perhaps one could indeed transform at 7 and achieve immortality. Who can say? Tang Song remarked, half joking, half seriously. Afterward, he raised his hand to check the time and stated, very well. That is all for today. You may return and practice the Tao technique at your leisure. Goodbye, teacher. Tang Song. The girl with the smoky makeup waved, casting a flirtatious glance at him, leaving Tang Song both amused and perplexed. As Shen Wubing stood and approached the podium, Tang Song called out to him, Shen Wubing, please stay a moment. I wish to introduce you to a couple of individuals. Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing quickly recalled that Zhou Dao had mentioned arranging a meeting with personnel from the Awaken Research Institute today. Evidently, they had arrived at the academy. Following Tang Song, Shen Wubing entered a private office, and upon pushing the door open, he saw 2 individuals inside, a bespectacled young man and an elderly gentleman with gray hair, yet brimming with vitality. On the table before them lay a laptop, the 2 seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Shen Wubing and Tang Song's entrance, they ceased their conversation, their gazes fixating on Shen Wubing. Professor He, this is Shen Wubing. Tang Song introduced him, pointing towards Shen Wubing. The elderly gentleman scrutinized Shen Wubing from head to toe, then nodded at Tang Song, saying, quite good, you may step outside now. Tang Song glanced back at Shen Wubing, then advised, Colonel Zhou is occupied with matters concerning the Yang family today and could not be present. He asked me to inform you that you may address any questions to these 2 individuals. Understood. Thank you, teacher Tang Song. Shen Wubing replied with a smile. You rascal. Tang Song chuckled and then exited the office. Once Tang Song left and closed the door behind him, the elderly gentleman smiled warmly and said, so, you are Shen Wubing, please take a seat. Shen Wubing nodded and settled into a chair opposite the 2. I am He Yong, an academician at the Awaken Research Institute. He gestured towards the bespectacled young man beside him. Introducing, this is my student, Tian 1. Greetings, Professor He. Greetings, Academician Tian. Shen Wubing greeted them in turn. Professor He maintained a cheerful demeanor, resembling a kindly grandfather, while the young man, Tian 1, appeared somewhat dull and expressionless. Young Shen. Let us get straight to the point. Professor, he scrutinized Shin Wubing once more and stated, Colonel Zhou has briefed us on your general situation, prompting us to convene an urgent discussion last night to address your concerns. And we have reached a conclusion. What conclusion? Shin Wubing inquired. Your abilities are undoubtedly formidable. However, the sensation of nearing death you experience is concerning. Professor, he paused for a moment, then continued. Based on our understanding of awakened abilities, you may not be on the verge of death, but rather, your abilities are on the cusp of an upgrade. An upgrade. Shin Wubing blinked in surprise. Was it not said that one must cultivate the Dao technique and fill 3 vortices to have a chance at an upgrade? Typically, that is the case, but there are always some individuals whose abilities are exceptional. Professor, he began to explain, before the Dao Ju became widespread, there were already individuals who had managed to enhance their abilities. So your situation is not exceptional. What should I do next? Shin Wubing inquired once more. Continue to absorb the ailments from others. Professor, he replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Shin Wubing pondered for a few seconds and then tentatively asked, Are you certain I won't die? Uncertain, came the response. Shin Wubing, Chapter 30, The Madness of the Awakening Research Institute. Noticing the change in Shin Wubing's expression, Professor, he awkwardly chuckled and added, However, I am 80% confident, so you need not worry too much. Despite the reassurances, Shin Wubing felt anything but at ease. He couldn't shake the feeling that this seemingly benevolent old man harbored ulterior motives. Little Shun, I am a professor at the Research Institute, and my words carry significant authority here at the Awakening Research Institute. You must trust me. With that, Professor, he turned to Tianwen and said, You tell him, my words hold considerable weight, right? Tianwen nodded woodenly, but his gaze drifted, making Shin Wubing seriously doubt whether he had even heard Professor He's question. What do you mean by Professor, he chided, giving him a light shove before continuing. Little Shun still has some reservations. You should reassure him. All right. Tianwen turned to Shin Wubing, remaining silent for a moment as if contemplating how to comfort him. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Rest assured, you will definitely succeed, unless you don't. Shin Wubing was immediately filled with confusion. This statement seemed to imply yet convey nothing at all. Realizing he had spoken nonsense, Tianwen hastily corrected himself. What I mean is, you can boldly give it a try. After all, as long as you're alive, you have a chance. Shin Wubing felt a headache coming on. Enough. Just stop talking. Professor, he quickly interrupted Tianwen and turned to Shin Wubing, saying, Don't heed his ramblings. The situation is as it stands, and the specifics will depend on the circumstances. After saying this, Professor, he slapped his mouth lightly. Realizing he had also been infected by Tianwen's tendency to speak nonsense after spending so much time with him. Now, we have formulated a combat strategy tailored to your abilities. Professor, he promptly shifted the topic. Tianwen primarily researches this aspect. Let him explain it to you. No nonsense. Professor, he glared at Tianwen as a warning. Fine. Tianwen nodded seriously, then I'll make it brief. Upon hearing this, Shin Wubing felt relieved. Brevity was welcome, as he had no desire to listen to any more nonsense. Tianwen then began. This matter is quite lengthy. Shin Wubing felt he was on the verge of breaking down. Fortunately, once the conversation turned to professional matters, Tianwen finally stopped speaking in circles. Since I learned about your abilities, I haven't slept a wink. After thorough consideration and analysis, I have devised a series of combat strategies for you. With that, Tianwen pulled out a small notebook and slowly stated, First, you must possess one or more diseases that can be fatal and are not completely curable, such as various types of cancer. I have plenty of those, Shin Wubing replied. Excellent. Tianwen nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Next, you must also prepare some diseases that can render a person instantly incapacitated or unconscious. This aspect had already become apparent to Shin Wubing during his battle with Yang Zhao's bodyguard. Despite possessing over 20 ailments, he could not identify a single one that would cause an immediate loss of combat capability. Even if he bestowed acute appendicitis upon his opponent, they would still retain their fighting strength. Although cancer can be lethal, it does not manifest instantaneously. After all, some individuals live for 3 to 5 years post-diagnosis. But don't worry, I've already thought of something for you, Tianwen said, noticing Shin Wubing's dilemma. Such diseases do not necessarily have to be fatal. They can also be minor ailments. For example, hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia? Shin Wubing was momentarily taken aback, realizing he did not possess this condition. While hypoglycemia may not be a major illness, low blood sugar can indeed lead to insufficient energy supply to brain cells, resulting in brief lapses of consciousness. At this point, Tianwen chuckled. Imagine During a fight, one party suddenly succumbs to hypoglycemia and faints. Wouldn't that eliminate any suspense? Of course, there are numerous other diseases capable of causing instantaneous loss of consciousness, such as cerebral thrombosis and epilepsy, among many others. Before Shen Wuobing could respond, Tianwen, brimming with excitement, added, "Furthermore, I recommend you absorb some psychological disorders." Just envision a normal person suddenly experiencing a mental episode during a battle. Now that would be quite entertaining. Seeing the madness in Tianwen's eyes, Shen Wuobing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Indeed, it was a terrifying prospect when educated individuals succumb to insanity. After half an hour of in-depth discussion, Shen Wuobing gleaned substantial insights from the seemingly unreliable lunatics, Professor He and Tianwen, particularly regarding the sharpness of the combat strategies they had devised for him. Had he possessed hypoglycemia during his encounter with someone named Zhuang Lei, his opponent would likely have had no opportunity to retaliate. With this realization, he felt compelled to visit the hospital soon. And I must also go to a psychiatric hospital. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Wuobing discovered that Xie Yu and others were absent. So he decided to call them. However, they unusually did not answer. He then tried reaching Qian Ming, only for the latter to hang up on him. Furrowing his brow, Shen Wuobing reflected on how they had shared the same dormitory for so long. No matter the time he called, even if they were in class or asleep, they had never hung up on him before. After a few moments of hesitation, he dialed Zhao Xiaodao's number. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, the call finally connected. Immediately, Shen Wuobing heard Xie Yu's reproachful voice, "Old four, you Xie Laoda." Hearing this, Shen Wuobing's frown deepened. "Old four, where are you?" After a brief silence on the other end, Zhao Xiaodao's voice finally returned. "Third brother, we're in class." Zhao Xiaodao stuttered, a clear sign of his nervousness. Shen Wuobing instantly recognized that he was lying. Choosing not to engage further with Zhao Xiaodao, he shouted into the phone, "Xie Yu, what are you hiding from me?" Once again, silence fell on the other end. After several seconds, Xie Yu's hoarse voice came through the line, "We are at Ice City Second Hospital." Upon hearing this, Shen Wuobing hung up the phone immediately. 40 minutes later, Shen Wuobing arrived at the entrance of Ice City Second Hospital. This institution was one of the 4 hospitals sponsored by Xie Yu's father, Xie Xiaolong. Upon reaching the reception desk, Shen Wuobing did not call Xie Yu but instead approached a nurse, asking, "Which ward is Xie Yu in?" "Huh, you are looking for the young master." "Yes, I am his friend," Shen Wuobing affirmed with a nod. "The young master is in the special care ward. I will take you there." The nurse gestured for Shen Wuobing to follow her. 3 minutes later, Shen Wuobing found himself on a very quiet floor. Devoid of any patients, only bustling medical staff, all of whom appeared anxious yet silent. At the end of this floor lay a private ward, where Xie Yu and the others were pacing anxiously outside. Upon seeing Shen Wuobing arrive, Xie Yu's expression shifted, but he approached nonetheless. However, Shen Wuobing did not even glance at him, instead heading directly to the door of the ward and addressing a middle-aged man with a weary visage. "Uncle Xie, I may be able to help Aunt Ming." Chapter 31. The Golden Absorption, Wuobing. Although Xie Xiaolong seldom returned to the Xie family due to his wife's illness, he was relatively familiar with Shen Wuobing, as Xie Yu frequently brought him to the hospital for health checkups. "What did you just say? You can save Mengru." Xie Xiaolong's face was one of disbelief. In his quest to cure his wife's condition, he had abandoned martial arts for medicine, even relinquishing the title of heir to the Xie family, devoting himself entirely to the medical field in hopes of finding a cure. "I believe it is possible," Shen Wuobing replied, his pallor evident. He had hurried to the hospital, running part of the way to catch a taxi, which had been a significant strain on his already precarious health. How can this be? Xie Xiaolong remained skeptical. For the sake of his wife Mengru, he had not only immersed himself in the medical field but also financed 4 hospitals and 2 medical research institutes, all to no avail. Today, as Mengru's condition reached a critical point, he had called Xie Yu over, fearing that if anything were to happen to her, it would be her last chance to see her son. "Uncle Xie, I have awakened." Shen Wuobing began to elucidate. Awakening? Xie Xiaolong still harbored some confusion. Pondering the connection between awakening and Mengru's affliction. It was difficult to articulate, so he suggested, "Let me first meet Aunt Mengru." Shen Wuobing urged. However, Xie Xiaolong hesitated. He was all too aware of his wife's condition, having sought the expertise of renowned hospitals and celebrated traditional Chinese medicine practitioners worldwide. Yet none had even encountered such a peculiar ailment, let alone treated it. "Father, if Wuobing says it's possible, then it must be," Xie Yu remarked, casting a complex glance at Shen Wuobing. He had learned of Shen Wuobing's awakening days prior. Yet Shen Wuobing had also confided that his own health had been deteriorating. stating he felt as though he were nearing death. If Shen Wubing were to suffer due to absorbing his mother's illness, Xiaoyu feared he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Thus, he refrained from speaking up, even withholding the truth from Shen Wubing today. All right, Xie Xiaolong glanced at Xiaoyu, gritting his teeth. Lacking better options, he decided to gamble on a desperate remedy. As the door to the intensive care unit swung open, Shen Wubing stood frozen in shock, for the bed was empty save for an arm resting upon it. What astonished him most was the sight of two golden characters emblazoned on that pristine arm, Absorb. This was the first time Shen Wubing had encountered the golden Absorb. Over the years, he had aided many, including those with various rare and incurable ailments, yet even those had only manifested as purple. He had always believed that the gravest illnesses were merely purple in hue. But now, the sight of those two golden characters left him utterly astounded. Wubing, you see, this is Meng Ru's ailment, Xie Xiaolong said with a bitter smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Initially, when her illness first manifested, her left hand had begun to fade, only to reappear moments later. Eventually, it spread to her body. Now, the duration of her fading had lengthened, rendering her unable to recover. Since yesterday, her upper body had remained in a state of dissolution, making it impossible for her to eat. Many doctors warned that once her right hand completely faded, she would vanish from this world entirely, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Xie Xiaolong could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xie Xiaolong wiped his eyes and turned to Shen Wubing, saying, Wubing, is there any hope left? If you can save Meng Ru, then my life belongs to you. Even if you cannot, Uncle will not blame you. This is Meng Ru's fate, as well as mine. His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Meng Ru's affliction was indeed unheard of. After speaking, Shen Wubing fell into a fit of coughing. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it, he replied. Over the years, Xie Xiaolong had consulted countless renowned physicians and had long since become accustomed to disappointment. After a few coughs, Shen Wubing finally spoke, but I can treat her. It's fine. You need not feel guilty. This is, Xie Xiaolong began, but suddenly halted, turning sharply to Shen Wubing. What did you say? For so long, Xie Xiaolong had been surrounded by those so-called miracle doctors who merely shook their heads, sighed, or furrowed their brows. He had grown accustomed to hearing phrases like helpless and we've done our best. Yet, the simple assertion of I can treat her felt like an extravagant hope, so much so that he failed to grasp its significance when Shen Wubing uttered those words. You say you can treat her? Xie Xiaolong seized Shen Wubing's shoulders, his grip tightening with anxiety, causing his knuckles to turn pale. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Wubing coughed again, chuckling, Uncle Xie, please be gentle. My health is not at its best. Xie Xiaolong blinked, quickly releasing his grip, his expression now fraught with concern. Wubing, you are not jesting, are you? You truly can heal Meng Ru. Indeed, Shen Wubing nodded earnestly, approaching the bedside. Just as he was about to reach out to touch the arm on the bed, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. He turned to see Xiaoyu, his face grave and his eyes red-rimmed, filled with trepidation. Old Third, I know you can save my mother, but will you? Xiaoyu's voice trailed off, the implication clear. He feared Shen Wubing might sacrifice his own life for his mother. Shen Wubing remained silent, merely shaking his head with a smile as he gently removed Xiaoyu's hand. He then reached out once more to touch the arm. Meng Ru's arm was smooth yet devoid of warmth, chilling to the touch, a stark contrast to the essence of life. Yet, Shen Wubing paid little mind. After a brief pause, he activated Absorb. In the next moment, the black hole within him reappeared, gradually siphoning the golden light from Meng Ru's body. This time, the process took longer than usual, stretching on for a full 3 minutes without any sign of conclusion. Shen Wubing sensed his internal black hole nearing saturation, the absorption rate of the golden light slowing noticeably. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaolong and Xiaoyu stood behind Shen Wubing, astonished to witness Meng Ru's previously fading form beginning to materialize. First her head, then her torso. 5 minutes later, Meng Ru was fully present before them. As she slowly opened her eyes, Xie Xiaolong's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. Meng Ru, you're awake? However, as those words left his lips, Xiaoyu noticed Shen Wubing gradually fading from view. Chapter 032. Let us care for you, shall we? Old Third, Xiaoyu grasped at the space where Shen Wubing had been, yet found nothing but air. Old Third brother. Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao rushed forward, their expressions filled with alarm. What? Xie Xiaolong snapped back to reality, his face a mask of confusion. What is happening? Before Xiaoyu could respond, Shen Wubing's figure rematerialized, albeit somewhat blurred, as if he could vanish at any moment. Old Third, are you all right? Xiaoyu seized Shen Wubing's wrist, as if fearing he might slip away again. Shen Wubing opened his mouth, intending to speak, but felt his arm dissolve into nothingness again. Xiaoyu noticed and looked at Shen Wubing in panic, then urged, "Old third, quickly transfer this illness to me." "No need." Shen Wubing waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Uncle Xie, although my health is poor, when it comes to adapting to ailments, I would claim second place, and no one would dare to claim first. Moreover," he paused, a perplexed expression crossing his features. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu pressed. "Moreover, it seems this illness cannot be bestowed," Shen Wubing mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "What do you mean bestowed?" Xie Xiaolong asked, utterly bewildered, shifting his gaze between Xiaoyu and Shen Wubing. "What are you both talking about? Why has Meng Ru's illness manifested within Wubing?" As Shen Wubing opened his mouth to explain, he felt his body fading once more, prompting him to helplessly say, "Uncle Xie, you should explain to him." Xiaoyu cast a deep look at Shen Wubing before succinctly conveying Shen Wubing's awakening abilities to Xie Xiaolong. After hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Xie Xiaolong's expression shifted, and he spoke in a somewhat unnatural tone. "So, Wubing has absorbed your mother's illness into his body?" "Yes," Xiaoyu replied, his expression a mix of complexity. "Wubing, you..." Xie Xiaolong opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and no matter what he said, it would feel inadequate in light of such a profound debt of gratitude. At that moment, Meng Ru, lying in bed, regained her consciousness. Hearing their conversation, she turned her gaze to Shen Wubing and, in a weakened voice, said, "Child, how can you find peace in doing this? Aunt Meng Ru, Xiaoyu, is my brother. His mother is my mother as well. Besides, I possess a unique constitution that ensures I will not perish," Shen Wubing replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. In the span of mere moments, Shen Wubing's body began to fade multiple times. Witnessing this, Xie Xiaolong immediately arranged for a private room for Shen Wubing to rest, and this time, Shen Wubing accepted without reservation, for he was utterly exhausted. This instance of absorb had drained far more of his strength than before, and the sensation of his black hole nearing fullness once again reminded him of the specter of death. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the Xie family remained vigilantly at Shen Wubing's bedside, with even the recently revived Meng Ru refusing to leave him, disregarding the concerns of the others. Tell me about Wubing," she insisted. Meng Ru sat by Shen Wubing's bedside, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured his eyes. "All right," Xie nodded, then proceeded to recount all that he knew about Shen Wubing's past to the two of them. Upon finishing Xiaoyu's narrative, Meng Ru could no longer contain herself, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. How much suffering has this child endured? Nearly 30 ailments. How has he managed to endure it all? When Shen Wubing awoke once more, the sky had already begun to darken. He had slept for a full 6 hours. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Xiaoyu's family of 3 chatting amiably at his bedside. He couldn't quite hear the specifics of their conversation, but he vaguely caught his name mentioned. "Little third, you're awake." Xiaoyu was the first to notice Shen Wubing's awakening, quickly rising to his feet and turning to Qian Ming beside him, saying, "Second brother, go fetch the chicken soup we prepared for little third." "All right." Qian Ming nodded and left the ward. "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Shen Wubing weakly protested, attempting to sit up. Observing this, Xie Xiaolong placed a hand on Shen Wubing's shoulder, saying, "Wubing, your body is still too frail. Rest for a while longer. It's all right, Uncle Xie." Shen Wubing insisted on sitting up, forcing a smile as he continued. "I've grown accustomed to it. My body has been like this since I was 12. Even if I don't assist Aunt Meng Ru today, my condition wouldn't improve much." Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaolong's hand on Shen Wubing froze, his expression becoming exceedingly complex, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Meng Ru could no longer hold back her emotions and began to sob softly. "Child, from now on, I will be your mother, and the Xie family will be your home." At her words, Shen Wubing was momentarily taken aback. How foreign the concept of home felt. Ever since the passing of his parents, all relatives and friends had deliberately distanced themselves from him. At 12 years old, gravely ill and utterly alone, it was only after he inadvertently assisted old Master Lin that he found someone who genuinely cared for him. And now, someone was telling him that he had a family. For the first time in nearly a decade of torment from various ailments, Shen Wubing felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother Long, I wish to adopt Wubing as my godson. What do you think?" Meng Ru turned to Xie Xiaolong, who stood behind her. "Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. My only concern is whether Wubing will accept," Xie Xiaolong responded, glancing toward Shen Wubing, feeling the hopeful gazes of Xie Xiaolong and Meng Ru upon him. Shen Wubing found himself torn. Although he had helped Meng Ru, it was entirely due to Xiaoyu's influence. and he had never been one to repay favors. Otherwise, considering those he had saved, his status in Ice City would likely not be much lower than that of the Xie family. After all, Old Master Lin alone was an individual that the entire Xie family looked up to. What are you hesitating for? Xie Yu playfully ruffled Shen Wubing's hair. Don't you want to be my brother? Smack. Xie Shalong immediately slapped the back of Xie Yu's head, a displeased look on his face. Who are you hitting? Xie Yu was at a loss for words. Meng Ru, however, paid no mind to the playful banter between the father and son. Her expression still filled with anticipation as she looked at Shen Wubing, her voice exceedingly gentle. Wubing, let us take care of you from now on, shall we? Gazing at Meng Ru's pale face, her tone almost pleading. Shen Wubing could no longer bear to refuse. He slowly nodded in agreement. Chapter 033. The banquet. Upon seeing Shen Wubing nod, a radiant smile blossomed on Meng Ru's face. She reached out to stroke his head, saying, Wubing, from now on, we are family. Ha ha ha. Xie Shalong also laughed heartily, declaring, today is a momentous occasion. Not only has Meng Ru's health improved, but we have also gained a wonderful son. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and announced, I will arrange a banquet at the Lu Wai Lu to invite all the prominent figures in Ice City. I want everyone to know that Wubing is now a member of the Xie family. All right. Meng Ru chuckled helplessly but did not oppose. Eye in her eyes. The former Shen Wubing had always been alone and vulnerable, often subjected to bullying. Now, they should bolster each other's reputation to prevent any unseeing individuals from provoking him again. Don't make the call. I'll handle it. I won't delay your heartfelt family drama. Xie Yu shrugged and teased. Xie Shalong, in response, kicked Xie Yu playfully. Watching the duo's antics, Meng Ru couldn't help but smile indulgently. She then turned to Shen Wubing, saying, Wubing, pay no mind to them. Those two are just a bit unruly. Shen Wubing nodded with a smile. Shortly after Xie Yu left, Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao entered, carrying chicken soup. Wubing, this soup was specially made for you. Give it a try, Meng Ru said as she took a bowl from Qian Ming, blew on a spoonful, and presented it to Shen Wubing. This gesture left Shen Wubing somewhat bewildered. He had never been cared for in such a manner, even during his previous hospital stays. While the warmth was comforting, he also felt a sense of discomfort. Noticing his hesitation, Meng Ru chuckled softly, then you can hold it yourself. Having not eaten for an entire day, Shen Wubing was genuinely hungry. Half an hour later, he had polished off the entire bowl of chicken soup. Witnessing this, a look of pain returned to Meng Ru's face, and she silently resolved to treat Shen Wubing with the utmost care from now on, aiming to make up for the 10 years of maternal love he had missed. Just then, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered, addressing Xie Shalong. Mr. Xie, the examinations for your wife have been prepared. All right, I understand. Xie Shalong nodded, then turned to Shen Wubing, saying, Wubing, your mother's health has just improved. I've arranged a full-body checkup for her. I'll accompany her. The term your mother left Shen Wubing momentarily stunned. Although he had agreed to their request for him to be considered a godson, he still found it difficult to adapt to calling her mom. Meng Ru noticed Shen Wubing's embarrassment and smiled, shaking her head. No rush. Take your time to adjust. I'll return to see you after my checkup. Once Meng Ru and Xie Shalong departed, only Shen Wubing, Qian Ming, and Zhao Xiaodao remained in the ward. Qian Ming approached Shen Wubing's bedside and inquired, Little third, is your body all right? I'm not sure. Shen Wubing replied with a furrowed brow, uncertainty lacing his voice. Not sure. Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao exchanged confused glances. Just then, Shen Wubing slowly extended his hand. With a mere thought, his right hand abruptly vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve swaying in the air. Upon witnessing this, Qian Ming gasped, tentatively reaching out to touch the spot where Shen Wubing's right hand had been, but grasped nothing. Little third, what is going on? Shen Wubing shook his head, and then his previously vanished right hand reappeared. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. I don't believe this is an illness. Not an illness? Qian Ming's confusion deepened. It feels more like an awakening, Shen Wubing replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. I can't confirm it just yet. Shen Wubing shook his head, continuing, this is merely my speculation. I'll have to ask the Awakening Research Institute once I return, though he spoke as such. Shen Wubing was nearly convinced that this was indeed an awakening ability, as he could now freely manipulate his right hand to enter a phasing state. As for other parts of his body, he had yet to achieve that. However, he still struggled to comprehend why Meng Ru could not do the same. At 8 o'clock that evening, the Lu Wai Lu had been entirely booked for the day. A rare occurrence for such an establishment. Given the exorbitant cost associated with Lu Wai Lu and its capacity, one banquet hall sufficed for any event, rendering a full reservation unnecessary. Yet today, It was the CF family of I-City that had taken over. Reportedly arranged personally by the elusive Xie Xiaolong. On this day, nearly every prominent figure in I-City received an invitation from the CF family. No one dared to offend the CF family. Thus, the Lu Wailu is now filled with influential figures of I-City. Young Master Song. Why has the CF family booked the entire Lu Wailu? Su Qingqing, donned in a fiery red evening gown, asked with a smile while linking her arm with a man. The man glanced back at her, replying, "It's said that the CF family's reclusive young master, Xie Xiaolong, has taken a godson. I wonder who is so fortunate." Just a godson. Compared to young Master Song, it's nothing. Su Qingqing flattered. "I am the legitimate heir of the Song family. Don't compare such trivial matters to me," the man retorted, lifting her chin with his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The man named Song Qifeng is the heir to the Song Group, a commercial giant in the I-City. Yesterday, while attending to matters at the hospital, he fortuitously encountered Su Qingqing. Instantly captivated by her beauty, he soon learned of her grave affliction with leukemia and the dire financial situation of her family, which could not support the exorbitant cost of her treatment. In a display of magnanimity, he generously offered to cover a portion of her medical expenses, leading to the natural evolution of their relationship into one of mutual benefit. As a prominent figure in the I-City, the Song family received a formal invitation from the CF family. To foster Song Qingfeng's development as the heir, the head of the Song family encouraged him to attend the upcoming banquet, providing an opportunity to meet influential figures in the community and establish valuable connections for his future stewardship of the Song Group. Song Qifeng, in turn, decided to bring Su Qingqing along. At that moment, Shen Wubing, Qian Ming, and Zhao Xiaodao also arrived at the banquet hall. Observing the crowd adorned in formal attire, the trio exchanged glances, each registering the palpable awkwardness reflected in the other's eyes. Su Qingqing soon spotted Shen Wubing, and a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. In her view, her current predicament stemmed entirely from Shen Wubing's actions. Had he not abandoned her, she would not have suffered a relapse of her leukemia, nor would she have been reduced to trading her body for medical expenses. With this in mind, she leaned in to whisper a few words into Song Qingfeng's ear. Upon hearing her, a smirk of amusement played upon Song Qingfeng's lips as he slowly approached Shen Wubing and his companions. Zhao Xiaodao was the first to notice the approaching pair and gently tapped Shen Wubing's arm. Following Zhao Xiaodao's gaze, Shen Wubing saw Su Qingqing, proudly linked to a man's arm, striding confidently toward him. A slight frown creased his brow, but he chose to ignore her and instead reached for his phone to contact Xiaoyu. Just then, Su Qingqing's somewhat sharp voice rang out. "Shen Wubing, what are you doing here?" "Mind your own business," Shen Wubing retorted gruffly, continuing to search for Xiaoyu's number. "Brother, isn't it a tad unchivalrous to speak to a lady in such a manner?" Song Qifeng interjected, halting Shen Wubing's phone call. Shen Wubing glanced up at him, his brow slightly furrowed, and nonchalantly replied, "Why does it concern you? Are you addressing me?" Song Qifeng raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a look of surprise. Given the Song family's stature in the I-City over the past 2 years, Song Qifeng was accustomed to being treated with either flattery or deference, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially not a nameless individual. If your hearing is lacking, you should visit a hospital. I have acquaintances there who could assist you, Shen Wubing said dismissively, shrugging off Song Qingfeng's hand. "Humph," Song Qifeng scoffed, adjusting his collar with an air of self-satisfaction. "You may not know who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. Song family, Song Qifeng." He extended his hand toward Shen Wubing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Wubing looked up and stated, "I am ill. Did she not inform you?" He gestured towards Su Qingqing. "What?" Song Qifeng was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt declaration. "I said I'm unwell, with perhaps 30 ailments, many of which are contagious," Shen Wubing explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Song Qifeng quickly withdrew his hand. Pfft. Qian Ming could not suppress his laughter at the sight. "You." Song Qifeng pointed at Shen Wubing, his face flushing with embarrassment, yet he was at a loss for how to rebuke him. At that moment, Su Qingqing stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Shen Wubing's chest as she scolded, "Shen Wubing, you sickly wretch, how dare you come here with your myriad of ailments? What if you infect someone else? Can you bear the responsibility?" Su Qingqing deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of many onlookers, most of whom began to whisper and point at Shen Wubing, some even covering their mouths and noses in fear of contagion. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Wubing could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, the closer the relationship, the sharper the blades when turning against one another. The wounds inflicted were all the more grievous. 5 years of intimate acquaintance had rendered Su Qingqing acutely aware of Shen Wubing's vulnerabilities, and no one understood better how to exploit his wounds than she did. Although Shen Wubing was indifferent to being labeled a sickly person or subjected to disparaging glances, He possessed a profound sense of pride and was unwilling to inconvenience anyone. Meanwhile, others around began to chime in, mockingly questioning who he was. Who is this guy? How dare he show up here with an illness? Does he not realize that everyone here is a significant figure in the Ice City? If anything goes awry, not only he, but even the host, the CF family, would be held accountable. This brat doesn't seem to be invited by the CF family. Could he have snuck in? And he actually dares to disrespect young Master Song? Truly the height of ignorance. Listening to the surrounding jeers, Zhao Xiaodao felt compelled to defend themselves. We are not intruders. Uncle Xie, young Master Xie Xiaolong invited us. Look at you stuttering and stumbling over your words. How could you possibly claim that young Master Xie invited you? He has not shown his face in years, much less personally invite a bunch of brats like you. A man nearby sneered dismissively. Zhao Xiaodao wanted to explain further, but his nervousness made him stutter even more, rendering him incapable of effectively countering the derision. Shen Wubing raised a hand to silence Zhao Xiaodao. He chose to disregard the raucous crowd and turned his attention to Su Qingqing. Coldly stating, Su Qingqing, throughout our years together, I have cherished you as a treasure. Even when you wronged me, I did not hold it against you, yet you continue to pursue me relentlessly. Shen Wubing's expression shifted subtly, his tone suddenly turning frigid. Su Qingqing, do you truly believe I will perpetually indulge your whims? Upon meeting Shen Wubing's icy gaze, Su Qingqing felt as though she were being scrutinized by a predator, poised to devour her at any moment. Having known Shen Wubing for nearly a decade, she had never witnessed such a look in his eyes. In the past, regardless of her misdeeds, his gaze had always been tinged with fondness. Now, however, it was devoid of warmth, icy and unfeeling. At this juncture, Song Qifeng enveloped Su Qingqing in his embrace, regarding Shen Wubing with a bemused expression. Are you threatening my woman? Realizing her current status as Song Qingfeng's nominal partner, Su Qingqing regained her composure. Although the Song family may not rival the CF family in stature, they were certainly not someone Shen Wubing could easily provoke. As for the incident at the hospital where Jiang Anqi stood up for Shen Wubing, she believed it was merely due to Xieyu's influence. However, this banquet was orchestrated by Xie Xiaolong, who would not be reckless enough to offend the Song family over someone as inconsequential as Shen Wubing. With this thought, Su Qingqing regained her bravado, defiantly addressing Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing, I'm merely speaking the truth. Do you think you can do anything to me in front of young Master Song? Shen Wubing merely cast her a glance, dismissing her as a foolish woman, then turned his attention back to Song Qifeng. Song family, Song family, Song Qifeng. Song Qifeng reiterated, a look of arrogance in his eyes. Never heard of you, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. However, you would do well to take this foolish woman and leave now. I have a few friends arriving shortly, and their tempers are rather volatile. If anything transpires, I may not be able to restrain them. This banquet was originally organized by Xie Xiaolong for Shen Wubing, who had received several invitations from him, allowing him to bring along any friends he wished. Given the CF family's standing in Ice City, they would likely continue to support Shen Wubing in the future. Shen Wubing had accepted only 4 invitations, as he truly had no more friends in Ice City. He distributed these invitations to 4 individuals. Yi Qing, a classmate from his vocational training, Jiang Anqi, who had once come to his aid, and the other 2, Zhou Dao and Elder Lin. Among these 4, except for Yi Qing, who had no connections, the others were certainly not figures the Song family could easily provoke. Although Jiang Anqi's military rank was not high, if Song Qingfeng crossed her, he might find himself in serious trouble. What did you say? Song Qingfeng looked as if he were struggling to contain his laughter, pointing at Shen Wubing with exaggerated disbelief. You say your friends have bad tempers. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You look so scared. Come on, let them come and scare me. At that moment, Meng Ru approached, dressed in a seemingly ordinary yet elegantly understated evening gown. Wubing, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. It's time to change your clothes. A slight delay occurred due to some matters at hand, Shen Wubing explained with a smile. Meng Ru turned her head to glance at Song Qingfeng and Su Qingqing, then inquired, Are these 2 your friends? We certainly do not have friends like him. Su Qingqing replied disdainfully, immediately sizing up Meng Ru with her gaze. Although Meng Ru was in her 40s, her excellent upkeep and striking appearance made her seem merely in her 30s, the unique charm of a mature woman, combined with the poise cultivated from years in a high position, rendered her no less impressive than the youthful Su Qingqing. I wondered how someone like Shen Wubing could attend such a high-end gathering. It turns out he has attached himself to a wealthy woman, Su Qingqing remarked with evident disdain. Truly shameless. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingfeng hastily covered her mouth and turned to Meng Ru with an apologetic smile. Madam Xie, I apologize. This is her first time in such a setting. and she does not recognize you. Meng Ru furrowed her brows slightly, casting a glance at Su Qingqing before calmly stating, "Young lady, your words are quite unrefined for someone of your age. Perhaps it would be best to keep that tongue of yours in check." Hearing this, Su Qingqing was immediately displeased, pointing at Meng Ru and ready to retort, but was sharply interrupted by Song Qifeng. "Be quiet." After stating this, Song Qifeng once again flashed a conciliatory smile toward Meng Ru. "Madam Xie, I am Song Qifeng from the Song family. Years ago, I visited the Xie family with my father. Do you remember me? Are you the son of Song Qing?" Meng Ru pondered for a few seconds before asking. "Indeed, Song Qing is my father," Song Qifeng replied with a smile, tentatively inquiring. "Might you consider overlooking her transgressions in light of my father's reputation?" "I cannot," Meng Ru replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Song Qifeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Meng Ru to be so adamant, showing no regard even for his father's standing. "While I may be of a certain age, does that mean my son is also fair game for her to slander?" Meng Ru stated coldly. "Has she offended young Master Xie?" Song Qifeng turned to look at Su Qingqing. At this moment, Su Qingqing realized the gravity of the situation and quickly shook her head, signaling that she had not offended Xie. Meng Ru, however, smiled and shook her head, saying, "I know that rascal Xie well. If a woman were to insult him, it would surely be because he has wronged her, and as his mother, I will not show him any favoritism." With this, Meng Ru turned to glance at Shen Wubing. Her eyes filled with tenderness, but when she once again faced Su Qingqing, her gaze turned icy. "However, if you maliciously slander Wubing, it is undoubtedly you who is causing trouble." "What? He is your son?" Song Qifeng pointed at Shen Wubing. Disbelief etched across his face. Su Qingqing finally connected the dots. Today's banquet hosted by the Xie family was indeed to celebrate young Master Xie taking on an adopted son, and it appeared this event was specifically for Shen Wubing. In that instant, Su Qingqing felt a surge of panic, clinging tightly to Song Qingfeng's arm, stammering, "Song Shao, please save me." Song Qifeng glanced at Su Qingqing. Despite her having offended the Xie family, he could not deny her striking beauty and skills in bed. So he gritted his teeth and spoke again. "Madam Xie, this is a misunderstanding on Qingqing's part. I will ensure she apologizes to Shen Wubing, and the Song family will also pay a visit with gifts on another day. However, Su Qingqing, you must not act." Upon hearing this, Meng Ru's lips curled into a slight smile as she regarded Song Qifeng. "The Song family has produced one with backbone. Madam Xie, you flatter me. I merely..." Song Qifeng began to humbly respond, but was abruptly cut off by Meng Ru's next statement, causing his smile to freeze in place. "After tonight, the Song family will be bankrupt." Meng Ru's tone remained calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, her words struck like thunder, plunging the banquet hall into an eerie silence. Some bored individuals had ranked the four major families of I City as Xie, Lin, Song, and Qin. The Xie family had started with black and later transitioned to a clean image. Although they had faced difficulties in recent years, they remained the foremost family in I City, with deep-rooted foundations. The Lin family had ventured into politics, with many members serving as government officials and military personnel, rarely engaging in public affairs or disputes, hence being ranked as the second family. Yet no one dared to provoke them, not even the Xie family. The Song and Qin families were recent entrants to the business scene, having risen during the Xie family's recent troubles. While their foundations were not deep, they were financially robust, with the Song family even being dubbed the richest in I City. Yet, Meng Ru's claim of bringing about the Song family's downfall in a single night was indeed shocking. However, some believed Meng Ru was merely boasting, considering the Song family's recent dominance over the Xie family in the business arena and their growing influence in I City. Upon hearing this, Song Qifeng was initially taken aback, then after a moment, he offered a faint smile. "Madam Xie, you jest. While we, the Song family, have always respected the Xie family, it does not mean we are truly afraid of them." At this point, Song Qifeng seemed to recall something, then grinned and added dismissively, "If the Xie family wishes to resort to underhanded tactics, the Song family will gladly engage them." In recent years, the Song family had formed relationships with numerous influential figures due to their financial strength, even connecting with some in the military. With such connections, they were unafraid of the Xie family resorting to dubious means. "Oh," Meng Ru, now furious, forced a smile, shaking her head helplessly. "Have the Song family grown so arrogant in just 2 years that they no longer regard the Xie family? Furthermore, can you, Song Qifeng, truly represent the entire Song family?" Meng Ru's gaze sharpened, her aura shifting. In that moment, she transformed from a gentle matron into a regal queen. "Madam Xie may be unaware, but in the past 2 years, Nearly 50% of Ice City's business has fallen under the Song family's control, while the Xie family holds at most 20%, Song Qingfeng asserted, extending two fingers that I asked for whether I can represent the Song family. I can assure you, I am the future heir and the sole heir. Do you think I cannot represent the Song family? He then looked at Mengru with a smirk, retorting, conversely. I have heard that young Master Xie has relinquished his claim to the Xie family inheritance. So can you truly represent the entire Xie family? Chapter 036, The Legend of the Business World. Mr. Meng representing the Xie family. Mengru could not help but chuckle, responding. Do you truly believe that the mere Song family is worthy of the Xie family's attention? Though I may be a delicate woman, I alone am sufficient to bring about the Song family's downfall, Madam Xie. I suspect you have become muddled during your years on the sickbed, Song Qifeng scoffed. Before Mengru could respond, Shen Wubing, unable to contain himself, coughed a few times while covering his mouth, then directed his words at Qian Meng. Disrespect towards elders is intolerable. Heir, teach him a lesson. All right, I've long found this fellow distasteful. I don't know what he's pretending to be here. With that, he stepped forward and delivered a kick to Song Qingfeng's chest. Song Qifeng had not anticipated such an assault in this setting. And before he could react, he was sent flying 2 meters by Qian Meng's kick. Qian Meng was someone who could hold his own against military personnel, although he did not exert his full strength. This kick was more than Song Qingfeng could withstand. He collapsed to the ground, retching for half a minute before regaining his composure, glaring venomously at Shen Wubing and Qian Meng, gritting his teeth and declaring, You dare to hit me? I will have you killed. What? You still dare to talk back? Qian Meng said, preparing to step forward again, only to be stopped by Mengru. Qian Meng, Wubing, there is no need to stoop to his level. After tonight, Ice City will no longer have a place for the Song family. Mengru maintained a faint smile, yet her tone exuded immense confidence. With that, she looked down at Song Qifeng, stating, What I rely on has never been the Xie family. And also, here, Mengru paused, then spoke each word deliberately. Do not call me Madam Xie. Refer to me as Ms. Meng. Of course, you may also call me Mr. Meng. Upon hearing this, all the business magnates present gasped in shock. The mention of Mr. Meng evoked the image of a legend in the business world. No one had ever seen his true face, only knowing that he had risen to prominence during the Xie family's transformation, single-handedly aiding them in their rebranding. At that time, the business landscape of Ice City was almost entirely under Mr. Meng's control, with the Song and Qin families merely being small players. Yet, 2 years ago, Mr. Meng had suddenly vanished, causing the Xie family standing in the business realm to plummet. Speculation arose that Mr. Meng had become a serious threat to Master Xie 5, leading to his clandestine removal. However, it now appeared those rumors were unfounded, as the legendary Mr. Meng was none other than Mengru, the wife of young Master Xie. Her disappearance was not due to a threat to Mr. Xie's status, but rather because she had fallen ill. However, it seems that her health has now been restored. Since she is Mr. Meng, her earlier statement about the Song family's impending bankruptcy after tonight is no mere empty threat. The business landscape of Ice City is about to undergo a significant transformation. As soon as the name Mr. Meng escaped her lips, Song Qingfeng's previously fierce demeanor dissipated, leaving him as deflated as a punctured balloon. Utterly defeated. Everything is over. Despite the Song family's immense wealth, facing the illustrious Mr. Meng would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, and the Song family's pride in their vast fortune would count for little in the presence of Mr. Meng. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Song Qifeng hastily exclaimed, You cannot harm the Song family. No, you must not. Oh. Mengru smiled, inquiring, Why not, Captain Wang? Captain Wang is on good terms with our Song family and has a deep connection with us. If you dare to touch the Song family, Captain Wang will not let you go. Song Qifeng gritted his teeth once more. Upon hearing this, Mengru couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although the Xie family is referred to as the underground emperor of Ice City, there is one entity they dare not offend, the military. Ever since the Xie family underwent a transformation, Mr. Xie has sought to establish connections with the military, but their origins are less than pristine. Those in the military hold disdain for those who have risen from the underworld. Thus, the Xie family has maintained no ties with the military. Logically, a mere captain should pose no real threat. But as long as the individual bears a military rank, the Xie family cannot and must not act against them. Observing Mengru's silence, Song Qifeng suddenly regained his confidence, with the assistance of Su Qingqing. He stood upright and declared with an air of arrogance, I initially intended to show your Xie family some respect, but since you are forcing my hand, I shall no longer concern myself with your dignity. Today, no one shall lay a finger on my woman. He then pointed at Shun Wubing and Qian Ming, coldly stating, "And I demand one leg from each of them. Right now. Have you not yet awakened from your slumber?" A derisive smile played on Meng Ru's lips as she cast a cold glance at Su Qingqing. She would not allow anyone to shield her from her wrath. "Madam Xia, are you truly willing to offend the military for that insufferable brat?" Song Qingfeng's voice rose in intensity. "This is none of your concern," Meng Ru replied, her countenance darkening. Initially, she had intended to deal with the Song family as a whole, but now that they had the military as their backing, she would have to reconsider her approach. However, Su Qingqing's insult towards Shun Wubing in this context could not go unpunished. At that moment, Shun Wubing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed twice and stepped beside Meng Ru, saying, "Aunt Ming, this matter does not require immediate resolution." Meng Ru turned to glance at him, then nodded. "Very well, I shall first take you to change your clothes." She then cast a reassuring look at Su Qingqing, stating, "Rest assured, I will not let go of anyone who has bullied you, Dunham." Shun Wubing nodded with a smile, then pulled out his phone to check the time, subsequently telling Meng Ru, "Aunt Ming, I have a few friends who are about to arrive. The time is drawing near, so I will wait for them here. Since they are your friends, I shall wait with you." Meng Ru smiled as she took Shun Wubing's hand. In that moment, Shun Wubing felt a unique and long-lost sensation. When he was young, his mother often held his hand in the same manner. However, ever since her passing, he had not experienced such concern and care from another. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing clung tightly to Song Qingfeng's arm, expressing her fear. "Young Master Song, should we leave this place? What is there to fear?" Song Qifeng chuckled lightly, then cast a resentful gaze at Meng Ru's retreating figure, coldly asserting, "Rest assured, the Xie family would not dare offend the military." At that moment, the grand doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open, revealing 4 figures at the entrance, prompting a smile to grace Shun Wubing's lips. Yet, Meng Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 037. A long-awaited familial bond. As she beheld the 4 individuals approaching, Meng Ru could scarcely believe her eyes, particularly with the one at the forefront. He was an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair a crown of white. Although a broad smile adorned his face, an imposing air emanated from his brow, one that could instill a sense of suffocation even in Mr. Xia's presence. Few in attendance had ever encountered this venerable figure, yet Meng Ru had the fortune to have met him once. Lin Tianrong, the esteemed Elder Lin, is the only military general in all of I City and even the 3 provinces of Hanzhou. One of the 10 generals of the Xia Kingdom. Supporting him was a man known to all, none other than Colonel Zhou, who had just assumed control of the entire I City patrol. As this scene unfolded, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. "Who is this elder that commands the attention of Colonel Zhou? I do not know him, but judging by his aura, he must also hail from the military. With a rank surpassing that of Colonel Zhou, a rank higher than Colonel Zhou, that must mean he holds at least the rank of Major General. I think I know." Someone remarked thoughtfully. "Who? Surely he is the elder of the Lin family. For there is only one Major General in all of I City, and that is Lin Beiwang of the Lin family. Yet he is only in his early 40s, so this elder cannot be him. Which leaves only one possibility. Are you suggesting it is Elder Lin, General Lin?" As the crowd speculated, Shun Wubing had already approached the 4 individuals, first glancing at Yi Qing following Elder Lin with a puzzled expression. "Elder Lin, why did you come with Yi Qing?" "Ha ha ha ha." Elder Lin chuckled heartily and turned to glance at Yi Qing, explaining, "We encountered this young man downstairs, and Anqi mentioned he was your friend, so we decided to come up together." "Ah, I see." Shun Wubing smiled, then greeted Zhou Dao and Jiang Anqi in turn, before turning to Meng Ru to introduce, "Elder Lin, this is Aunt Ming, who is now." He paused, feeling a bit shy. "Now she is my mother." Upon hearing the word mother, a radiant smile spread across Meng Ru's face. He continued to introduce, "This is Elder Lin, a kind elder to me. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Lin. I did not expect your personal visit. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Meng Ru said respectfully, bowing slightly. "We are all family. There is no need for formality," Elder Lin replied with a smile. Seemingly unbothered, Shun Wubing then introduced Meng Ru to Zhou Dao, Jiang Anqi, and Yi Qing. They all nodded in acknowledgement, signifying a greeting to At that moment. Mr. Xia also received word and hurried over. He might have deemed it unnecessary to personally greet others, but with Elder Lin present, he could not remain idle. "Elder Lin, what brings you here? I failed to welcome you properly, and I am truly remiss," Mr. Xia said, hastening to stand before Elder Lin, his face beaming with joy. "Please, Mr. Xia, do not be so formal. I am here at Shun Wubing's invitation to attend a banquet," Elder Lin replied with a smile. "Mr. Xia, That is merely what outsiders call me. You may simply call me Xie Deng. Mr. Xie said, somewhat overwhelmed. He then cast a surprised glance at Shen Wubing, remarking, I did not expect Wubing to be acquainted with Elder Lin. It seems that Xiaolong has truly elevated his status by taking Wubing as a godson. You flatter me, Mr. Xie, Shen Wubing replied, shaking his head. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment before taking their seats. As the host, Mr. Xie sat at the head of the table, with Elder Lin beside him. The two engaged in lively conversation, appearing as if they were long-lost friends. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing followed Meng Ru and her family into a room, where she had prepared clothes for him in advance, upon seeing Shen Wubing emerge in a tailored suit. The three were momentarily taken aback. The saying clothes make the man rang true. Shen Wubing, though not unattractive, typically dressed in comfortable athletic wear, however, clad in a bespoke suit. His somewhat pallid complexion conveyed an unexpected allure. Little three, I never realized your handsomeness rivals mine, Xie remarked, stroking his chin as he assessed Shen Wubing. Meng Ru, thoroughly pleased, stepped forward to adjust Shen Wubing's attire, even bending down to straighten his trousers. This made Shen Wubing anxious. He hurried to assist her, but was halted by Xie Xiaolong, who earnestly stated, Wubing, there is no need for a mother and son to be overly formal. Shen Wubing paused for a few seconds, then nodded, silently savoring the maternal affection he had long been deprived of. After ensuring Shen Wubing looked impeccable, Meng Ru straightened up, her face glowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaolong regarded Shen Wubing with a somewhat complex expression, as if he had something to say but was uncertain how to articulate it, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Uncle Xie, do you have something you wish to express? Shen Wubing immediately discerned that the other party seemed to be preoccupied. Thus he inquired. Xie Xiaolong fell silent for a few moments before finally asking, Wubing, do you know Old Man Lin? Yes, Shen Wubing replied candidly. Years ago, Old Man Lin was afflicted with a terminal illness, and I happened to assist him. Since then, he has also provided me with considerable help over the years. I see. Xie Xiaolong nodded in realization, then spoke with a somewhat awkward expression, Wubing. Initially, we were truly unaware of your connection with Old Man Lin. It seems, indeed, that my family has overstepped. However, I assure you, my intentions towards you and Aunt Meng Ru are entirely innocent. We merely... Uncle Xie, what are you saying? Shen Wubing interrupted with a wry smile. While I have aided Old Man Lin and share a good relationship with him, I remain nothing but a powerless student. If anyone is to be considered as having overstepped, it is I who have overstepped with your family. Moreover, even before I assisted Aunt Meng Ru, you had graciously provided me with free medical examinations on numerous occasions and had arranged for several esteemed physicians to attend to me. I have always remembered that, but Xie Xiaolong wished to say more, yet he was interrupted by Meng Ru's intervention. All right, why are you two gentlemen being so sentimental? Meng Ru said, taking Shen Wubing's hand with one hand while clasping Xie Xiaolong's with the other. Her tone gentle. Kinship cannot be measured by status or position. Regardless of Wubing's standing, he is my son. Even if he possesses nothing, should anyone dare to bully him, I will not permit it. And if he were to err in the future, I would still reprimand him. Upon hearing Meng Ru's words, Xie Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. Then a relieved smile spread across his face. It appears I have been overly sentimental. With that, he gave Shen Wubing's shoulder a hearty pat and laughed heartily. Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. Regardless, you are my son, my true son. Ahem. Shen Wubing found himself coughing involuntarily at Xie Xiaolong's hearty slap. Observing this, Meng Ru did not hesitate to raise her fist and lightly thumped Xie Xiaolong's chest, her face brimming with reproach. Wubing's health is fragile. Could you be gentler? Xie Xiaolong looked regretful. Meanwhile, Xie Yu shook his head and remarked, Forget it. I think I shall step outside and find air to play. I feel somewhat superfluous. Chapter 038. I never stated I would intervene. The proceedings that followed were rather formal, as Xie Xiaolong and Meng Ru adopted Shen Wubing as their godson, with Xie Wuye and Old Man Lin serving as witnesses. The presence of these two figures transformed what was initially a simple recognition ceremony into a grand event in Ice City, attracting not only all the prominent families but also some military personnel who came uninvited. In recent years, Old Man Lin had seldom ventured out, only attending particularly significant occasions. His presence today drew a significant number of military figures, including Captain Wang mentioned by Song Chi Feng. Captain Wang, a man in his 40s, stood tall with a resolute visage. A scar at the corner of his eye bore witness to his past exploits. Captain Wang, welcome. Xie Wuye greeted with a smile, shaking hands with him. Ever since the Xie family had redeemed itself, Xia Wuye had been eager to forge connections within the military but had faced hurdles due to his humble beginnings as a local tyrant. However, he had not anticipated that such a simple recognition banquet would attract the esteemed old man Lin himself. Following this event, it was unlikely anyone would dare to look down upon the Xie family due to their past. Congratulations to the Xie family on acquiring a prodigious son, Captain Wang said with a smile. I hope you will pardon my uninvited presence. Not at all. It's our honor that you could attend. Xia Wuye replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Wuye introduced Captain Wang to Shun Wubing and Meng Ru. Upon hearing the name, both Meng Ru and Shun Wubing's expressions shifted slightly. However, Meng Ru soon regained her composure and donned a smile as she engaged in conversation. Shun Wubing, however, maintained a stoic demeanor and abruptly asked, Captain Wang, do you have a favorable relationship with the Song family? Captain Wang, who had been conversing with Meng Ru and Xia Wuye, was momentarily taken aback. His gaze lingering on the direction of old man Lin, contemplating how to initiate a visit. What? Shun Wubing prompted. Just now, the heir of the Song family mentioned it directly. He continued. Let us discuss these trivial matters later. Xia Wuye interjected. Sensing the atmosphere had become delicate, no. Shun Wubing shook his head, looking intently at Captain Wang as he stated emphatically, this is not a trivial matter. Captain Wang then sensed a shift in Shun Wubing's demeanor and pondered for a moment before smiling. Song Chung and I were childhood friends. We do have a decent relationship. That explains it. Shun Wubing nodded before glancing at Song Qingfeng in the distance. Song Xiao's companion insulted me, and when my mother intervened, she was threatened by Song Xiao. The reason he feels empowered to threaten my mother is because of you, Captain Wang. Hearing this, Captain Wang's expression darkened as he glared at Song Qingfeng in the distance. Then spoke, that insolent brat truly does not know the severity of his actions. Turning back to Shun Wubing, he added with a smile, rest assured, I will report this matter to his father and ensure he receives a proper lesson. That won't be necessary. Shun Wubing waved his hand and turned to Meng Ru, asking, is it true that you can bring the Song family to ruin overnight? Yes, Meng Ru replied, initially taken aback, then nodded earnestly if the military does not intervene. I can indeed bring the Song family to complete ruin overnight. Then please proceed without hesitation. Shun Wubing coughed lightly, then turned to Captain Wang with a smile. I trust Captain Wang would refrain from meddling in business affairs. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang furrowed his brow and pondered for a few moments before responding solemnly. To bring about such devastation over a minor issue seems excessive, does it not? No. Shun Wubing shook his head again. Reiterating, I just stated that this is not a minor issue. I have long been labeled a sickly child, accustomed to insults. However, threatening my mother is a grave matter. And merely bringing the Song family to ruin is already a small punishment for a great offense. Meanwhile, old man Lin had been quietly observing everything from a distance. He turned to Zhou Dao beside him, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he remarked, this child has finally shed his former timidity. Yet Zhou Dao expressed concern. However, youthful exuberance can also lead to trouble. You do not understand him. Old man Lin shook his head with a smile. What is Ice City to him, with his abilities? He could thrive even throughout the entirety of Hangzhou. That may be true, Zhou Dao concurred. With your support, he will undoubtedly be fine. You still do not comprehend him. He does not require my backing. Old man Lin shook his head again, changing the subject as he instructed Jiang Anqi, who was nearby, go take a look, and assist him if any troubles arise. Understood, Jiang Anqi replied, popping a pastry into her mouth before rising and heading towards Shun Wubing. As she approached, Captain Wang couldn't help but feel a jolt of apprehension. While outsiders might underestimate her, he, being part of the military, was well aware of just how formidable this seemingly harmless woman truly was. Bejequin, Evil Wolf Blade, Angel's Bullet, none are to be trifled with. Though these three are collectively known as the three no-go zones of Hangzhou, in his view, the first two do not even compare to Angel's Bullet. This is someone who will shoot without hesitation. She does not consider your status or position. I heard that just a few days ago, a young heir from the capital was shot dead by her. Captain Jiang, Captain Wang addressed her cautiously. I am no longer a captain. Jiang Anqi waved her hand dismissively. I've gotten into quite a bit of trouble recently, and now I am merely a second lieutenant. She gestured to the insignia on her shoulder. With Jiang Anqi's prowess, returning to the rank of captain was simply a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before you rise back to captain. Captain Wang remarked with a smile. Jiang Anqi smiled back but chose not to engage further, instead turning to Shun Wubing and asking, is there anything I can assist you with? Shun Wubing glanced at Captain Wang and replied, If Captain Wang chooses not to intervene, then there should be nothing I require assistance with. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Anqi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The implication behind Shen Wubing's words was abundantly clear. If Captain Wang were to intervene in this matter, she would be required to assist him, and as long as Shen Wubing required her assistance, it meant she could indulge in a few more meals at Lu Yilou. In matters such as these. Shen Wubing was indeed quite generous. Thus, Jiang Anqi gazed expectantly at Captain Wang, her right hand instinctively resting on the grip of her firearm. Captain Wang glanced at Jiang Anqi's fervent gaze and quickly waved his hand. I never said I would take charge. Chapter 039. An unintentional act, extending the glory of the CF family for a century. Upon hearing Captain Wang's words, Song Qifeng felt his legs weaken. Collapsing to the ground in an instant, he understood that the Song family was doomed. Ever since Old Master Lin and Zhou Daoxian had made their presence known, laughing and conversing with Shen Wubing, an ominous premonition had taken root in his heart. Throughout the banquet, he had concealed himself in a corner, fearful of drawing attention. Yet, he had never anticipated Captain Wang's arrival, which directly reminded Shen Wubing of the earlier events. At present, let alone Old Master Lin and Zhou Daoxian, even a mere woman bearing the rank of second lieutenant was someone he could not afford to offend. So how could he possibly protect the Song family? How could the Song family withstand the legendary figure of the business world known as Mr. Ming? For a decade, the Song family had endured, seizing the opportunity presented by Mr. Ming's disappearance over the past 2 years to rise to prominence as one of the foremost families in Ice City. Only to see it all crumble at the hands of a woman. A woman? Yes, it was all that woman's fault. With this thought, Song Qifeng shot a venomous glare at Su Qingqing beside him. If it weren't for her, he would never have unwittingly offended Shen Wubing, nor would he be embroiled in the current predicament. Song Shao, think of a way. They wouldn't really cut out my tongue. Would they? Su Qingqing, realizing that Song Qifeng might lack the means to save her, clung desperately to this last hope. You wretched woman, do you still dare to ask me for help? Song Qifeng grasped Su Qingqing's neck tightly. His voice hoarse. I swear I could strangle you right now. Meng Ru learned from Xie Yu about the matters between Su Qingqing and Shen Wubing. He simply could not fathom the connection between the ability of soul transfer and himself. Old Master Lin did not keep them in suspense. He promptly elucidated. Once soul transfer is activated, it allows for the exchange of souls with anyone it comes into contact with. Of course, this requires mutual consent. This revelation left Shen Wubing and Jiang Anqi momentarily speechless, their astonishment unmistakable. Old Master Lin chose not to elaborate further, granting them time to process this information. After a considerable pause, Shen Wubing finally realized. You believe my body could not withstand it any longer, so you intended for someone named Yin Yu to exchange souls with me. Is that correct? Old Master Lin responded. Although his ability is termed soul transfer, it can also be interpreted as a body exchange. Shen Wubing pondered for a few moments, feeling the truth in the words spoken. The exchange of their souls indeed implied an exchange of bodies. I once had him attempt soul transfer on an individual afflicted by illness. And ultimately, that person's ailment remained in his body, which means it resided in Yunyu. Upon hearing Old Master Lin's words, Jiang Anqi felt there was still something amiss and inquired, if that is the case, why did you not have him exchange bodies with Shen Wubing? Old Master Lin cast a meaningful glance at Shen Wubing before turning his attention back to Jiang Anqi, asking, you should now be aware of Wubing's true identity. Correct? His identity? Jiang Anqi was momentarily taken aback, but soon the words of Old Master Lin resurfaced in her mind. The original purpose of the Baikei was to assist Shen Wubing in finding a miraculous doctor and medicinal herbs. Moreover, all members of Baikei were aware that everything they did was for their enigmatic leader. Realizing this, Jiang Anqi looked at Shen Wubing in shock and exclaimed, he is Wang Buliuxing. Indeed, Wubing's codename in Baikei was Wang Buliuxing. Old Master Lin nodded solemnly. He is the true leader of Baikei in every sense. I assigned all your codenames. Yours, Nanling Rao Hua, signifies redemption. Meanwhile, Wang Buliuxing symbolizes the joy of helping others. Jiang Anqi stared at Shen Wubing for a full minute before smiling. She should have anticipated this revelation. When Shen Wubing had quarreled with Qin Hao at the hospital entrance, Old Master Lin had sent her to assist him and had even emphasized the importance of the matter, stating that she could resort to violence if necessary, even to the point of committing murder. Initially, she had wondered why a mere Shen Wubing would garner such profound attention from Old Master Lin. But now that she understood his identity, everything fell into place. It turned out he was indeed Wang Buliuxing, the true king of Baikei. After a brief silence, Old Master Lin continued. Every member of Baikei is an awakened individual, which means that even I, as the organizer, have yet to formally join Baikatang. How could Wubbing, as the leader, be an ordinary person? However, it is regrettable that the awakened abilities are tethered to the soul rather than the physical form. Upon hearing this, Shin Wubbing found it quite reasonable. If awakened abilities were linked to the body, then upon Yunyu activating soul transfer, he would lose that ability. Such a scenario would render the ability rather lackluster. After a moment, Old Master Lin continued. Thus, I have been searching for a perfect body. Even if it cannot awaken, I must create a vessel for Wubbing that can withstand awakened individuals purely through physical strength. Only in this way can he instill fear among the many awakened within Bai Cao Tang. At this point, Old Master Lin chuckled. However, now that Wubbing has awakened and possesses the unique afflicted by illness ability, this plan must be temporarily shelved. Henceforth, we simply need to continue developing Baikatang. Old Master Lin, I find myself puzzled. Shun Wubbing scratched his head and inquired. Since the original purpose of Baikatang was to safeguard my body, but now that my body is fine, is there still a necessity for Baikatang's development? Of course. Old Master Lin immediately straightened in his seat, fixing his gaze upon Shun Wubbing. If I were present, I could naturally protect you, but I am already 72 years old. How many more years can I live? If I am no longer here, as long as Baikatang exists, I can rest easy. But Old Master Lin, you will not die. Shun Wubbing smiled and shook his head. Wubbing, I know that with you here, I will remain free of illness and disaster, but what about a century from now? Old Master Lin sighed. You will not perish even after a century. Shun Wubbing shook his head once more. This time, not only Old Master Lin but even Jiang Anqi looked at Shun Wubbing with confusion. Who can escape death? Even if one remains healthy and free from calamity, living to 100 years is the utmost limit. Nevertheless, Shin Wubbing remained unfazed, smiling as he said, as long as soul transfer does not perish, neither shall you. Chapter 041. The 9-person squad. Upon hearing Shin Wubbing's words, both Old Master Lin and Jiang Anqi were momentarily taken aback. But soon, it seemed as though they both arrived at a realization, their expressions turning peculiar. So this is the correct application of soul transfer. According to Shin Wubbing's theory, it would be entirely possible for Yunyu to activate soul transfer on a healthy and youthful body when Old Master Lin's time is drawing near, and then subsequently perform soul transfer on Old Master Lin. In doing so, Old Master Lin would acquire a youthful physique. Naturally, this method would require someone willing to sacrifice their life, but as a high-ranking general, Old Master Lin had led countless soldiers. Finding someone willing to die for him would be a trivial matter. Old Master Lin pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. This approach seems somewhat inhumane. I am already of advanced age. How can I ask those under me to die for me? You need not require your subordinates to sacrifice themselves. Shin Wubbing smiled again. Simply find a death row inmate or someone terminally ill with little time left, and promise some benefits to their family. I believe many would be willing. At this, both Old Master Lin and Jiang Anqi looked at Shin Wubbing with renewed astonishment. This was akin to exploiting a loophole. Soul transfer combined with afflicted by illness meant that if they did not wish for someone to perish, it would be exceedingly difficult for that individual to meet their end. Old Master Lin involuntarily gasped and then spoke. Let us not rush into this matter. After all, my body is currently in decent condition. The most pressing concern remains the development direction of Baikatang, and I need you, Wubbing, to devise a plan. Well, Shin Wubbing hesitated for a moment before smiling wryly at Old Master Lin, saying, Old Master Lin, perhaps you should handle this matter. Old Master Lin fell silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. Very well. The current situation is not entirely clear. We should proceed with caution. Once the world has undergone a complete transformation, we can then deliberate on subsequent matters. At this point, Old Master Lin seemed to recall something and addressed Shin Wubbing. By the way, Zhou Dao informed me that tomorrow your class will conduct group training. With 9 individuals per group training? Shin Wubbing asked, somewhat perplexed. It follows military protocol, where the students of your class undergo military-style training. The 9 of you will train together in the future, execute missions together, and they will become your most trustworthy partners and comrades to whom you can entrust your back, Old Master Lin explained. Understanding dawned upon Shin Wubbing, who nodded thoughtfully. According to the rules, this grouping will be determined by your homeroom teacher based on each individual's abilities. However, you may choose your trusted individuals independently. Many times, a reliable teammate is far more valuable than a powerful one. Just provide me with the list, and I will have Zhou Dao arrange the rest. Shin Wubbing lowered his head in contemplation for a few seconds before asking, can individuals from other classes be included? Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin chuckled. Are you referring to those 3 rascals in your dormitory? Shen Wuobing nodded with a smile. He had few friends, and the ones he deemed most trustworthy were the trio of CAYU. No problem. I've already sent people to investigate their backgrounds. As for Xie Dang's grandson, it goes without saying, given your relationship with the Xie family, he is undoubtedly the most trustworthy. Furthermore, that lad named Xiaoyu is also a person of great loyalty. As for Qian Ming, although he is not an awakened individual, his physical condition is exceptional and will not hold you back. Old Master Lin paused for a moment before hesitantly adding, as for Zhao Xiaodao, Old Master Lin, you have also stated that a trustworthy teammate is far more crucial than a powerful one. To me, Xiaodao is that trustworthy teammate, Shen Wuobing interjected decisively, cutting off Old Master Lin. Seeing Shen Wuobing's unwavering stance, Old Master Lin refrained from further objections and asked, do you have other candidates for the remaining members? Yi Qing, Shen Wuobing replied without hesitation. Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction, recalling what Anqi had mentioned about Yu Qing. His combat instinct is indeed commendable, and if harnessed effectively, he could potentially become the sharpest spear in your team. Is there anything else? Old Master Lin inquired. Shen Wuobing pondered for a few seconds before ultimately shaking his head. Within the school, he hardly had any acquaintances, and in the Dao class, Yu Qing was his sole companion. He was utterly incapable of selecting 8 trustworthy individuals. Old Master Lin seemed to have anticipated this, as he retrieved a document from beside his seat and handed it to Shen Wuobing. These are the remaining 4 teammates I have selected for you. Take a look and see if you have any objections. Shen Wuobing was momentarily taken aback, although Old Master Lin claimed that Zhao Xiaodao would have little impact on him. He was well aware that he would indeed choose Zhao Xiaodao as his teammate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only prepared 4 alternatives for him. When Shen Wuobing opened the document and saw the first person's profile, he froze, glancing in astonishment at Old Master Lin and then at Jiang Anqi, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Jiang Anqi, why are you calling me? Jiang Anqi instinctively turned her head. But upon seeing the document in Shen Wuobing's hand, she too was taken aback. She quickly snatched the document from him, which prominently displayed her profile information. Name, Jiang Anqi. Gender, female. Age, 23. Rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Awakened ability. Unerring shot. Below were some details regarding Jiang Anqi's life experience. But before Shen Wuobing could read further, it was snatched away by Jiang Anqi. With a bewildered expression, she looked at Old Master Lin and asked, are you suggesting that I should go back to school? Indeed, Old Master Lin affirmed with a nod. You arrived at the military department at the age of 17 and never properly attended school. It is an opportune time for you to engage in formal studies and not just indulge in battles. But Jiang Anqi attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by Old Master Lin, who firmly stated, there are no buts. This is an order. Understanding the seriousness of Old Master Lin's demeanor, Jiang Anqi resignedly replied, yes. Shen Wuobing could only chuckle wryly before continuing to examine the profile of the second individual. Upon seeing the name and photo, he was momentarily stunned. Name, Lin Man. Gender, female. Age, 21. Awakened ability, telepathy. Old Master Lin, this woman. Shen Wuobing shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Do you have a conflict with her? A glint of confusion flickered in Old Master Lin's eyes. I distinctly recall that you and Xiaoyu saved her outside the building. It's not because of that. Shen Wuobing explained. I simply do not wish to have someone who could potentially pry into my innermost thoughts lingering by my side. It makes me feel quite insecure. I see. Old Master Lin chuckled, taking Lin Man's profile from Shen Wuobing. After glancing through it, he slowly spoke. Wuobing, you cannot even manage to win over such a young girl. Win over? Shen Wuobing was slightly taken aback. Momentarily failing to comprehend the implication, Old Master Lin chuckled again and clarified, since 9 individuals form a small team, there will naturally be a leader. A significant portion of your team members are part of this squad because of you. So the leadership role is inherently yours. Upon hearing this, Shen Wuobing nodded slowly, beginning to grasp Old Master Lin's intention. He was being encouraged to cultivate his own influence, starting with these 8 individuals. Noticing Shen Wuobing's realization, Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued, the ability of telepathy is highly valued among various organizations. Just yesterday, Beiwang sought me out regarding Lin Man. Are you truly reluctant to utilize her? As for your concern about her possibly uncovering your secrets at any moment, that ultimately depends on your own capabilities. The military also possesses individuals with telepathy, and even some criminal organizations have such talents. Do they not fear having their secrets exposed? With a glint of severity in his eyes, Old Master Lin's tone turned cold as he declared, what you need to do is ensure her unwavering loyalty to you. You must achieve a level of trust where she wouldn't dare to delve into your thoughts, even if you initiate eye contact. Of course, different individuals require different approaches to win them over. I trust you can manage that. Shin Wubing contemplated for a few seconds before silently nodding. Gaining someone's complete allegiance is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. It necessitates not only certain essential measures but also shared experiences and prolonged interaction. Thus, he temporarily set aside thoughts of Lin Man and continued perusing the information of the next teammate. Name: Shining. Gender: male. Age: 21. Rank: second lieutenant. Awakened ability: none. This individual is the perfect physique I mentioned earlier, though he is currently not of use. However, he can serve as a sharp blade in your hand. Utterly loyal to you. Even if you were to command him to sacrifice his life, he would do so without hesitation, Old Master Lin explained. Moreover, his height and weight are comparable to yours, and even his appearance bears some resemblance. My initial thought was to use soul transfer to swap your bodies. With some minor adjustments to your looks, you would retain your own appearance, thus avoiding unnecessary complications, while Shin Wubing marveled at Old Master Lin's meticulous planning. He opened the last individual's profile. Name: Tang Xiaohua. Gender: female. Age: 22. Awakened ability: blink. Upon seeing the photograph in the upper right corner of the profile, Shin Wubing recognized the woman. She was a classmate from the Dao class. Although he had not previously known her name, her distinctive lip piercing and heavy smoky makeup made her instantly recognizable. Your team already has Yu Qing, Qian Ming, and Shen Ying, 3 formidable blades. Tang Xiaohua's unique ability can provide unexpected advantages in critical moments. Old Master Lin remarked with a smile. However, this young lady is a wild horse. Whether you can tame her will depend on your own skill. The following day, in the Dao class, Tang Song entered with a document in hand and addressed the gathered students. From today onward, you will undergo semi-militarized training. Tang Song: what does semi-militarized training entail? The girl named Tang Xiaohua, with her smoky eye makeup, asked. In simple terms, it means that in the coming days, you will participate in group training and may be assigned some relatively low-risk tasks. Tang Song elaborated. As he spoke, he produced the document he held, continuing, this is the military department's allocation of teams based on your awakened abilities. 9 individuals make up one team. He handed the document to a girl sitting in the front row. Please share it with everyone. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiaohua examined the team roster, her frown deepening the more she read. Finally, unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Tang Song, is there an issue with my team roster? What seems to be the problem? Tang Song inquired, looking up at her. Out of my 8 teammates, apart from Yi Qing, I've never even heard of the others. Are you certain they are all from the Dao class? Tang Xiaohua shook the team roster in her hand, exasperated. All the individuals listed on the roster were indeed students from the Dao class, but not all were awakened, as the number of awakened individuals was still relatively scarce, preventing the formation of a team composed entirely of them. Tang Song smiled and explained, however, you can rest assured that the team member list has been meticulously discussed and researched by the academicians at the Awakening Research Institute. They are undoubtedly the most suitable teammates for you. Very well. Tang Xiaohua, though still somewhat perplexed, chose to trust Tang Song's words. Subsequently, Tang Song led the group to the school playground. At that moment, many Dao class students had already gathered on the playground. Shen Wubing immediately spotted Xieyu and the others among the crowd. At that moment, Jiang Anqi stood alongside a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Wubing, and they were engaged in light conversation. On the podium in the playground stood dozens of soldiers clad in military uniforms, each standing tall and resolute, their arms crossed behind them like javelins. Tang Song addressed the Dao class students he had brought along, stating, those individuals up there are the finest warriors in the military department. They will be conducting practical training with you. When your name is called, please stand behind your respective instructor. Understood, Tang Song. The students responded lazily. Observing this scene, Tang Song refrained from saying much, silently thinking to himself that these sheltered flowers were about to face a harsh reality. Upon reaching this point, Tang Song's gaze fell upon the instructors on the platform. Upon encountering the first individual on his left, he could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. He had long been aware that Zhou Dao held a high regard for Shen Wubing. Yet he never anticipated that this living embodiment of a tyrant would be appointed as his instructor. He harbored grave doubts about whether Shen Wubing's frail health could withstand the trials posed by such a figure. Soon, all the students from the Dao class had assembled, and the dozens of instructors on stage began to call the roll in succession. The first to speak was the individual on the left. His cold, piercing gaze swept across the multitude of students below, and he bellowed the first name, Shen Wubing. Upon hearing his name, Shen Wubing raised a hand and approached the instructor. The latter frowned slightly but refrained from further comment. Continuing with the roll call. When he reached the name Jiang Anqi, his expression grew notably complex, yet he still proclaimed the name loudly. Jiang Anqi appeared today in comfortable athletic attire, resembling an ordinary university student. However, the moment she spoke, an inexplicable aura enveloped her, rivaling even the instructors on stage. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of all the students in the Dao class. Is this beauty from our school? I've never seen her before. I haven't seen her either. She must be from a nearby institution. I wish I could be assigned to her team. Don't dream. Can't you see her team already has 9 members? Damn. What kind of luck did those guys have to end up with 3 stunning beauties in one team? As each team was assigned, the instructors led their respective students away from the playground. Instructor, where are we headed? Xiaoyu lazily inquired. I haven't had breakfast yet. How about we grab a bite first? I'll treat at Lu Wai Lu. Sure. Sounds good. Jiang Anqi instinctively replied, but immediately covered her mouth. Casting a wary glance at the straight-backed figure ahead. As expected, upon hearing their exchange, the instructor halted abruptly, causing the smoky-eyed girl Tang Xiaohua, who was closely trailing him, to bump into him. Damn. Couldn't you at least brake gently? Tang Xiaohua muttered in displeasure. Realizing her faux pas, she shrank her neck slightly. The instructor was already feeling that Colonel Zhou had entrusted him with a significant headache. Typically, having a single troublemaker in a class was enough to give them a headache. But now, this 9-member team seemed to harbor 3 troublemakers: Jiang Anqi, Xiaoyu, and Tang Xiaohua. Contemplating this, he glanced back at Shen Wubing and Lin Man, thinking that at least these 2 appeared relatively docile for the time being. His icy gaze swept over Xiaoyu and the others before finally settling on Xiaoyu, coldly inquiring, "You want to eat?" Feeling the sharpness of the instructor's gaze, Xiaoyu felt somewhat uncertain and murmured, "Well, I'm not particularly hungry. I could skip it." Hearing this, the instructor's gaze shifted back to Jiang Anqi. "Once you leave the military, you're no longer a soldier?" Jiang Anqi did not respond but stood at attention. Eyes fixed forward. Observing this, the instructor scrutinized her for a moment before looking away, finally addressing Tang Xiaohua. Before he could speak, Tang Xiaohua interjected, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't insult you again." Seeing her earnest expression, he chose not to say more and turned to continue walking. Jiang Domain. What is the background of this instructor? Xiaoyu leaned closer to Jiang Anqi, whispering, "Even you're afraid of him." Jiang Anqi cast a lingering glance at his back and lowered her voice. "His name is Huiyan. Everyone secretly calls him the living tyrant. He is exceptionally strict with his troops, yet those he trains are invariably the elite among the new recruits. Whether your encounter with him is fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen." With a complex expression, she glanced at the others and added, "In any case, you all better count your blessings." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the school gate, where dozens of military trucks were lined up, stretching as far as the eye could see, creating a grand spectacle. "Get in," Huiyan commanded, opening the back of one of the trucks. Indicating for them to board, the group exchanged glances before climbing in one by one. Just as Jiang Anqi was about to enter, Huiyan called her, "You drive." Jiang Anqi hesitated but ultimately nodded. She understood that he was not asking for her assistance in driving, but rather wished to converse with her. As the vehicle began to move, Huiyan turned to Jiang Anqi. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Say what?" Jiang Anqi maintained her gaze on the road ahead, feigning confusion. "Still pretending?" Huiyan scoffed before fixing his gaze on her. "I don't know who you are, but sending you out here indicates that one of those 8 kids is someone significant. Tell me, who is it?" Huiyan's stare was unyielding. Jiang Anqi continued to focus on the road, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed. "Instructor Hua, knowing too much isn't always beneficial, since no one has informed you. It means those in higher positions deem it unnecessary for you to know. Your task is simply to train diligently." Huiyan was momentarily taken aback by her words, after which he fell silent. Meanwhile, in the truck, Tang Xiaohua was venting her frustration. "Which bastard is driving this vehicle? It's jostling me to death. Girl, you better not say that in front of Jiang Domain, or I fear she might shoot you." Xiaoyu teased, "Are you threatening me?" Tang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. "What era are we in? Shoot me. Why not bomb me instead?" As the 2 continued their banter, Lin Man sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her beautiful eyes scanning the group. Shen Wubing observed everyone and suggested, "Since we have some time to spare, why not take this opportunity to get to know each other?" In truth, aside from Shening and Tang Xiaohua, the others were already somewhat acquainted, if not intimately familiar with one another. "That's a good idea." Tang Xiaohua was the first to agree. This truck was filled with people she didn't know. Except for Yu Qing. and she wanted to take this chance to become acquainted with them since Tang Song had mentioned they would be comrades in the future. I'll go first. Xiaoyu raised his hand and addressed the group. My name is Xiaoyu. I'm 22 years old, wealthy and fit, and most importantly, I'm quite handsome. After hearing his introduction, Tang Xiaohua regarded him with disdain and asked, What about your abilities? Abilities? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to recall something, stating, Didn't I mention? I'm fit. I exaggerate a bit when I say 7 times in one night. 3 or 5 times is nothing. He proudly patted his chest as he spoke. Not. Tang Xiaohua's expression turned even more disdainful. You have such a perverse ability. What's so perverse about it? Xiaoyu retorted indignantly. Is it wrong for me to be fit? Then tell me, what's your ability? Listen carefully. Tang Xiaohua raised her chin and proclaimed, I am Tang Xiaohua, 22 years old, and my ability is blink. Blink. Xiaoyu burst into laughter, mocking, I can ignite. You don't understand a thing. Tang Xiaohua snapped back. At that moment, the previously silent Shining suddenly inquired, What's the range of your blink? Tang Xiaohua met his gaze and replied truthfully, Currently, it can only extend within a 10-meter radius. Shining nodded and then fell silent again. Soon after, Jian Ming, Zhao Xiaodao, and Shining sequentially introduced themselves. Upon learning that the three had not awakened any abilities, Tang Xiaohua's eyes flickered with disappointment, and her gaze landed on Shen Wubing. Seeing her look, Shen Wubing spoke up. I am Shen Wubing, 21 years old, and my ability is afflicted by disease. Afflicted by disease. Tang Xiaohua's eyes widened in confusion. As one of the earliest students in the Dao class, she had learned about many awakened abilities. Yet this was the first time she had heard of afflicted by disease. Shen Wubing nodded and succinctly explained his ability. After hearing his description, Tang Xiaohua's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and after a considerable pause, she finally managed to utter 3 words, so domineering. Indeed, it was a rather formidable ability. Shen Ying, standing nearby, nodded and remarked, however, in actual combat, it may present numerous inconveniences more suited for ambush. Shen Wubing merely smiled at this observation, refraining from rebuttal, as suitability for combat could only be determined through experience. Furthermore, he seemed to possess more than one ability, though he had no intention of revealing this just yet, preferring to keep some cards close to his chest. As Yu Qing concluded her self-introduction, only Lin Man remained silent within the vehicle. Tang Xiaohua turned her gaze towards Lin Man, who was curled up in the corner, and inquired, Sister, it's your turn. Oh. Lin Man timidly lifted her head and slowly began, My name is Lin Man. I am 21 years old, and my ability is mind reading. Upon hearing the words mind reading, Shen Ying immediately turned her head away to avoid making eye contact with Lin Man. However, Tang Xiaohua seemed unfazed and asked, So you possess mind reading? Huh. I've heard that it allows you to see what we are thinking. Is that true? Lin Man nodded slightly. This ability had brought her considerable distress, and she had begun to resent it. Well, can you tell me what I'm thinking right now? Tang Xiaohua asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had actively encouraged her to use her ability. She then raised her gaze to meet Tang Xiaohua's eyes. Despite the heavy smoky makeup and lip piercings that made her appear like a rebellious girl, her eyes were remarkably clear. Rarely did Lin Man encounter such purity in someone's gaze. Aside from that of children, with just a glance, Lin Man discerned all of Tang Xiaohua's current thoughts. A few moments later, Lin Man withdrew her gaze. So, did you read it? Tang Xiaohua asked, intrigued. Yes. Lin Man nodded. Quickly, tell me what I'm thinking. Tang Xiaohua urged. Lin Man hesitated, then looked up and deeply into Tang Xiaohua's eyes, finally saying, Do you really want me to say it? Of course, speak freely, Tang Xiaohua replied, appearing quite unbothered. All right. After a brief pause, Lin Man began, You think that Xiaoyu is quite good-looking, but his ability is rather perverse. What the? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. Lin Man then turned her gaze to Shen Wubing and continued, You feel that Shen Wubing's ability is impressive, but he appears sickly and is not very appealing. Shen Ying has an icy demeanor and likes to act profound. Jian Ming is just a big fool. Zhao Xiaodao stutters when he speaks, making him seem less intelligent. As she spoke, Lin Man glanced back at Tang Xiaohua and shyly added, You think I'm quite beautiful. But my chest is not as ample as yours. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua quickly covered Lin Man's mouth with her hand and awkwardly laughed. All right, no more. Lin Man lowered her head to inspect her flat chest and then looked at Tang Xiaohua's fullness, silently nodding in agreement. Indeed, what she said was true. From this, Shen Wubing gained a rough understanding of Tang Xiaohua. She was just as straightforward as she appeared, without hidden intentions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed Lin Man to demonstrate her mind reading in front of so many people. About half an hour later, the vehicle came to a gradual stop. With the sound of a door slamming, the rear door was opened. Everyone jumped out of the vehicle, and Shen Wubing realized they were no longer within the icy city, but had arrived at a military district on its outskirts. For the next week, you will all be staying here, Hui Yin said, his gaze sharp as he addressed the group. Now, you each have 3 minutes to call your families and explain the situation here. Afterward, all communication devices must be surrendered. Only 3 minutes. Xie was taken aback and then exclaimed, I have 7 girlfriends. How is 3 minutes enough? Hui Yin ignored Xie and looked at his watch. 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. Seeing this, everyone took out their phones to call their families, while Shen Wubing simply turned off his phone and handed it to Hui Yin. Huh. Hui Yin was momentarily surprised and asked, Don't you need to explain the situation to your family? I have no family, Shen Wubing replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Shen Wubing with a mix of complexity in their expressions. Hui Yin hesitated for a few seconds before taking Shen Wubing's phone. After 3 minutes, Hui Yin announced, Time's up. Everyone, turn off your phones and hand them over. Babe, I can't talk to you anymore. Please tell the other 6 babes to miss me. Xie spoke rapidly, and before hanging up, he even kissed the phone's microphone, utterly unconcerned about the odd stares from the others, once everyone had surrendered their phones. Hui Yin led them into the military district. Passing by the training ground, the group discovered rows of cushions laid out, and the soldiers in combat uniforms were not training as they had imagined but were seated on the cushions, seemingly meditating. Are they practicing Dao Ju? Tang Xiaohua asked. Hui Yin did not respond to her inquiry, continuing forward as the instructors overseeing the trainees saluted him with precise military decorum. Seeing this, Xie leaned towards Jiang Anqi and whispered, I see his rank is only a 2nd lieutenant. Why are so many people saluting him? Many of them are soldiers trained by Instructor Hua, Jiang Anqi remarked, casting a complicated glance at Hui Yan's back. Under normal circumstances, Instructor Hua should already hold the rank of major if not for the events of years past. Before Jiang Anqi could finish, Hui Yin led the group to a makeshift tent and halted. Turning to face them, the military has no extra accommodations for you. You will rest here from now on. As the group looked up, they saw dozens of identical tents set up in an orderly fashion, each appearing quite spacious. It looks decent. Xie assessed the tent in front of him and then declared, Ladies first. You choose first. He gestured towards the several girls, appearing quite chivalrous. At least you know how to be considerate. Tang Xiaohua replied, raising her head proudly. However, before she could step forward, Hui Yan's cold voice interjected, You 9 will share one tent. He pointed to the tent labeled 001 at the front. Are you kidding me? Tang Xiaohua protested. You want us 9 to sleep in one tent? In mixed genders, there is no such rule even in the military. Hui Yin fixed his gaze on Tang Xiaohua's eyes for a moment before stating, If you cannot accept such trivial matters, I suggest you leave now and voluntarily withdraw from the class. You. Tang Xiaohua glared fiercely at Hui Yin, ready to retort, but noticed Jiang Anqi had already walked into the tent. Seeing this, she swallowed her words and followed suit while muttering under her breath, Fine, what's the big deal about sharing? Once inside the tent, they found that the situation was not as dire as they had anticipated. Although they were sharing a tent, it was spacious enough, equipped with 3 sets of bunk beds and 3 single beds. A camouflage cloth separated the single beds from the bunk beds, indicating that the singles were intended for the 3 girls. Seeing this, Xie clicked his tongue and shook his head. Since when did the military start practicing preferential treatment? Hui Yin cast a cold glance at him, saying nothing further, only stating, Your training uniforms are on your respective beds. You have 10 minutes to change and gather outside. With that, he turned and exited the tent. Watching Hui Yan's departing figure, Tang Xiaohua pouted and approached her bed to inspect the items the military had provided. Grumbling, What is this? Can I go back to get my own cosmetics? Cosmetics? Xie scoffed, teasing, You should just hope you don't get your period during this time. You jerk. Tang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi had already found her clothes and was pulling the curtain close to change. Seeing this, Shen Wubing and the others began to change into the combat uniforms provided by the military. 10 minutes later, all 9 of them emerged from the tent. Hui Yin glanced at his watch and announced, You were 12 seconds late. At this, Jiang Anqi and Shen Ying's expressions soured, while Tang Xiaohua casually remarked, It's just a few seconds. Does that even count as late? Be quiet. Hui Yin sharply interrupted Tang Xiaohua's words, fixing her with a piercing gaze reminiscent of a hawk on the battlefield. Even a mere second's delay could cost you your life. Or worse, the life of a comrade. Understood. Tang Xiaohua muttered, shrinking back slightly. No need to be so fierce. Hui Yin paid her no further mind, his gaze sweeping across the assembled group before he spoke again. A 1-second delay results in 10 push-ups. Everyone, begin. What? 120 push-ups? Xiaoyu exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi and Shining had already lowered themselves to the ground, commencing their push-ups. Seeing this, the others reluctantly followed suit. However, this posed a significant challenge for Shen Wuobing. Given his physical condition, he could barely manage 20, let alone 120. Yet, when he noticed Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua already engaged in the exercise, he gritted his teeth and joined them. A minute later, Jiang Anqi and Shining simultaneously rose, reporting in unison. Report. 120 push-ups completed. Hui Yin nodded, then turned his attention to the remaining individuals. As his gaze fell upon Shen Wuobing, his brow furrowed in disapproval. A grown man. Shen Wuobing's pace was slower than that of the two women, and his expression was one of profound discomfort. Performing a few push-ups seemed to be a Herculean task for him. Hui Yin stepped forward, towering over Shen Wuobing, and coldly remarked, "You truly are a flower in a greenhouse, not accustomed to any form of exercise, are you?" Before Shen Wuobing could respond, Xiaoyu interjected, "Instructor, the third one." Silence. Hui Yin cut him off sharply, his voice stern. "I did not ask you." But Xiaoyu attempted to protest, only to be silenced by Shen Wuobing's shake of the head. He then addressed Hui Yin, stating, "Report, instructor, I have not." Immediately after, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Observing this, Hui Yin's frown deepened. From the moment he laid eyes on Shen Wuobing, he noted the pallor of his complexion, which suggested a serious frailty. Now, after managing nearly 10 push-ups, Shen Wuobing was coughing, and his arms trembled uncontrollably, appearing far from faint. Contemplating this, Hui Yin glanced at Jiang Anqi, who promptly averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. In that moment, Hui Yin realized she likely possessed knowledge of Shen Wuobing's condition but was unwilling to divulge it. Since he was not required to know the details, he resolved to focus solely on his responsibilities. With a steely gaze, he continued, "I do not care whether you have exercised previously. If you do not complete 120 push-ups today, do not even think about standing up." Shen Wuobing gritted his teeth, yet remained silent, enduring the torment of the push-ups. Jiang Anqi, witnessing his struggle, felt a pang of sympathy, ultimately choosing to turn her head away. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, Elder Lin and Zhou Dao sat across from one another, a tablet displaying the training footage of Shen Wuobing and the others positioned between them. Zhou Dao, watching Shen Wuobing tremble yet persist, expressed his concern. "Elder Lin, is this truly feasible? Are you not worried that Wuobing's body cannot endure?" Sighing, Elder Lin replied, "The Awakening Research Institute has their reasons for what they propose. Professor, he previously assured me that Wuobing's abilities are on the brink of a breakthrough after absorbing the illness from Xia's daughter-in-law. He should have crossed that threshold by now. The delay may stem from his inadequate physical condition, which must be improved in conjunction with the operation of the Daoju. He should not require much time to achieve this breakthrough. But I fear his body may not withstand it." Zhou Dao insisted anxiously. "Did not Professor he say he has an 80 chance of success?" Elder Lin countered. "Yet there remains a 20 chance of failure." Zhou Dao's tone grew increasingly frantic. "Which accomplished individual has not danced on the edge of death?" Elder Lin's expression turned grave as he regarded Zhou Dao. "How many times did you escape death on the battlefield in the southern wilderness?" Zhou Dao fell silent, considering his own experiences. Even he, a colonel, had faced countless life and death situations, and their expectations for Shen Wuobing far exceeded those of a mere colonel. Some trials were inevitable. With this thought, Zhou Dao directed his gaze back to the screen. At that moment, Qian Ming and Yi Qin completed their 120 push-ups, though not as swift as Jiang Anqi and Shining. It was evident they executed the task with relative ease, merely breathing heavily. Following them was Zhao Xiaodao. The remaining individuals struggled increasingly. Tang Xiaohua cursed under her breath as she exerted herself. "I'm not upset. Let us just call it a workout for my waistline." Lin Man, drenched in perspiration, gasped for breath, appearing significantly stronger than both Tang Xiaohua and Shen Wuobing. The one truly suffering was Shen Wuobing, whose camouflage uniform was thoroughly soaked, arms trembling uncontrollably, teeth clenching audibly. After another 10 minutes, Lin Man slowly stood up, panting, and reported, "Report." Hui Yin nodded, saying nothing further, his gaze still fixed on Shen Wuobing, who he sensed was distinctly unwell. His frailty was starkly inconsistent with that of a 20-something individual. Ordinarily, Even a common person should not be so weak. Moreover, records indicated he was an awakened, whose physical prowess ought to surpass that of ordinary humans. 120 push-ups should not prove so arduous, even for someone lacking in regular training. Before he could ponder further, Shen Wubing's arms finally gave way, sending him crashing to the ground. This sight startled Tang Xiaohua, causing her to shudder, nearly following suit. Instructor, he is about to collapse. Silence. Hui Yin shot her a cold glance and then raised a hand to stop Xiaoyu and others from rushing to assist Shen Wubing. I said, if you cannot complete the task, do not rise. Hui Yin's voice was uncompromisingly severe, devoid of any emotional inflection, drawing resentful looks from Xiaoyu and Qian Ming. Had this not been a military setting, you might have been tempted to act. I have additional matters to discuss with you. Hui Yin surveyed the group before finally resting his gaze on Shen Wubing, stating flatly, you will listen while you continue. You may rise once you have finished. Shen Wubing defiantly lifted his head to meet his gaze, then pushed himself back up. For the next week, you will undergo formal military training, consisting of morning physical training, afternoon combat training, and evening Daoju cultivation. He continued, furthermore, after 7 days, the military will assign you a mission. These tasks will not be overly difficult, yet carelessness may lead to fatal consequences. Thus, your primary objective now is to enhance your capabilities as much as possible. Shen Wubing absorbed none of Hui Yan's words. The excessive exertion had triggered a resurgence of issues within his body. Since he had absorbed Meng Ru's affliction, he sensed something was amiss. The black void within him felt as though it was nearing capacity, threatening to rupture at any moment. However, as he gradually learned to control the phasing of his arms, that sensation had dissipated. Now, it returned with greater intensity, and he felt the void on the verge of bursting. His bent arms could no longer straighten, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He truly felt as if he was on the brink of death. Am I really going to die? No. I have fought too hard to survive. More than 30 ailments have failed to claim my life. How could a mere 120 push-ups do so? Dream on. With that thought, Shen Wubing's bent arms gradually straightened. In the next moment, he felt the black void within him explode like an overinflated balloon, unleashing an indescribable wave of pain that coursed through his entire being. Even someone as accustomed to suffering as Shen Wubing could not help but emit a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! As his cry echoed, he sensed the void's explosion generating countless tiny black particles that coursed through his limbs and veins. The others were drawn to his anguished cries, witnessing a faint black mist enveloping Shen Wubing, flickering like a ghost. Moments later, those black particles seemed to merge with his flesh, vanishing entirely. He distinctly felt the emergence of yet another black void within him, one that was considerably larger than its predecessor. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. As he attempted to perform push-ups once more, it seemed as effortless as lifting his hands. 30 seconds later, Shen Wubing finally rose to his feet, gazing at the astonished expression on Hui Yan's face, and proclaimed loudly, "Report." Hui Yan remained silent, his eyes wide open, fixed upon Shen Wubing, disbelief etched across his features. Was this truly level Wu? Indeed, it was level Wu. Jiang Anqi also scrutinized Shen Wubing, her expression somewhat complex. How could this be possible? Hui Yan still struggled to accept the scene before him. What exactly does this level Wu entail? Xiaoyu stepped forward and inquired. Are you referring to the third one? Chapter 047. Breaking through to level Wu, training commences at this moment. Not only Xiaoyu but even Shen Wubing himself wore a puzzled expression. He merely felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him, devoid of any other noticeable changes, and the term level Wu was entirely unfamiliar to him. Hui Yin took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and slowly began to explain, this matter should have been elucidated by your class instructor. However, since you have yet to encounter it, they may have refrained from informing you. He paused briefly before continuing. Nevertheless, since it has come to light today, allow me to take on the role of your instructor for this discussion. Upon hearing his words, the group leaned in with earnest expressions, sensing that they were about to gain a genuine understanding of what it meant to be an awakened. They should already be aware that the abilities possessed by awakened individuals are capable of being transcended. Hua Yin glanced around at the group, who nodded in agreement, as Tang Song had indeed mentioned this matter to them previously. Each time an awakened breaks through, their strength is significantly enhanced, encompassing both physical attributes and the amplification of their awakened abilities. Following a breakthrough, we refer to them as level Wu. Since there is a level Wu, does that imply there are also levels Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding? Shen Wubing posed the question. Upon hearing this, Hui Yin cast an appreciative glance at him. At that moment, he regarded Shen Wubing with newfound respect, having shed his previous disdain and dissatisfaction. You are correct. According to research conducted by the International Awakened Organization, Awakened individuals can undergo a total of 5 breakthroughs, corresponding to levels Wu, Ding, Bing, E, and Jia. Of course, internationally, they are referred to as levels A, B, C, D, and E, while in our Xia country, we use the terms Jia, E, Bing, Ding, and Wu. At this juncture, his gaze once again settled on Shen Wubing, and with a complex expression, he stated, "In Shen Wubing, you have now broken through to level Wu." Suddenly, Hui Yin appeared to recall something, and with a serious demeanor, he added, "However, I must caution you all about one thing. Unless absolutely necessary, do not attempt to break through on your own. It is best to seek the assistance of your teacher or leader when you sense that a breakthrough is imminent." "Why?" Tang Xiaohua inquired. Her curiosity piqued. During a breakthrough, the ability you have awakened will transform your body comprehensively in a short period, and the pain is something that an average person cannot endure. Upon saying this, he cast a deep look at Shen Wubing, who surely understood this all too well. In that moment, all eyes turned toward Shen Wubing. He managed a wry smile before responding. "I have been tormented by various ailments since childhood and have long grown accustomed to all manner of pain. However, the agony brought on by this breakthrough is indeed unbearable." Shen Wubing recalled the suffocating pain he had just experienced, and a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. By the way, Hui Yin seemed to suddenly remember something, and continued, "Whenever someone breaks through to level Wu, it must be reported to the military. I will now submit Shen Wubing's information. Please wait here for a moment." As he spoke, Hui Yin turned to leave but was halted by Jiang Anqi, who earnestly remarked, "Instructor Hua, Shen Wubing is not yet part of the military. If a report is to be made, it should be to his school, not the military." Hui Yin was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Given that once an awakened breaks through to level Wu, their strength is significantly amplified, and individuals with formidable awakened abilities, if they lose control, could pose unimaginable threats to society. The military had long since implemented new regulations mandating that any awakened who reaches level Wu must report to the local military without delay. As for whether a student should report to their school or the military, there had been no explicit guidelines, and up to this point, Shen Wubing was the first student to break through to level Wu, with no precedent to reference. Hui Yin studied Jiang Anqi's eyes for several seconds before silently nodding, as if a realization dawned upon him. Why had he been assigned to serve as an instructor for a group of students? Why had Jiang Anqi, notorious throughout the Han Prefecture military, been sent to school? And what of Shen Ying? Though he did not know her personally, he could tell from her demeanor that she was certainly affiliated with the military, at the very least, having undergone specialized training. All of this, perhaps, stemmed from that young man named Shen Wubing. Hua Yin exhaled a deep sigh, then addressed the group. "In that case, let us continue with the training." Meanwhile, other groups were arriving at the military base, each accompanied by their respective instructors who began distributing tents. Shortly thereafter, the students witnessed their peers undergoing the very same experiences they had just endured. Initial dissatisfaction with the tents, followed by tardiness, and ultimately being compelled by their instructors to perform push-ups. Next to Shen Wubing's tent were 9 students from tent number 002, one of whom was a familiar face to Shen Wubing, Fire Qin Hao. At that moment, Qin Hao still limped slightly, though he appeared to have improved considerably. Given the Qin family's financial means, it wouldn't be long before his leg was completely healed. Observing the weary expressions on his peers, who even requested tissues from their instructor while doing push-ups for fear of dirtying their hands, several of whom were boys, Xie Yu couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to the furrowed brow of Hui Yin. "Instructor Hua, in comparison, we seem to be doing quite well. Wouldn't you agree? Are you proud?" Hui Yin's voice returned to its icy tone as he replied, "Everyone, back to your tents. Each of you has weighted objects under your beds. Retrieve them." Upon hearing this command, the group returned to their tents and, indeed, discovered numerous sandbags stored beneath their beds. They pulled them out and placed them at their feet, then stood at attention, emulating Jiang Anqi and Shen Ying, striving to maintain a straight posture. Hui Yin observed the others, noting their less than perfect military stances, and felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. However, he chose not to comment further. After all, their willingness to learn was commendable. Yet, he maintained his stern demeanor, stating, "You have 3 minutes to secure your weighted objects." Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly bent down to manipulate the sandbags, eager to avoid more push-ups. 3 minutes later, they all stood up, their arms and calves now adorned with sandbags. "The sandbags you are wearing each weigh 10 kilograms. Huh? Ian stated expressionlessly, then slowly added, "I expect you to wear them for the entirety of the next 7 days. Even during meals and sleep. Is that understood?" Chapter 048. Weighted Training, Flash the group was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Even during meals and sleep? Not only Shin Wubing and the others found this absurd, but even the instructors accompanying Qin Hao cast sympathetic glances at Shin Wubing and his companions. Typically, the military special forces undertake weighted training at around 13 kilograms, with exceptional circumstances possibly reaching 45 kilograms. However, the weights they carried were essential supplies for combat, weapons or food, allowing them to set them down while eating or sleeping. Yet, Wei Yin had specifically prepared sandbags for them and insisted they never be removed for 7 days. One of the instructors shook his head, thinking, the living king of hell lives up to his reputation, even with a group of students. He is so merciless. I am relieved I am not one of his soldiers. What? Hui Yin coldly glared at the group and inquired, do you have any objections? And no objections. Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands, muttering under his breath, how could we dare object? This isn't just the living king of hell. This is pure paternal authority. Hui Yin ignored him, instead glancing at his wristwatch and stating, today marks your first day of training, and lunch is approaching. Let's start with a 5-kilometer cross-country run. He then coldly reminded them, you have 1 hour until lunch. If you are not back in time, you will forfeit your meal. With that, he turned to Zhang Anqi, instructing, you lead them. Then, as if struck by a thought, he pointed to the drone hovering above them, saying, it will monitor you throughout. Those little tricks of yours will no longer work. Am I the sort of person to resort to tricks? Zhang Anqi rolled her eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, upon witnessing Shin Wubing's breakthrough, Old Master Lin's face blossomed into a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. See, what did I tell you? Young people thrive under pressure. It is essential for their growth. You truly possess foresight. My dear sir, Shou Dao chimed in, only to hesitate for a few seconds before adding, however, regarding the military exercise next month. At the mention of this, the smile on Old Master Lin's face vanished in an instant. For nearly 2 years, the Cold State Military Department had languished at the bottom, and each time he shared tea with those old fellows, he would be subjected to their teasing, while Lin Tianrong could endure the loss of face. The Cold State Military Department could not continue to be the laughingstock. Observing the grim expression on Old Master Lin's face, Zhou Dao sighed. Alas, if it weren't for the Southern Border War back then, our Cold State Military Department would not be in such a predicament. He quickly added, well, let us not dwell on the past. We still have a month ahead of us. Taking a deep breath, Old Master Lin gazed at Shin Wubing and his fellow team members traversing the rugged terrain on the screen, murmuring, I can only hope these young practitioners surprise us. I say, beautiful Jiang, is this really mountain climbing? Xiaoyu exclaimed, propping his hands on his knees, panting heavily. At that moment, they found themselves in a secluded forest just outside the military district, a place sealed off by the military, where ordinary people were prohibited from entering. Primarily reserved for training the military personnel. It's about right, Zhang Anqi nodded, responding, if you pass through this wooded area, you will see the fierce tiger flag of the Cold State Military Department. As long as you reach there and return. That will be 5 kilometers. Oh my goodness. Tang Xiaohua waved her hands frantically, her face displaying an expression of utter despair. You all go ahead. I can't run anymore. I need to rest for a bit. With that, she plopped down onto a fallen tree, gasping for breath. If that's not an option, Zhang Anqi shook her head, her tone calm, yet firm. If we return late, we might just miss lunch, but if we leave you behind, I assure you we will all face dire consequences. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua questioned, perplexed. I mean it literally, Zhang Anqi replied coolly. From the moment we were assigned to this small team, we became one entity. In the military, abandoning a comrade is a grave taboo. Forget it. Tang Xiaohua waved her hand dismissively, scoffing. Who considers you my comrades? After 7 days, we'll part ways anyway, and I never intended to join the military. You don't plan to join the military? Zhang Anqi raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning. Exactly. Why should I join the military? Tang Xiaohua retorted, look at me. I'm stunning, and my figure is exceptional. Plus, you have no idea how talented I am in performing arts. With my identity as an awakened, I might even become a top-tier actress in the future. As she spoke, she curled her lip in disdain, adding, why would I want to join the military and endure such hardships? Zhang Anqi fell silent for a few seconds, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, not everyone was like her, lacking options. Among those present, not only Tang Xiaohua, but also Xiaoyu had many alternatives. Even if they did nothing, they could live comfortably for life. Just then, Shin Wubing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Regardless of what you choose in the future, you are a member of our team now. So please do not hinder our progress. In no way. Tang Xiaohua immediately bristled at his words. What do you mean I'm hindering you? I simply can't run anymore. Is it wrong to want to rest? Not being able to run is acceptable. Shen Wubing nodded, then added, if you can't run, then walk, though we will accompany you. That if you really can't walk, the guys can take turns carrying you. You dream on. Who would let you carry me? Tang Xiaohua shot him a disdainful look. At this, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened slightly, and he said coolly, Tang Xiaohua, we are your comrades, not your servants. What do you mean by that? Tang Xiaohua frowned, looking at Shen Wubing. It means no one here will coddle you, Shen Wubing replied, his tone still icy. According to Instructor Hua, there is practical training this afternoon. If we skip lunch, no one will be able to endure it. At this point, Shen Wubing paused briefly, then assessed her with his eyes, saying, also, aside from Xiaoyu, no one here will be interested in you, so don't think too highly of yourself. Wait. Why am I getting dragged into this? Xiaoyu exclaimed, bewildered. I haven't done anything. Why am I being implicated? I'm not interested in her, especially since I have no idea what she looks like without makeup. You all. Tang Xiaohua's face contorted with grievance. Enough of this nonsense. Are you running on your own, or do you want us to carry you? Shen Wubing interrupted her decisively. I'll run on my own. Tang Xiaohua glared menacingly at Shen Wubing. And to everyone's astonishment, she suddenly vanished from her spot. The next second, she reappeared 10 meters away. Blink. Chapter 049. They are the worst soldiers I have ever trained. Witnessing this spectacle, the group could only smile wryly and shake their heads. The very reason the military had arranged for them to undergo physical training was to enhance their physical fitness, whereas Tang Xiaohua's use of her awakened abilities to traverse the terrain utterly negated the purpose of improving her physical condition. Furthermore, utilizing her abilities was immensely taxing, and frequent usage would impose a significant strain on her body. No matter how robust someone like Yi Qing was, he could not withstand such a burden. Let alone Tang Xiaohua. Yet, despite this, no one said anything. As long as she could keep up, they did not care how she managed it. Thus, with every few steps, Tang Xiaohua would activate her blink ability. And finally, after the group had traveled over 100 meters, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through her. The next moment, she collapsed onto the ground. Among those present, aside from Lin Man, who appeared quite anxious, the others watched the scene with blank expressions, their eyes all fixated on Shen Wubing, seemingly awaiting his decision on what to do next. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wubing slowly spoke, let us take turns carrying her. We can't just leave her here. Upon hearing this, Qian Ming stepped forward, intending to lift Tang Xiaohua, but hesitated, unsure of how to approach her. He awkwardly scratched his head and looked back at Shen Wubing for guidance. Don't worry about that. Before Shen Wubing could respond, Jiang Anqi interjected, on the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies, not men and women. Qian Ming paused, then glanced questioningly at Shen Wubing. In his life, aside from his parents, he had only trusted two people, Xiaoyu and Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing nodded, then bent down and grabbed the back of Tang Xiaohua's collar, lifting her effortlessly. Seeing this, Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback before turning around to present his back to Shen Wubing. Without a hint of tenderness, Shen Wubing placed Tang Xiaohua onto Qian Ming's back and said, let us keep moving. With Tang Xiaohua no longer holding them back, the group's pace noticeably quickened. Throughout the journey, Lin Man struggled a few times but consistently refused the well-meaning offers of Shen Wubing and the others, insisting on completing the entire distance on her own. Unlike Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man did not come from a privileged background. She had worked tirelessly to earn her own tuition fees for university, to the point where she couldn't even afford to visit a hospital when ill. Logically, as someone who had awakened the ability to read minds, she would have been a coveted asset sought after by various factions. Yet, due to her former instructor Su Chongqing's fear of her uncovering his unsavory thoughts, he had denied Lin Man's admission to the class and refused to acknowledge her awakening. This led her to believe that her ability was unrecognized and despised by others. Now, with the class fully open for enrollment and Su Chongqing removed from his position, she finally had another chance to join. This time, she was determined to do everything within her power to secure her place in the class, and if possible, to remain in the military. An hour and a half later, they finally returned to the military base, dragging their weary bodies. During this time, Tang Xiaohua had also regained consciousness. When she awoke, it was precisely as Shen Wubing was carrying her. After cursing Shen Wubing for being a rogue, she was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, after being tossed down, She first pouted and rubbed her backside, and then, throughout the remainder of the journey, she surprisingly behaved obediently, refusing further assistance and insisting on pushing through to the end. As the figures of the group gradually came into view, Hui Yin glanced down at his wristwatch, his expression darkening. Seeing his countenance, the others understood that their speed had fallen far short of expectations. Only when all 9 of them stood in formation did Hui Yin slowly speak, his voice as cold as ever, though his tone remained calm. Do you know what the standard time for military personnel to complete a 5-kilometer weighted run is? Noticing the group remained silent, Hui Yin turned to Jiang Anqi. What do you think? The excellent time for a 5-kilometer weighted run is approximately 19 minutes, assuming a load of 13 kilograms of standard equipment. In special circumstances, there is no specific time, but it generally should not exceed half an hour. Jiang Anqi replied with a serious expression. To be precise, it took 27 minutes. Hui Yin furrowed his brows slightly and retorted. And how much time did you all take? This time, Jiang Anqi remained silent, and instead, Shining interjected, 112 minutes. Upon hearing this, even Hui Yin paused in surprise. For the duration from their departure from the military headquarters to their arrival at the gate was precisely 112 minutes. Not a second more or less. No way. Is that true? Xiaoyu exclaimed skeptically as he glanced at Shining. You're not just making that up, are you? Shining did not respond to Xiaoyu's inquiry, but simply looked up at Hui Yin. Hui Yin nodded slightly and then stated, Indeed, it is 112 minutes. This is the worst performance I have ever witnessed. I am genuinely curious about how you managed to achieve this. His tone bore a hint of mockery as he added, Did you all realize you would miss lunch, and therefore decided to hunt some game on the mountain instead? What a cynical person, Tang Xiaowan muttered softly. Ian shot her a cold glance. But seeing her drenched in sweat, he ultimately chose not to reprimand her. Instead, he coldly commanded, Get back to your tents. All of you. Assemble in 1 hour at the training ground. With that, he turned on his heel and left without a backward glance. Wait, Xiaoyu called after Hui Yan's retreating figure. Are we really not getting any food? I didn't have breakfast. All right, stop shouting. Shen Wubing chuckled helplessly. It's already a blessing that we're not being punished. With that, he was the first to return to the tent. Upon entering, he was taken aback, for each of their beds was adorned with a meal box, each wrapped in a plastic bag, judging by the steam on the plastic. The food should still be warmed. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Who would have thought this seemingly stern man has a warm heart? At least he has a bit of conscience. Xiaoyu grumbled. An hour later, at the training ground. In order to avoid doing push-ups, Shen Wubing and his group arrived early, but upon their arrival, they found Hui Yin had been there waiting for them. Besides Hui Yin, several dozen instructors stood like javelins, yet the trainees present were only a handful, with the rest presumably still on their way. After Shen Wubing and his companions reached Hui Yin, they stood in formation before him. Upon seeing this, Instructor 002 expressed enviously, Hua, the students you are leading are far superior to mine. Hui Yin cast a cold glance at Shen Wubing and the others before stating, They are the worst soldiers I have ever trained. Although his words conveyed a sense of disdain, Shen Wubing and the others could discern a barely perceptible pride on his face. Chapter 050, Marksman. Support, healers. They're just a group of students here for some training. The instructor chuckled, then looked at Hui Yin and said, You take things too seriously. Upon hearing this, Hui Yin's expression shifted, and he retorted sternly, Once you step through the gates of the military, you are a soldier, and as soldiers, you must undergo rigorous training. How can one afford to be perfunctory? All right. The instructor quickly waved his hands, smiling as he said, I want to argue with you. In a moment, our 2 teams will engage in a practical training exercise to see whose rigorously trained soldiers are superior and whose lackadaisical ones fare better. We shall see, Hui Yin replied coolly, turning his head away to disregard the instructor. Rest assured, Hui instructor, we will make sure to knock their teeth out, Tang Xiaohua declared, shaking her fist. When I Haven T asked you to speak, you should refrain from doing so. Hui Yin glared at her. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, members of the other team began to arrive, all appearing as if they had just woken up, looking exceedingly lethargic. Observing the gradual arrival of the other team members, Hui Yin once again spoke. For this practical training, you will be pitted against Team 002. This will consist of both individual and team confrontations. I will not assign you any tactics during this time. You may select a captain within your squad to devise a strategy. He paused momentarily before continuing. My only requirement of you is to win. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, within Team 002, Qin Hao smirked and glanced at Shen Wubing's group, saying, "Practical training is not won by sheer volume of voice. I see your legs are no longer hurting." "Huh," Xiaoyu remarked, stealing a glance at Qin Hao's legs. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you remember that feeling again today." "Humph, we shall see," Qin Hao retorted with a cold snort. "Oh," Xiaoyu chuckled. "The little one is quite fierce. Let's see if I don't knock your bottle away later." When it came to verbal sparring, even 10 Qin Haos would not match Xiaoyu's prowess. Leaving Qin Hao to glare at him in frustration at this moment, Hui Yin interrupted Xiaoyu, his expression stern as he stated, "The individual confrontations will consist of 4 matches. Each victory will earn 1 point, while a team victory will earn 3 points." As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, then declared, "You will have 10 minutes to formulate your strategies. During this time, neither I nor the opposing instructor will intervene." "How do we fight?" Tang Xiaohua asked, somewhat lacking in confidence. "Let it be known, I may have awakened, but I truly do not know how to fight." After a moment's thought, she added, "However, I can certainly hurl insults." At this point, her voice dwindled to a whisper, likely realizing that her current situation rendered insults ineffective. "Wasn't Hua instructor the one who said we should select a captain to devise the strategy?" The usually silent Shining suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xiaohua eagerly chimed in, Yes, let us choose a captain." Shining disregarded Tang Xiaohua and turned to Shen Wubing, stating, "Shen Wubing is the only level 5 among us, so I propose he take on the role of captain." Shining's purpose in coming here was to assist Shen Wubing. Before he left, Old Master Lin had told him that once he stepped beyond this door, he would no longer be a soldier of the military nor a personal guard of the Lin family, but rather a loyal follower of Shen Wubing alone. Jiang Anqi glanced at Shining, silently contemplating whether he was unwilling to even play a role. However, she straightforwardly stated, "I agree. We 3 will certainly support the third brother," Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, while Qian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao nodded without speaking. "I also support Brother Bing as captain," Yi Qing added. This left only Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua in the group without expressing their opinions. Lin Man, who typically lacked assertiveness, nodded at this moment. "I agree as well. So, this is decided without any discussion." Tang Xiaohua felt bewildered. "The majority rules. Your opinion matters little." Xiaoyu waved his hand impatiently, then turned to Shen Wubing, "Third brother, quickly devise the strategy. Time is running short." "All right." Shen Wubing did not hesitate. This team had been specifically arranged by Old Master Lin for him, and the captain had already been predetermined. First, Shen Wubing glanced in the direction of Qin Hao's team, which also consisted of 9 members, 7 males and 2 females. The 2 females appeared delicate and lacked the appearance of being able to engage in personal combat. As for the 7 males, apart from Qin Hao, there was a bespectacled boy with a refined appearance, while the remaining few appeared robust. Shen Wubing was momentarily unsure of the opposing team's capabilities. After pondering for a few seconds, Shen Wubing spoke, "In our team, Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man, and Xiao Dao have virtually no combat ability, while the 2 females on the opposing side also seem lacking in prowess. Therefore, our strengths in the team confrontation should be evenly matched. To ensure victory in this competition, we must achieve a clean sweep in the individual matches. The first match will set the morale. I believe the opponents we face will not be weak, and we must secure a win." With that, Shen Wubing's gaze landed on Yi Qing and Shining. Why Yi Qing's abilities are well known. His exceptional physical fitness coupled with combat instincts means few peers can contend with him. As for Shining, Shen Wubing was uncertain of his strength, but Old Master Lin had mentioned that his initial goal was to cultivate a body capable of suppressing awakened individuals, so his strength must be on par with Yi Qing's. "I'll take the lead." Shining stepped forward and stated earnestly. "Are you confident?" Shen Wubing inquired. "Yes," Shining nodded, his silent assurance exuding a sense of calm. "Good." Shen Wubing did not elaborate further and continued. "Then Qian Ming will fight in the second match, and Yi Qing in the third. No problem." The 2 answered in unison. As for the final match, Shen Wubing's gaze fell upon Jiang Anqi, sensing his attention. Jiang Anqi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "Why are you looking at me? I'm a marksman, and without my equipment, if you were to provide me with a gun, I could take them all down." Shen Wubing was somewhat speechless. In his impression, Jiang Anqi's strength should be formidable. Even if she were not a match for Shining or Yi Qing in a one-on-one, she should at least be able to hold her own against Qian Ming. However, to his surprise, once disarmed, her combat capability seemed virtually non-existent. Contemplating this, Shen Wubing found himself in a bit of a dilemma, his gaze drifting among the remaining few, perceiving the unease in his eyes. Lin Man stammered, "Then I suppose I should be considered support. I'm a healer." Tang Xiaohua puffed out her chest, The group collectively fell silent. At that moment, Shining suddenly interjected, "Have you forgotten about yourself?" "Me?" Shen Wubing was slightly taken aback. "Indeed, you are the only grade 5 among us, and the sole grade 5 in this batch of Dao class trainees. You should be able to secure a point without difficulty." Chapter 051. One move to defeat brute force clearly, without the others mentioning it. Shen Wubing had not realized he had reached grade 5 himself. Yet, the lingering ailments still accompanied him, leaving him appearing rather frail. His complexion as pale as ever. "I lack combat experience," Shen Wubing remarked. "Experience is unnecessary. With your current strength, even flailing your fists randomly, very few would be able to withstand it," Shen Ying replied calmly. "All right." Shen Wubing glanced at his fists, then declared, "I'll take the final match." Following this, the group briefly discussed their battle strategy for the team fight. Just as they concluded, Hui Yin reminded them that time was up. Subsequently, Hui Yin and another instructor from Team 002 led them to a spacious training ground, typically used by the military for combat training, where several referees awaited to record the results. 1 Referee, upon seeing Hui Yin and the other instructor approach, greeted them with a smile. "Instructor Hua, Instructor Wang, are your teams engaging in practical training?" "Indeed," Instructor Wang replied with a somewhat sardonic tone. "Instructor Hua mentioned that I should receive a lesson for my lackadaisical approach to leading the troops." Hui Yin shot him a cold glance, saying nothing, and simply directed his attention to the referee. "Let us begin." The referee nodded with a smile, then addressed the two teams. "Captains, please step forward and submit your roster for the match." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao and Shen Wubing simultaneously advanced, presenting their rosters. "Shen Wubing, this is the military. Your and CIU's backgrounds hold no value here. Only strength matters," Qin Hao whispered to Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing looked at him as if he were an idiot, then replied, "Just wait until I knock your bottle away, and you'll behave." "You." Defeated once again in their verbal sparring, Qin Hao could only glare at Shen Wubing with malice before returning to his team. The referee, having reviewed both rosters, announced aloud, the first individual match, Team 001 Shen Ying versus Team 002 Zhao Li. With that, he stepped back to clear the field for the two. Zhao Li was a rugged-looking boy who hardly resembled a student. He stood slightly taller than Shen Ying, both over 6 feet, yet they were not in the same weight class. He was significantly bulkier than Shen Ying, his physique radiating explosive strength. Observing Shen Ying's presence, Instructor Wang chuckled and remarked to Hui Yin, "Instructor Hua, we're bound to secure a victory in this first match. Is that so?" Hui Yin scoffed. "You may not be aware, but Zhao Li isn't awakened." Possessing the brute force ability, one of the most formidable early-stage combat powers, Instructor Wang spoke with a smug undertone. Upon hearing this, Hui Yin furrowed his brow. While brute force is a relatively common awakened ability rated as a D-level talent by the Awakening Research Institute, it is nearly impossible for any other awakened ability to compete with it without a breakthrough. After all, their strength far exceeds the limits of an ordinary human. Even a world-class champion boxer would find themselves utterly overmatched against a brute force awakened. There had even been news reports of a middle-aged man who, after a heated argument with a bus driver, awakened brute force and effortlessly overturned a bus with his bare hands. Such power would be difficult for Shen Ying to contend with, as it simply was not a battle of the same caliber. Just as Hui Yin pondered this, the two faced off, and the combat was poised to commence. "Heh." Zhao Li scrutinized Shen Ying from head to toe, then grinned. "Kid, you might as well concede. With your frail build, I could easily knock you out with a single punch." Shen Ying ignored him, turning instead to the referee and inquiring, "May we begin?" "The match has already started as soon as I announced the combatants," the referee replied, amused by Shen Ying's calm demeanor. Faced with a brute force awakened, remaining so composed suggested Shen Ying was no ordinary individual. Just as the referee's words faded, Shen Ying made his move. He executed the most basic of jabs. Yet it was executed with such speed that even Hui Yin and Instructor Wang, standing nearby, could only narrowly catch a glimpse of the strike. A dull thud resounded. Zhao Li felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his mind went blank as he collapsed straight to the ground. Witnessing this, Instructor Wang rushed forward to check Zhao Li's neck. A heavy blow to the neck's nerves and blood vessels has led to insufficient blood flow to the brain, resulting in a faint. "He won't die," Shen Ying stated flatly. Instructor Wang regarded Shen Ying with newfound respect, then instructed someone to take Zhao Li to the medical unit. Shen Ying's strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, characteristics he could also embody. However, to incapacitate a brute force awakened without causing fatal harm was no simple feat. "Impressive, Little Ying," Xiaoyu exclaimed, giving Shen Ying a thumbs up. Upon hearing this nickname, Shen Ying's mouth twitched slightly. Couldn't they refrain from coining such names? Meanwhile, Qian Ming's gaze shifted to Shen Ying, filled with gravity. Had he been in Shen Ying's position, he too would have been unable to evade that punch. Following this battle, the way everyone looked at Shen Ying transformed. This young man, who often wore a stern expression and seldom spoke, had proven to be remarkably powerful. He had faced an awakened endowed with brute force and had not even given him the chance to retaliate. Effortlessly bringing him down. As Shen Ying passed by Yu Qing suddenly remarked, "You're strong." Shen Ying paused, then replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, "It's merely brute force, not hardening. You could achieve it too." Yu Qing did not dispute this. While he could manage it, he would never be able to execute it with such cleanliness and efficiency, relying instead on his combat instincts to engage for a moment before seizing an opportunity to strike. Following this match, Qin Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. The referee's voice rang out once more. Individual match, second round. Team 001's Qianming versus Team 002's Jiang Wan. This time, the opponent's selection surprised Shen Wubing and the others. As it was one of the two seemingly frail girls from the opposing team, Qin Hao first whispered a few words to the girl, then raised his head to look at Shen Wubing. A knowing smile creeping across his face. Chapter 052. Cut Jade versus Qianming third brother. This. Qianming scratched his head, displaying a troubled expression. "Why is it a woman?" Shen Wubing furrowed his brow and replied, "Have you forgotten what Jiang Anqi said? On the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies, no distinctions of gender." "All right, I understand." Qianming grumbled in response, then approached the girl. Upon seeing Qianming approach, the girl named Jiang Wan smiled and said, "Hello there, young man. Please go easy on me. This is truly unmanageable." Qianming awkwardly rubbed his head and said, "Miss, why don't you just concede? Second brother, stop stalling. This girl is beyond your capability. Finish it quickly." Xiaoyu quickly interjected. Xiaoyu, having been around many women, could tell at a glance that Jiang Wan was no ordinary individual, especially since her hands were concealed within her sleeves. "Got it, boss Xia." After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qianming's expression grew serious. "Miss, I apologize." With that, Qianming suddenly threw a punch aimed at her face. Observing the forceful strike, Jiang Wan's expression turned grave, and she swiftly dodged the blow. In the next moment, she executed an unexpected maneuver. With a forceful toss of her head, her waist-length hair whipped violently towards Qianming. Observing this scene, Qianming frowned and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, only for the onlookers to witness a spray of blood erupting from his arm. His sleeve was completely shredded, and his robust arm appeared as if it had been sliced by countless sharp blades. Blood and flesh, a gruesome sight. Qianming let out a muffled groan, instinctively clutching his AR-MAT that very moment. Jiang Wan seized the opportunity to move beside him, revealing the hand she had concealed in her sleeve for the first time. Her fingers, delicate and pale like green onions, were a clear testament to her regular self-care. However, her subsequent action left no room for admiration of her slender fingers, as she swiftly clawed at Qianming's shoulder. Blood erupted forth. Qianming's muscular arm, before her fingers, felt as soft as tofu, instantly marked by 4 deep gashes that exposed bone. Before he could react to the excruciating pain, her fingers had already clutched his neck. "Stop!" Hui Yin and Shen Wubing shouted in unison. Jiang Wan turned to face them, her smile radiant. "No need to be so agitated. I'm not going to kill him." As she spoke, she slowly withdrew her hand from Qianming's throat. Despite her words, several blood streaks had already marred his neck. Jiang Wan then turned to the referee beside her and inquired, "I should be the winner, right?" The referee, though with a somewhat grim expression, still nodded. In the military, injuries during practical training between teams were common, yet no one had ever been as ruthless as Jiang Wan. After all, they were all comrades and there was truly no need for life-and-death confrontations. Shen Wubing, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Xiaodao hurried forward to assess Qianming's injuries, but upon seeing the extent of his wounds, fury ignited in their eyes. At that moment, Qianming's arm resembled a piece of meat that had been shredded by a fine blade hundreds of times. The flesh was a muddled mess. Jiang Wan's fingers had brutally carved 4 deep, bone-revealing gashes into his shoulder, not merely scratches from fingernails, but actual finger penetrations. Despite her fingers being slender, they were still fingers, resulting in large chunks of flesh missing from Qianming's shoulder, leaving only those profound blood channels behind. No, to be precise, they were not mere blood streaks, but blood troughs. Shen Wubing quickly removed his outer coat and wrapped it around Qianming's shoulder, struggling to staunch the bleeding. "Haha." Qianming managed a pale smile. "Xiao Lao San, I've embarrassed myself. Let us not dwell on that." Shen Wubing shook his head, then turned to Zhao Xiaodao beside him. "You take Lao Air to the medical department. We'll handle things here. You vile woman, Xiaoyu pointed furiously at Jiang Wan, who was not far away, cursing vehemently. Yet Shen Wuobing grasped Xiaoyu's arm. Shaking his head, "Don't worry, we still have a team battle coming up." His tone was calm, but a trace of barely perceptible coldness flickered in his eyes. Ever since his parents' untimely demise, Shen Wuobing had been devoid of any family or friends. Until he entered university and met Xiaoyu and the others, allowing him to experience the essence of friendship once more. For someone who had lingered on the brink of death for nearly a decade, few matters held significant weight, but this incident was one of them. Fists and feet have no eyes. A few injuries are inevitable, Qin Hao remarked with a sardonic smile. Is Xie Shao planning to go home to find his parents? Upon saying this, he sneered and continued, but this time, it seems even that will be futile. We are in the military, after all. This time, Xiaoyu did not engage in banter with Qin Hao but instead returned to their team's position alongside Shen Wuobing. Cut Jade. Upon Shen Wuobing's return, Jiang Anqi abruptly uttered those two words. What? Shen Wuobing momentarily failed to comprehend. I mean the one named Jiang Wan has awakened the ability Cut Jade. Jiang Anqi glanced at Jiang Wan, who was laughing with Qin Hao from a distance, and explained, Cut Jade allows her to make every part of her body as sharp as a blade, including her hair and fingers she just used. Cut Jade. Shen Wuobing repeated, having heard the term before, derived from Lizi, Tangwen, used to describe the sharpness of swords. Indeed, Jiang Wan's hair and fingers were as sharp as blades, if not sharper. He realized that during the upcoming team battle, they must exercise utmost caution, as all participants were forbidden from using weapons, while she essentially carried countless blades with her. Damn, Xiaoyu, who had previously worn a serious expression, suddenly exclaimed after hearing Jiang Anqi's words. What's wrong with you? Tang Xiaohua, standing beside him, was visibly startled. That woman must be single, Xiaoyu stated earnestly. Why? Tang Xiaohua inquired with curiosity. Think about it, her hair can be as sharp as a blade. Then as he spoke, Xiaoyu's gaze drifted downward toward Tang Xiaohua. You pervert, where are you looking? Tang Xiaohua glared at him fiercely. Xiaoyu, however, remained unfazed, continuing, whoever sleeps with her is essentially inviting a lethal fan. Do you think she can find a boyfriend? Chapter 53. Qin Hao's dream of being the protagonist. Jiang Anqi was momentarily stunned before uncertainly stating, she should be able to control which part of her body enters the Cut Jade state through her will. So that's how it is. Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, ultimately asserting, but it's still too risky. The potential loss outweighs the gain. Who knows if her abilities will spiral out of control if she gets too emotional. No. You pervert. Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with her during the team battle? Tang Xiaohua looked at Xiaoyu with disdain. True. Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head and shrugged. You all can strategize. I am at a loss. However, I will definitely avenge Lao Er. Once we leave the military, I'll find a way to eliminate her. Are you really going to find your parents? Tang Xiaohua asked with curiosity. Otherwise, am I supposed to face her one-on-one? Xiaoyu retorted. What era is this? Who still fights alone? I'll just throw money at her until she's done. At the mention of using money, Jiang Anqi's eyes brightened, and she whispered, 3 meals at the outside restaurant. I guarantee a clean kill. As long as you can take her out, I'll eat at that restaurant 3 times a day. Just put it on my tab. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, as money was merely a number to him. Hearing their conversation, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man shuddered. It seemed their team members were a bit dangerous. A life was worth 3 meals. All right, this is the military after all. Discussing murder here is rather inappropriate, Shen Wuobing interjected, cutting off their dialogue. This relieved Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man. At least their newly appointed captain appeared rational. However, before they could catch their breath, Shen Wuobing continued. Moreover, she won't leave the military for another 7 days. That's too long. That we'll strive to take our revenge during the team battle. Meanwhile, the referee's voice echoed once more. In the third personal battle, Team 001's Yuqin faces off against Team 002's Huayu. Following the previous battle, tensions had flared between the two teams. This was no longer a mere sparring session, but a fierce competition to inflict maximum damage within the bounds of the rules. Yuqin's individual combat prowess was considered top tier within Shen Wuobing's team, while Huayu, who was not an awakened individual, merely possessed good physical attributes. Against Yuqin, his chances of victory were virtually nil. Yet, conceding now would be too humiliating, so Huayu could only brace himself and step forward, drawing from Qian Meng's earlier experience. Yuqin wasted no breath, immediately charging toward his opponent and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Huayu's temple. Huayu, having some foundational skills, quickly raised his arm to block the blow. However, upon impact, he felt as if his arm had instantly lost sensation, a sharp pain causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Before he could react, Yi Qing's other fist was already crashing toward his abdomen. This time, Hua Yu bore the brunt of the punch. He had heard of Yi Qing's reputation, knowing that he had been the head of the college's sparring club before awakening and had even secured second place in a provincial collegiate competition. Yet only through personal experience did he truly grasp the weight of Yi Qing's punches. With that blow, Hua Yu's entire body arched like a bow, and he felt his stomach churn violently. He wanted to concede, but as he opened his mouth, he expelled a mouthful of bile. Immediately after, Yi Qing seized his head, driving his knee upward with tremendous force, crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones. Hua Yu's substantial frame was sent flying 2 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The series of movements may have seemed slow in narration, yet in reality, less than 3 seconds had elapsed. The swift and precise actions even prompted a slight nod of approval from the stern, who could not help but reveal a hint of satisfaction. However, beside him, observed this scene with a measure of indifference. After all, this was the best possible outcome by exchanging a force opportunity to strike. The opposing side would be left with no one capable of countering his in the forthcoming contest. Victory was assured. With this thought, his gaze shifted towards like him, was a former student of and he was well aware of her ability. This ability, when paired with the physique of someone like could indeed be considered a formidable skill. However, was merely a delicate girl, utterly defenseless. Should she attempt to use to close the distance, it would hardly be a sneak attack, but rather a death wish. As4, who had previously admitted her ability was. That too was an awakening devoid of combat prowess, rendering her completely insignificant in his eyes. Among the remaining individuals, only evoked a semblance of threat. For her unreasonable shot at the hospital entrance had not only intimidated but had also sent chills down spine. He could not fathom why a military member would appear here, yet her presence suggested that her abilities were not formidable enough to render training unnecessary. Thus, he felt confident in overcoming her. After all, he was, ever since awakening this power, had felt himself to be the protagonist of this era, for in many novels, the central character either commanded flames or wielded lightning. In his view, lightning transcended the realm of awakened abilities. It was not merely an awakening, but a form of divine magic. Consequently, fire stood as the most potent awakened power, and as its bearer, he was destined to become the mightiest being of this age. The prior defeats at the hands of and the subsequent injury inflicted by were merely the tribulations one must endure in the early stages of a protagonist's journey. Characters like the spoiled scion served as the finest sharpening stones for the protagonist, with initial suppression paving the way for later triumph. In literary terms, this is known as, today was the moment to strike back at the antagonist. A time for exhilarating vindication. Furthermore, after securing this victory, he intended to find an opportunity to eliminate both and, subsequently dismantling the formidable through meticulous planning. As for the others, he could consider recruiting them. But the demise of, and was imperative, failing to do so would brand him a benevolent fool in the eyes of others, which was unacceptable. A true protagonist must be decisive. With these thoughts, S face flushed with excitement. His anticipation was palpable. Without waiting for the referee's signal, he strode forward. However, the matchups announced by the referee momentarily stunned him. In the fourth individual battle, 001s faced off against 002s. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, was visibly taken aback. He was to battle that ailing figure. Did he even deserve it? Just as his astonishment set in, emerged from the ranks, his gaze icy as it locked on it. Come up, stated flatly. A burst of laughter escaped as he thought to himself, is this my protagonist's halo? The two were never meant to cross paths. He had previously speculated that the final opponent would be either or. But he had not anticipated that the climactic confrontation would involve the sickly. Though the latter had awakened some form of ability, he appeared to be in a state of ill health. Even if he had awakened, it likely wasn't anything particularly formidable. Thus, approached, a smile gracing his features as he addressed, your luck seems rather unfortunate. No sooner had he spoken than surged forward, raising his fist to strike. S understanding of the fifth level was limited. He only felt a surge of explosive power coursing through him, yet multiple ailments left him feeling feeble, making it difficult to ascertain his true condition. In that moment, he could only muster a full-force attack. On the other hand, was utterly unprepared for some immediate assault. This was simply illogical. While both and had previously engaged without extraneous dialogue, they were side characters, whereas he was the protagonist. How could he not be afforded a moment to shine? Yet, S fist and his own thoughts were oblivious to one another. Before could react, S punch landed squarely on his face. Thud, felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. He was sent reeling, the image of growing ever more distant until darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness completely. That single punch from sent flying a full 5 meters away, had he not collided with a teammate. He might have traveled even further. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of his team were left in shock, unable to comprehend how the seemingly frail young man possessed such immense strength. This turned to the bespectacled young man beside her and inquired, "It must be. I can't fathom any other awakened ability that could yield such raw power, especially one derived purely from physicality." The bespectacled young man replied, his brow furrowed in thought. "Do you have an obligation to inform me?" Remarked nonchalantly. In truth, was not withholding information. He simply did not know the awakened abilities of his students. The records only indicated whether they were awakened, without detailing their specific capabilities. So far, the Summer Country's Awakened Research Institute had disclosed a total of 132 awakened abilities, and he had familiarized himself with many of them. He was certain that once truly activated his ability, he would be able to discern its nature. As succumbed to unconsciousness, 002 found itself down 2 combatants, forcing the referee to announce a 30-minute delay before the team battle commenced. This afforded everyone ample time to strategize. A half hour later, and returned, the latter appearing relatively unscathed, though his expression was somewhat grim. In stark contrast, S. face was entirely swathed in bandages, save for his eyes, which lent him a comical appearance. Yet, even with just his eyes visible, and the others could perceive the cold, vengeful glare emanating from him. The referee surveyed the teams before tentatively asking, "Are you certain you don't need a moment to recover?" At this moment, S. arm and shoulder had been bandaged, though blood continued to seep through, staining the wrappings crimson. S. condition appeared even more dire. In his view, the team battle could easily be postponed until the following day. No need, snapped vehemently. The bespectacled young man behind him wished to interject, but upon witnessing's unwavering resolve, he could only exchange a glance filled with resignation and a hint of discontent towards. Meanwhile, and his companions remained unfazed, although bore significant injuries, even without his participation, and were more than capable of handling the situation. "In that case, let us begin," the referee conceded with a shake of his head, adding a stern reminder, "Remember, you cannot take each other's lives, nor can you continue to strike those who have lost their ability to fight." The referee's tone grew serious. To him, this was merely a training exercise of little consequence. While it warranted earnestness, it certainly did not call for life-or-death confrontations. Should any accidents befall the students during this military exercise, both the instructors and he, as the referee, would bear the blame. As the referee's words concluded, neither side responded verbally. Instead, they swiftly positioned themselves, ready for combat. The strategy of his team was straightforward, apart from, and the others retreated the moment the battle commenced, while the injured and teamed up with to encircle and. In contrast, S team employed a similar strategy, though with 3 members stationed in the rear and 6 at the forefront. The backline comprised the bespectacled young man and another girl from their team. Aside from the remaining 6 formed a spearhead formation, led by And. The first to strike was, in the previous individual match, he had failed to showcase any of his strength, having been taken down in one blow by. However, now, with preparation under his belt, he was poised to become a terrifying force on the battlefield. Even and his companions could not confidently withstand his full-throttle assault. Should he break through to the back line, it would spell disaster for and the others. "I've got him." S. gaze sharpened. Whether it was, or their approach to dealing with involved maneuvering around him and seeking an opportunity to strike him down. However, this time the opponent's objective was crystal clear: to launch an assault on their rear ranks. At that moment, it was imperative for someone to halt this advance with sheer force, and that individual could only be the newly ascended 5th-level fighter, Shenwubing. Without delay, Shenwubing positioned himself in front of Zhao Li and unleashed a powerful punch. Zhao Li, unwilling to be outdone, had just heard from Qin how that the opponent was likely a fellow wielder of brute strength, and a confrontation between 2 such individuals could only result in a clash of raw power. With this thought in mind, Zhao Li raised his fist and struck out towards Shenwubing. The thundering sound of their fists colliding echoed across the vast training ground, resembling the rumble of distant thunder, sending a shiver through all onlookers. In the next moment, Shenwubing felt a tingling sensation in his arm, his entire body trembling slightly, involuntarily taking a half-step back. In contrast, Zhao Li was forced to retreat 3 steps, his face paling instantaneously. At that moment, both combatants felt a jolt of shock. Shenwubing realized that this brute strength wielder was terrifyingly formidable. According to Shen Ying and others, after his own ascension to 5th level, his physical prowess had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Yet, his full-force strike had only managed to push the opponent back by 3 steps. Meanwhile, Zhao Li was even more astonished, as this was the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage in a contest of pure strength. Chapter 055. Team Battle. Simultaneously, Yi Qing was locked in combat with Jiang Wan. Due to Jiang Wan's ability to cut Jade, Yi Qing dared not engage her directly, opting instead to rely on his combat instincts to maneuver around her. The outcome of their battle was devoid of suspense, as Yi Qing, when utilizing his combat instincts, would evade every one of Jiang Wan's attacks. However, Jiang Wan had to tread cautiously. Given her physical capabilities, a single hit from Yi Qing would render her unable to rise again. In this fray, the most relaxed individual was Shen Ying, who faced 4 opponents devoid of awakened abilities. Although their physical attributes appeared decent, a mere exchange of blows saw Shen Ying incapacitate 2 of them effortlessly, each with a single decisive strike, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Observing this scene, Qin Hao, who was hiding in the rear, waved his hand, sending a searing fireball hurtling towards Shen Ying, caught in a scuffle with 2 opponents. Shen Ying's gaze sharpened momentarily, and he deftly dodged the rapidly approaching fireball before fixing his eyes on Qin Hao, not to be underestimated. The destructive potential of the fire was significant. If permitted to unleash fireballs and fire serpents unchecked from the rear, it would undoubtedly hinder their trio's combat effectiveness. With this thought, Shen Ying first delivered a powerful kick to a burly boy named Hua Yu, using the rebound to propel himself swiftly towards Qin Hao's position. Witnessing this, Qin Hao's pupils constricted, while the bespectacled boy beside him smirked, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Just as Shen Ying approached Qin Hao, the bespectacled boy swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Hao and removed his glasses. This action piqued Shen Ying's curiosity, compelling him to glance into the boy's eyes, which were now shrouded in a faint purple glow, appearing somewhat otherworldly. In the next instant, Shen Ying felt a sudden, intense pain in his head, as though a nerve within his brain had been plucked by unseen hands. Although the pain was brief, it momentarily stalled Shen Ying's movements. Observing this, the bespectacled boy shouted, "Qin Hao!" Responding instantly, Qin Hao unleashed a blazing fireball from his palm, striking Shen Ying squarely in the chest. In an instant, Shen Ying's chest was charred black, a faint aroma of scorched flesh wafting through the air. "It's the hard eye," Jiang Anqi called out from a distance. "What is the hard eye?" Xiaoyu inquired. However, Jiang Anqi had no time to explain. She glanced around and noticed that the training ground was devoid of even a small stone. Her gaze settling on Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing. Sensing Jiang Anqi's intent, Tang Xiaohua was overtaken by a foreboding sense of dread. "What are you? Oh my god," before Tang Xiaohua could finish her sentence. Jiang Anqi seized her lip piercing and yanked it out with a swift motion. The jarring pain brought tears to Tang Xiaohua's eyes. "Are you out of your mind?" Yet, Jiang Anqi paid her no mind. Pinching the lip piercing between her fingers and flicking it away, the bespectacled boy, poised to launch another attack with the hard eye, suddenly felt something hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, only to feel a chilling sensation at his eyelids. Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing, resembling a crucifix, though small, had sharp corners, leaving a gash on his eyelid. Had he not closed his eyes in time, it might have blinded him. Meanwhile, the battle between Shen Wubing and Zhao Li had escalated to a fever pitch. Although their strengths were evenly matched, Zhao Li distinctly sensed that Shen Wubing's seemingly frail body was surprisingly resilient. After each exchange, he felt his internal energy surging, while Shen Wubing, pale as a ghost, appeared unaffected, maintaining the same half-alive demeanor since the very first strike. Yet, Zhao Li had no better options. He gritted his teeth and aimed a punch at Shen Wubing's head. However, in an unexpected turn, Shen Wubing made no effort to evade. Witnessing this, Zhao Li's anxious heart finally found relief. This was it. But in the next second, a shocking sight unfolded. Shen Wubing's head had vanished. Indeed, it had simply disappeared into thin air. Zhao Li's powerful punch struck only empty space, and before he could comprehend the bizarre turn of events, Shen Wubing's fist was already barreling towards him. With a resounding thud, Zhao Li was sent flying, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Rendered unconscious. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he remained bewildered as to how Shen Wubing's head had suddenly vanished. At that moment, Shen Wubing's head reappeared, and he cast a glance at Jiang Wan, who was entangled in a fierce struggle with Yi Qing. Before trudging slowly towards Qin Hao, the battle between Shen Wubing and Zhao Li had initially been fiercely contested, leading everyone to believe that a resolution was far off. Therefore, all eyes turned to Shen Ying, who was considered the pivotal factor in this confrontation. If he could swiftly defeat Qin Hao, he would be free to deal with Hua Yu and the others without restraint. Without the fiery interference, they were no match for Shen Ying. Once he was free to act, the battle would surely conclude. Yet, no one anticipated that Qin Hao's team concealed a hard eye. The emergence of the hard eye disrupted Shen Ying's plan to ambush Qin Hao. And if Shen Ying were to fall, it would signify the end of the battle, albeit with Shen Wubing's side as the defeated party. However, within the ensuing chaos, events unfolded rapidly. First, Jiang Anqi employed Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing as a projectile, nearly blinding the bespectacled boy, and then Shen Wubing swiftly dispatched Zhao Li. Due to these occurrences transpiring almost simultaneously, no one noticed how exactly Shen Wubing had bested Zhao Li. By the time their gazes shifted back to Shen Wubing, Zhao Li lay unconscious 5 meters away. With that, the team battle could essentially be declared over. Yet, Shen Wubing held a different perspective. This conflict was far from over. It was time for some to pay the price. Chapter 056. An eye for an eye. One force breaks 10,000 methods. As Shen Wubing approached step by step, Shen Ying glanced down at the charred mark on his chest and silently retreated to the side. With Shen Wubing having dispatched the brute force, his presence was no longer essential here. You actually defeated Zhao Li. Qin Hao regarded Shen Wubing in disbelief. He was acutely aware of Zhao Li's formidable solo combat capabilities. Previously, had it not been for Shen Ying's surprise attack, he would never have easily bested Zhao Li. Yet now, Zhao Li had fallen to Shen Wubing, and even though Shen Wubing had awakened his brute strength, his frail state from lack of training made it implausible for him to overcome Zhao Li. Shen Wubing offered no reply but instead advanced towards them, delivering a direct punch to the bespectacled boy's chest. The boy's already frail frame was sent hurtling through the air. This was a restrained blow. Had he struck with full force, it might have been lethal. Following that, Shen Wubing's cold gaze turned toward Qin Hao. What do you intend to do? Qin Hao visibly faltered, swallowing hard and instinctively retreating 2 steps to distance himself from Shen Wubing. However, Shen Wubing offered him no such opportunity, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Qin Hao, we bore no grudges. Yet, due to a foolish woman, you chose to provoke me. Shen Wubing's voice was deliberately lowered, meant only for the ears of the two of them. As he continued, I initially intended to teach you a lesson and leave it at that. But your relentless persistence has compelled me to act. You instigated that Xiaoyu to seriously injure Qian Ming. Shen Wubing, put me down. What on earth do you intend to do? Qin Hao shouted, casting a desperate glance at Instructor Wang. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wubing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So now you seek parental intervention? Qin Hao's face flushed crimson. This phrase was originally as jest towards Xiaoyu, yet now Shen Wubing wielded it as a retort, leaving him utterly speechless. Enough of this banter. You may as well await your demise, he said, as he unceremoniously tossed Qin Hao aside. Moments earlier, Shen Wubing had unleashed his bestowal upon Qin Hao once again. However, this time it was not merely a trivial ailment like hemorrhoids, but rather pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer, known for its insidious onset, is typically diagnosed at an advanced stage and progresses rapidly, with a median survival of less than 5 months and a high mortality rate, earning it the moniker of the King of Cancers. With the bestowal of pancreatic cancer, Qin Hao's fate was all but sealed. Next, Shen Wubing approached the girl who had remained passive throughout, casually inquiring, "What is your awakening ability?" The girl, visibly shaken, stammered, I possess healing. Healing, Shen Wubing frowned, but currently, I can only heal the most basic of superficial injuries. Its utility is rather limited. The girl quickly waved her hands, terrified that Shen Wubing might turn his powers against her. Understood, he nodded, and before she could react, he delivered a swift strike to her neck. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, only Jiang Wan remained engaged in a fierce struggle with Yu Qing. It must be said, this woman was truly formidable. Despite Yu Qing's repeated attempts to strike her, he ended up with his hands covered in wounds. Xiaoyu was inherently powerful, and Jiang Wan's mastery of her ability surpassed that of the average awakened. Each time Yu Qing attacked, she would render the area of impact razor sharp, causing her to sustain injuries as well, yet Yu Qing was equally harmed by her. Xiaoyu. Gasping for breath, Jiang Wan glanced at Shen Wubing and his 2 companions, then turned to survey her fallen teammates with a wry smile. You are indeed strong, but I merely faltered due to my teammates. Is that so? Shen Wubing stepped forward. Observing his movement, the others were momentarily taken aback, for they found themselves at an impasse against him, unless they continued to fight until she exhausted her stamina and could no longer wield Xiaoyu. However, if that were the case, it was likely the opponent would simply concede, rendering their efforts futile. In the distance, Xiaoyu turned to Jiang Anqi and remarked, "Isn't that Xiaoyu a bit overpowered? Is there truly no way to counter her?" "Of course there is," Jiang Anqi scoffed dismissively. "While Xiaoyu is commendable, it is merely rated as AB, on par with Tang Xiaohua's flash and Lin Man's mind reading. Don't drag me into this. I find you annoying. Tang Xiaohua shot a glare at Jiang Anqi, her lips still bleeding. Jiang Anqi, feeling a twinge of guilt, had not realized that lip piercings could be removed, and the incident had occurred so suddenly that she acted impulsively. She cast an apologetic look at Tang Xiaohua before continuing. In a life-or-death struggle, as long as Yu Qing wields a knife, he would have long since slain her. But this is training. What if we cannot use weapons? See, you pressed on. There is still a method. Jiang Anqi's gaze sharpened as she replied, that is to exchange injury for injury. Before Xie Yu could inquire further, Shen Wubing had already begun to stride toward Jiang Wan, signaling for Shening and Yu Qing to step back. He intended to confront Jiang Wan one-on-one, to avenge Qian Ming personally. You still wish to fight me? Jiang Wan questioned, puzzled, for without weapons, even brute force could not contend with her. She saw little purpose in continuing their engagement. Yet Shen Wubing said nothing, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at her. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wan's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly crossed her arms defensively across her chest while simultaneously activating Qiayu. The next moment, Shen Wubing's fist collided forcefully against Jiang Wan's arms, producing two entirely contrasting sounds. One was the chilling sound of a blade slicing into flesh, grating against bone, sending shivers down the spine. The other was the crisp crack of shattering bone. As these two sounds intertwined and reached the ears of the onlookers, they beheld Jiang Wan propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters before crashing into the ground. Almost immediately, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, staining her shirt a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing's fist remained clenched, though the knuckles were a gruesome mess of flesh, revealing stark, white bone beneath. An unsettling sight, as crimson droplets dripped from his hand onto the ground. To overcome Qiayu, there are two methods. One is to employ a weapon, and the other is to exchange injury for injury. Breaking through all barriers with sheer force. Chapter 057. The Genius Cultivating the Dao Technique. This practical training exercise concluded with the fall of the last member of Team 002, Jiang Wan. After the battle, Hou Yin surprisingly did not instruct them to continue training but instead allowed them to return to their tents for rest. As for Shen Wubing, he was escorted to the medical unit by Hou Yin. Upon seeing the wounds on Shen Wubing's fists, the doctor in a white coat couldn't help but exclaim, "Instructor Hou, they are still just children. This training intensity is rather excessive." Hou Yin could only smile wryly, offering no explanation. As night fell, after the group had rested for 3 to 4 hours, Hou Yan's familiar yet cold voice echoed outside the tent. All personnel assemble, within 30 seconds. The 9 of them stood in neat formation at the tent entrance. Hou Yin nodded in satisfaction before stating, the next phase is the time for cultivating the Dao technique. Compared to physical training and practical exercises, cultivating the Dao technique is considerably more tedious. Yet it is an indispensable part of enhancing your strength. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group, and he solemnly continued, in 7 days, you will leave this place. I cannot predict whether you will return here for further training. But I implore you to continue cultivating the Dao technique even after returning to school, for it is truly significant. As he uttered these words, a complex emotion flickered in Hou Yan's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, exhaling a deep breath. All right, follow me. I will take you to your training grounds. Before long, they arrived at a training area devoid of any equipment or props, only a series of mats laid out on the ground. Feel free to find a spot to sit and begin your cultivation. Hou Yin gestured towards the mats. The importance of the Dao technique was well understood by the group, for their respective homeroom teachers had emphasized it greatly, leading to a noticeably more serious attitude towards their cultivation than during physical training. Even the usually laid-back members of other teams were more diligent this time, with few arriving late, eager to find their positions and sit cross-legged. The cultivation of the Dao technique has no strict time constraints. All instructors advise their students to proceed at their own pace, as excessive training can yield no benefits and may even cause subtle harm to the body. A conclusion reached by the military through extensive experimentation. As everyone commenced their cultivation, the air around the training ground seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. 2 hours later, the first student rose from the mat, shaking off a slight dizziness, and glanced at his instructor. The instructor remained silent, merely nodding to signal that he could leave. With that student's departure, others followed suit, gradually returning to their tents. 2 hours is the foundational duration for cultivating the Dao technique, achievable by any suitable physique, with longer durations indicating higher talent. This was their first collective cultivation of the Dao technique, also serving as an assessment of their innate abilities by the military. Each instructor held a small notebook, documenting the cultivation duration of their respective students. At this moment, Hou Yan's expression was grave as he observed the 9 individuals seated before him. according to his estimation. Shen Wubing likely possessed the greatest talent among them, perhaps even capable of reaching the daily limit of 5 hours. The 5-hour limit is the maximum cultivation duration projected by the Awakening Research Institute based on the current capabilities of Dao technique practitioners. To date, only a handful of individuals within the borders of Xia country have achieved this limit. Those who have reached this maximum cultivation time are all significant figures in Xia, or prodigious talents under the military's focused training. Another hour had passed, and by this time, fewer than half of the students remained on the training field. However, what brought some solace to Hui Yin was that all 9 members of the team led by Shen Wubing were still present. At that moment, Xie Yu stretched his arms and slowly rose to his feet. Observing this scene, Hui Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that someone had finally reached their limit. 3 hours was quite an impressive feat. Nonetheless, just then, Xie Yu suddenly turned to Hui Yin and said, "Instructor Hua, I drank a bottle of cola at noon, and now I really need to use the restroom." Hui Yin was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Aren't you the one who said you couldn't hold on any longer? What's so hard about holding on? It's merely a matter of luck." And then filling the vortex within, Xie Yu replied with a smile, "In fact, this is rather enjoyable. It's certainly much more comfortable than physical training." Comfortable. Hui Yin was at a loss for words. In truth, cultivating the Dao technique was not a simple endeavor, as it required the continuous absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to fill the internal vortex. During this process, the spiritual energy would circulate within the body and ultimately converge into the vortex. Some individuals cannot endure the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies, which is why certain people are unable to practice the Dao technique, including Hui Yin himself. Even for those capable of practicing, the constant circulation of spiritual power can impose significant strain on the body over time, leading to symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, individuals may even faint, which adversely affects their future cultivation of the Dao technique. Xie Yu's apparent ease could only indicate one thing. He possessed a remarkable affinity for the spiritual energy of the world. In other words, this lad was a genius at cultivating the Dao technique. "So, can I go to the restroom now?" Xie Yu asked tentatively. "Oh," Hui Yin stammered, then replied, "Go ahead." As he watched Xie Yu's retreating figure, Hui Yin found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. When he first attempted to cultivate the Dao technique, there were no methods in place to test suitability for cultivation as there are now. At that time, the military randomly selected a group of physically robust soldiers for experimentation, among whom was Hui Yin. He vividly recalled the indescribable agony of spiritual energy coursing through his body, as if countless ants were burrowing into his skin, incessantly crawling and gnawing at his flesh. Yet, as a member of the military elite, when he saw everyone else persevering while he faltered, Hui Yin chose to remain silent and gritted his teeth to endure, until he ultimately collapsed on the training field. After that incident, Hui Yin's body suffered immense damage, and the scholars at the Awakening Research Institute indicated that he might never awaken nor cultivate the Dao technique. Destined to remain an ordinary soldier, since then, he had abandoned his own cultivation, dedicating himself entirely to training new recruits, hoping to forge an invincible army for the Hanzhou military through his efforts. However, in the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. Although the soldiers he had trained could be considered exceptional within the Hanzhou military, it was still insufficient. They fell far short of his expectations. Contemplating this, his gaze fell upon Shen Wubing and his group. Observing the vibrant youths before him, he seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. Chapter 058, Breaking Limits, The Banditry of the Black Hole. 4 hours later, fewer than 30 students remained in the training area, and Hui Yin felt a sense of satisfaction as all 9 members of Shen Wubing's team remained steadfast. Meanwhile, only 4 members from Team 002 were still persevering, namely Qin Hao, the bespectacled boy, the girl who awakened healing abilities, and Zhao Li, who had awakened brute strength. As for the girl, Jieyu Zhongwan, she had suffered 2 shattered arms and 3 broken ribs from Shen Wubing's full-force strike and had been sent to the military hospital for treatment, rendering her unable to continue the special training for the next 7 days. No wonder Team 1's combat effectiveness was so formidable. Instructor Wang cast a sidelong glance at Shen Wubing and the others. Then, somewhat begrudgingly, remarked, "So this team is indeed composed of carefully selected prodigies." Sensing the hint of envy in his tone, Hui Yin couldn't resist a rare smile, teasing, "What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous?" "Humph." Instructor Wang snorted, turning away to avoid Hui Yin's triumphant expression. Yet deep down, he felt genuinely happy for Hui Yin. He was well aware of Hui Yin's past, and while he wouldn't choose to be in Hui Yin's shoes, he respected him wholeheartedly. After all, they were both exemplary men of the military, and there was no reason for lingering grudges. At that moment, as Qin Hao was cultivating the Dao technique. He suddenly furrowed his brow and quickly pressed his hand against his abdomen. He, who had been sitting cross-legged, instantly hunched over, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Hao, what's wrong? Instructor Wang rushed over. My stomach hurts. Qin Hao managed to utter with some difficulty. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wang's brow furrowed slightly. Overexertion in cultivating the Dao technique could indeed have side effects, but abdominal pain was not typically among them. However, he had no time to ponder further and quickly supported Qin Hao. Turning to Hui Yin to say, Instructor Hua, I'll take him to the medical department. Please keep an eye on my students. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here, Hui Yin replied solemnly. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing was completely oblivious to the happenings around him. He had fully immersed himself in the world within his body. According to what Tang Song had explained, every individual possesses 7 vortices, and their task was to circulate the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, filling each vortex completely. Shen Wubing indeed sensed the existence of the 7 vortices, but he also discovered an enormous black hole within himself. With the 7 vortices orbiting around it like the Big Dipper surrounding the sun, the spiritual energy he circulated barely lingered in the first vortex for a few seconds before being forcibly siphoned away by the black hole. Thus, 3 hours passed, and his first vortex remained completely empty, devoid of any spiritual energy. Shen Wubing, undeterred, continued to circulate the Dao technique, drawing in a continuous flow of spiritual energy into his body. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The massive black hole, like a bandit, relentlessly drained all the spiritual energy from within the vortex, leaving nothing behind. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Wubing finally resigned himself and slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment he did, he was startled, for all 9 people, including Hui Yin, were staring at him, their expressions each more peculiar than the last. Wow, third brother, you're finally awake, Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, looking at Shen Wubing. Tell me the truth, did you fall asleep? Shen Wubing scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncertain as he replied, I shouldn't have. Shen Wubing, did you not feel any discomfort at all? Hui Yin pushed Xiaoyu aside and asked with some agitation. Discomfort. Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head in confusion. He hadn't felt any discomfort. It was just that after cultivating for so long, there was still not a shred of spiritual energy in his vortex. All devoured by that black hole. A genius, a true genius, Hui Yin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he paced back and forth, as if it was he who possessed such extraordinary talent rather than Shen Wubing. What's wrong with Instructor Hua? Shen Wubing inquired, puzzled. He should be happy for you, Jiang and Qi interjected. Happy for me? Shen Wubing remained somewhat baffled. I'll explain, Shining interjected, pausing for effect before continuing. According to research conducted by the scholars at our institute, the longer one can cultivate the Dao technique in a single day, the more outstanding their talent is. Thus far, the maximum recorded time is 5 hours in a single day. At this point, Shining paused again, his expression becoming somewhat complex as he added, and your cultivation time today is 0.7 hours and 32 minutes. So, does that mean my talent is good? Shen Wubing ventured to ask. It's not just good. Shining shook his head, continuing, to be precise, you are somewhat of a prodigy. Is that so? Shen Wubing felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, uncertain of how they would react once they learned that his vortex contained not a single trace of spiritual energy. However, he had no intention of revealing this matter just yet. He would wait until he understood his own body before sharing. The subsequent days unfolded in a nearly formulaic manner. Each morning, the group engaged in weighted cross-country runs, with Hui Yin continuously raising the requirements from an initial 5 kilometers to gradually increasing distances of 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. In the afternoons, they engaged in practical combat against other teams. However, their opponents were no longer Team 2. As Qin Hao had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer at the medical department and had been sent back to the Qin family, what would happen next remained unknown to Shen Wubing and the others. As for the evenings, they were dedicated to cultivating the Dao technique. 6 days swiftly passed, yet Shen Wubing's first vortex still contained not a trace of spiritual energy, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Nevertheless, he was pleased to note that his physical strength had significantly increased through the cultivation of the Dao technique. If he were to face Zhao Li again now, he would have the confidence to defeat him within 3 moves. As the morning weight training came to an end, the group gathered for lunch before arriving punctually at the combat training venue, where Hui Yin was, as usual, waiting for them in advance. Instructor Hua, who are we facing today? Xiaoyu asked with a cheerful smile. Over the past few days, they had engaged in practical training with 2 teams almost daily, and thus far, they had not suffered a single defeat. In fact, during the subsequent confrontations, Shen Wubing, Yi Qing, and Xuanying had refrained from intervening, deliberately leaving opportunities for others, knowing that once they took action, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. Observing Xie Yu's relaxed demeanor, Hu Yin surprisingly offered a rare smile, though everyone sensed a hint of cunning in his expression, as if standing before them was not Hu Yin, but rather a wily old fox. Instructor Hua? Perhaps you should refrain from smiling. I can't shake this ominous feeling, Tang Xiaohua remarked, shivering slightly. Today's practical training will forego individual combat. It will consist solely of a team battle. Once it concludes, you may all rest. Hu Yin said with a grin. However, the more he smiled, the more unsettled the group felt. After all, they had not witnessed this living embodiment of dread smile even once in the past 6 days. As expected, Hu Yan's next words caused everyone to gasp in shock. Today, your opponents will not be other students, but the regular troops of the military. To this announcement, the most pronounced reaction came not from the usually boisterous Xie Yu and Tang Xiaohua, but from the relatively taciturn Xuanying and Jiang Anqi. They alone understood the chasm that lay between the military's regular forces and their own capabilities as students. After approximately 10 minutes, a group of 10 approached Shen Wubing and his companions, dressed similarly to Shen Wubing and the others. The sole distinction was the tiger insignia emblazoned on the shoulders of each individual. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Anqi instinctively uttered, "The Tiger Special Forces. The Tiger Special Forces." Xie Yu turned to Jiang Anqi and inquired, "Jiang, my beautiful friend, I've spent some time in the military. How have I never heard of them?" Jiang Anqi's expression turned unusually serious as she explained, "The Tiger Special Forces were established a year ago, specifically to combat various awakened organizations. They operate in a team format, with 9 members per squad, each team containing at least 2 awakened individuals." Hearing Jiang Anqi's words, the group frowned slightly. The military members already possessed formidable overall strength, and the awakened individuals within the military were even more formidable. Even among awakened individuals of similar abilities, ordinary people stood no chance against the military. Shen Wubing raised his head to assess the 10 individuals across from them. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 30s, currently engaged in jovial conversation with Hu Yin, while the 9 behind him stood expressionless, their postures as rigid as that of pine trees in the cold. Among them were 8 men and 1 woman. Yet even the woman exuded no hint of the softness expected of her gender. Rather, she radiated a fierce aura reminiscent of Jiang Anqi, though she appeared even more formidable. "Instructor Hua, I have brought the personnel you requested. The arrangements are yours to make," the leading man said with a smile, casting a complicated glance at Shen Wubing and his group. His gaze held a trace of sympathy, as well as yearning. Once, he too had been one of Hu Yan's soldiers, surrounded by 8 loyal comrades, but now he stood alone, his 8 comrades having perished in the Battle of Nanjing. Burdened by old wounds, he had since become a professional instructor like Hu Yan. Though his troops comprised the most elite unit of the Cold State's military, the Tiger Special Forces. After Hu Yan expressed his gratitude, the man departed from the training ground, leaving the 9 standing in place. Hu Yan then scanned Shen Wubing and the others before speaking slowly. "After today, you will be assigned a mission. I have reviewed the mission details. It is not overly dangerous, but it is certainly not without risks. Therefore, I have specifically invited the members of the Tiger Special Forces to engage in a genuine combat training exercise with you." He then turned to the Tiger Special Forces members and instructed, "You are to conduct a search and destroy operation in the residential area. You will be responsible for defense." "Yes," the man at the forefront of the group responded. "You may now proceed with your preparations. The exercise will officially commence in 30 minutes, Hu Yin reiterated. The 9 then departed the training ground in an orderly fashion. "What is a search and destroy operation?" Tang Xiaohua asked. "It simulates enemy capture operations in an urban environment." Hu Yin explained gravely, "You will act as the attacking force during which you may use firearms, but I do not recommend this for anyone except Jiang Anqi. As he spoke, he continued without waiting for a response. "While firearms may be more practical for you at this stage, once your strength reaches a certain level and you face more formidable foes, the efficacy of firearms will diminish. As for Jiang Anqi, due to her awakened abilities, her firearms may differ from those of the others." Hu Yin checked the time on his wrist and then addressed the group. "Now, let us retrieve your weaponry, and I will grant you 20 minutes to strategize." Afterward, he led them to the armory. As they beheld the array of weapons before them, Xie Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached to pick up a submachine gun, reluctant to let it go. "Put that down," Hu Yin said flatly. "Except for Jiang Anqi, everyone is permitted to select only cold weapons." He gestured toward the rack of cold weapons nearby. 3 minutes later, the group had selected their weapons and exited the armory. Xuanying had merely grabbed a dagger, not for combat but rather for emergencies, asserting that his body was his best weapon. Indeed, when Shining had been struck in the chest by Qin Hao's fiery assault, he had not even visited the infirmary, opting instead for a simple bandage. A week later, his injury had fully healed. Such physical resilience left even Yi Qing and Qian Ming feeling somewhat inadequate. Yi Qing chose a military saber, while Qian Ming opted for a pair of tiger claws. Xiaoyu, however, was rather extravagant, selecting 3 daggers, 2 military sabers, and even strapping a compound bow along with a quiver of arrows to his back. Resembling a walking armory, Shen Wubing, Lin Man, and Tang Xiaohua each chose a dagger, believing that without a solid foundation, a weapon could become a burden. The envy of the group undoubtedly fell upon Jiang Anqi, who, although she selected only 2 types of weapons, had everyone coveting her choices, a handgun and a sniper rifle over a meter long. The dark muzzle emitted an inexplicable sense of pressure. You may only choose blank rounds, Hui Yin cautioned. Any target you hit in a vital area will voluntarily exit the field. Understood, Jiang Anqi nodded. Before long, the group arrived at a designated area for the exercise. There were 3 buildings, relatively distant from each other, interspersed with some single-story houses. Hui Yin surveyed the structures from afar before turning to the group, declaring, "The practical exercise begins now." With that pronouncement, Hui Yin fell silent and stepped aside. The tactics for the exercise had already been discussed, and as soon as Hui Yin's words echoed, the group immediately dispersed. Xiaoyu, Jiang Anqi, and Zhao Xiaodao formed one team, making their way directly to the tallest of the 3 buildings. For only by securing the high ground could Jiang Anqi maximize her potential. Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaodao's objective was to ensure Jiang Anqi was not disturbed. Shining, Yu Qing, and Qian Ming formed another team, tasked with conducting a thorough search of the area and promptly notifying the others if they discovered enemy positions. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing led Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, while the 2 lacked combat prowess. They still played crucial roles. Tang Xiaohua's blink allowed her to pass through walls, enabling her to scout information and terrain, achieving an element of surprise, and even if she encountered danger, no one could detain her. Lin Man's mind reading, though currently of limited utility, could yield invaluable information if they managed to capture an enemy member, granting her access to their entire team's defensive layout. In warfare, intelligence is often paramount, which is why Elder Lin insisted on placing Lin Man in Shen Wubing's squad. At that moment, Shen Wubing led the 2 into a building, a nondescript old residential structure with no elevator, comprising 7 stories, each featuring 3 rooms. Noticing that the doors of the 3 rooms on the first floor were ajar, the trio cautiously entered to inspect, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual silence. Nothing was amiss. Immediately, Shen Wubing gestured towards the 2 individuals, and then the 3 continued their ascent to the 2nd floor. Thus, they searched through 4 consecutive floors without making any discoveries. Upon reaching the 5th floor, however, all 3 felt their pupils subtly constrict. The door to room 501 was firmly shut. Shen Wubing glanced at the closed door, then nodded at Tang Xiaohua, who understood immediately and vanished in an instant. At that moment, Shen Wubing sensed a chill creeping up from behind. Rather than turning back, he grasped Lin Man at his side and swiftly retreated to the side. Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared where Shen Wubing and Lin Man had just been, delivering a powerful punch against the door of room 501. Bang! The immense force caused the entire door to cave inward. The man clicked his tongue, then surveyed Shen Wubing with keen interest. Not bad, quite perceptive. No wonder he is a soldier trained by the living Yama. As he spoke, he rubbed his knuckles and rolled his neck. However, your luck seems to be running low. Is that so? Shen Wubing retorted, signaling Lin Man to descend the stairs. Lin Man nodded and turned to head downstairs. The corridor of the residential building was quite narrow. Shen Wubing stood there, nearly blocking the entire staircase to prevent any pursuit. Yet, the man simply smiled, showing no intention of following Lin Man. Moments later, Lin Man's figure slowly retreated, for she found herself facing a woman, the only female member of the Tiger Special Forces. Seeing this, Shen Wubing's gaze sharpened. He realized they had fallen into a trap. The man grinned, speaking nonchalantly, "This is your first lesson, thoroughness in your search. You must have checked every room, but did you look beneath the beds?" He then pointed upwards. "Did you search the ceiling?" Just then, Tang Xiaohua reappeared in the corridor, exclaiming, "Shen Wubing, there is no one inside." She had only begun her statement when she noticed the man standing not far from her, along with the woman blocking the staircase, causing her to freeze momentarily. "Such a lively scene. Should I step inside?" she suggested, pointing toward the room behind her. "Another teleportation? Intriguing." The man chuckled, then shrugged, saying, "If you wish to flee, we cannot stop you. Feel free." "Then I shall enter. Enjoy yourselves," she declared, seizing Lin Man beside her, and both figures vanished from the corridor. Shortly thereafter, her ethereal voice echoed from afar, "Shen Wubing, take care of yourself. I can't take two people." Witnessing this, the man appeared taken aback, then clicked his tongue, remarking, "A little girl has managed to control her abilities to such an extent that she can teleport others with her." He then shook his head, turning his gaze to Shen Wubing. "However, it's unfortunate for you. She can only take one. Otherwise, we would have truly been toiling in vain." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out, attempting to seize Shen Wubing. The man's speed was astonishing. Shen Wubing barely had time to react before the man's hand grasped his shoulder. In an instant, the man's fingers curled like claws, aiming to subdue Shen Wubing. As an elite special forces operative, he would never underestimate any opponent, even if they were merely a student soldier. Yet, to his surprise, Shen Wubing merely shook his shoulders slightly and broke free from his grasp, launching a punch directly at the man's chest. Although the man was astonished, his movements remained swift. He retracted his hand and crossed it over his chest while simultaneously channeling the energy within his body to counter Shen Wubing's attack. From the very first clash, he sensed that Shen Wubing was no ordinary individual. He was an awakened one, possessing formidable physical capabilities, without channeling energy. The man realized he would struggle to withstand the force of Shen Wubing's assault. However, as their hands met, he felt his energy dissipate upon contact with Shen Wubing, as if a cow had plunged into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. It inflicted no damage on Shen Wubing and provided him no advantage. But Shen Wubing's punch was undeniably real, delivering a tremendous force that sent the man staggering back several steps, crashing heavily against the wall. The aging structure of the residential building shuddered, with chunks of plaster cascading down. Witnessing this, the woman at the staircase immediately adopted a serious demeanor, swiftly advancing toward the fifth-floor corridor. The already narrow corridor would make it challenging for the three to engage in combat. With Shen Wubing focusing more on the woman, acutely aware that, due to physiological factors, most women possess inferior physical capabilities compared to men. However, any woman who had become a special forces operative must possess extraordinary qualities, likely stemming from her awakened abilities. Chapter 061. Today's youth is truly remarkable indeed. As Shen Wubing suspected, the woman's palm slightly opened, and the door to room 503 suddenly detached from its frame, seemingly controlled by an unseen force, hurtling directly towards Shen Wubing. Although Shen Wubing had anticipated this, his attention had been solely on the woman, and he was unprepared for the remote manipulation of objects and attack. In a moment of panic, he raised his arm to shield his head. Bang! The heavy iron door crashed against Shen Wubing's arm, sending a sharp pain coursing through him as he staggered back half a step. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, delivering a punch against the iron door, leaving a deep impression while sending the door hurtling towards the man from earlier. The man nimbly sidestepped the flying door, cursing under his breath as he witnessed it smash into the wall. This kid fights dirty. Yet, Shen Wubing paid no heed to the man, for he too had fought fiercely. Had it been anyone else, even Qian Ming would likely be bedridden for days after the woman's earlier attack. Realizing this, Shen Wubing could not afford to slacken his efforts. They had only encountered 2 of their adversaries, while 7 others remained unaccounted for. If their strength rivaled that of the woman before him, he questioned whether they could endure the onslaught. Thus, he needed to resolve this battle swiftly and rush to support the others. After forcing the man back with the iron door, Shen Wubing disregarded him and charged towards the woman, whose threat outweighed that of the man considerably. Just as Shen Wubing neared her, a chair suddenly soared from the room, aimed at his back. Sensing the impending attack, Shen Wubing did not evade but continued his advance, throwing a punch at the woman. Crack! The solid wooden chair smashed against Shen Wubing's back, splintering into fragments. The woman, being a special forces operative, displayed remarkable agility, leaning back to evade Shen Wubing's strike. Simultaneously, his fist collided with the wall, dislodging large patches of plaster and exposing the crumbling earth behind it. Witnessing the force behind Shen Wubing's punch, the woman's expression shifted. Instinctively, she regarded him as a brute force awakened one, hesitating to engage him directly and instead seeking opportunities to counter. However, the corridor was exceedingly cramped. Despite her agility, she could not evade all of Shen Wubing's attacks and found herself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the man drew a dagger from his waist, searching for an opening, though he had wrapped the blade in cloth, likely to avoid injuring Shen Wubing, whom they perceived as merely a group of children. Just as he prepared to ambush Shen Wubing, he felt an unusual disturbance in the air behind him. Before he could turn around, a gleaming dagger was pressed against his neck. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua's teasing voice echoed, "Uncle, you've been captured." The man was momentarily stunned, then let out a bitter laugh, slowly dropping the dagger to the ground, having focused all his attention on Shen Wubing and forgotten about the teleportation girl. Then let us just enjoy the show, Tang Xiaohua remarked, sheathing her dagger and stepping into room 503. Leaving the corridor for Shen Wubing and the woman, observing Tang Xiaohua stow her dagger, the man was slightly taken aback, then asked, "Aren't you going to help him?" "No need." Tang Xiaohua nonchalantly waved her hand, replying, "Don't be deceived by his sickly appearance. If this weren't a drill, you all would likely be waiting to meet your demise right now." "What do you mean?" the man inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yet, Tang Xiaohua offered no further explanation, for at that moment, the battle between Shen Wubing and the woman had already reached a decisive outcome. Shen Wubing's slightly bruised fist was firmly positioned before the woman, who, with a resigned smile, slowly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Shen Wubing refrained from elaborating further, gradually retracting his fist. Without turning back, he simply uttered a name. Lin Man immediately grasped the situation and stepped forward, locking her gaze with the man before her. Upon feeling Lin Man's penetrating stare, the man hesitated for a moment, but soon appeared to recollect something, quickly averting his eyes to escape her gaze. Nevertheless, his reaction was slightly delayed. If Lin Man sought to uncover his innermost secrets, it might take some time. However, her objective was merely to extract information regarding the current exercise, which required no lengthy duration. Just a fleeting moment of eye contact sufficed. After employing her mind-reading ability, Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, then promptly turned to Shen Wubing and said, "The remaining 7 are in the building where Shen Ying and the others are located." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing's expression turned grave. Shen Ying and his companions were undoubtedly the strongest assets of their team, yet facing 3 against 7, their chances of victory were exceedingly slim, should the trio falter. The likelihood of success in this exercise would diminish drastically. Mind reading. The man shook his head in resignation. "No wonder the living Yama invited us to train with you. Ordinary teams have little hope of winning against you." "How many Awakeners are in your team, and what abilities do they possess?" Shen Wubing inquired. The man shook his head and replied, "I already know that little girl has the ability to read minds. If this were a real battle, I would have committed suicide by now." Shen Wubing gazed into the man's resolute eyes and chose not to press further. He understood that the man was not jesting. In a genuine confrontation, knowing that the opponent possessed a mind reader, they would either take their own lives or blind themselves. "Let's go." As Shen Wubing spoke, he retrieved a communication device and whispered, "We have 2 individuals here. 1 Awakener. Both have been dealt with. The other 7 are in the building where Shen Ying is." No sooner had his words left his lips than the voice of Xiaoyu resonated through the communicator. "Old 3, impressive." Shen Wubing did not respond to Xiaoyu but waited for over 10 seconds, still receiving no reply from Shen Ying and his team. His expression grew increasingly serious as he continued into the communicator. "Xia Laoda, you and Xiao Dao come out and regroup with us. We will head to support Shen Ying. Instruct Jiang Anqi to focus her attention on the building where Shen Ying is." "Understood." Xiaoyu responded straightforwardly. Minutes later, Shen Wubing, along with Xiaoyu and Xiao Dao, met at the base of the building where Shen Ying and his team were located. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sounds of a fierce skirmish emanating from within the building. Chapter 062. A punch that induces gout. Old 3, what's the situation? Xiaoyu turned to Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "Let us confront them head on." With that, he charged into the building first. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shen Wubing was taken aback by the scene before him. The doors to rooms 301 and 303 stood ajar. Within room 301, Yi Qin was panting heavily as he faced off against 2 members of the Special Operations team, all bearing various injuries. However, what shocked Shen Wubing the most was the chaotic scene in room 303, where Shen Ying was entangled in combat with 4 Special Operations members. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face bore several bruises. The fabric of his shirt was torn at the arm, revealing a well-defined forearm marred by a deep gash. The 4 Special Operations members were not faring any better, each sporting injuries and regarding Shen Ying with wary eyes. Meanwhile, Qian Ming was engaged in a casual exchange with a man in room 302. Upon noticing Shen Wubing's arrival, Qian Ming sheepishly scratched his head and confessed, "Old 3, I'm finished." Hearing this, Shen Wubing paused momentarily before quickly realizing that Qian Ming had likely suffered a surprise attack akin to the one endured by the man in their building. The man standing beside Qian Ming, upon seeing Shen Wubing and his companions, expressed surprise, scrutinizing them closely and noting that aside from Shen Wubing, who bore signs of battle, the others appeared unscathed. The Earth Wolf and the Falcon have failed? Shen Wubing deduced that Earth Wolf and Falcon were the code names of the man and woman in the Special Operations team. However, he refrained from answering the man's question and signaled to Xiaoyu and the others to assist Yu Qing, while he himself entered Shen Ying's room. Upon Shen Wubing's entrance, Shining exhaled deeply and remarked, "You've arrived. Thank you for your efforts." Shen Wubing gazed intently at him. Shining smirked slightly and gestured toward one of the tall men, stating, "This one possesses hardening, he's yours." Understood. Shen Wubing stepped forward, fists clenched. During his time at the military base, he had gained some understanding of various awakened abilities. Hardening, while not particularly rare, was exceptionally challenging to counter, as it allowed one's skin to become extraordinarily tough, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. However, against Shen Wubing, the man would stand no chance. As Shen Wubing advanced, the hardening individual smirked, his voice laced with skepticism. "You can't possibly be more ferocious than that kid, can you?" They were well aware of Shen Ying's prowess. Despite not being awakened, the four of them had struggled to subdue him, and each bore signs of injury. If this were to reach the ears of other Special Operations team members, they would surely become the laughingstock of the entire Tiger Special Operations team. We'll find out soon enough. Shen Wubing retorted with little further ado, charging at the opponent to test just how hard hardening truly was. Boom! The two fists collided with tremendous force, causing both combatants to stagger back a step. Shen Wubing felt as though he had struck a solid marble slab, a sharp pain radiating through his joints. The hardening man, equally astonished, stared at Shen Wubing. The force of that punch had rendered his arm slightly numb, a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages, the last being during a spar with an individual possessing brute force. This underscored the immense power behind Shen Wubing's strike. "Are you a brute force type?" The man scrutinized Shen Wubing anew, skepticism creeping into his tone. Shen Wubing's physique appeared rather frail, and his pallid complexion suggested an unhealthy state. Could such a person truly awaken the ability of brute force? He found it hard to believe. "Not brute force, but it's sufficient to deal with you." Shen Wubing replied nonchalantly, "Kid, you're quite cocky." Before the man could finish his sentence, an indescribable pain surged through his joints, leaving him at a loss for words. It felt like a pervasive soreness, and although he wished to move to alleviate the discomfort, he found his joints seemingly restricted. "What have you done to me?" he asked, his expression now grave as he regarded Shen Wubing. "Gout," Shen Wubing stated flatly, "and it's quite severe. It may hinder your joint mobility. You've already lost." "Pain. Gout." The man looked utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, "You're saying you punched me into having gout?" Just then, 3 consecutive gunshots interrupted their exchange. The 3 individuals previously engaged with Shen Ying felt a sharp pain in their chests and looked down to find marks on their chests from blank rounds, prompting them to shake their heads in wry amusement. There's a sniper hidden as well. This is truly unexpected. One of the men turned to gaze through the window, where Jiang Anqi was positioned, his expression serious. At such a distance, hitting a moving target with 3 consecutive shots without any deviation was no small feat. Not even the best sniper in the Cold States military could achieve such precision. "So, who was firing within that building? Should we continue fighting?" Shen Ying inquired of the 3. "We've been shot." One man pointed to the location of the wounds on their chests, chuckling, "We 3 are already dead. How can we continue?" He then turned to the hardening individual, asking, "Rock, can you handle them all alone?" "Handle them? Nonsense." The man dubbed Rock replied, exasperated, pointing at Shen Wubing, "This kid just punched me into having gout." The others were left in utter confusion. "If we're not fighting, then what nonsense are you spouting?" One man chastised. "I'm not speaking nonsense. He genuinely gave me gout," Rock exclaimed, appearing aggrieved, unsure how to explain, and could only cast a pleading glance at Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing glanced at him, then turned to explain to the others, "What he says is true. I did indeed give him gout, because this is a drill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be gout, but cancer." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. "I have heard of fights resulting in injuries, and I have also heard of fatalities. But this is the first time I have come across the notion of someone being beaten to the point of illness." Chapter 063, The Mission. As the 3 were shot, that individual known as Yanshi was afflicted with gout, graciously bestowed upon him by Shen Wubing. This exercise officially came to an end, with Shen Wubing and his companions triumphing over the fierce Tiger Special Forces. Of course, this was merely a simulation. Had it been a life-and-death struggle, with both sides armed, the outcome would undoubtedly have been far more brutal. Initially, when Shen Wubing and his team were searching the room for loot, it was likely that one of them would have lost their life. In a life-or-death confrontation, Shen Ying and Yi Qing might not have been able to hold off their opponents for long. With the conclusion of the exercise, Shen Wubing also absorbed the gout-afflicting Yanshi back, partly because the latter was not an enemy, and partly because this ailment could inflict considerable suffering, having already adapted to it. Shen Wubing intended to retain it for use against others. After departing from the exercise site, Wei Yin remained in his original position, awaiting their return. Observing the group approach, he was filled with anticipation, hoping that Shen Wubing and his team would emerge victorious from this exercise. However, he was also acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Tiger Special Forces, thus he merely wished for Shen Wubing's team to create some trouble for them. Even if it meant eliminating a few of their members. In recent days, Shen Wubing's squad had been utterly dominating their opponents during practical training, and it was only natural for them to feel a sense of pride. Hui Yin wished to take this opportunity to remind them that there are always greater individuals beyond themselves. Yet he was also concerned that the Tiger Special Forces might be too brutal, potentially undermining the morale of his team, resulting in a restless afternoon as he paced back and forth. When he finally saw the group return, his expression was a complex amalgamation of emotions. However, upon witnessing their laughter and camaraderie, he breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that they had not faced a crushing defeat. "Instructor Hua, we did it." Skyu gestured an OK sign from a distance, leaving Hui Yin momentarily stunned. Did that mean they had defeated the Tiger Special Forces? "Instructor Hua, your soldiers are truly commendable. The brothers have indeed suffered this time." A man who had previously engaged Shining stepped forward, addressing Hui Yin with a tone tinged with resignation and a hint of pride, for he saw in these young individuals the future of the Hanzhou Military Department. With their presence, the future standing of the Hanzhou Military Department in Xia Country might no longer be so precarious. Did we truly win? Hui Yin's voice quivered with excitement. Indeed, the man nodded solemnly, adding, "Instructor Hua, rest assured. We of the Tiger Special Forces approach every exercise with utmost seriousness, even if they are merely a group of children. We do not allow any leniency. They have genuinely triumphed, and it was achieved through their own abilities." Upon hearing this, Hui Yin was initially taken aback, then his face flushed with exhilaration as his gaze swept over Shen Wubing and his team, his expression exceedingly intricate. "Uncle, feeling proud?" Tang Xiaohua jested, unable to resist teasing Hui Yin upon seeing his expression. However, to everyone's astonishment, Hui Yin surprisingly refrained from retorting, instead gravely nodding. Indeed, proud. This admission left the others momentarily disconcerted. After a week of experiencing Hui Yin's stern demeanor, even bordering on ruthless, witnessing this rare display of genuine emotion from him was quite unsettling. Indeed, pride was the sentiment, although he had only led them for 7 days. During that time, Hui Yin had watched them evolve from Na'vi children into burgeoning soldiers. Perhaps they were not yet fully qualified soldiers, but Hui Yin firmly believed that one day they would be. Not only that, but they would also become a source of pride for him, as well as for the entire Hanzhou Military Department. Upon returning to the military base, after dinner, the group resumed their practice of the Taoist techniques, their lives unchanged despite their victory over the Tiger Special Forces. It was not until late at night that they completed their training, and after a brief wash-up, they returned to their tents. At that moment, Hui Yin was already inside, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing him, the group immediately lined up in an orderly fashion. "Sit down." Hui Yin waved his hand casually, devoid of his usual sternness. "After tonight, you will be leaving here. However, before returning to school, you have a task to complete." With that, he produced a sealed document and placed it on the table. "Your mission is to capture a group of wanted criminals, totaling 5 individuals, each of whom has committed murder. If necessary, you may execute them on the spot." At this juncture, Hui Yan's demeanor grew serious once more as he looked at the group and stated, "Remember, do not show mercy. This is no longer a drill, and your adversaries will not hold back either. They will do everything in their power to kill you." Upon hearing this, the group adopted a serious demeanor. Even the usually playful Xieyu and Tang Xiaohua fell silent. To kill. Among the 9 present, aside from Jiang Anqi and Shining, it was likely that none had truly taken a life before. This was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for them. Here is the wanted list and the current locations of the suspects. Take a good look. Hui Yin pushed the sealed document forward and then exited the tent. As he reached the entrance, he paused momentarily and slowly spoke. "I will not see you off tomorrow. And if the mission is not completed, it is not a disgrace. Ensure that everyone returns alive." With that, he departed without looking back, leaving the tent shrouded in a profound silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Wubing slowly picked up the sealed document from the table and tore it open. Just as Hui Yin had mentioned, it contained the personal information of the 5 wanted criminals and their current addresses. When Shen Wubing reached the last individual's information, his gaze momentarily froze. For one of these individuals was indeed an awakened. Moreover, Shen Wubing was quite familiar with this person's awakened ability, as it was the same as Tang Xiaohua's. Blink. Early the next morning, Shen Wubing and his team habitually gathered at the training ground, still burdened by the heavy sandbags. However, this time, Hui Yin was not there to greet them. Instead, he had sent someone to inform them that their vehicle was ready, and they could prepare to depart. The group was momentarily taken aback by the message, and a flicker of disappointment flashed in their eyes. In the distance, Hui Yin and the referee who had previously overseen Shen Wubing's practical training watched the group leave from afar. The referee remarked, "Aren't you going to see them off? Forget it. They will have to face these things sooner or later." Hui Yin exhaled deeply, not concealing his reluctance. The fledgling eagle must ultimately learn to soar the skies alone. Chapter 064. Intelligence Error. In the northeastern region of Xia Country lies Hanzhou Province, an expansive area that has suffered from underdevelopment due to its geographical location. At this moment, a dilapidated van was parked not far from the entrance of a village in Long Province. "Hanzhou, what kind of road is this? It's jarring my bones." Tang Xiaohua grumbled to Xie, who was at the wheel. "Xie, do you even know how to drive? If you think you can do better, be my guest." Xie replied, his face reflecting his grievances. "I've never seen such a terrible road in my life. Enough complaining." Shen Wubing glanced at the navigation and said, "Let's just stop the car here. The village ahead isn't very large, and an unfamiliar vehicle might attract unwanted attention." With that, Shen Wubing opened the car door and stepped out. The others followed suit. According to the information provided by Instructor Hua, their targets were indeed in the village ahead, but which house remained uncertain. Shen Wubing surveyed the village in the distance and proposed, "I suggest we gather some intel first, confirm their exact location, and then move in tonight." "Agreed." Shening and Jiang Anqi nodded in unison. "But how do we gather intel?" Tang Xiaohua inquired. That's simple. As Shen Wubing spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Man, sensing his attention. Lin Man instinctively raised her head, but as their eyes were about to meet, she quickly averted her gaze. In a moment, Xia Laodao will drive the car a bit farther. You all stay in the vehicle while Lin Man and I go to gather information. Isn't it a bit dangerous for just the two of you? Xie frowned and suggested, "Why not take Shening or Yi Qing along with you?" "No need." Shen Wubing shook his head. "The more people there are, the less safe it becomes. Just the two of us won't raise any suspicions." "All right then, be careful, and contact us if anything happens." Xie nodded and led the others back into the vehicle. A few minutes later, Lin Man supported the pale-faced Shen Wubing as they entered the village. At the village entrance, a few elderly men were chatting leisurely. Upon noticing the duo, their curious gazes quickly landed on Shen Wubing and Lin Man. Scrutinizing them with intrigue, Lin Man assisted Shen Wubing as they approached one of the elderly men, inquiring, "Elder, is there an old divine doctor in your village?" While she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the man's eyes. Silently activating her mind-reading abilities, the elder pondered for a few seconds, then whispered to a few other elders nearby before turning back to Lin Man and saying, "You must have come to the wrong place. Our village hardly has any households left, let alone a divine doctor. We don't even have a decent physician." Upon hearing this, Lin Man furrowed her brow slightly. The elder before her was quite aged, and his thoughts were rather chaotic. The information she gleaned consisted mainly of his worries and longing for his children, as well as trivial village gossip, yielding no useful insights. Shen Wubing glanced at Lin Man, and upon seeing her expression, he seemed to have an epiphany. He then addressed the elder, "Sir, I heard that the divine doctor is a recluse who prefers to keep his identity secret and has only recently arrived in this village." Recently arrived. The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "There have indeed been newcomers to the village, but they are certainly not the divine doctor you speak of. You must have come to the wrong place." At that moment, Lin Man's eyes brightened, and she subtly tugged at Shen Wubing's sleeve before saying to the elder, "I understand now. Thank you, elder." With that, she helped Shen Wubing turn and leave. "Did you read anything?" Shen Wubing asked in a low voice once they had distanced themselves. "Yes," Lin Man nodded. Initially, the elder's thoughts were overly muddled, filled with trivial matters, making it quite laborious to read. It would have taken a considerable amount of time. However, your comment guided him to think about the newcomers, and he subconsciously focused on that, making it much simpler to comprehend. Shen Wubing remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. He had intentionally made that remark for this very reason. The village was named Weijin Village, and it possessed very few households. The youth had either gone away for studies or work, leaving only the elderly behind. Lin Man slowly recounted the information she had gathered from the elder to Shen Wubing. Just a month ago, a group of around 20 individuals, both men and women, had arrived in the village. They claimed to be working at a nearby construction site and rented 3 houses, yet the villagers had never seen them leave for work. This piqued the villagers' curiosity, but since the newcomers paid a high rent and never caused any trouble, the villagers chose not to pay. Or why? Do you have a precise location? Shen Wubing inquired. Yes, Lin Man affirmed with a nod. That's good. Upon returning to the vehicle, Shen Wubing shared the information Lin Man had acquired with the others. After some discussion, they decided to take action at 3 in the morning, once the individuals were fast asleep. Within the military base, Hui Yin was packing his belongings. Originally from Hanzhou Steel Province, he had been specifically assigned to train Shen Wubing and his companions. Now that his mission was complete, it was time for him to depart. As an instructor, he had experienced many farewells, including both life and death separations. However, this time, the group of youngsters had evoked a different sentiment within him. Over the short span of 7 days, their transformation was evident, leaving him with a profound sense of reluctance. After finishing his packing, Hui Yin decided to visit Shen Wubing and the others one last time. As he made his way outside, he passed by the information office and noticed someone rushing out, inadvertently colliding with him. The papers in the person's hands scattered across the ground. What happened? Why the rush? Hui Yin asked as he crouched down to help gather the fallen documents. There was an error in the intelligence. One of the student squads sent on a mission seems to have a target related to the poker organization. The person replied urgently. It's a remote village, and the signal is blocked. No one can contact them. After saying this, he attempted to leave, but Hui Yin firmly grasped his wrist. Despite the other person being a trained soldier, he felt the pain from Hui Yin's grip, indicating the force exerted. Which squad? Hui Yin asked, his expression grave. The person hesitated before responding. It's Squad 001. Chapter 65. Xiaoyu shot. Upon hearing this, Hui Yin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He frantically pulled out his phone, searching through his contacts for the recently stored numbers, dialing them one by one. But each time, he was met with the message that the call could not be connected. Hui Yin paced back and forth anxiously, then seemed to recall something and hurriedly ran after the information officer. Old 3, let me try yours. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xiaoyu turned to Shen Wubing. Brother, it's just instant noodles. Is mine more fragrant than yours? Shen Wubing replied, exasperated. Come on, I suggested we find a restaurant to enjoy a proper meal, and we still have several hours. Xiaoyu tossed the instant noodles aside carelessly. Hearing food, Jiang Anqi began nodding vigorously in agreement. Just hold on. After the mission, I'll treat you all to a meal at the restaurant outside. Shen Wubing replied with a resigned smile. Wow, who knew you were a bit of a nouveau riche? Tang Xiaohua remarked, sizing up Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing chose not to elaborate further. The time that followed was dull and lengthy. Due to the lack of signal, the group could only practice their techniques in the vehicle to pass the time. Around midnight, a vehicle approached from the distance. Sensing the headlights, everyone snapped out of their meditative state. The car slowed as it passed by Shen Wubing's van but ultimately continued on toward the village ahead. Why would a car come to this village at such a late hour? Jiang Anqi furrowed her brow. Old 3, it seems they've gone to the target's village, Xiaoyu remarked, turning his head as well. Let's wait a moment. If the car leaves soon, we should intercept it and see what's happening. We can't let the target escape the village. Shen Wubing mused for a few seconds before speaking. Understood. The mention of the mission made everyone's expressions turn serious. About half an hour later, the vehicle slowly exited the village. Xie, get ready to intercept the car. If they aren't the target, come up with an excuse to let them go. If they are. Shen Wubing paused, then spoke in a low voice. Take immediate action, regardless of the consequences. Got it. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, starting the vehicle and gripping the steering wheel tightly. As the other car rolled closer, just as Xiaoyu was about to signal for it to stop, the vehicle suddenly halted, and a man emerged from the passenger side. He jogged a few steps toward Shen Wubing's van and knocked on the driver's window. Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then rolled down the window. The man was in his 40s, wearing a simple smile. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a light? Xiaoyu glanced at him and reached for his pocket to retrieve a lighter. Just then, the man's expression shifted drastically, his innocent smile morphing into a menacing glare. Xie, be careful, Shen Wubing shouted as he reached to pull Xiaoyu back. In an instant, the man pulled out a handgun and fired at Xiaoyu. Bang! As the bullet soared towards Xiaoyu's chest, had it not been for Shen Wubing's timely pull, the shot would have struck directly at his heart. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, Jiang Anqi produced a silver handgun and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The next moment, the man collapsed to the ground. With 2 gunshots echoing, the Range Rover immediately roared to life, its engine growling as it charged toward Shen Wubing's van. Crash, the front of the van crumpled upon impact. Yet, the Range Rover showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it reversed to prepare for another collision. Jiang Anqi, Shen Wubing shouted. Understanding the command, Jiang Anqi regained her balance and, without a glance, fired directly at the driver's seat. The vehicle abruptly halted. Get out, Shen Wubing yelled, leaping from the car to swiftly pull Xiaoyu from the driver's seat, his heart racing at the sight of the blood-soaking Xiaoyu's shirt. Brother, are you okay? It's not just a scratch. Xiaoyu forced a dry smile despite the pain. Don't speak. We'll take care of them and get you to the hospital immediately, Shen Wubing instructed, his gaze shifting to Lin Man, who looked pale with fright. Take care of Xie. Understood. Lin Man nodded earnestly. With bloodshot eyes, Shen Wubing advanced toward the Range Rover, followed closely by Shen Ying and Yi Qing. While Jiang Anqi aimed her gun at the vehicle's door. As soon as Shen Wubing and his companions approached the Land Rover, the rear door suddenly swung open, and two burly men charged out from either side. This time, they bore no firearms. Instead, each wielded a gleaming steel blade. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Anqi promptly stowed her weapon and retrieved a medical kit from the vehicle to tend to Xieyu's wounds. Among those present, only she possessed any knowledge of treating gunshot injuries. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing and his associates were engaged in a fierce struggle with their adversaries, one of whom brandished a steel knife. Aiming a vicious strike at Shen Wubing's head, fueled by Xieyu's injury, Shen Wubing's wrath surged uncontrollably. Without any hesitation, before the assailant's blade could descend, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest. The sharp crack of shattering bones resonated through the stillness of the night, an alarming sound that pierced the silence. The tremendous force sent the man hurtling backward, his chest visibly caving in. Crimson blood gushing from his mouth along with fragments of unknown organs, indicating he was beyond saving. The second man, witnessing this horrifying scene, stood frozen in shock. They had initially assumed their opponents were merely law enforcement personnel on patrol. But it was now evident that these individuals were anything but ordinary, likely affiliated with the military. The mere thought of this instilled a tremor in the man's grip on his knife, yet the fear of capture drove him to grit his teeth and charge forward. However, before he could reach Shen Wubing, Shen Ying appeared before him like a specter, striking with lightning speed and delivering a lethal chop to his neck. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Shen Ying glanced at him, and then turned to Shen Wubing, saying, "I've left one alive. We'll hand him over to Lin Man for mind reading." Shen Wubing nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further as he strode towards Xieyou. "How's Boss Xie?" Shen Wubing inquired of Jiang Anqi, who was treating Xieyu's wounds. "I've already removed the bullet, but to prevent infection, he must get to a hospital as soon as possible." Jiang Anqi replied. At her words, Shen Wubing surveyed the surroundings before directing his gaze at Qian Ming, saying, "Second, you and Xiao Dao take Boss Xie to the hospital. We'll handle things here." "Understood." Qian Ming nodded. Carefully lifting Xieyou into the Land Rover, while their van lay incapacitated. As the Land Rover gradually disappeared from view, Shen Wubing slowly approached the man whom Shen Ying had rendered unconscious. Shen Ying produced a bottle of mineral water from the van and handed it to him. Shen Wubing accepted the bottle and poured its contents over the man's face. He coughed violently a few times before gradually opening his eyes. Upon seeing the gathered individuals, suspicion flooded his gaze, and his muscles tensed defensively. Yet, without hesitation, Shen Wubing delivered a forceful kick to the man's chest, the crisp sound of breaking bones mingling with the man's anguished scream, shattering the night silence. Shen Wubing then crouched down, gripping the man's hair to force his head upward. Sensing the situation, Lin Man stepped forward, locking eyes with him to activate her mind-reading ability. Mere seconds later, Lin Man withdrew her gaze, shock evident in her eyes. "What is it?" Shen Wubing inquired, noticing her expression. Lin Man pointed at the man on the ground, her voice trembling. "They are members of a drug trafficking organization called Poker. Upon hearing the name Poker, Shen Wubing's pupils constricted sharply. This organization had been mentioned by Yang Xiao previously. It was currently the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the country and also a gathering of awakened individuals. Not only were they powerful, but they also operated with extreme secrecy, and due to the presence of a mind reader within their ranks, military infiltrators had been unable to penetrate their defenses, leaving the military at a loss. However, previously, Hui Yin had clearly stated that their mission was not particularly dangerous. How could it possibly involve the Poker organization? Surely, there must have been an intelligence error. Jiang Anqi seemed to sense Shen Wubing's thoughts and leaned closer, whispering. The intelligence indicated there were merely a few wanted criminals implicated in homicides, but given the clandestine nature of the Poker organization, it is not surprising that the intelligence department failed to uncover them. Shen Wubing nodded, gritting his teeth. "Never mind. Let's eliminate their stronghold first." The incident involving Xieyou had ignited a blaze of fury within Shen Wubing. He could no longer afford to hesitate. If Lin Man were to employ her mind-reading ability on Shen Wubing at that moment, she would discover that a singular thought dominated his mind: to kill. "What shall we do with this man?" Jiang Anqi asked, glancing down at the groaning figure on the ground. "He is no longer of any use," Shen Wubing replied coldly. "Understood." Jiang Anqi wasted no time. Drawing a dagger from her boot, before she could act, Shen Wubing interjected, "Let Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man handle it." At his words, Jiang Anqi hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Man remained silent, her face pale as a sheet, her expression one of deep conflict. Tang Xiaohua, on the other hand, blurted out, Shen Wubing, what do you mean? Are you asking us to kill? If you can do it, then do it. If not, you can request to leave the team when we return. Shen Wubing spoke calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After the events of the day, Shen Wubing had come to a profound realization of the grave dangers they would face in the future, an array of ruthless bandits who would shoot without hesitation. If they were too timid to take a life, they would inevitably become the next Xiaoyu, and not everyone was as fortunate as he was. If the two were truly unwilling to act, even if old Master Lin insisted on keeping them, Shen Wubing would not agree. I can't do it. Tang Xiaohua retreated to the side. Throughout the week of training, she had indeed grown fond of life in the military. As it starkly contrasted with her previous existence, she could feel herself growing stronger each day, and when they defeated the Tiger Special Forces, she felt genuine joy and pride. However, killing was still an unfathomable concept for her. She had never imagined that she would be associated with such an act. After this, you may leave the team, Shen Wubing stated flatly, then turned his gaze to Lin Man this time. He did not shy away from her eyes but stared directly at her. Sensing Shen Wubing's intense gaze, Lin Man chose to avert her eyes. Witnessing this, Shen Wubing said calmly, you too. With that, he turned and walked toward the village without looking back. Jiang Anqi and the others exchanged complex glances with Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua before sighing and ultimately following Shen Wubing's lead. Just as they had taken a few steps, they heard Lin Man's near hysterical cries and Tang Xiaohua's exclamations, along with the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Shen Wubing halted, turning to look back. He saw Lin Man gripping a dagger with both hands, frantically stabbing the man on the ground, again and again. Time passed, and the man was left riddled with wounds, resembling a honeycomb, before Lin Man finally ceased her relentless assault. Utterly spent. I killed him. Does that mean I can stay? She slowly raised her head, her face splattered with blood, creating a chilling sight. Shen Wubing regarded her for a long moment before nodding. Stay in the vehicle and rest. We will come to retrieve you once we conclude this matter. Lin Man said nothing. She merely sheathed her dagger and turned to enter the vehicle, leaving Tang Xiaohua in stunned silence, staring at the man lying in a pool of blood. After an indeterminate period, Shen Wubing and his companions had long since vanished into the night, and Tang Xiaohua, her movements somewhat stiff, returned to the van, sitting across from Lin Man. At that moment, Lin Man was washing the blood from her face and hands with a bottle of mineral water. But the blood remained stubbornly thick, refusing to wash away. Tang Xiaohua retrieved a bottle of water from the side and joined Lin Man in her efforts. After a considerable time, Tang Xiaohua suddenly asked, what does it feel like to kill? Upon hearing this question, Lin Man shivered slightly, remaining silent for a long while. She finally lifted her gaze to meet Tang Xiaohua's eyes, replying, it doesn't feel like anything. Truly. Lin Man forced a smile, one that appeared strained, asserting that compared to the depths of despair, it was truly insignificant. Despair? Tang Xiaohua furrowed her brow. Those 4 words felt as distant to her as the act of killing itself. Yet Lin Man offered no further explanation, simply smiling as she said, if you have other options, there is no need to remain here. I can sense that we will face dangers 100-fold worse than what we are experiencing now. Tang Xiaohua fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly lifting her head to meet Lin Man's gaze, asking, Lin Man, can you read my mind? Huh? Lin Man was taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind the question. Tang Xiaohua pointed at the location of her heart, looking earnestly at Lin Man, saying, read my heart, and then tell me what it thinks. As Lin Man had described, there were 3 adjacent houses. In the first house on the left, there appeared to be 13 individuals engaged in drug production. The second house was dark, but the sound of snoring indicated that someone was asleep inside. The third house resonated with the voice of a woman. Shen Ning leaned closer to Shen Wubing and whispered, have you spotted the target? Shen Wubing inquired. Shen Ning shook his head. Only the first house is lit. Those inside seem to be mere underlings. The target is likely already resting in the second or third house. After pondering for a few seconds, Shen Wubing commanded, Shen Ning, Yu Qing, we will each take 1 room. Jiang Anqi will keep watch outside. If anyone attempts to flee, shoot without hesitation. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. Shen Wubing glanced at his watch and added, we will move in 1 minute. Following Shen Wubing's instructions, he approached the first room, the drug production workshop, while Yu Qing and Shen Ning positioned themselves at the second and third houses, respectively. The 3 men stealthily reached the door, focusing intently on their watches. 1 minute later, they burst through the doors simultaneously. Shen Wubing surveyed the room filled with over 10 individuals clad in protective gear, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch at the nearest person. These were ordinary individuals, possessing only basic combat skills. Yet against Shen Wubing, a formidable level 5, they had no capacity for resistance. Anyone struck by his fist would either be severely injured and unconscious or meet instant death. This time, Shin Wubing showed no mercy. Each punch was aimed to kill. In mere seconds, several bodies lay motionless on the floor, their fates uncertain. In the second room, as Yi Qing kicked open the door, he was immediately struck by an intense feeling of danger, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side as the door swung open. Almost simultaneously, two muffled gunshots rang out at the doorway. With the sound of gunfire, the lights in the room flickered on. Inside were three individuals. Two held guns pointed at the door, while the third, pressed against the wall, had just turned on the lights, surprised to see Yi Qing evade the bullets at such close range. The three exchanged astonished glances. "Kid, you've got some skills," one of the armed men remarked, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Yi Qing offered no reply, his expression turning grave. These individuals were evidently prepared, suggesting that their operation had been compromised. He couldn't help but worry about Shin Wubing and Shin Ing. They lacked his instinct for survival. Fortunately, no gunfire echoed from the other two rooms. "Kid, tell me who sent you, and I'll make it quick," the man with yellow teeth threatened, still grinning unpleasantly. Yi Qing, typically a man of few words, had no intention of engaging in conversation. He charged forward. The man, seeing Yi Qing move first, his expression darkened as he pulled the trigger. Just as he did, Yi Qing sensed the impending danger, slightly tilting his head to evade the bullet that whizzed past his ear. The three in the room were now thoroughly panicked. They had assumed Yi Qing's previous dodge was mere luck or heightened alertness during the door's breach. But now, they witnessed him effortlessly evade a bullet in plain sight. Yet, Yi Qing would not grant them the luxury of astonishment. His fist struck the man squarely in the temple, with a resounding thud. The man with yellow teeth was sent sprawling against a nearby table, which shattered upon impact. The two remaining men exchanged glances and, realizing the futility of their weapons, sheathed their guns and drew steel knives, charging at Yi Qing. Meanwhile, Shin Ing faced the greatest peril. In his room were two men and a woman, the latter curled up in a corner, naked and bearing numerous wounds. The two bare-chested men leered at Shin Ing with sinister smiles. Rarely did Shin Ing exhibit such seriousness. He had just engaged in a brief skirmish with his opponents and sustained minor injuries. One of the men was known in intelligence reports as Flash. While the other S abilities remained unknown, yet he was undeniably a formidable level 5. In Ice City, Lin's patriarch surveyed the intelligence in his hands, his eyes ablaze with fury, causing the wrinkles on his face to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhou Dao sat like a chastised child, silent and motionless. "The intelligence is flawed, utterly flawed." Lin's patriarch hurled the report to the ground, his voice icy as he demanded, "What is the current situation?" Zhou Dao swallowed hard before responding. "The military is unaware of Wubing's special identity, so they did not report the incident immediately. They are currently attempting to address the situation. By the time I learned of it, it was too late to intervene. I have notified the local enforcement team, hoping they can arrive in time." After a brief pause, Zhou Dao continued, "After receiving the news, Huiyin immediately drove to the scene. If all goes well, he should reach Wubing and the others in time." Huiyin, Lin's patriarch, frowned and replied, "He cannot cultivate the Dao techniques nor awaken abilities, and he set out alone without weapons. How can he assist Wubing?" Zhou Dao fell silent, acutely aware of Huiyin's limitations, yet at that moment, Wubing and the others had no other support, only one person's assistance. In the bread van on the village road, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua sat facing each other. "So, are you implying that my heart wishes to stay?" Tang Xiaohua asked Lin Man. "You know your heart better than I do. Why ask me?" Lin Man retorted without answering directly. Tang Xiaohua fell silent, realizing she indeed wished to remain, yet lacked a justification for taking a life. At that moment, she felt as if she were the most useless member of the team. Initially, she believed Lin Man and Zhao Xiaodao to be inferior to her, but now it seemed otherwise. Zhao Xiaodao, though inactive, garnered Shin Wubing's trust. When Xie was injured, he entrusted Xian Ming and Zhao Xiaodao with taking him to the hospital, as they were his most trusted allies. As for Lin Man today, Lin Man's actions instilled fear in her. She had witnessed her plunge a dagger into another's heart, ending a life, and then continue to stab the body without restraint. This was something she could neither do nor dare to attempt. While they conversed, another vehicle sped toward them. They exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of concern in each other's eyes. It was already past midnight. Logically, no vehicle should be passing through the village, yet this one approached at alarming speed, clearly heading for the nearby Yuedan village. "What should we do?" Tang Xiaohua asked, her expression anxious. "Stay calm," Lin Man replied with surprising composure. After a moment's thought, she said, "If they are from the poker organization, they will stop to investigate upon seeing our van. Upon seeing two women, they will likely lower their guard. We must find a way to make them stay." As she spoke, Lin Man instinctively tightened her grip on the bloodstained dagger. At her words, Tang Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, then asked tentatively, "You mean, kill them?" Lin Man replied through clenched teeth. "If they are from the poker organization, they are certainly heading for Shen Wubing and the others. Given their prolonged absence, they must have encountered difficulties. We cannot afford to complicate matters further." "But no buts," Lin Man interrupted sternly. "Xiaohua, tell me now. Are you ready to help me? If not, I'll handle it myself." After a brief silence, Tang Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Lin Man fixed her gaze on Tang Xiaohua's eyes, slowly withdrawing her gaze, knowing she would indeed assist her. Soon, the vehicle halted in front of their van. Lin Man signaled to Tang Xiaohua, then stepped out first. Simultaneously, a burly man clad in a black leather jacket exited the other vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Man, he visibly froze for a moment. Lin Man's appearance was undeniably captivating, truly deserving of the title of campus beauty. Had she not been indifferent to her appearance, even Su Qingxing would have had to concede defeat. For Lin Man possessed the kind of allure that could incite a notorious flirt like Xie Yu to take drastic measures for her sake. "Big brother, we've been in an accident, and there's no signal here. Could you please help us?" Lin Man implored with a pitiful tone. Upon hearing her soft, delicate voice, the man's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, and the hand he had kept at his lower back fell to his side. However, he still cautiously inquired, "Is it just you alone?" "It's just the two of us, my sister and I." As Lin Man finished her sentence, Tang Xiaohua also emerged from the van. Seeing that there were indeed two young women, the man sighed with relief, but he had pressing matters to attend to and lacked the time for flirtation. Thus, he replied, "I have something to take care of right now, but I will come by to help you once I am done." He turned to leave, yet Lin Man seized his hand, her voice tinged with desperation. "Big brother, please help us. What if we encounter bad people?" Feeling the silky touch of Lin Man's hand, the man pondered for a few seconds before responding. "I'll take a look for you. If the car isn't too damaged, I can assist with repairs. If it's severely broken, you'll have to wait until I finish my urgent business." "Thank you, big brother." Lin Man's face lit up with joy. At this moment, the opposing side was undeniably bolstered by two individuals of the 5th rank. One possessed the ability known as Blink, while the other's abilities remained unknown. Aside from their own 5th rank member, they also had two formidable melee combatants, Yu Qing and Shen Ying, on their side. However, these were not their true advantages. Their greatest asset lay in the unseen presence of Jiang Anqi, who had remained concealed throughout the encounter. The adversaries were evidently unaware of Jiang Anqi's existence, thus their attention was largely focused on Shen Wubing and his companions. Should Jiang Anqi choose to strike suddenly, paired with her nearly invincible ability, Unerring Shot, it was highly likely she could swiftly incapacitate both opponents. Nevertheless, Jiang Anqi's ability was not without its counters. She had previously mentioned to Shen Wubing and the others that her Unerring Shot was restrained by 4 specific abilities, all of which Shen Wubing was familiar with: Hardening, Phasing, Combat Instinct, and Blink. Currently, they faced an enemy who possessed the Blink ability, which likely explained Jiang Anqi's hesitation to intervene. Chapter 070. The Southern Gu Clan Boss. "Stop wasting time with them. This outpost has been compromised. Let us deal with them swiftly and depart," whispered the man who had awakened the Blink ability. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he lunged toward the injured Shen Ying. Shen Ying, however, reacted with remarkable speed, retreating several steps to evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, Shen Wubing had positioned himself between the two, swinging his fist powerfully toward the assailant. Simultaneously, another man utilized Blink to appear beside Yu Qing, but as he struck, Yu Qing had already leaned aside, narrowly avoiding his ambush. Thus, a chaotic melee erupted among the 5 individuals. Outside the walls, Jiang Anqi finally opened her ever-present rectangular black leather case. Inside lay a specially crafted sniper rifle. This sniper rifle had been custom-made for Jiang Anqi by Elderland, while it bore resemblance to the GM-12-7 sniper rifle. Jiang Anqi's version had sacrificed the stability and precision typically valued in sniper rifles in favor of sheer lethality. For dealing with ordinary individuals, Jiang Anqi required only a handgun. This sniper rifle was designed specifically to confront awakened beings, particularly powerful ones like the 2 5th-rank adversaries before her. With deft hands, Jiang Anqi assembled the sniper rifle, then bent low as she maneuvered swiftly outside the walls. Searching for the optimal shooting position. On the village path, Lin Man leaned against the van, pressing her hand against her arm as a trickle of blood seeped through her fingers. Nevertheless, she gripped her baton tightly. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua's situation was also dire, but thanks to the Blink ability, she was performing significantly better in combat than Lin Man. The baton had long since been discarded, as she felt it was ill-suited for her. In her hand, she clutched a bloody dagger. Within 20 minutes, the number of foes felled by Tang Xiaohua had surpassed 10, rivaling even Hui Yan's count, since her hands had become stained with blood. Tang Xiaohua appeared transformed, executing her strikes with precision and even a hint of ruthlessness. With each activation of Blink, it was as if a specter claimed another life, observing the 30-odd subordinates he had brought collapsing one by one. The leading man furrowed his brow. Growing increasingly agitated, he withdrew a pouch of powder from his pocket, inhaling its contents with a look of ecstasy. He then pulled out a dark wooden box. As the box opened, a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air. The next moment, an array of unknown black insects crawled out, making their way toward the fallen bodies, infiltrating their mouths and noses. The ensuing spectacle sent chills racing down Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's spines. The corpses, which had previously been lifeless, began to twitch erratically before rising once more. Is this a ghost? Women naturally harbor a fear of the supernatural, and witnessing the reanimation of the dead made Tang Xiaohua's voice tremble. Hui Yan, too, shuddered, glaring at the leading man with eyes brimming with rage. You hail from the southern region. These words emerged from Hui Yan's clenched teeth, his expression contorting into one of sheer horror. The man in charge paused for a moment, then chuckled. After all these years, it seems there are still those who remember us. How truly fortunate. Hui Yan's eyes turned crimson, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Remember? How could he forget? Countless comrades had spilled their blood in the southern region. How could he dare to let it slip from his memory? Instructor Hua, what exactly are those? Lin Man, having regained her footing, approached Hui Yan with her baton in hand. The Southern Gu clan possesses forbidden methods of breeding Gu insects. What they are employing now is the Southern Corpse Gu technique. These insects infiltrate the deceased's cranial cavity through their orifices, allowing for temporary control of the corpses. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Lin Man and the others. These individuals are utterly dead. They feel no pain, and ordinary fatal wounds have no effect on them. Even if you pierce their hearts, they will continue to attack. Upon hearing Hui Yan's words, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's faces drained of color. Yet, neither spoke, for they understood that if Hui Yan possessed such knowledge of the Corpse Gu technique, he would surely have a countermeasure. To combat these entities, two methods existed. Hui Yan surveyed the advancing corpses with a grave expression, stating, the first method is to shatter their skulls, without a host for the Gu insects. They will be rendered incapable of controlling the corpses. The second method. He then turned a fierce gaze toward the leader, growling, the second method is to eliminate the one who controls the Gu. Upon hearing Hui Yan's words, the gazes of Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua instinctively fell upon the man manipulating the insects. The first method, shattering the corpses' skulls, would be a formidable task, as the skull is the hardest part of the human body. Even if they were provided a hammer, it would require considerable effort to break it, not to mention they were armed only with batons. Thus, the most direct and effective approach was to kill the man controlling the Gu. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from the three, the man inhaled deeply, then provocatively beckoned them with a finger. Witnessing this, the three exchanged glances, and after a slight nod from Hui Yan, they charged forward together. Hui Yan and Lin Man swiftly dispatched the corpses controlled by the Gu, while Tang Xiaohua vanished in an instant. Blink, the Gu controller furrowed his brow, then, almost simultaneously with Tang Xiaohua's disappearance, he spun around and hurled a punch behind him. As Tang Xiaohua reappeared, she found a massive fist hurtling toward her. She quickly crossed her arms to shield her face, yet the force behind the blow sent her crashing to the ground. Combat. Instinct. Struggling to rise, Tang Xiaohua's expression turned grave as she regarded the Gu controller. The man, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and shook his head. No doubt we of the Southern Gu clan are all cursed. We can never awaken. As he spoke, he slowly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, caressing the blade's tip until a drop of crimson blood appeared on his fingertip. So sharp. You shouldn't feel any pain when I use this to end your life. Chapter 071. Blood Battle in the Rain. Not far away, Hui Yan and Lin Man, who were being overwhelmed by a horde of corpses, saw Tang Xiaohua fall instantly, and their faces filled with anxiety. Lin Man, take care of this. I'll assist Xiaohua, Hui Yan called out. Understood. Lin Man nodded firmly, then discarded her blood-stained coat, wrapping it around her baton to secure her grip. She immediately launched another wave of attacks against the seemingly indestructible corpses. At that moment, Hui Yan reached the back of the Gu controller, raising his baton high to strike down upon him. The man, sensing danger, merely sidestepped to evade the lethal blow. Hui Yan then swept his baton horizontally. The man had no choice but to raise his arm in defense, the searing pain instantly coursing through his entire limb. He glanced at Hui Yan, studying him, before inhaling sharply. A veteran who fought in the southern region? Hui Yan ignored him and approached Tang Xiaohua, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You all right? I'm fine, uncle. Tang Xiaohua lowered her head, feeling a surge of shame. After a week of intense training in the military, she had often exploited Blink to gain an advantage during weight training. Yet now, facing an unawakened ordinary person, she had suffered a decisive defeat. At this moment, she felt she had let down Hui Yan's teachings and her comrades who were fighting desperately. You have performed admirably thus far. Hui Yan exerted a slight pressure with his hand resting on her shoulder, and with an expression of utmost seriousness, he declared, "You may not be the most exceptional soldiers I have ever led, but you are undoubtedly the ones who have made the most rapid progress. I have always felt an immense pride for you." As Hui Yan's earnest gaze met her own, Tang Xiaohua's sense of guilt intensified, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well," Hui Yan said, forcing a stiff smile. "Go assist Lin Man. I can manage things here." "Understood." Tang Xiaohua nodded before vanishing once more. "Hey, veteran, I'm speaking to you." The man controlling the insects addressed Hui Yan again. "You worthless rabble are not worthy of conversing with me," Hui Yan replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him before flexing his neck, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Very well, the man smirked, his lips curling into a mocking grin as he continued, "Then go reunite with your fallen comrades. It's a pity you didn't perish on the soil of Nanjiang." With that, a near-mad grin spread across his face. You know, in the second year of your assault on Nanjiang, the land was adorned with a profusion of red flowers. Those blood-red blooms were truly a magnificent sight. This was all thanks to the bodies of your comrades serving as nourishment. Shut your mouth. Hui Yan's teeth ground together in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. What? Am I not allowed to speak? The man's gaze turned malevolent as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Only your filthy soldiers died? How many of my kin from the Gu tribe perished on that land? How many families shattered? You deserve every bit of this for using the living to cultivate your insects," Hui Yan replied icily. "Those individuals were all willing participants. What concern is it of yours?" The man shot back. "And what of the infants still in their cradles? Were they willing too?" Hui Yan's eyes turned crimson, his voice trembling. Despite the passage of years, he could never forget those infants trapped in jars, their bodies ravaged by insects, devoid of even a scrap of unblemished skin. At that moment, Hui Yan ceased to engage in further dialogue, swinging his baton towards his adversary. "Seeking death, are we?" The man snarled through clenched teeth, brandishing his dagger to meet Hui Yan's assault. Neither of them were awakened beings. Their battle was stripped of any flourish, reduced to a brutal exchange of blows, each strike met with another. Within mere minutes, both combatants bore a myriad of injuries. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man faced an equally dire situation, battling against seemingly indestructible corpses. Their only recourse was to repeatedly knock their assailants down, with no better strategies at hand. During the fray, Lin Man summoned all her strength to crush a foe's skull, the milky brain matter splattering forth amidst a cascade of crimson, the viscous substance splattering onto her face, warm and wet. Lin Man felt the gelatinous mass twitch slightly against her cheek before it slid down her visage. However, as Hui Yan had forewarned, upon shattering the opponent's head, two black insects scuttled forth, seemingly in search of their next victim. Yet Lin Man would not grant them such an opportunity. She swiftly advanced and crushed the insects underfoot. With a splatter, dark blood oozed from beneath her shoe, gradually seeping into the black each time Shen Wubing was on the verge of making contact with his opponent. The adversary would abruptly vanish before his eyes, and the next target of their assault might not necessarily be Shen Wubing. It could just as easily be Yi Qing or Shening. After several tests, the opponent had deduced that Yi Qing's awakened ability was combat instinct, as each sudden ambush was deftly evaded by Yi Qing in advance. However, it was ultimately just combat instinct, not mind reading. He could instinctively foresee imminent dangers in battle, allowing him to evade or retaliate, yet he remained oblivious to the opponent's thoughts. As long as the target of the attack was not him, he could not predict it. Both sides were clearly aware of the limitations of combat instinct, and they had nearly abandoned their assault on Yi Qing, redirecting their primary focus onto the unawakened Shening. Yet, this choice was undoubtedly misguided. Although Shening lacked an awakening, his strength was by no means inferior. In fact, from a certain perspective, he might be the strongest among the three. In terms of brute force, he could not match Shen Wubing, and in terms of evading attacks, he could not rival Yi Qing. In other words, while his strength surpassed Yi Qing's, his dodging ability exceeded Shen Wubing's. Most importantly, his resilience was formidable. Even someone as towering and robust as Qian Ming, who resembled a bull, could not compare to him. After a few rounds of attacks, the two exchanged glances, both sensing that they had misjudged their target. Unanimously, their gazes shifted to Shen Wubing. Following a brief skirmish, they realized that Shen Wubing was likely not merely a brute, but rather a Wu-level fighter, although it was hard to believe that someone could reach Wu level at such a young age. The evidence before them was irrefutable. However, they were now confronted with a being of combat instinct and an astonishingly powerful physique, akin to a humanoid monster. In comparison, it seemed that Shen Wubing, this Wu-level fighter, would be the easier target to breach. Without any verbal communication, they silently agreed upon their next battle strategy, indicating a profound synergy between them, likely from frequent collaboration in combat. Although Shen Wubing lacked combat instinct, he sensed that the scrutiny directed at him was somewhat unsettling. They had evidently marked him as their target. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. In the next moment, a chill coursed through his neck. "Be careful," both Shen Ning and Yi Qing exclaimed in unison. However, Shen Wubing remained unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. Witnessing this, the assailant's lips curled into a sinister grin. Finally, it was coming to an end. These three youngsters had caused considerable trouble. Yet, in the very next instant, he was momentarily stunned, for as his dagger sliced through Shen Wubing's neck, it was as if he were cutting through air. Facing no resistance whatsoever, blinking in disbelief, he realized that Shen Wubing's neck had vanished. Indeed, only his neck was gone. He still stood in place, completely unmoved, his head still intact, yet his neck had disappeared. At that moment, he could not afford to be astonished, for Shen Wubing had suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Clutching his chest, he staggered back several steps, but just as he prepared to advance again, he discovered that every joint in his body was aching, making even the simple act of moving. However, when they approached the vicinity of the van, they were all struck dumb, frozen in place. The headlights of the three vehicles illuminated the rain-drenched night as if it were broad daylight, and on the patch of ground before the vehicles lay over 30 corpses, sprawled in disarray. Blood flowed like a river, washed away by the rain, cascading into the ditches on either side of the road. Not far from those lifeless bodies, two figures sat in silence around a single corpse. The sound of a woman's muffled sobs barely audible. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wubing felt his mind go blank. It took him a full 10 seconds before he dashed towards the two individuals like a madman. As he drew closer, he finally discerned the face of the fallen corpse. It was a resolute visage, sharp and chiseled as if sculpted by a master artist. In that moment, Wei Yan's stern expression surfaced in Shen Wubing's mind. And that cold voice echoed relentlessly in his ears. "They are the worst soldiers I have ever trained. Proud. Tomorrow, I will not see you off. And if the mission is not completed, so be it. There is no shame in that. Everyone must return alive." Chapter 074, Memories of the South Border. Inside the hospital of a small county, Shen Wubing and his companions entered Xieyu's ward with expressions tinged with gloom. Upon seeing them, Xieyu, supported by Qian Ming, sat up, his voice frail yet a smile still gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, how did it go? Was the mission accomplished?" "Yes," Shen Wubing nodded, noticing the somber atmosphere among the group. Xieyu furrowed his brow and surveyed everyone. Finding no one missing, he slowly exhaled in relief and asked, "What's wrong? Is someone hurt?" "No." Shen Wubing shook his head. Among their squad, Xieyu bore the most severe injuries, followed closely by Lin Man, who had sustained only superficial wounds. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua had merely fainted from exhaustion and had already recovered significantly with rest. "Then what is this about?" Xieyu pressed further. The others remained silent, heads bowed. Finally, Shen Wubing released a long breath, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Instructor Hua came to our aid, to help us hold off the enemy support." As he spoke, Shen Wubing felt a pang in his nose, and he gradually uttered the words, "He died in battle." Upon hearing this, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, standing behind him, could no longer suppress their quiet sobs. Xieyu, however, sat up straight, seemingly oblivious to the blood seeping from his wound. His gaze fixed intently on Shen Wubing's eyes, as if trying to ascertain whether he was being deceived. Yet, apart from a barely perceptible weariness in his gaze, there was nothing but sorrow. Seeing this, Xieyu's tense body slumped, as if deflated, murmuring to himself, "How could a fine person just vanish without a trace? So callous in words, yet muddled in crucial moments. What an old fool, truly a foolish old man." After Xieyu's condition improved somewhat, Shen Wubing and his companions returned to iCity. In Xie Xiaolong's hospital, Meng Ru gazed at Xieyu, who lay on the bed undergoing examination, and then at Shen Wubing, whose face bore numerous scars, silently shedding tears of concern. It was as if they couldn't support them at home. Why were these two children pushing themselves so hard? Xie Xiaolong embraced Meng Ru, sighing, "Everyone has their own aspirations. This is the path they have chosen, and as parents, we should support them." But, Meng Ru began, wanting to say more, when the ward door was suddenly pushed open. In walked Elder Lin and Zhou Dao. "Elder Lin, what brings you here?" Xie Xiaolong asked, gently bowing his head while holding Meng Ru's hand. "No need to be formal. I simply came to see these children, Elder Lin replied, slowly approaching Shenwubing. Inspecting him from head to toe, noticing that he bore no severe injuries, he let out a sigh of relief before turning to Xie Yu on the hospital bed, asking, Xie, are you all right, Xie Yu? A bit startled, sat up and patted his chest, smiling as he said, Elder Lin, there's no need to worry. I'm just fine. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xie Yu's demeanor, Elder Lin chuckled heartily, praising, good lad, you take after your grandfather. After some light banter, Elder Lin took Shenwubing out of the ward. Once outside, Elder Lin's smile gradually faded, his tone turning more austere. Wubing, those people are from the poker organization. Yes, Shenwubing nodded. Humph. Elder Lin snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening. What an audacious poker organization. I hadn't sought trouble with them, yet they dared to extend their reach into Hanzhou. Shenwubing, however, seemed distracted, changing the subject. Elder Lin, do you know about the Gu clan in the South Border? Upon hearing the term South Border Gu clan, Elder Lin's pupils constricted, as if recalling something, and he sighed, regarding Hui Yin. Elder Lin, I am well aware of Instructor Hui's situation. I only wish to learn about the Gu clan in the South Border. Shenwubing interjected firmly, looking resolutely at Elder Lin. Very well, Elder Lin conceded, shaking his head resignedly. You all will eventually need to know these matters. With that, he moved to a nearby chair, gesturing for Shenwubing to sit beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Shenwubing complied. The Gu clan is located within a mountain in the South Border. Initially, the local enforcement team discovered numerous missing person cases, and upon investigation, all clues pointed to a village within that mountain, namely the South Border Gu village. Subsequently, when the enforcement team entered the village for investigation, all investigators mysteriously died upon their return. Mysteriously died? Shenwubing furrowed his brow. Indeed, mysteriously. Elder Lin nodded, continuing. Later, the local enforcement team requested assistance from the military, asking for troops to enter the Gu village for a thorough investigation. The team dispatched was a vanguard unit from the Yunzhou military, comprising 322 personnel, including a colonel. The outcome, complete annihilation. Upon hearing this, Shenwubing felt no shock, for on the return journey, he had already gleaned some information from Lin Man regarding Hui Yan's conversation with the Control Gu man, leading him to suspect that many military personnel had met their demise in the South Border. Elder Lin fell silent for a long while, seemingly lost in memories, before exhaling a heavy sigh and continuing, due to personnel adjustments within the Yunzhou military at that time, they were unable to send a large force to attack the Gu village. Consequently, it was decided that the strongest military force available, the Hanzhou military, would march south to quell the Gu village. So, the Hanzhou military failed? Shenwubing inquired tentatively. Not quite a failure. Elder Lin shook his head. In that battle, the elite forces of Hanzhou were deployed, sending forth 7 special operations brigades, totaling over 25,000 troops, yet fewer than 3,000 returned. Why not employ bombers or other large-scale weaponry? Shenwubing, not well versed in military matters, mused that with Xia's military capabilities, a firepower strike should suffice to annihilate any Gu village. Though referred to as a village, the Gu village houses a considerable population, over 40,000 inhabitants, many of whom are not malicious. Hence, the military could not launch indiscriminate attacks. Elder Lin sighed once more. Shenwubing chose silence, as he could not argue that the military's decision was flawed. Indeed, the military of Xia could not raise a blade against its own common citizens. Yet, the consequence of this decision was that 2,000 valiant soldiers shed their blood upon the soil of the South Border. Whether this was right or wrong, none could judge. Chapter 075, Lin Man. You mad woman. So, the Gu clan in the South Border was not exterminated? Shenwubing asked. Most of the Gu clan perished in that battle, but a few fled into the deep mountains, and for many years there has been no news of them. I never expected they would collude with the poker organization. As he spoke, Elder Lin's tone grew increasingly frigid, clearly aware of Hui Yan's circumstances. Shenwubing remained silent. And after a long pause, he finally rose, looking at Elder Lin as he declared, whenever there is a move against the poker organization or the South Border Gu clan, I wish to participate in the battle. Wubing, I can understand your feelings right now, but what you ultimately need is... Instructor Hua is dead, Shenwubing interrupted, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He died to support us, to help us fend off the enemy's reinforcements. This grudge must be accounted to the poker organization and the Gu clan. With that, Shenwubing strode into the ward without looking back, leaving Elder Lin alone in the empty corridor, sighing silently. The death of Hui Yin dealt a tremendous blow to Shenwubing. Since awakening his abilities, he had selflessly assisted others, whether they were strangers or friends he had known for a brief time. All those who have shown him kindness have done so because he has actively emanated goodwill. The venerable Lin has treated him well due to the fact that he once saved his life. Yiqing is obedient to him because he previously alleviated the trigeminal neuralgia of Yiqing's grandfather, rescuing the latter from the depths of despair. Even Meng Ru and Xie Xiaolong chose to adopt him as their godson only after Shen Wubing cured Meng Ru's ailment. Shen Wubing has never perceived any wrongdoing in this, for he believes that no one would extend kindness without reason. Moreover, the goodwill he receives from these individuals is genuine, untainted by ulterior motives. However, the emergence of Hui Yin has shattered Shen Wubing's understanding, as he realizes that there are indeed individuals who selflessly offer kindness simply for the sake of being kind, from the moment they met Hui Yin until now. Merely a week has passed, yet he is willing to sacrifice his life for them. Why would someone be so foolish? Shen Wubing has saved many people, but those actions were always taken with the understanding that he might perish in the process. A reckless acceptance of fate. Hui Yin, however, is different. He willingly steps into the abyss for those he has known for only a week. Shen Wubing finds himself at a loss for words to describe Hui Yin. Good person. That term seems far too ordinary, yet it is the only word that comes to his mind. A good person should not meet such a demise. This grudge must be avenged. If no one is willing to take action for such a trivial character, then they shall take matters into their own hands. 3 days later, Shen Wubing and his companions returned to school. Although merely half a month has elapsed, they felt as though they had been transported to another world. Observing the students frolicking on the playground and entwined in the shade of the trees, they perceived them as exceedingly naive. Shen Wubing and his companions did not return to their respective classes but instead proceeded to the class of Shen Wubing. Previously, during their time in the hospital, Zhou Dao had mentioned that in the days to come, Xiaoyu and his companions would attend classes alongside Shen Wubing and Tang Song's class. Upon their arrival, most students in the classroom had already taken their seats, and Tang Song stood at the podium as usual. Upon noticing their entrance, Tang Song's gaze dimmed slightly. He nodded towards them but refrained from speaking. The Dao class was not particularly dull, for Tang Song not only explained the techniques for cultivating Taoist arts but also frequently recounted real-life cases related to awakening abilities, which proved far more engaging than the knowledge found in textbooks. However, Shen Wubing and his companions had no inclination to pay attention. They were wholly unable to comprehend what Tang Song was saying throughout the lesson, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang Song seemed to understand their plight and chose not to elaborate further, occasionally letting out resigned sighs. After the first class concluded, Tang Song cast a deep glance at Shen Wubing and his companions, then shook his head and exited the classroom. At that moment, a woman sauntered up to Shen Wubing's desk, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Shen Wubing, didn't you achieve first place in the recent training? Why do you still look so dejected? Shen Wubing lifted his head and glanced at her. Offering no further response, this woman was none other than Qian House team member, Qiaoyu, who had clashed with Shen Wubing and others at the military base. Seeing Shen Wubing's indifference, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. During the previous military encounter, Shen Wubing had broken her arm and 3 ribs, rendering her incapable of participating in subsequent training, resulting in a score of 0 for her efforts. Shen Wubing, why so silent? Is it because of your living hell instructor's demise? Jiang Wan's lips curled into a smug smile. What is the best way to hurt someone? Certainly, it is by pouring salt into their wounds and repeatedly reopening their scars. Just as Jiang Wan reveled in her triumph, she suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as several icy glares locked onto her, imbued with a murderous intent that seemed to threaten her very existence. Instantly, she muttered defensively, I didn't say anything wrong. He was bound to die. As her words fell, a shiver ran down her spine, followed by the sensation of a cold dagger resting. However, every time she resolved to embrace the persona of a wicked woman, an inner voice incessantly warned her that once she took that step, there would be no turning back. Ultimately, she remained true to her own heart. Although her time in the military camp lasted merely 7 days, it became the happiest period of Lin Man's life. Here, everyone donned the military's combat uniforms, including undergarments provided by the military, ensuring that no one appeared ostentatiously adorned, thus avoiding a sense of alienation. The arrival of Hui Yin was like a ray of light piercing through Lin Man's existence, for his impartiality was an experience she had never encountered before. Hui Yan's presence, status, and background were irrelevant. He regarded soldiers without distinction of rank or wealth, seeing only the capable and the incapable. Even for those he deemed the least among them, he willingly faced death. When Hui Yin perished, Shen Wubing and his companions were still engaged in a fierce battle against 2 Class D opponents in the village. Tang Xiaohua had fainted from overexertion, leaving Lin Man as the sole witness to the entire ordeal. In the ensuing days, she often dreamed of the complex expression in Hui Yan's eyes as he looked at her before his demise, one filled with comfort, anticipation, and an inexplicable sense of resignation. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Lin Man felt her mind blank instantly. If someone could read her thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly discover that her mind was flooded with murderous intentions. Just then, a large hand gently patted her shoulder, pulling her from her reverie. Turning to see the owner of the hand, she met Shen Wubing's gaze. As she was about to look away, she heard him slowly speak. Lin Man read my mind. Startled, Lin Man glanced at Shen Wubing with questioning eyes, to which he merely nodded affirmatively. No longer hesitating, she activated her mind-reading ability. In an instant, she discerned 3 words from Shen Wubing's gaze. I will kill. Lin Man's eyes flickered. She understood this was the message Shen Wubing wished to convey. Though curiosity about his thoughts tugged at her, she resolutely averted her gaze. Step aside, Shen Wubing said softly, aware that Lin Man had grasped his intent. She nodded silently and retreated to the side, yet her eyes remained coldly fixed on Jiang Wan. Shen Wubing stepped forward, approaching Jiang Wan. He first examined the wound on her leg, then looked up at her and patted her shoulder. Leaning in closer, he whispered in her ear, "Go to the hospital. Remember to watch your words in your next life." Chapter 077. Hospital visit. Watching Jiang Wan being assisted out, Lin Man approached Shen Wubing and quietly asked, "Will she truly die? With stomach cancer and liver cancer, her chances of survival are slim." Shen Wubing replied nonchalantly before returning to his seat. A short while later, Tang Song entered the classroom and called Lin Man outside. After all, this was a school, and direct violence against a classmate in front of so many witnesses would certainly result in disciplinary action. However, Shen Wubing knew the punishment would not be severe. Given the influential figures backing them, Zhou Dao and Old Master Lin. Upon returning to his seat, Shen Wubing took a moment to assess the ailments within his body. He now harbored only a dozen diseases. With this thought, he resolved to visit the hospital after school. The monotonous day of classes swiftly came to an end, and the school's disciplinary decision regarding Lin Man was as Shen Wubing had anticipated, just a formal reprimand, lacking any real consequence. After school, the group enjoyed a dinner at a restaurant, courtesy of Xiaoyu, in gratitude for Jiang Anqi's timely intervention. In response, Jiang Anqi silently vowed to protect Xiaoyu on future missions, appreciating the value of a free meal ticket. After dinner, everyone dispersed, and Shen Wubing accompanied Xiaoyu to the hospital. Upon arrival, a young nurse at the reception immediately spotted the two and hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master, second young master, what brings you here?" Taken aback by the title, Shen Wubing quickly deduced that Xie Xiaolong and Ming Ru must have briefed the staff, as he had previously informed them of his impending visit to the hospital. Xiaoyu glanced at Shen Wubing and said, "Tell her what you need." Shen Wubing pondered for a few seconds before replying, "I need treatment for low blood sugar, insufficient cerebral blood flow, and a few types of cancer." As he spoke, an idea struck him, and he turned to the nurse, asking, "Do we have any psychiatric patients in this hospital?" The young nurse looked bewildered, thinking the 2 young masters seemed more like shoppers than patients. "Is there?" Shen Wubing pressed again. "Yes, there are," the nurse replied, quickly nodding. "Then please take us to see them," Shen Wubing said with a smile. In the neurology ward, room 513, a burly man lay on the bed, angrily shouting at 2 men nearby, "Get the doctor here. I'm dying from the pain." "Yes, boss," one of the younger men said as he moved to leave the room. Upon opening the door, he spotted a beautiful young nurse standing at the entrance, flanked by 2 young men, one with disheveled blonde hair and the other appearing weak and sickly. The man glanced at them and turned back to the nurse, urgently saying, "Nurse, our boss can't take this pain anymore. Please hurry and find a doctor." "Step aside. I'll take a look at him," the nurse said, her voice tinged with annoyance as she eyed the men blocking her path. She had a poor impression of these individuals, who had been admitted 3 days prior and had caused quite a ruckus, displaying a lack of decorum. All right. The man quickly stepped aside. The nurse ignored him and turned, putting on a smile as she addressed Shen Wubing. "Second young master, this is him." She pointed to the grumbling, muscular man in the bed, stating, "He has postherpetic neuralgia. The condition is characterized by spontaneous, knife-like pain or persistent burning pain, with suffering that ranks just below trigeminal neuralgia, comparable even to gout." Nodding, Shen Wubing approached to assess the burly man. He was well-built, rivaling Qian Ming, with traces of tattoos peeking from beneath his hospital gown. Observing the 2 followers beside him, it was evident they belonged to a rough crowd. "This one," Shen Wubing decided, glancing at the nurse. "Understood, second young master," the nurse replied, then addressed the burly man, "Extend your hand." The man hesitated, tentatively asking, "Are you really going to let this kid treat me? Quit the chatter and extend your hand." The nurse retorted impatiently, "Oh, all right." Although the man felt uncertain, he complied and extended his hand. Observing this scene, Shen Wubing couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing how even the toughest of men had to obey when faced with medical authority. He stepped forward, grasping the man's large hand, and activated his absorption ability. As he held the man's hand, he noticed the thick calluses on his palms and the calluses on either side of his index fingers. Huiyin had mentioned that only those accustomed to wielding weapons would develop such calluses. This individual was certainly not a mere thug. Moments later, the burly man felt the intense pain gradually dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. "Holy crap, you're a miracle worker," he exclaimed, his shout pulling Shinwubing from his thoughts. Slowly, he released the man's hand, and in an instant, the searing pain returned to engulf Shinwubing's body. Frowning, he quickly suppressed the discomfort. Before the man could thank him, Shinwubing followed the nurse to other wards. Approximately 2 hours later, Shinwubing and Xiaoyu emerged from the hospital. At this point, Shinwubing's complexion had grown even paler, and he was repeatedly rubbing his temples, appearing somewhat unwell. "Third brother, are you just looking for trouble?" Xiaoyu remarked, casting a helpless glance at him. "No, I feel fantastic." "Better than ever," Shinwubing replied with a strange smile, sending a chill down Xiaoyu's spine. Before Xiaoyu could inquire further, 3 men came rushing towards them. Seeing this, Xiaoyu instinctively positioned himself in front of Shinwubing, a wary expression on his face. The robust man leading the group paused at Xiaoyu's stance, then pointed to his own face, smiling as he addressed Shinwubing behind Xiaoyu. "Little brother." It's me. Once again, a wicked smile curled at Shinwubing's lips as he surveyed the man with a shadowy gaze. "What do you want?" Chapter 078. Blood Buddha. "Young man, you have truly cured my ailment. I wish to express my gratitude in person, but that little nurse refused to divulge your information, so I had no choice but to wait for you here." The burly man grinned widely and extended his hand towards a younger companion behind him. The young man, understanding the cue, promptly placed a bank card into the burly man's palm. The burly man presented the card to Shinwubing, saying, "Brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't think it too trivial." Shinwubing glanced at the card and then looked up at the grinning burly man. At that moment, the burly man felt an unexplainable chill run down his spine, as if he were being closely scrutinized by a venomous serpent. He distinctly remembered that Shinwubing's gaze had been quite neutral in the hospital, devoid of any ominous aura, but now he seemed transformed, exuding an unmistakable sense of danger. This sensation was something he had only experienced in the presence of a select few individuals. The thought of those individuals made him shudder involuntarily. "Forget the money. I haven't had lunch yet," Shinwubing replied with a smile. "Third brother, we still need to." Xiaoyu began, but was abruptly interrupted by Shinwubing. Seeing this, the burly man quickly interjected, "Luelu, my treat." "All right," Shinwubing nodded. "Our car is over there." The burly man pointed towards a nearby parking lot. No need. "We have our own vehicle," Shinwubing said, glancing at Xiaoyu before adding, "Let's meet at Luelu." "That works. We'll wait for you there," the burly man replied, leading his 2 companions towards the parking lot. "Third brother, weren't we supposed to meet Lin Man and the others to pay our respects to Instructor Hua?" Xiaoyu asked, watching the trio depart. "This fellow is rather intriguing. Inform Lin Man and the others to go ahead. We will have a chat with this peculiar individual," Shinwubing said, offering no further explanation as he headed towards the parking area. 20 minutes later, in a private room at Luelu. "Brother, my name is Zhao Luo. I am truly grateful for your assistance today." The burly man raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, then lifted the bottom of his glass towards Shinwubing. "So you are brother Zhao. I am Shinwubing, a student at the Institute of Technology." Shinwubing did not partake in alcohol but poured himself a cup of tea, stating, "I am not in good health, so I shall substitute tea for wine. Feel free to do as you wish, Brother Shin." The people of Hanzhou are known for their forthrightness, especially at the dining table. Even though Shinwubing abstained from alcohol, Zhao Luo continued to drink heartily with Xiaoyu, becoming increasingly inebriated. As the alcohol took effect, Zhao Luo, like many others, began to boast, "Brother Shin, you have truly been a tremendous help to me this time." Zhao Luo sat beside Shinwubing, his words slightly slurred from intoxication. "I'm not exaggerating. I can take 10 or more stabs without so much as flinching, but this illness has been utterly tormenting." "It seems Brother Zhao is also a man of the world," Shinwubing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Luo became animated, thumping his chest as he declared, "I'm not boasting. Just ask around. Who has heard of the name of Buddha in Hanzhou?" At the mention of Buddha, Shinwubing felt a flicker of confusion, while Xiaoyu's expression tightened slightly, indicating he was familiar with this individual. "Buddha?" Shinwubing scrutinized Zhao Luo and asked with genuine curiosity, "How did you come by that nickname, Brother Zhao?" "Hee." Zhao Luo grinned, standing slowly. "Today, let Brother Shin have a good look." With that, he removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing a muscular physique adorned with tattoos, including one of Buddha holding a ceremonial knife, with what appeared to be fresh blood dripping from the blade. What a magnificent tattoo! Even Shen Wubing, who was indifferent to tattoos, couldn't help but compliment. However, he soon noticed another tattoo of a red heart on Zhao Luo's wrist, which seemed somewhat incongruous. What is this? Shen Wubing pointed at the red heart tattoo. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Luo's expression shifted, and he hastily donned his shirt, chuckling nervously. I was young and foolish. It was a rash decision. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu, despite his own alcohol tolerance, could no longer hold out and was assisted by a server to rest. Zhao Luo, too, was beginning to stagger, his speech becoming slurred. Brother, I can't drink anymore. Let us call it a day. We'll continue another time. Zhao Luo threw an arm around Shen Wubing's shoulders, letting out a belch, and added, next time, we'll carry on. Of course, Shen Wubing smiled, helping him as they made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, two of Zhao Luo's companions went to fetch the car while Shen Wubing supported Zhao Luo. Waiting nearby, suddenly, Shen Wubing felt an ominous wave of murderous intent wash over him. In the next moment, over a dozen men clad in black suits and masks burst forth, each wielding gleaming steel knives. Blood Buddha, it seems your condition has improved. You didn't show up at the hospital and instead came here to feast. One of the men stepped forward and declared, but that's fine. It saves you from dying a hungry ghost. With a wave of his hand, the group of black-clad men charged forward. Upon seeing this, Zhao Luo's senses sharpened, and he instinctively pushed Shen Wubing aside. Brother Shen, you must flee. He quickly scanned the area for a suitable weapon but, finding none, tore off his outer jacket and wrapped it around his hand, charging at the assailants. Zhao Luo, with his imposing stature, fought fiercely, taking down a knife-wielding assailant with a single punch before seizing the opponent's weapon and engaging in combat. Before long, the two companions who had gone to retrieve the car returned to join the fray. Though the three fought valiantly, their opponents were equally formidable, a band of desperate men intent on inflicting harm, targeting the trio's vital points. Minutes later, Zhao Luo had sustained several wounds, and his stamina began to wane. Damn it, I concede today. Tell me who sent you, so I can die in peace. Zhao Luo spat blood, glaring at the leading black-clad man. Blood Buddha, you have offended far too many people. Too many wish to see you dead. You would do well to ask Yama himself. The man waved dismissively, and the group surged forward once more. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped into the fray, soaring through the air and delivering a powerful knee strike to one assailant's chest. With a resounding crack, the man flew backward, skidding across the ground for over 10 meters before colliding with a car. Finally coming to a halt, Zhao Luo momentarily froze, then looked up at the slightly gaunt silhouette. Shen, Brother Shen. Chapter 079. Red Heart, Heart of Hearts. Brother Zhao, you must leave. I will handle this, Shen Wubing stated calmly, without turning back to look at Zhao Luo. How could I allow you to take such risks alone, Brother Shen? I will stand by your side. Zhao Luo protested, struggling to rise and positioning himself next to Shen Wubing. Take Brother Zhao away, Shen Wubing commanded firmly to Zhao Luo's two companions. The two exchanged glances, then stepped forward, clasping their hands respectfully. We are forever grateful. With that, they disregarded Zhao Luo's protests and assisted the injured man toward their vehicle. Stop them, the leading black-clad man ordered with a wave of his hand. Shen Wubing's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of punches, swiftly incapacitating the two advancing assailants without allowing them a moment to retaliate. Seeing this, the leader frowned, sizing Shen Wubing up and stating, Young man, this is a private matter between us and the Blood Buddha. Please do not interfere. Get lost or die. Shen Wubing retorted, his irritation palpable as he rubbed his temples, struggling to contain the violent impulses surging within him. Earlier that day in the hospital, he had absorbed Zhao Luo's ailments and several psychological afflictions. Although he had previously endured 30 different diseases, he had never encountered mental disorders, making it difficult to manage the sudden influx of 4 new ones: mania, schizophrenia, personality disorder, and paranoid personality disorder. These 4 mental conditions shared a common trait: propensity for impulsive and violent behavior. Shen Wubing was now grappling with an inability to suppress his burgeoning violent tendencies. Faced with over a dozen knife-wielding assailants, he felt no fear, only an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He even yearned for them to charge at him without hesitation. Yet, the remnants of his rationality warned him against taking a life unless absolutely necessary. To the group of black-clad men, his words sounded like nothing less than a blatant provocation. As members of a premier assassin organization, they could not tolerate such insolence. Therefore, they did not even wait for the leader to speak before they surged forth, launching an assault towards Shin Wubing. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Shin Wubing's lips, as the last vestiges of rationality in his mind were instantly overwhelmed by impulse and a propensity for violence. Following this, a chorus of anguished screams echoed throughout the underground parking lot. Moments later, as Shin Wubing emerged from the depths, wiping the blood from his hands, he was met with a group of approximately 10 individuals, each brandishing iron rods and steel knives, advancing menacingly towards him. His gaze sharpened as he prepared himself once more for battle. Just then, Zhao Luo, who was visibly injured and had only managed a hasty bandaging, burst forth from the crowd, hastening to Shin Wubing's side with palpable anxiety as he scrutinized him from head to toe. "Shin, are you all right?" "I am fine," Shin Wubing replied, shaking his head. "And what about those people?" Zhao Luo inquired tentatively, seemingly recalling something. "Those people." Shin Wubing pondered for a few seconds before calmly responding, "If you go now, there should still be some survivors." Upon hearing this, Zhao Luo gasped in astonishment. Having clashed with those individuals, he knew they were ruthless and possessed considerable martial prowess. Even he, a skilled fighter, had struggled against them. Yet, Shin Wubing had managed to subdue them all alone. With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, he gestured to his subordinates behind him, signaling them to assess the situation. 2 minutes later, several of his men returned, escorting a barely conscious figure clad in black. One of them cast a wary glance at Shin Wubing before addressing Zhao Luo. "Boss, this one is still breathing," despite being somewhat prepared for the news. Zhao Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Shin Wubing, and after a prolonged moment, he swallowed hard before saying, "Brother, you need to come with me." Without waiting for Shin Wubing to respond, he directed one of the subordinates, "Shogo, take care of this. If necessary, arrange for a few others to take the fall." "Understood, boss." Before long, Shin Wubing found himself in a hotel room alongside Zhao Luo. Shin Wubing sat in a chair while Zhao Luo perched on the bed, both ensconced in a heavy silence. After a significant pause, Zhao Luo finally broke the stillness. "Shin, I owe you a life for what happened today. If you ever need anything." Before he could finish, Shin Wubing raised a hand to interrupt him. "Brother Zhao, let's dispense with the formalities. We have forged a bond of life and death. Can you enlighten me as to why those people were after you?" "Oh, you know." Zhao Luo waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "In our line of work, it's only natural to have a few enemies." "Then, Brother Zhao, what exactly do you do?" Shin Wubing leaned forward, his gaze piercing. At this question, Zhao Luo instinctively tensed, adopting a defensive posture. However, as if recalling something, he slowly exhaled a heavy sigh, conceding, "Shin, it's probably best that you remain unaware of this matter. Do you not trust me?" "Brother Zhao." Shin Wubing withdrew his gaze, leaning back comfortably in his chair. "It's not a matter of trust, my brother. Each trade has its own rules, and knowing too much can be detrimental for you," Zhao Luo explained, shaking his head. Hearing this, Shin Wubing's suspicion deepened. When he had absorbed the illness from Zhao Luo in the hospital, he had sensed the calluses on Zhao Luo's hands, indicative of someone who had long wielded a weapon. With the gun control laws in Xia country, even members of the enforcement teams were prohibited from carrying firearms without special assignments. Thus far, the only person Shin Wubing knew who carried a weapon was Jiang Anqi. Driven by curiosity, Shin Wubing had declined Zhao Luo's monetary offer and instead hinted at the desire for a meal together. During their drinking, upon noticing Zhao Luo's tattoos, his suspicions intensified, not merely due to the striking tattoo of the Blood Buddha, but particularly because of the heart-shaped tattoo on his wrist. While it appeared to be a mere heart, Shin Wubing distinctly perceived a flicker of panic in Zhao Luo's eyes when the tattoo was mentioned. Consequently, Shin Wubing harbored a bold hypothesis. It was not merely a heart, but rather the red heart from a deck of playing cards. Chapter 080. Danger. Well then, since Brother Zhao cannot speak freely, I shall refrain from prying further, Shin Wubing declared as he stood to leave. "Shin." Zhao Luo quickly rose and grasped Shin Wubing's sleeve, his expression fraught with difficulty. "At present, I truly cannot divulge anything. Will you grant me 2 days? Very well, we shall reconvene here in 2 days, Shin Wubing replied with a glance before making to depart. "Shin, I assure you, I will resolve today's incident, and it will not implicate you," Zhao Luo called after him. Shin Wubing paused but did not turn around, merely stating, "Even if it cannot be resolved, it matters not. I can handle it myself." Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback. "Surely you have not forgotten how that nurse addressed me when I treated you back then?" Shin Wubing queried. Addressed. Zhao Luo, still reeling from his injuries, had not paid much attention to such details and pondered for a while before tentatively asking, "Second young master, precisely," Shin Wubing affirmed, then pushed open the door to exit. As he was about to step out, his calm voice lingered in the air. "That hospital is a property of the CF family from Ice City." Staring at Shin Wubing's retreating figure, Zhao Luo was momentarily stunned into silence. After several minutes of contemplation, he suddenly sprang to his feet. The Xie family of Ice City, the property of old Master Xie. He is the newly acknowledged young master of the Xie family? Recently, the Xie family had extended invitations to all prominent families and local power brokers in Ice City, all for the sake of the newly recognized son of the Xie family, Blood Buddha Zhao Luo, who, while not active in Ice City, had certainly heard whispers of the event. After all, given the Xie family standing in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, even minor matters would be magnified tremendously. Exiting the hotel, Shen Wuobing hailed a taxi and retrieved his phone to dial a number. Uncle Xie, you little rascal, still calling me Uncle Xie, came the irate voice of Xie Xiaolong from the other end. Shen Wuobing offered an awkward smile. All right, what brings you to call me? Shifting to a serious tone, Shen Wuobing straightened up and said, Uncle Xie, have you heard of the Blood Buddha Zhao Luo, Blood Buddha? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Xie Xiaolong replied, I haven't been involved in the affairs of the underworld for quite some time. Why do you wish to know about him? Has he crossed you? As he spoke, a chill crept into Xie Xiaolong's voice. No, I am merely intrigued by this individual and wish to learn more. Shen Wuobing withheld his suspicions, opting not to involve the Xie family in the matter. Seeking vengeance for Hui Yin was a personal affair, one that did not concern others. In that case, I will pass your contact information to E-Wolf. He will reach out to you later. He is far more knowledgeable about the underworld than I am. Xie Xiaolong deliberated for a moment before stating that I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Xie. You little rascal, make sure to visit home when you have the time. Your mother has been missing you. Understood. After hanging up, Shen Wuobing leaned back slightly, relaxing in the taxi seat as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Since returning from the military, he had numerous tasks at hand. The foremost being to absorb illnesses and prepare for future battles. He also intended to pay another visit to the Awakener Research Institute and those 2 eccentric individuals, having thoroughly mastered the ability of phasing. He was puzzled as to why he could absorb Meng Ru's awakening power, as he had observed that the term absorb did not apply to Yi Qing and the others. Thus, he needed those 2 eccentrics to clarify this for him. If he could indeed absorb the awakening abilities of others at will, he believed that both Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao could provide him with countless awakeners to draw from. The Awakener Research Institute would also select the most suitable awakening abilities for him. Furthermore, Shen Wuobing planned to continue accepting military missions. Through previous encounters, he had clearly identified his strengths and weaknesses. His advantages lay in possessing 2 awakening abilities, catching most opponents off guard, while his glaring shortcomings were in combat skills and real-world experience. He had arranged to train with Yi Qing and Shening, who would guide him alongside their group. However, gaining practical experience could only be achieved through military missions, where he could sharpen his skills through life and death struggles. Yet now, with Zhao Luo's emergence, many plans would need to be postponed. If they were indeed affiliated with the poker organization, he must extract further information regarding them. Though Shen Wuobing was not adept at expressing himself, the matter of avenging Hui Yin remained paramount in his heart. The poker organization and the Southern Gu clan must be eradicated. Unbeknownst to him, the taxi had already come to a halt at the entrance of the school. After paying the fare, Shen Wuobing alighted from the vehicle. Once outside, he reached out to Zhou Dao, expressing his desire to consult Professor He regarding certain matters of awakening. The latter did not inquire further and promptly provided him with the professor's contact information. After placing a call, Shen Wuobing learned that the professor had been stationed at their academy for an extended period, specifically to facilitate services for the Dao class students. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the door of a laboratory and gently knocked. Come in, came a somewhat wooden voice from within. Upon pushing the door open, Shen Wuobing beheld Tianwen seated on a chair, engrossed in a book. He surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Professor He. You've arrived, Tianwen said, setting aside his book and gesturing for Shen Wuobing to take a seat opposite him. Then, he slowly continued. 7 days apart feels like an entire week. Here we go again. Shen Wuobing thought to himself, having already experienced Tianwen's penchant for verbose ramblings. He decided to bypass the pleasantries and inquired directly, where is Professor He? On a blind date, Tianwen replied calmly. A blind date? Shen Wuobing was taken aback. Indeed, Tianwen nodded, adjusting his glasses as he elaborated. Professor He's spouse passed away 3 years ago. During this time, he has been alone, and now he seeks a new companion. Shen Wuobing felt an acute sense of headache. All right, enough of that. Let's discuss serious matters. I have some inquiries regarding awakening abilities. Go ahead, Tianwen replied, seemingly indifferent, following the plan you provided. I went to the hospital to absorb some ailments. Shen Wuobing looked into Tianwen's eyes and, tapping his temple, added, Regarding the hypoglycemia and insufficient cerebral blood supply you mentioned, conditions that can render one instantly incapable of fighting, I have absorbed them. And there are no significant issues. Isn't that quite good? Tianwen remained unfazed. However, concerning mental disorders, Shen Wuobing hesitated for a few seconds before frowning. I absorbed a total of 4 mental illnesses. But now I feel I am struggling to contain them. Whenever I encounter certain stimuli, I experience severe violent tendencies, even thoughts of murder. I feel I am quite dangerous at present. Upon hearing Shen Wuobing's account, Tianwen's previously calm eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of madness. A smirk creeping onto his lips. Dangerous. How splendid. Chapter 081. The terrifying mad and feeling a chill run down his spine at Tianwen's somewhat sinister smile, Shen Wuobing thought, how can one be a true powerhouse without a touch of danger? Tianwen exclaimed animatedly, the elite powerhouses of our Xia country, even when merely standing still, exude an inexplicable sense of oppression. Oppression and danger are not the same, are they? Shen Wuobing cautiously posed. They are indeed the same. Tianwen waved dismissively, eager to steer the conversation back to Shen Wuobing. During your training at the military, have you killed anyone? Shen Wuobing fell silent for a moment before nodding. Through military missions and recent events in the parking lot, he had at least claimed nearly 20 lives. What was it like? Tianwen's eyes glimmered with excitement. What was it like? Shen Wuobing recalled his feelings upon taking his first life in the village. Ultimately shaking his head, I felt nothing. He wasn't lying. He had indeed experienced no feelings, devoid of any perverse thrill or the discomfort that accompanied first-time killers like Lin Man. No feelings. That's splendid. Tianwen's excitement intensified. Shen Wuobing patted his temple, thinking that if this fellow were not a member of the Awakening Research Institute, he would surely be more dangerous than the most reckless of individuals. Unperturbed by Shen Wuobing's peculiar gaze, Tianwen grasped his sleeve and asked, you mentioned that stimuli trigger your episodes. What episodes? Shen Wuobing removed Tianwen's hand, elaborating, it means that when stimulated, I become impulsive and exhibit violent tendencies. No difference. No difference. Tianwen waved his hand and continued, can you not provoke your episodes at will? Seeing Shen Wuobing's expression darken, Tianwen quickly rephrased, I mean, can you deliberately incite your violent tendencies? What do you mean? Shen Wuobing asked, perplexed. I've read some literature on mental disorders. Patients often unlock their inner potential due to excessive excitement during episodes, resulting in greater strength than before. For you, it might elevate your combat prowess to a new level. Shen Wuobing pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. I'm not sure if I can consciously control my mental disorders. Tianwen shrugged dismissively. No matter. This can be gradually trained. Shen Wuobing was at a loss for words. It was his first time hearing that one could train a disease. By the way, I have another matter I'd like your assistance with, Shen Wuobing said, extending his hand. Tianwen glanced at Shen Wuobing's hand, puzzled by his intent. In the next moment, Shen Wuobing's hand abruptly vanished. Tianwen's eyes widened in shock, and he tentatively reached out to where Shen Wuobing's hand had been, only to encounter a void. Holy crap! The scene compelled Tianwen to exclaim in astonishment. Why you actually possess 2 awakening abilities. Shen Wuobing did not conceal the truth, recounting the circumstances of his healing Meng-Ru. After hearing Shen Wuobing's words, Tianwen fell silent, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Shen Wuobing did not rush him, merely waiting quietly. Time passed, and Shen Wuobing began to feel drowsy as Tianwen finally lowered his hand and spoke in a low voice. I have a bold hypothesis. Observing Tianwen's ominous expression, Shen Wuobing sensed that this hypothesis would indeed be quite audacious. Undeterred by Shen Wuobing's peculiar gaze, Tianwen spoke earnestly, you mentioned that Meng-Ru's health has been poor. Correct. Yes, Shen Wuobing nodded. That implies that your transparency might actually be an awakening ability. However, due to Meng-Ru's frail constitution, she cannot control this ability, leading her body to classify it as an illness. And your afflicted by disease ability allows you to absorb all ailments. Thus, Tianwen ceased his explanation, but Shen Wuobing grasped the implication. Since no such ability had been identified among existing awakening powers, he was unaware of its name. He referred to this ability as phasing, while Tianwen termed it transparency. After contemplating for a few seconds, Shen Wuobing concluded that his name was somewhat more appealing, as scholars often do. Noticing Shen Wuobing's silence, Tianwen excitedly proclaimed, to validate my hypothesis, I believe we need to conduct an experiment. What kind of experiment? Shen Wuobing inquired. We need to find another individual with poor health and await their awakening. A spark of excitement flickered in Tianwen's eyes. Finding someone with poor health is easy, but how can we ensure they will awaken? Shen Wuobing was puzzled. That's simple, Tianwen replied, a slightly wicked smile gracing his lips. As long as we have a sufficient sample size, the probability will increase exponentially. Are you suggesting? Shin Wubing's expression grew complicated. The majority of awakening abilities manifest around the age of 20. We could gather TEN.AT this point. Tianwen hesitated, quickly shaking his head. No. 100 individuals find a 20-year-old, and then we can confine them, seeking ways to degrade their physical condition. Tianwen rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face awash with exhilaration, appearing somewhat deranged. Wait a moment, Shin Wubing interjected. How do you intend to deteriorate their physical condition? That's simple, Tianwen waved dismissively, his face contorting with displeasure as if frustrated that Shin Wubing interrupted his grand vision. We can confine them and administer drugs to lower their immunity. Or infect them with viruses. If that fails, we could break their legs and deny them food. Over time, their physical condition will naturally decline. Shin Wubing stared at the seemingly deranged Tianwen, a chill creeping down his spine. The young man, who appeared so refined and unassuming, transformed into a completely different person when discussing matters of awakening, like a terrifying madman. Chapter 082. The Assassin Organization. Mount Everest let me handle this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. I have a plan, Shin Wubing said, pinching the bridge of his nose. No need. I can manage, Tianwen replied, a manic glint in his eyes. Fine. Shin Wubing waved his hand dismissively. The CF family owns several hospitals. I will speak with them about initiating a charitable program specifically aimed at treating young individuals under the age of 20. I am confident that many will be willing to bring their ailing children there. Tianwen pondered for a few moments, realizing that Shin Wubing's approach was indeed more reliable than his own. The current costs of medical treatment are exorbitantly high. A serious illness can deplete an ordinary family's entire savings. If a hospital could offer free treatment for various ailments to the youth, once the news spread, it would likely attract young patients from across the nation. With the hospital's assistance in monitoring the situation, efficiency would surely be greatly enhanced. After bidding farewell to Tianwen, Shin Wubing made another call to Xie Xiaolong, briefly outlining the plan. Upon hearing that the initiative was connected to Shin Wubing's awakening abilities, Xie Xiaolong readily agreed and mentioned that he would prepare a ward in the near future to accommodate these patients under 20.2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Shin Wubing and his companions attended classes during the day. And after school, they would head to the combat training department, where Yiqing and Xuning took on the roles of instructors, imparting combat techniques. Shin Wubing was somewhat surprised to see Tang Xiaohua, who had previously expressed disdain for training and had no intention of joining the military, participating in the sessions. Her reason was that she wanted to be involved in avenging Hui Yan. 2 days later, Shin Wubing received a call from an unfamiliar number. Shin Laodi, came Zhao Luo's voice from the other end. Shin Wubing simply acknowledged with a non-committal without elaborating further. After a brief silence, Zhao Luo quietly said, I'll be waiting for you at the usual place. With that, he hung up. Holding his phone, Shin Wubing fell into a moment of contemplation. Just yesterday, he had received a call from the CF family's vicious wolf. Xie Xiaolong had previously asked the wolf to assist in investigating the Blood Buddha, Zhao Luo. The wolf informed Shin Wubing that the Blood Buddha was a local thug in a county under Long Province, running a large slaughterhouse and possessing a certain notoriety, though merely a minor player in the eyes of the wolf. However, when discussing the assassination attempt on Zhao Luo in the parking lot, the wolf became serious, mentioning that the assassins belonged to a killer organization known as Zhu Mu Lang Ma. Zhu Mu Lang Ma is the largest assassin organization in the world, known for their relentless methods. With a reported mission completion rate of 97 to date, the wolf expressed confusion as to why Zhu Mu Lang Ma would target Zhao Luo, as his status did not seem significant enough to warrant the attention of the world's foremost assassin organization. Additionally, the wolf revealed to Shin Wubing that Zhao Luo had been investigating him over the past couple of days. After pondering for a few seconds, Shin Wubing dialed another number, his voice slightly somber. Come to the school gate. Let's step out for a moment. 20 minutes later, Shin Wubing and Lin Man exited a taxi and arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Shin Wubing looked up at a room on the upper floor with drawn curtains, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Lin Man before making his way upstairs. Without hesitation, Lin Man followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the door, Shin Wubing knocked lightly. The door opened promptly, revealing Zhao Luo, who, upon seeing Lin Man behind Shin Wubing, exhibited a fleeting change in expression. Zhao Ge, this is my girlfriend, Shin Wubing said, taking Lin Man's hand and smiling. Oh, Zhao Luo nodded, though a hint of displeasure lingered on his face. He stepped aside to allow the two to enter. Shin Wubing seated Lin Man on the bed, while Zhao Luo took a chair opposite them. Zhao Luo scrutinized Lin Man for a moment before addressing Shin Wubing in a low voice. Shin Laodi, perhaps it would be best if your girlfriend stepped out for a bit. Brother, what do you mean by that? Lin Man interjected, wrapping her arm around Shin Wubing's and speaking in a playful manner. She then shot a provocative glance at Zhao Luo. In response, Zhao Luo's demeanor turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Lin Man were it not for her connection to Shen Wubing. He would have slapped her by now. To him, women were mere tools, not to be coddled. Shen Wubing could only smile wryly, feigning helplessness. Lin Man and Zhao Luo remained locked in a stare-off for several minutes, until Lin Man finally looked away, muttering in dissatisfaction, "If I need to go out, so be it. It's no big deal. I don't want to hear about it anyway." She then extended her hand towards Shen Wubing, puffing up her cheeks. "Give me some money. I want to go shopping." Seeing this, Zhao Luo promptly produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Man with a smile. "A small token. Consider it an apology from me to your sister-in-law." Lin Man examined the card, noting the 6-digit code written on the back, presumably the password. Without hesitation, she accepted the card, shot Zhao Luo another glare, and then exited the room. Once Lin Man's footsteps faded away down the corridor, Zhao Luo turned to Shen Wubing with an apologetic smile. "Shen Laodi, I sincerely apologize. This matter is of great importance, and it's not suitable for outsiders to overhear. It's nothing, Zhao Ge. This woman has indeed been spoiled by me." Shen Wubing replied with a resigned smile. "I understand." Zhao Luo chuckled. "It's hard for heroes to resist the charms of beautiful women." Shen Wubing nodded and then shifted the topic. "Zhao Ge, can we discuss your matters now?" Zhao Luo pondered for a moment before asking, "Before that, may I pose a question to you, Laodi?" "Go ahead. Why are you so curious about me?" Zhao Luo's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing furrowed his brow, taking a long moment before letting out a resigned sigh. "Since you ask, I shall not conceal it from you." Zhao Ge. He began to elaborate. "You must be aware of my identity by now, right? The adopted son of Xie Xiaolong, the young master of the Xie family." Zhao Luo had indeed been busy these past few days, extensively investigating Shen Wubing. Shen Wubing's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded gravely. "That's correct. I am indeed the adopted son." Chapter 083. The poker organization's black and red grass. Upon hearing Shen Wubing's words, Zhao Luo furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by the implication. Although the Xie family publicly acknowledged my identity, seemingly valuing it, Shen Wubing's gaze flickered before a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "However, the Xie family has another legitimate young master." At this, Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback before grasping Shen Wubing's meaning. He scrutinized Shen Wubing anew, contemplating the Xie family's apparent folly in inviting a wolf into the fold. This young man harbored considerable ambition, eyeing the entirety of the Xie family. However, witnessing Shen Wubing's intentions reassured Zhao Luo somewhat. After a brief silence, Zhao Luo asked, "So, are you looking for me to assist you with something?" Zhao Luo, being a man of the underworld, recognized the favor Shen Wubing had done him. Even if they were ultimately not aligned, he would never refuse any request from Shen Wubing. Moreover, it seemed that this young man was quite to his liking. "For now, I have no pressing needs, but in the future, I will be vying for power against Xie, and I will certainly require my own influence." Shen Wubing contemplated for a moment before continuing. "As you know, the Xie family has 4 formidable generals, the wolves, tigers, and leopards, all of whom unconditionally support Xie." Zhao Luo nodded in agreement, recognizing the reputations of the Xie family's wolves, tigers, and leopards, especially the vicious wolf. "Thus, I want to ascertain whether you possess sufficient weight in this matter." Shen Wubing's gaze turned piercing as he scrutinized Zhao Luo. In response, Zhao Luo furrowed his brow, pondering for a few moments before speaking in a low voice. "Laodi, while I may be merely a local tiger in a county, I am not afraid of the Xie family when it comes to backing." Upon hearing this, Shen Wubing shifted his gaze and gestured for Zhao Luo to continue. "Have you heard of the poker organization?" Zhao Luo lifted his gaze, his expression shifting slightly. At the mention of poker, Shen Wubing instinctively clenched his fists, though his face remained unchanged, revealing a look of realization instead. Zhao Luo exhaled slowly, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one. The poker organization is divided into 4 factions: black, red, and grass. I am part of the Hearts, primarily responsible for combat matters. "And the other 3 factions?" Shen Wubing inquired. Zhao Luo shook his head. "I cannot disclose details about them, but you only need to know that we are more than qualified to collaborate with you." Shen Wubing nodded, indicating his understanding. The two continued their conversation for over an hour, and by the time Shen Wubing left the room, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Zhao Luo, left behind in the room, wore a broad smile. They had reached a consensus. Shen Wubing would offer Zhao Luo assistance within reasonable limits, facilitating his expansion in Ice City, while in the future, when Shen Wubing required it, the poker organization would do its utmost to support him in his quest for the leadership of the Xie family. After leaving the hotel, Shen Wubing lingered for a few seconds at the entrance, acutely sensing that someone was covertly watching him. This was largely thanks to the counter-surveillance awareness instilled in them by Hui Yin. Otherwise, in the past, he would have found it difficult to detect that he was being followed. He then took out his phone and called Lin Man, succinctly briefing her on the situation. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Man arrived at the hotel entrance, carrying several shopping bags, and the two promptly hailed a taxi to depart from the location. What did you gather? Shen Wubing inquired softly from the back seat of the taxi. Lin Man glanced at the taxi driver in front, her expression somewhat grave. Understanding her unspoken concern, Shen Wubing refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to the school, the pair settled at a CAF near the school gate. Finding a place to sit and ordering 2 cups of coffee. Let us discuss, Shen Wubing said after taking a sip of his coffee. He is indeed affiliated with the poker organization. Lin Man's excitement was palpable. She was more determined than anyone to avenge Hui Yan's death, having witnessed it unfold before her own eyes. The poker organization is divided into 4 factions: the Hearts, Diamonds, Clubs, and Spades. Zhao Luo belongs to the Hearts, primarily tasked with mediating conflicts between the poker organization and other groups, serving as a combat unit. The Spades handle drug transport and route planning. The Clubs are responsible for drug productions, and the Diamonds manage the laundering and handling of illicit funds. The leaders of these 4 factions are designated as Spade J, Heart Q, Club K, and Diamond A. At this juncture, Lin Man paused before continuing. It is said that there are 2 higher-ups known as the King and the Little King. But Zhao Luo's status is not particularly high, and he only has hearsay about these matters. Did you manage to ascertain the location of the poker organization's headquarters? Shen Wubing asked, his concern evident. If he could pinpoint the headquarters, he could certainly inform Elder Lin and Zhou Dao, who would likely be eager to take credit for such a discovery. No. Zhao Luo has no knowledge of the exact location of the headquarters. He only receives task assignments through HeartQ, Lin Man replied, shaking her head. While Shen Wubing felt a twinge of disappointment, it was not unexpected. If the poker organization were so easily discoverable, it would not have posed a long-standing headache for the military of Xia. By the way, Lin Man seemed to recall something, retrieving a bank card that Zhao Luo had previously given her. This is the card Zhao Luo provided. I checked, and it contains a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. At this point, Lin Man hesitated before sheepishly adding, after I left the house, I feared being followed, so I wandered around a nearby mall and spent just over 20,000. As she spoke, she placed the shopping bags on the table, indicating that the items were all there. Put it away. Shen Wubing pushed the bank card and the shopping bag back towards Lin Man. I may need your assistance going forward. You can't always wear Tang Xiaohua's clothes. He appraised Lin Man, recalling how he had advised her to dress up for the task at hand. However, Lin Man had no suitable attire and had resorted to wearing Tang Xiaohua's clothing instead. Lin Man lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers before reclaiming the shopping bag. Take the money too, Shen Wubing insisted. Lin Man's financial situation was known to all, although Xie Yu and Shen Wubing were not lacking in funds. Unsolicited gifts could feel awkward, and Lin Man's character made it evident she would not easily accept. I don't want it. Lin Man shook her head. Lin Man. Shen Wubing took another sip of his coffee and looked at her earnestly. It is not shameful to seek personal gain under reasonable circumstances. Furthermore, some money should not be turned down. With that, he stood and left the CAF, watching Shen Wubing's retreating figure. Lin Man remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to accept the bank card, rising to follow him with the shopping bags and her half-finished cup of coffee in hand. Chapter 084. The Climber. Halfway up the mountain, the first peak. 3 days later, Shen Wubing and the others arrived at the training class as usual. Yet they waited for a long time without the arrival of Tang Song. What is going on? Why hasn't teacher Tang Song shown up yet? Tang Xiaohua, holding a small mirror, was admiring her smoky eye makeup. As for her lip piercing, she had opted not to wear it, having been traumatized by Jiang Anqi's previous remarks. Seeing that no one was paying her any attention, Tang Xiaohua glanced at Lin Man sitting beside her, sizing her up before asking, Man, would you like me to do your makeup? Huh? Lin Man was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. She had once been curious about makeup, enchanted by how beautiful those who wore it appeared. What girl doesn't he love beauty? However, after a few days of training at the military, her focus had shifted solely to becoming stronger, leaving her disinterested in makeup and fashionable attire. Tang Xiaohua shook her head in disappointment. She had always been confident in her appearance, but after joining this small team, she felt she was the most ordinary among the 3 girls. Lin Man exuded a pure and cute aura, with a delicate appearance that, combined with her somewhat self-effacing demeanor, evoked a sense of sympathy. As for Jiang Anqi, Her features were even more exquisite than Lin Man's, and her military background lent her an air of confidence. Yet her gluttonous tendencies often made her seem adorably clueless. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaohua turned to Jiang Anqi and asked, "Anqi, would you like to have your makeup done?" Jiang Anqi gave her a glance and shook her head, then pulled out 2 lollipops from her pocket, hesitating momentarily before handing one each to Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man. Tang Xiaohua regarded the lollipop in her hand and felt a wave of disinterest. Just then, the classroom's PA system crackled to life, and a somewhat solemn voice echoed through the speakers. "All Dao class students, assemble at the training ground." Upon hearing this command, the students exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of confusion. Yet, all present had undergone military training, and after a brief hesitation, they orderly exited the classroom, racing towards the training ground. Within 10 minutes, all Dao class students had gathered at the training field. Compared to the lethargy of a week ago, the students displayed a more serious demeanor, though they still paled in comparison to the military personnel. Following the training, each squad independently completed a task, with several students bearing blood on their hands. On the podium stood Tang Song, upright and serious, surveying the students with a grave expression. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. His voice low and somber. "We have just received news that members of the world's #1 assassin organization, Zhumu Lang Ma, have entered the territories of Hanzhou and the 3 provinces." Hearing this, the students below displayed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of this assassin organization. However, Shen Wubing and his companions exchanged apprehensive looks. Previously, Shen Wubing had briefed them about Zhao Luo, and they had taken care to research Zhumu Lang Ma. Members of this assassin organization hailed from across the globe and were classified into 3 tiers. The lowest tier, known as climbers, comprised ordinary individuals who had undergone rigorous training and were fierce fugitives. Shen Wubing had witnessed this firsthand, had he not been present during Zhao Luo's pursuit. Even the notorious Blood Buddha could have met his end at their hands. The second tier of assassins, referred to as halfway up the mountain, transcended the capabilities of ordinary individuals. They rarely accepted tasks, only engaging in particularly significant or challenging missions. The highest tier of assassins was known as First Peak. According to information from the Evil Wolf, to date, the First Peak had only intervened twice. One instance involved the assassination of a leader from a small nation, while the other targeted a major general from the Xia military. On both occasions, they had succeeded. Following the assassination of that general, the Xia military had been enraged, launching a nationwide manhunt for Zhumu Lang Ma members that lasted 3 months. Since then, Xia had become a forbidden zone for Zhumu Lang Ma, who had drastically reduced their acceptance of targets within the nation. Yet now, they had audaciously returned to Xia. Upon receiving this news, the Hanzhou military promptly initiated a manhunt, vowing to capture all members of the Zhumu Lang Ma organization that had set foot in the 3 provinces. Upon learning of this, Elder Lin and Zhou Dao decided to assign the task to the Dao class students. Knowing that the assassins present would largely consist of climbers, their combat capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. But for the Dao class students, it represented an excellent opportunity for honing their skills, without being excessively perilous. Tang Song observed the bewildered students below him and continued, "We have now ascertained their hiding places. Primarily located in I City, Hua County, Linfeng County, and Wanmin County, among other areas across the 12 counties and cities in the 3 provinces." As he spoke, his tone grew serious. This time, the search operation would adopt a merit-based system. Anyone who successfully killed or captured a member of Mount Everest would earn military merits. After the operation concluded, those with sufficient merits could directly enter the military department and be granted a rank. Upon hearing Tang Song's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A military rank. It is well known that even for an ordinary person joining the military, opportunities for promotion are scarce in the short term, particularly in this relatively peaceful era. Moreover, they had yet to graduate. If they accumulated enough military merits during this operation and were promoted immediately afterward, their futures would undoubtedly be limitless. With this thought in mind, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Shen Wubing observed this scene with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware of the assassin's capabilities. Even the lowest-ranked assassin, a climber, was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. If there were a few mid-level assassins hidden among them, these student soldiers would surely face casualties. Weaker squads could even face total annihilation. Yet, Tang Song displayed a complex expression, showing no inclination to offer any warnings. Shen Wubing harbored a vague suspicion. During the last mission, the military aimed to expose them to real bloodshed. This time, it seemed they were to receive a lesson, and the cost of that lesson could very well be their own lives or those of their comrades. Chapter 085. Wolf Mountain County, bathhouse. Half an hour later, Shinwubing and his 9 companions received the details of their mission. This time, they were assigned the most challenging task of all. When handing over the documents, Tang Song cast a deep glance at them, saying little, though his expression was somewhat complex. Upon opening the file, Shinwubing's expression shifted slightly. Their mission target included not only 22 climbers, but also a mid-level assassin. "What's wrong, Lao San?" Xiaoyu inquired, noticing the change in Shinwubing's demeanor. "There's a mid-level assassin," Shinwubing replied, passing the file to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took the document, casually glanced at it, and his brow furrowed in response. Tentatively asking, "Are we being targeted?" "No," Shinwubing shook his head. "It's not a targeting. We are likely being prioritized." Xiaoyu shrugged, feeling there was little difference. "Indeed, we are receiving special attention," explained Shining from the side. Under normal circumstances, when awakened individuals join the military, they are typically awarded the rank of second lieutenant. However, if we can complete this mission, the 9 of us might be bestowed the rank of first lieutenant or even captain. At this, Xiaoyu scoffed dismissively, while Jiang Anqi, still chewing on a lollipop, maintained an indifferent expression. Due to his family background, Xiaoyu did not place much importance on military ranks, although Lord Xie had high hopes for him to make a name for himself in the military, thereby liberating the Xie family from the stigma of being underground emperors. Xiaoyu found the notion laughable. What was wrong with rising from the underworld? He felt no shame in it. In an era where wealth was abundant, power was determined by strength. Times had changed, but the Xie family had also transformed. They had long ceased their dealings in the shadows. As for Jiang Anqi, she had already attained the rank of captain. Though she often found herself embroiled in trouble, fluctuating between the ranks of captain, first lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and the others were filled with anticipation before the emergence of awakened individuals. Education, while not the only path for those from ordinary families, had been the most straightforward one. Compared to other routes, it was somewhat fairer, though only relatively so, for absolute fairness is a myth in this world. With the advent of awakened individuals, their choices had multiplied. Upon becoming awakened, their options expanded significantly, yet joining the military remained the most advantageous path. With the backing of the entire Xia Kingdom, the resources available for cultivation and various other aspects far surpassed those of other factions. To excel within the military, the only means was to earn military merits. Now, even before officially joining the military, a substantial opportunity for military merits lay before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? "Let us not celebrate too soon," Shinwubing interjected, observing the excitement in their eyes. "Our mission target lies in Wolf Mountain County, which is already near the border of Long Province, nearly over 100 kilometers from the national boundary. We must devise a careful plan. Otherwise, should the targets cross the border, our mission would be deemed a failure." Upon hearing his words, the group nodded silently in agreement. 2 days later, at 8:30 p.m., a luxurious business vehicle slowly entered the territory of Wolf Mountain County. On one side of the road stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Welcome to Wolf Mountain, Xiaoyu." Seated in the passenger seat, stretched languidly and yawned, saying, "We finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. Where shall we stay?" "Binggu?" asked Yu Qing, who was driving, glancing at Shinwubing, who was comfortably lounging in the back seat. Shinwubing slowly opened his eyes, sitting upright to retrieve his phone from his pocket. After searching for a moment, he replied, "Wolf Mountain Hotel." Before their departure, Shinwubing and Shining had already selected their accommodation based on the information provided by the military. According to intelligence, the mission target was located in an old residential area called Milan Bay. To avoid arousing suspicion, they refrained from directly checking into that neighborhood, as it was merely a small county with a relatively low transient population. The sudden arrival of 9 individuals would inevitably draw attention. Thus, they chose to stay at the Wolf Mountain Hotel, situated beside Milan Bay. Milan Bay was an aging complex with only 7 floors, while Wolf Mountain Hotel was a high-rise establishment that offered bathing, entertainment, and lodging, making it the best hotel in Wolf Mountain County. Staying at Wolf Mountain Hotel not only ensured they remained inconspicuous but also allowed them to monitor the movements of the opposite residential area effectively. Shortly after, the business vehicle bearing the license plate from I-City came to a halt in front of the Wolf Mountain Hotel's parking area. The 9 of them exited the vehicle and, upon entering the hotel, opted not to book too many rooms. They reserved 3 rooms total, accommodating 3 individuals per room for mutual support. Their assigned rooms were 1207, 1208, and 1209, specifically chosen to facilitate observation of the activities within the opposite residential area. Reclining on the hotel bed, Xiaoyu stretched vigorously and suggested, "I noticed a bathing area downstairs when we came up." Shall we go take a bath? The bathing culture in Hangzhou is renowned across the nation. Many Southerners visiting Hangzhou often seek to experience the grand bathhouses. Of course, there are those who cannot abide such open displays of camaraderie. However, the group consisted entirely of locals from Hangzhou, and none harbored any reservations about it. Even the three girls readily agreed. Shen Wuobing chuckled in resignation, choosing not to dampen their spirits. After distributing the rooms, they proceeded to the bathing center downstairs. After changing into their bathing attire, they each took their respective cards and entered the male and female bathhouses. The bathing customs in Hangzhou typically involve first taking a shower, followed by a few minutes in a steam room, then seeking out a bathmaster for a scrub, and finally enjoying a soak in a communal bath. Naturally, Shen Wuobing was not particularly familiar with any special services. He had never personally experienced them, but he presumed Xiaoyu was well acquainted. After their scrubs, Xiaoyu flexed his stiff neck, exclaiming in delight. So refreshing. He then jumped straight into the communal bath, splashing water everywhere. The others laughed and followed suit, relishing this rare moment of relaxation before the arduous battle ahead. At that moment, Shen Wuobing suddenly felt several pairs of eyes lock onto them, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced at Shen Ying, who, upon sensing Shen Wuobing's gaze, subtly nodded his chin, indicating that Shen Wuobing should look in a particular direction. Shen Wuobing slowly turned, only to see several burly men staring intently at them. Their expressions serious. More precisely, they were fixated on Shen Ying and Xiaoyu. Initially puzzled and confused, Shen Wuobing's expression shifted when his gaze fell upon the two men's bare torsos. Shen Ying's seemingly slender frame bore a network of scars, some old and others fresh from recent missions. As for Xiaoyu, while he bore fewer scars, he had a gunshot wound on his chest. Knife wounds were somewhat explainable, but a gunshot wound could only imply two scenarios: either an official member of law enforcement or the military, or a remorseless outlaw. Chapter 086, Encountering the Red Queen again. Yet, Xiaoyu, with his tousled blonde hair and seemingly carefree demeanor, appeared anything but a member of law enforcement or the military. However, Shen Ying's stern expression and serious demeanor bore some resemblance to a military individual. Xiaoyu glanced down at the gunshot wound on his chest, his expression shifting slightly. He realized he might have brought trouble upon the team. However, it was not long before Xiaoyu caught on. His expression shifted dramatically as he glared fiercely at several burly men nearby who were peering at his chest while submerged in the pool. "What are you staring at me for?" he retorted. "What is it to you?" One hot-tempered giant stood up abruptly, glaring back at Xiaoyu. As he rose, more than 10 individuals in the bathhouse shot to their feet, the splashing of water filling the air. Observing the muscular figures adorned with tattoos around him, Xiaoyu chuckled. "What's the matter? Do you want to make a move on me?" With that, he waded through the water, striding towards the man who had spoken, continuing, "Damn it, who dares to touch me in this little town of Langshan County?" The giant's fury intensified upon hearing this, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, the only middle-aged man in the bathhouse who had remained seated spoke slowly. "You're not from around here, are you, young man?" Xiaoyu turned to look at him, noticing the man reclining against the edge of the bathhouse, a white towel covering his face, seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's gaze. The man removed the towel, revealing a somewhat fierce countenance marred by a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, the scar appeared to writhe on his face like a living centipede, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. The moment he opened his mouth, the previously enraged giants, ready to tear Xiaoyu apart, instantly simmered down, their fists gradually relaxing. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wuobing and the others also felt their tense bodies ease slightly. Xiaoyu smiled and then looked at the scarred man. "I'm from Ice City. Where are you from?" The scarred man scrutinized Xiaoyu from head to toe, ultimately fixing his gaze on the wound on Xiaoyu's chest. After pausing for a few seconds, he slowly replied, "Langshan County, Heishan. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I haven't heard of it." Upon hearing this, the burly men who had just settled back down stood up again, glaring at Xiaoyu. Unperturbed, Xiaoyu calmly stated, "Xiaoyu from Ice City." Upon hearing this name, the scarred man first frowned, the menacing scar on his face twisting slightly. After a few seconds, he looked up at Xiaoyu and cautiously inquired, "You surnamed Xie? Which Xie? Is there another Xie family in Ice City?" Xiaoyu's response prompted the atmosphere to grow gravely serious. The scarred man's expression shifted slightly, and he slowly stood up. A subordinate hastily presenting him with a bath towel. He wrapped the towel around his waist and regarded Xiaoyu with a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "So it is the young master of the Xie family who has graced Langshan with his presence. My underlings were ignorant, and I hope you can forgive their rudeness. As he performed this gesture, Shen Wuobing keenly noticed a blood-red tattoo on the man's wrist, a heart tattoo. In that instant, Shen Wuobing's mind raced. He recalled his first encounter with a killer from Mount Everest, whose target was Zhao Luo, a member of the poker organization known as Hearts. Now, a killer from Everest had arrived in Langshan County, which coincidentally had a member of the poker organization as well. It quickly dawned on Shen Wuobing that the Everest killer had entered the region with intentions directed either at the poker organization or specifically at the Heart. All right. Xie Yu waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. It's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Xie is magnanimous. The scarred man named Yishan bowed his hands again, wearing a conciliatory smile. Might I inquire if young Master Xie is free to allow me to host a banquet in your honor as an apology? No need for a banquet. Let us make it tomorrow, Shen Wuobing interjected with a smile, interrupting Xie Yu. Xie Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shen Wuobing in surprise, but only saw him nodding. Although he was unsure of Shen Wuobing's motives, he hastily amended, all right then, since we plan to stay in Langshan County for a few days, we might as well trouble Boss He. You flatter me. Young Master Xie, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command, the man replied courteously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to their room upstairs. As soon as they entered, Shen Wuobing promptly shut the door. Just as Xie Yu was about to inquire, he saw Shen Wuobing place a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Realizing the situation, Xie Yu glanced around and wisely closed his mouth. Shen Wuobing then signaled to Shen Ying, who nodded and retrieved a device resembling a radio from a backpack by the bed. Skillfully extending the antenna, she began to pace the room, seemingly searching for a signal. After several minutes, Shen Ying returned and shook her head at Shen Wuobing. There are no monitoring devices. Upon hearing this, Shen Wuobing exhaled in relief and took a seat in front of one of the chairs in the room. Third brother, what on earth is going on? Xie Yu asked, puzzled. Why did you agree to dine with Yishan? Aren't we supposed to be keeping an eye on the Everest killer? Because I suspect that the Everest killer in Langshan County is targeting Yishan. Shen Wuobing replied gravely. What? The others were taken aback by this revelation, unable to comprehend how Shen Wuobing could form such a conclusion after merely meeting the man once. Did you notice the tattoo on Yishan's wrist? Shen Wuobing inquired. Are you referring to the heart tattoo? Zhao Xiaodao, who had played a subdued role in the team, chimed in. Precisely, Shen Wuobing nodded, sharing his suspicions with the group. After hearing his explanation, they all nodded slightly in agreement with Shen Wuobing's hypothesis. What shall we do next? Xie Yu asked again. We can't just shadow Yishan, right? That would likely attract the attention of those killers. The room fell silent once more. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The group exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting to caution. Moments later, a voice called from outside. It's us. Open the door. Upon opening the door, Shen Wuobing saw Tang Xiaohua and her companions hurriedly entering, accompanied by the fresh scent of shampoo and the faint fragrance of the young women. Xie Yu rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the 3 barefaced beauties before him, unable to suppress a sound of admiration. Chapter 087. The Target of Everest. It must be said that Tang Xiaohua and her companions were stunningly beautiful. Even just having finished bathing without any embellishments, their beauty remained striking. Particularly, Jiang Anqi and Lin Man exuded an awe-inspiring allure that left Xie Yu, despite his extensive experience, feeling captivated each time he saw them. Of course, this was not to say that Tang Xiaohua was unattractive. On the contrary, she had once been the belle of the class. Unfortunately, she had been unlucky enough to be placed in the same team as Lin Man and Jiang Anqi, and amidst the competition of 2 beauties, she had inadvertently become an accessory. What happened? Shen Wuobing asked, observing the trio with their damp hair still dripping slightly. Lin Man stepped aside, pushing Tang Xiaohua to the forefront. You explain. Lin Man nodded and, appearing anxious, spoke up. Tonight, the Everest killer might target a man named Yishan. Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted to Shen Wuobing. He had just mentioned that the Everest target was likely Yishan, and now Lin Man was relaying the same information. If it were merely Shen Wuobing's conjecture, it would not prove that the target was indeed Yishan, but now Lin Man, who did not even know Yishan, was speaking his name. This could only mean that someone had read a mind and acquired information about Yishan. Elaborate, Shen Wuobing urged, his expression changing. Just now, after we finished bathing, because Sister Xiaohua requested special services, we needed to go to the front desk to settle the payment. Wait, Tang Xiaohua interrupted, sensing the peculiar looks from the others. Be clear, I just had a cupping therapy. What special services that I don't quite understand? Lin Man awkwardly chuckled before continuing. When I went to the front desk to settle the bill, I happened to see a scarred man also paying. I noticed the front desk attendant looking at him with a strange expression. Lin Man frowned. Due to her mind-reading abilities, Lin Man enjoyed observing others' gazes. Often, she could discern something amiss in people's eyes even without using her powers. And then you read his mind? Shen Wuobing queried tentatively. Yes, it's just a habit. Lin Man lowered her head somewhat shyly, but soon lifted it again, speaking seriously. Through mind reading, I discovered she had only recently started working there. And her true identity is actually a climber from Everest. Their objective this trip is a man named Hishan. They plan to strike tonight. Shen Wuobing pressed further. Yes, after their reconnaissance, I learned that Hishan has a mistress outside, whom he meets every Sunday. Did you catch the location? Yes. Lin Man nodded emphatically. Excellent. Shen Wuobing regarded her with appreciative eyes. In that moment, Shen Wuobing finally comprehended the immense power of mind reading, particularly when wielded by someone with an insatiable curiosity. Even a seemingly trivial act on her part could potentially yield crucial intelligence for the team. After a straightforward tactical briefing, everyone departed from the Wolf Mountain Hotel, although Hishan now reigned as the local overlord of Wolf County. Just a few years prior, he had been an obscure thug. His prowess in fighting gradually caught the attention of the then underworld kingpin of Wolf County, who took him under his wing. Frequent visits to the kingpin's residence led him to meet the kingpin's daughter, and as time passed, they developed a romantic relationship. Eventually, leveraging his position as the son-in-law of the kingpin, Hishan took over the entire underground power structure of Wolf County after the kingpin's retirement. However, given the kingpin's recent withdrawal from the scene, many remained skeptical of Hishan's authority, believing he had merely ascended through his relationship with a woman. Consequently, the underground organizations in Wolf Mountain fell into considerable turmoil. While Hishan grappled with this chaos, a woman identifying herself as Hong Taoqiu approached him, claiming she could assist him in swiftly consolidating control over the underground organizations of Wolf Mountain, provided he agreed to join the poker organization. Upon learning that the poker organization was the largest drug trafficking syndicate in the nation, Hishan promptly declined. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he was comfortable with brawling and intimidation, drug manufacturing and trafficking were grave crimes that could cost him his life. Content with his position as a black market kingpin in Wolf County, he saw no reason to take such immense risks. Nevertheless, Hong Taoqiu assured him he would not be involved in drug production or trafficking. All he would need to do was offer special consideration to drug dealers when the poker organization's narcotics reached Wolf County. For a drug trafficking organization, establishing a new market was fraught with challenges. They would first face scrutiny from law enforcement, followed by resistance from local power brokers. In a small place like Wolf County, the number of drug users was minuscule, let alone drug dealers. Yet, if the poker organization attempted to sell drugs in Wolf County without prior warning, they would be swiftly exposed by local thugs, facing severe repercussions, if not death. After all, the demise of a few drug dealers would scarcely warrant a report to law enforcement. After 2 days of contemplation, Hishan could no longer withstand the pressure from the people of Wolf County and ultimately chose to join the poker organization. True to her word, that very night, Hong Taoqiu arrived with a contingent of individuals to assertively quell the dissenting black market leaders in Wolf County. Among them was a notorious figure Hishan had heard of before, the black market kingpin from a nearby county, Zhao Luo, known as Blood Buddha. Now, 6 months had passed since that event, and Zhao Luo had yet to reach out, possibly due to Wolf County's remoteness, as the poker organization had not yet expanded its market to this area. However, that would soon change, for Hishan had learned from Zhao Luo just days ago that members of the poker organization had begun peddling narcotics in Zhao Luo's county. As the vehicle eased to a stop, Zhao Luo emerged from his reverie, gazing at the apartment building through the car window, his fierce countenance softening into an unusual smile. His wife was the daughter of the former black market kingpin of Wolf County. Even though he had retired, his influence remained. Over the years, Hishan had maintained a degree of wariness towards his wife, often being ridiculed for being a dragon outside but a worm at home. In stark contrast, his mistress, unlike the formidable woman at home, was young and beautiful, with a gentle disposition. Thinking of her alluring physique and tender nature, Hishan eagerly opened the car door and made his way toward the apartment building. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered the building, numerous eyes were subtly fixed upon him. A business vehicle parked across the street, and within, Zhao Xiaodao's voice crackled through Shen Wuobing's communication device. Zhao Xiaodao stood at the apartment entrance, wearing a Bluetooth headset, occasionally scanning the distance as if awaiting someone. Continue to follow, Shen Wuobing instructed in a hushed tone. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua strolled behind Hishan, arm in arm, sharing laughter as they entered the elevator. Once inside, they did not rush to press the buttons. Instead, they waited until Hishan selected the 21st floor before pressing the button for the 20th floor. The elevator contained 7 individuals: Hishan, one of his subordinates, Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man, a young couple, and a middle-aged man clad in white sportswear. As the elevator ascended slowly, an enveloping silence prevailed. Suddenly, a rapid ringtone pierced the stillness. Capturing everyone's attention, He-shan retrieved his phone from his pocket. Furrowing his brow upon seeing the caller ID but ultimately pressing the answer button. "Old He, where are you right now?" A somewhat frantic voice emanated from the phone. He-shan hesitated for 2 seconds before responding. "I'm about to head home." Though he had not activated the speakerphone, the confined space of the elevator allowed others to catch snippets of the conversation. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Man furrowed her brow. Recognizing it, but struggling to recall where she had encountered it before. On the other end of the line, the man continued, "Stop lying, you old fool. I just called your home phone, and your sister-in-law said you wouldn't be home tonight." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Lin Man's eyes widened in realization. She remembered that during her and Shen Wubing's ruse as a couple to meet Zhao Luo, he had referred to her as sister-in-law. And the voice matched perfectly. "What is going on?" He-shan, caught in a web of deceit, glanced at the other occupants of the elevator, feeling a surge of embarrassment. He impatiently retorted, "If there's nothing, I'm hanging up." "Wait, old He. I've received credible intel that you're being targeted by the Zhumu Langma gang. They plan to make a move on you tonight. You need to get home immediately." Zhumu Langma? The mere mention of those 4 words sent a chill down He-shan's spine, prompting him to warily scan the faces of those in the elevator. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man in white sportswear. Noticing He-shan's scrutiny, the man smiled. "I was initially planning to wait a bit longer before making my move, but it seems." He paused, swiftly drawing a dagger from his pocket and lunging towards He-shan. "It appears you won't live to see another moment." Once a ruthless figure who danced on the edge of danger, He-shan, despite his recent avoidance of conflict, retained a heightened sense of danger and reflexes that surpassed the average person's. Almost instinctively, he began to retreat as the blade sliced through the air. Following the missed attack, the middle-aged man shifted his position to block the elevator door. At that moment, the young couple, who had been nestled together, broke apart and took their places in the corners of the elevator, surrounding He-shan and his subboard. A manic smile crept upon his lips as he gazed at Shen Wubing and his companions. Lamenting the fact that none of them had met their demise, how unfortunate it was. "Shall we do this again?" he mused. "Madman." Xiaoyu silently cursed, then turned his attention to Shen Wubing, who merely shook his head before declaring, "Shening, Yu Qing, go assist Lin Man and the others. I shall handle things here." "Understood." The two nodded and departed. Yet, scarcely had they taken a few steps when 5 or 6 individuals wielding machetes obstructed their path. Shen Wubing frowned, charging towards the long-haired man while shouting, "Make it quick." However, just as Shen Wubing was about to close the distance, the long-haired man sprang into action. His speed surpassed Shen Wubing's wildest imagination. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before him, a manic grin spreading across his face as he launched a devastating punch toward Shen Wubing's face. Shen Wubing was caught off guard. Raising his arm in a futile attempt to block. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. With a thunderous crash, Shen Wubing was sent flying by the man's punch. His sneakers screeched against the pavement, skidding for over 10 meters before he finally came to a halt. In his wake, multiple vehicles collided in an attempt to evade him. The driver of the foremost vehicle leaned out of the window. "Furious, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yet, upon witnessing Shen Wubing stomp the ground with such ferocity that the asphalt shattered beneath his feet, and then charged towards the long-haired man like a missile, the driver rubbed his eyes in disbelief and retreated, muttering softly, "It's fine. It's fine now." Chapter 089. Could he also be a madman? As Shen Wubing surged forward once more, excitement flickered across the long-haired man's face. It had been ages since he encountered such a resilient opponent. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving only a blur in his wake. In the next instant, he reappeared before Shen Wubing, swinging his fist once again. Teleportation. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. No Jiang Anshi, observing the long-haired man engaged with Shen Wubing, swallowed hard and gradually spoke, "It's a level D." Level D? Xiaoyu's pupils dilated in shock. This was their first encounter with a level D powerhouse. Back in the military, Hui Yin had explicitly warned them that levels A, B, C, D, and E were significant. If they encountered a foe of higher rank while on a mission, they should consider ambushing or teaming up. If those options were unfeasible, they were to flee without attempting a one-on-one confrontation, as there was no chance of victory. Challenging someone of a higher tier had never been encouraged. It was not a testament to one's strength, but rather a desperate last resort. If one chose to engage in such a fight despite having alternatives, they were simply a fool. Recalling Hui Yan's words, Xiaoyu turned to the others, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go together." With that, he sprinted to the car and tossed out several military knives, weapons they had chosen during their prior exercises with the Tiger Special Forces. Jian Ming, pulling out his brass knuckles, cracked his knuckles and shouted to Shen Wubing. Old 3, I'm here to help you. Immediately, he was met with incredulous stares from the others. What's wrong? Jian Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Stay, you smacked him on the back of the head. Exasperated. Ambush. Do you understand what an ambush means? Oh. Jian Ming chuckled sheepishly. Jian Ming, you and Xiaoyu deal with those climbers. Shining stepped forward, instructing, make it quick. After you take care of them, hurry to assist Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. I fear they may not hold out much longer, but Old 3 will handle this. Shining turned to Xiaoyu, his expression grave as he declared, I can't guarantee his safety, but if he falls, I will perish before him. Meeting Shenying's solemn gaze, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. I entrust this to you. With that, he and Jian Ming charged towards the approaching climbers, while Zhao Xiaodao, who had been lingering at the apartment entrance, hesitated. Remaining where he was, the assassins had yet to notice him. He now faced two choices, to ambush and assist Xiaoyu and Jian Ming against the climbers before rushing to support Lin Man and her group, or to ascend the building directly to aid Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to prioritize aiding Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, for he perceived them to be in the most perilous situation. Shen Wubing was up against a level D powerhouse, a threat of the highest order, while Lin Man and her companions were also in jeopardy, as their original target was He Shan, perhaps due to He Shan's lack of strength. Zhu Melong had not dispatched formidable opponents to confront him. However, to ensure mission success, those sent would undoubtedly not be weak. Thus, Lin Man and her companions were also in a precarious position, unable to intervene in Shen Wubing's battle. He resolved that his best option was to ascend the building to assist Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted upstairs. This is simply too entertaining. You can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. The long-haired man fixated on Shen Wubing, who knelt on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with madness. Shen Wubing wiped his mouth, slowly rising to his feet, his own lips curling into a smile. In fact, his grin was equally manic, if not more so, than his opponent S.It was indeed exhilarating. Shen Wubing took a step forward, tapping his temple, his smile growing ever more audacious. He still had trump cards, many of them. His previous engagement had merely stemmed from curiosity regarding level D. He had relied solely on his physical prowess to contend with the opponent. Now, however, he had gained a preliminary understanding of level D. Hu Yan's words echoed in his mind. A, B, C, D, E. One level is a chasm. It was undeniably true. The enemy's speed and strength far exceeded his OWN.I. In their brief exchange, Shen Wubing had scarcely touched the opponent. Remaining largely on the defensive, the man's speed was astonishing, akin to an unending teleportation, rendering Shen Wubing's strikes little more than attempts to hit a phantom. Yet, it remained unclear whether the long-haired man had refrained from using his full strength or if Shen Wubing's physique was simply formidable. He had not sustained any grave injuries in their encounter. Initially, he had intended to continue probing the man's abilities, to draw out his awakened powers. However, the long-haired man's relentless laughter, coupled with Shen Wubing's impulsive and volatile nature stemming from his mental affliction, had begun to overwhelm him. All he desired now was to vanquish this foe, to pummel him into oblivion. Noticing the peculiar smile on Shen Wubing's face, the long-haired man, who had previously appeared utterly deranged, suddenly frowned, losing interest in toying with him. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How dare he smile? He had already beaten him to the point of bloodshed. How could he still smile? Was he also a madman? No. He absolutely would not allow anyone to be more insane than himself. If such a person existed, he would eliminate him. With that thought, a smile returned to his lips as he stepped forward to confront Shen Wubing. Though this time, his demeanor was devoid of madness, replaced instead with a chilling intent to kill. Conversely, Shen Wubing's eyes shone with an unsettling fervor. The sudden shift in identity left Shening and the others poised to ambush, momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances that reflected confusion and uncertainty. What should we do? Yi Qing glanced at Shening, inquiring. Among their group, Shen Wubing unquestionably held the most authority, followed closely by Jiang Anqi and Shening, both of whom had extensive experience in the military, making them significantly stronger in both capability and wisdom than the rest. Forget it. We'll find an opportunity to strike. Shening gritted his teeth. Just then, Shen Wubing turned to them, speaking calmly yet firmly. No one is to intervene. Shen Wubing, he is a level D. You are not his match. Shening urged, a hint of desperation in his voice. I said. Shen Wubing's tone brooked no argument, enunciating each word with conviction. No one is to intervene. This Shening turned to Jiang Anqi, his expression complex. Trust him. Jiang Anqi replied casually, then turned and walked toward the climbers. Chapter 090. Level D's manipulation of objects. You wish to engage me in single combat. The long-haired man regarded Shen Wuobing in disbelief. Shen Wuobing offered no response, merely loosening his stiff neck as he strode toward him. Intriguing. A sinister grin re-emerged on the long-haired man's face as he clenched his fists. In an unspoken agreement, both men charged at one another. In the following moment, Shen Wuobing's fist collided heavily with the long-haired man's abdomen. While the latter's punch missed entirely. A level E, Shen Wuobing might not match his opponent in raw strength, yet even a full-force strike from him would bring considerable pain to a level D. The long-haired man staggered back several meters, his back crashing against a street lamp. Coughing violently while clutching his abdomen, he managed to smile. Though a more serious expression crept onto his face, he recalled having struck his opponent just moments ago. Yet upon impact, it felt as though his fist collided with nothing but air. What sort of ability is this? A flicker of confusion passed through the long-haired man's eyes. Shen Wuobing remained silent. Even if he wished to explain, he was at a loss, for among the officially recorded over 130 abilities, there was no mention of this one. Otherwise, Tian Wen, an esteemed scholar at the Awakener Research Institute, would surely have known. Moreover, this ability had been drawn from Ming Ru, and had it been a documented awakening ability, Xie Xiaolong, with his extensive knowledge, would not have found himself rendered helpless, treating it as a peculiar ailment. Very well. The long-haired man chuckled, his eyes once again gleaming with madness. Since you wish to play with awakening abilities, I shall indulge you. With that, he slowly opened his right hand, gesturing towards a car parked by the roadside. Shen Wuobing watched in astonishment as the vehicle began to tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, the long-haired man swung his arm, and the car hurtled towards Shen Wuobing like a cannonball. Faced with this unforeseen threat, he had no time to ponder and swiftly dodged aside. Bang! The car crashed violently into the spot where Shen Wuobing had just stood, shattering into countless pieces. Telekinesis. Shen Wuobing felt an uncontrollable grin form at the corners of his mouth. In this current state, the stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Meanwhile, Shen Ying and his companions, who were entangled with the climbers not far away, were taken aback, despite their years of training in the military. This was their first encounter with a level D awakener unleashing their full power. The mastery of awakening abilities displayed was utterly terrifying. Typical telekinesis could only manipulate lightweight objects. For instance, the so-called First Awakener of Xia Country gained recognition for his ability to control a basketball. Generally, ordinary telekinesis users could only manage simple everyday items. Even those who reached level E could merely wield weapons, albeit at a higher degree of finesse, akin to sword control. However, none had witnessed anyone capable of hurling an entire vehicle as a weapon. Not even Shen Ying or Jiang Anqi. As for the sword-wielding elder from Baikiatang that Yang Xiao mentioned, his awakening ability was not telekinesis. How intriguing, indeed. Shen Wuobing glanced at the mangled car nearby. A manic smile creeping onto his face. Intriguing, the long-haired man chuckled again, then opened his hand once more. There's even more to come. With that, another car was sent hurtling towards Shen Wuobing, this time not an empty one, but one occupied by a middle-aged man whose face was etched with terror. At that moment, the man was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Moments ago, he had slammed on the brakes to avoid colliding with Shen Wuobing, only to be rear-ended by another vehicle. As he leaned out to curse at the offending driver, he witnessed the ground shatter beneath Shen Wuobing's foot, and in the next instant, he found himself inexplicably airborne. Having piloted vehicles for many years, he had never experienced anything quite like this. Was it thrilling? Absolutely. But it was a perilous gamble. As the car slammed down, the airbags deployed, and the man lost consciousness. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Shen Wuobing paid him no mind, seizing the opportunity while the long-haired man was preoccupied with the vehicle control, charging towards him, just as he approached. However, a streetlight pole behind the long-haired man let out a loud clatter before lifting from the ground and crashing towards Shen Wuobing. This sudden turn of events caught Shen Wuobing completely off guard. Uprooting a streetlight pole was far more challenging than controlling a car. Yet, facing this unexpected strike, Shen Wuobing exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he vanished from sight. The long-haired man's expression shifted, losing its previous madness, replaced by solemnity and caution. The next instant, the stout streetlight pole crashed onto the pavement, scraping along and sparking as it did. Meanwhile, Shen Wuobing's figure had inexplicably reappeared behind the long-haired man, delivering a fierce punch to the back of his head. The long-haired man did not turn, relying on his battle instincts and the wind from the punch to gauge Shen Wuobing's position. He slightly inclined his head to evade the blow, reaching out to grasp Shen Wuobing's fist. Just as he prepared to perform a shoulder throw to send Shen Wuobing flying, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him lightheaded and on the verge of collapse, thanks to his formidable level D physique. He barely managed to suppress the dizziness, but a lingering sense of disorientation remained. In that fleeting moment of impact, Shen Wubing had imparted his own low blood sugar and insufficient cerebral blood flow to his opponent. To his surprise, the man's physical robustness was astonishing. An ordinary individual would likely succumb to unconsciousness from either condition, yet this one withstood both. Was this the might of a level D physique? Nevertheless, Shen Wubing did not hesitate. He bent his arm, locking it around the man's neck, and with a powerful twist, hurled the long-haired man away. The long-haired man's cheek slammed against the ground, the rough cement tearing flesh and leaving a gruesome mark. Yet Shen Wubing offered no respite, swiftly advancing and straddling the man, a cruel smile gracing his lips. With that, he seized the long-haired man's flowing locks, lifting his head before slamming it down forcefully against the ground. Chapter 091. Everyone, stand down. Meanwhile, within the elevator, a man clad in a white tracksuit lunged forward, his dagger aimed once more at Hishan's chest, although Hishan could have evaded such an assault. The confines of the elevator were too cramped. To his left stood a subordinate who had accompanied him upstairs, while to his right were Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, caught in a moment of desperation. He instinctively pulled his left-hand subordinate in front of him as a shield. The sharp dagger pierced the subordinate's chest, crimson blood spraying forth. Witnessing this, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's expression shifted dramatically. While this was a common occurrence among those who dwelled in the underworld, where loyalty was oftentimes a fade, it was still difficult for Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua to accept. Their training under Hui Yin emphasized that one must never abandon their comrades, regardless of the circumstances. Hishan's actions only deepened their disdain for him. Yet at that moment, Hishan could afford no such thoughts. Nothing mattered more than his own life. As the subordinate collapsed, Hishan swung a fist towards the man in the white tracksuit. The couple immediately turned their aggression towards Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. And chaos erupted within the confined elevator as the six engaged in a brutal melee. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodao reached the elevator entrance, repeatedly pressing the button for the 21st floor, but the elevator offered no response. After hesitating for only 2 seconds, he dashed towards the stairwell. Minutes later, panting heavily, Zhao Xiaodao arrived at the stairwell of the 21st floor. Before he could open the door, he was met with the sounds of a fierce struggle and blood trickling through the crack beneath the door. Gazing at the blood pooling at his feet, an ominous premonition surged within him. With a trembling hand, he slowly pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene in the corridor, his pupils dilated, but he simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. The elevator door stood ajar. A male corpse sprawled at the entrance, obstructing the elevator's operation. Within the corridor, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua were embroiled in a struggle with a man and a woman. Lin Man's sleeve had been slashed open, revealing an arm as pale as lotus root, yet devoid of any wounds. At the doorway of a room, Hishan pounded furiously on the door, shouting within. Lin, open up! Hurry, open the door! As he banged, he cast a fearful glance at the blood-soaked middle-aged man approaching him. Clad in a white tracksuit, now stained crimson, the man bore not only his own blood but also that of Hishan and his fallen subordinate. With dread etched across his face, Hishan watched as the man advanced, frantically continuing to pound on the door. Lin, you wretched woman, open the door for me. This room belonged to his lover, and he had even purchased this apartment for her. Yet when danger approached, she was too frightened to even open the door to assist him. What a pitiful sight. Step by step, the middle-aged man closed in on Hishan, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And you still place your hopes on a woman who is with you merely for monetary gain. With that, he twirled the dagger in his hand and delivered a brutal kick to Hishan's abdomen. At this moment, Hishan was unaware of how many times he had been stabbed. Blood pooled around him. After enduring a kick from his assailant, he collapsed to the ground and surprisingly begged for mercy. Big brother, I know you are mountaineers. I can offer you money. No matter how much your employer pays you, I can give you double. Just spare my life. The middle-aged man, crouching slowly, seized Hishan's hair with a cold smile and said, Since you are aware that we are mountaineers, you should also understand our rules. With that, he yanked on Hishan's hair, and with his other hand, plunged a dagger into his neck in an instant. Crimson blood gushed forth from Hishan's throat and mouth. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly before rising, his gaze shifting to Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. You must be from the military, correct? Lin Man glanced at Hishan, who lay in a pool of blood, her brow slightly furrowed. The prolonged absence of Shen Wubing and the others led her to suspect they had encountered obstacles. Intelligence indicated that their mission target included not only mountaineers but also a mid-level assassin. It was likely they were being delayed by the opposition, leaving Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua to resolve the situation themselves. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao emerged from the staircase, gripping a dagger tightly as he approached Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Xiaodao, what brings you here? Where are Shen Wubing and the others? Lin Man inquired. They ran into some trouble, Zhao Xiaodao replied, his eyes fixed anxiously on the middle-aged man before them, avoiding Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's gaze. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the man murder He-Shan in a brutally savage manner. Among their 9-member team, Xiaoyu, due to his family background, had long been accustomed to such scenes, while Qian Ming had followed Xiaoyu daily. Witnessing his fair share of bloodshed. As for the others, even Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had blood on their hands. Only Zhao Xiaodao remained a Navi youth. In that moment, he felt even more anxious than Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Xiaodao, we can handle this, Lin Man whispered. Jia, I can too, Zhao Xiaodao stammered. Hearing his tone, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of concern in each other's eyes. After spending time together, they had come to recognize Zhao Xiaodao's tendency to stutter when nervous, indicating he was not in a good state. Just then, the middle-aged man smirked, another one coming to die. With that, he lunged at Zhao Xiaodao, who stood before Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Be careful, Lin Man shouted, grabbing Zhao Xiaodao by the collar and yanking him back as she stepped forward to confront the man. Simultaneously, Tang Xiaohua engaged the couple in combat. Zhao Xiaodao, pulled down by Lin Man, sat on the ground, watching the two battles unfold before him, his eyes filled with a crimson hue. He was terrified yet filled with rage. He feared that his weakness would endanger Lin Man and the others. And he loathed himself for being the most useless member of the team. Minutes passed, and Zhao Xiaodao seemed to fall into a peculiar state, sitting in silence, his eyes still blood-red. At that moment, the man kicked Lin Man in the abdomen, sending her crashing against the wall. Not bad, little girl, he remarked, wiping blood from his face and glancing at his blood-stained hand, smirking, much stronger than that useless He-Shan. No wonder you're from the military, but what a pity. He shook his head and approached Lin Man, slowly raising his dagger. At that instant, Zhao Xiaodao finally lifted his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto the middle-aged man as he roared. Stop. Everyone. Stop. As his words resonated, astonishment washed over the man's face, for it seemed as though his hand holding the knife was bound by some unseen force, immovable. Even Tang Xiaohua, engaged in combat with the couple, was shocked to find her powers. Ineffective. This is. The middle-aged man gazed at Zhao Xiaodao in terror, slowly uttering two words, prophecy. Upon hearing this, the couple's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua displayed expressions of delight. Prophecy, an ability rated S. Among the most powerful awakeners in Xiaogua today, one possesses the ability of prophecy. Its power resembles the mythical notion of words manifesting reality. If wielded by a sufficiently strong individual, it could invoke a terrifying effect, compelling foes to retreat at a mere utterance. Zhao Xiaodao's gaze swept over the few individuals before him, ultimately landing on the middle-aged man. Forbid. The weapons, as Zhao Xiaodao's words fell. The man's hand, seemingly out of control, gradually loosened, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Seeing the dagger drop, Lin Man wasted no time, swiftly picking it up and plunging it cleanly into the man's heart. The man's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest, his mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped. He could only fall in defeat. Watching the life drain from him, Zhao Xiaodao's lips curled into a faint smile before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. Tang Xiaohua, quick on her feet, flashed to his side, catching him and gently lowering him to the ground. Under normal circumstances, newly awakened individuals find it challenging to unleash formidable powers. Zhao Xiaodao's command, forbid the weapons, was directed solely at the middle-aged man, consuming little of his energy. However, prior to that, his command to halt all actions applied to everyone present, even rendering Tang Xiaohua's abilities ineffective. Releasing awakened powers incurs considerable energy expenditure. The more powerful the ability, the greater the drain. Zhao Xiaodao, in his first attempt at wielding his power, had not yet grasped its magnitude. He inadvertently restricted all 5 individuals present, nearly exhausting himself to the brink of unconsciousness before finally uttering, "Forbid the weapons." In the realm of mountaineering, there exists a tradition of masters taking on apprentices. Those mountaineers who have completed over 10 missions may mentor apprentices, sharing their knowledge while receiving a portion of their apprentices' mission rewards. The young couple before them were the middle-aged man's apprentices. On their second mission, unexpectedly facing such a perilous task. As they watched the middle-aged man collapse in a pool of blood, fear flashed in their eyes. They realized they were doomed. Their lives would end here. Their burgeoning careers as assassins extinguished before they truly began. After subduing the couple, Lin Man attempted to read their thoughts. However, as they were new members, they possessed little knowledge of the internal affairs of the mountaineering community. And all mountaineers lacked access to employer information. Failing to extract any valuable intelligence, Lin Man's expression hardened, and without hesitation, she eliminated both of them. Observing this, Tang Xiaohua frowned. She felt that after the incident with Hui Yin, Lin Man had transformed. Her combat demeanor had become ruthless, whether against Jiang Wan in school or this couple just now. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiaohua spoke. Lin Man, I sense you have changed. Somehow, Lin Man glanced at her and smiled. Because I have come to fear. Fear? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Xiaohua's eyes. Fear of what? I fear that kindness will lead to betrayal, that I do not wish to lose my life due to compassion. As I feel I have not yet lived enough. I also do not want. At this point, a shadow crossed her eyes, and she bitterly smiled. I do not wish to lose comrades again. With that, she kicked the lifeless bodies on the ground, confirming their demise, before calmly helping Zhao Xiaodao to his feet, stating with a serene demeanor, let us go and regroup with Shen Wubing and the others. As Lin Man and her companions reached the foot of the apartment building, they saw a crowd gathering across the street, with several members of the enforcement team maintaining order. Stop filming. Stop filming. An older enforcement officer shouted, snatching a woman's phone away, pointing a finger at her as he lectured, if you film again, I'll take you back to the station. Ignoring the woman's resentful gaze, he instructed several younger enforcement officers. Keep an eye on them. Anyone caught filming or recording should be brought back immediately. As the enforcement officers dispersed the crowd, they remained vigilant against any attempts to capture the scene, knowing that if the circumstances were to leak, it would create a considerable uproar. In the center of the enforcement team, a gaunt young man sat atop a long-haired man, relentlessly pounding his already bloodied and battered face, his fists soaked in blood. Indistinguishable between his own and that of his victim. A group of law enforcement officers encircled him, yet they dared not take any action, for at that moment, Jiang Anqi held her officer's badge in one hand and her silver Desert Eagle in the other. Standing resolutely before them, I said, Lieutenant Jiang, even if this is a matter for the military, one cannot disregard public opinion entirely, can one? The older member of the enforcement team spoke with a hint of exasperation. When the time comes, you will simply walk away, leaving us, the law enforcement team of Langshan County, in the eye of the storm. That hardly seems appropriate, does it? Jiang Anqi remained silent, merely shaking her head. After this incident, the military will provide you with an explanation. You shall not be put in a difficult position. However, should your team dare to take action now, I will not hesitate to fire you. The older law enforcement officer was about to retort when a colleague beside him tugged at his arm and whispered, Chief, look over there. Following the direction of the other's finger, the older officer spotted two blood-soaked girls supporting a frail young man as they approached. He could not help but furrow his brow, wondering what on earth was happening today. Have we angered the heavens? Detain them, he commanded impatiently. Langshan County, situated on the border of Xiaogua, is a remote little town that has suffered significantly from population decline due to its poor development. For many years, there had not been a single homicide in the county. Yet today, the enforcement team's phone lines were nearly overwhelmed, with no exception of calls originating from this very apartment building. Understood. A member of the enforcement team waved his hand, leading several others toward Lin Man and her companions. As they drew closer, they noticed that both girls were wielding daggers, one of which was particularly striking in appearance, its blade stained with blood. Upon approaching, they were immediately hit by the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the trio. Put your hands up. The leading officer swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at Lin Man. His expression tense. Chapter 093. In the midst of violence, nearly 10 minutes had passed. Lin Man glanced at him, her gaze falling upon his trembling hand that clutched the gun. She spoke calmly. This is a matter for the military. The officer was momentarily taken aback. The military again. However, Lin Man disregarded him, continuing to support Zhao Xiaodao as they made their way toward Jiang Anqi and the others. The law enforcement officer stood there, flummoxed, as the pungent smell of blood made him grimace when Lin Man and her companions passed by. What happened to Xiaodao? In the distance, Xiaoyu approached Lin Man and the others. Worry etched across his face as he scrutinized them. He's fine, just exhausted from using his abilities, Lin Man explained. Oh, that's good, Xiaoyu replied, only to feel a sudden unease, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at Lin Man. Are you saying Xiaodao has awakened? Indeed, Lin Man nodded. What ability? Shining inquired, curiosity piqued. The boy named Zhao Xiaodao had always been a wallflower in their 9-member team, lacking in both courage and combat prowess. Even less capable than Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Now that he had awakened, if his ability proved to be worthwhile, they would no longer have a weakness in their team. Prophecy. At the mention of this ability, Tang Xiaohua cast a complex glance at Zhao Xiaodao. They had previously encountered references to the ability in their materials, but only through first-hand experience could one comprehend its true potency. The moment Zhao Xiaodao spoke, Tang Xiaohua found herself unable to employ her own teleportation ability. Prophecy, Shining and Jiang Anqi exchanged astonished looks with Zhao Xiaodao. This ability, often derisively termed as relying solely on one's words to nullify all laws, seemed rather unfit for Zhao Xiaodao, a shy boy who stuttered when anxious. The group said little, yet Xie Yu regarded Lin Man earnestly, asking, when Xiaodao activated his ability just now, did he stutter? Lin Man pondered for a moment before replying. He likely did stutter. Oh dear. Xie Yu sighed, that's quite embarrassing. He could vividly imagine a scenario where Zhao Xiaodao, like the renowned figure in their documents, stood alone against dozens of awakened individuals, expected to exude an aura of righteousness that rendered everyone's abilities ineffective. Instead, upon opening his mouth, he would stutter, unable to utter a single coherent sentence before being swiftly disposed of. What is Shen Wubing doing? At this moment, Tang Xiaohua noticed Shen Wubing relentlessly pummeling someone. Oh, he's just taking care of business. It's been nearly 10 minutes now. Jiang Anqi shrugged in explanation. Is he still alive? Tang Xiaohua asked. Astonished. He should have been dead for a while now, Jiang Anqi remarked, pulling 3 lollipops from her pocket and generously offering one to Lin Man and another to Tang Xiaohua, a gesture prompted by Lin Man's earlier trip to the supermarket. After another 5 minutes, Shen Wubing finally stood up, panting heavily, his face splattered with blood and a sinister grin stretching across his lips. Witnessing this, Shen Ing could only shake his head in resignation. You ought to have left a live one for Lin Man to read their thoughts. Perhaps she could glean some useful information. Shen Wubing did not respond, merely thumping his head against his palm before stating indifferently, let us go. He then led the way out. As he approached the older law enforcement officer, the latter shuddered involuntarily at the sight of Shen Wubing's bloodied visage. He raised a hand to his team, signaling them to part and allow Shen Wubing and his companions to pass, all of them exhaling in relief. They had genuinely feared that their chief might order them to bring the others back, especially after witnessing Shen Wubing's brutal methods. Once Shen Wubing departed, Jiang Anqi followed suit, lollipop in mouth. As Lin Man reached the enforcement team's captain, she seemed to recall something, stopping in her tracks to turn towards him. By the way, there are 5 corpses in the stairwell on the 21st floor. Don't forget to take care of them. Upon hearing this, the enforcement captain felt as though the sky had fallen. Currently, the body count at the scene had already surpassed 10, and with the additional 5 from upstairs, it totaled over 20 lives. If the military failed to provide an explanation, not only would he lose his position as the enforcement captain, but even the county magistrate of Langshan would find himself in jeopardy. Back at the hotel, Shen Wubing stood before the mirror in the bathroom, gazing at his pale reflection, though his complexion remained ashen. He could discern a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had forcibly summoned 4 types of mental disorders, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to kill, even after slaying the long-haired man. The urge to kill surged within him. To avoid harming others, he could only vent his intense bloodlust upon the corpse of his victim. He tilted his head back, allowing the cold water from the shower to cascade over him. The passage of time unknown to him. Eventually, he wrapped a towel around himself and emerged from the bathroom. Apart from Lin Man, who had returned to her room to change, everyone else awaited him in his own. Upon his exit, the group rose to their feet, their expressions a mixture of concern and complexity. How are you? Jiang Anqi inquired. I'm fine, Shen Wubing replied with a smile, shaking his head. Seeing his familiar smile brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. While activating his mental disorders indeed enhanced Shen Wubing's compatibility significantly, none wished for their teammate to become an uncontrollable beast. I just vaguely heard that Xiaodao wakened. Shen Wubing turned to Zhao Xiaodao, who appeared a bit pale, awkwardly scratching his head. Zhao Xiaodao grinned sheepishly. I don't really know what happened. Seeing him stutter again in his nervousness, the group exchanged knowing glances and smiles, finding it difficult to reconcile Zhao Xiaodao with the ability of prophecy. Just then, Lin Man entered the room. Perfect timing. Everyone's here. I have something to discuss, Shen Wubing stated, his gaze sweeping across the group. Instructor Hua's home is located in a town under Langshan County's jurisdiction. Let us go pay a visit. Upon hearing this, the group immediately sobered, their smiles vanishing as they nodded solemnly. Chapter 094. The mother and daughter of Guqing Town, under the jurisdiction of Langshan County, is a rather remote little town. At 5 in the morning, in a breakfast shop, a strikingly beautiful yet simply dressed middle-aged woman, apron tied around her waist, busied herself in the kitchen. She glanced at the clock on the wall and called out, Mulan, tidy up. It's time for school. Okay, Mom, came the clear voice of a girl from the outer room. Soon after, a sharp, piercing voice rang out, You little beast, are you blind? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hastily set aside her work and rushed out from the kitchen. As she stepped outside, She witnessed a flamboyantly dressed woman raising her hand towards a 5 or 6-year-old girl in a school uniform. Stop. A resounding slap reverberated through the air, coinciding almost perfectly with the sharp voice of a middle-aged woman. The young girl, who had just been struck, felt her face swell instantly, revealing 4 vivid red fingerprints. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she clenched her jaw, striving to prevent them from spilling over. Mulan, the middle-aged woman, rushed forward, grasping the girl tightly. "Are you all right, dear?" "Mama, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt," Mulan replied through gritted teeth, forcing a semblance of a smile, her understanding demeanor tugging at one's heartstrings. "You go inside. I'll handle this," the woman instructed, reaching out to caress Mulan's cheek, but hesitated, fearing it might cause her pain. Ultimately, she settled for gently ruffling the girl's hair. "What do you mean go inside? This little brat has dirted my clothes." "Can't you see?" The woman who had dealt the blow approached relentlessly, tugging at Mulan's garment. "Let her go," the middle-aged woman exclaimed, shoving the aggressor aside, then turning to Mulan with a serious tone. "Mulan, go inside." Mulan's large, tear-filled eyes were rife with concern, yet she understood that her presence would only complicate matters for her mother, not assist her. As she stepped into the house, the middle-aged woman took a deep breath to steady her emotions before confronting the obstinate woman. "Madam, we were in the wrong earlier. How much did your dress cost? I will compensate you." "You?" The rude woman appraised her disdainfully before retorting. "This dress is a limited edition from the city. Do you even know what that means?" "I do not understand the concept of limited editions," the woman responded, shaking her head, "but I will certainly compensate you for the dirt my daughter has caused." "Then pay up. 50,000. The rude woman extended her hand, her bright red nails appearing somewhat garish. The middle-aged woman's expression faltered as she scrutinized the dress, then tentatively inquired, "Are you saying your dress costs 50,000? I already told you it's a limited edition. Do you comprehend what that entails?" The woman shouted, tugging at her garment. "I purchased it in Ice City. Even with money, you can't acquire it unless you possess the right status. Do you understand?" Her voice grew louder, drawing the attention of several patrons in the restaurant, who paused their meals to observe the unfolding drama. Life in the small town was monotonous yet comfortable, devoid of the hustle and bustle of the big city. Before long, not only the restaurant customers but also some neighbors gathered at the entrance, whispering and pointing as they speculated about the commotion. The middle-aged woman felt a surge of anxiety. However, 50,000 was an exorbitant sum for her. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Show me the receipt, and I will pay you." Upon hearing this, the rude woman's irritation flared, and she shouted, "What receipt? This dress was a gift. How could I possibly have a receipt? Do you even know who gave it to me? How dare you ask for a receipt? I see that you don't care whether your shabby little shop stays open." The woman attempted to respond, but noticed an elderly matron at the door beckoning her over. After a brief pause, she approached the older woman. "Aunt Lu, did you call for me?" Yapping, "Do not provoke her." Aunt Lu replied, casting a glance at the rude woman before lowering her voice. "Her name is Chen Wan, the daughter of Old Man Chen. She has been living in the county for years. I heard she is currently involved with the deputy county mayor of Wolf County. You can't afford to cross her." Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Yapping's face turned ashen. Her husband, a military officer, had sacrificed his life not long ago. At the memorial service, a senior officer had informed her that she would receive a pension. However, upon returning to Wolf County, the county officials told her that her husband's sacrifice was due to disobedience and reckless action. This was deemed a mistake, and thus she would receive no compensation whatsoever. "Are you going to pay or not?" Chinwan interrupted impatiently. "If you refuse to pay, just see if your pitiful shop can survive." With that, she grabbed her bag from the table and turned to leave. "Wait, please." Yapping swallowed hard, her voice strained. "I will pay, but I don't have that much money on hand right now. Could you possibly wait 2 days while I borrow some?" "2 days?" Chunwan frowned, giving Yapping a disdainful look. "I don't have time to wait for you. This afternoon, I'll come back for the money. If you can't produce it, just prepare to close your shop." After saying this, she disregarded Yapping's pleas and exited the breakfast shop. Watching her retreating figure, Yapping's eyes misted, but she quickly wiped them away and turned to the onlookers with a forced smile. "Dear neighbors, there is nothing to see here. Please return to your homes." Yapping, "You should just pay her quickly. Reasoning with someone like her is futile. You must concede." Aunt Lu sighed. "It's all right, Aunt Lu. I will find a solution." Yapping reassured her, waving her hand as she returned indoors. Little Mulan had been standing at the doorway, observing the scene outside. Once her mother returned, she approached with her head drooped. "Mama, I'm sorry. It's all Mulan's fault." Yapping remained silent, rummaging through the room before gently applying medicine to Mulan's injuries. "Does it hurt?" "Mama, I don't feel any pain. Every time Yapping touched her face with a cotton swab, Mulan instinctively flinched. Yet she continued to insist that it didn't hurt. Mulan, this is not your fault. It's my failure as a mother for not being able to protect you properly, Yapping murmured softly as she treated her daughter. Chapter 95, The Widow of Huiyin. Mama, how about we call Daddy's friends, Mulan suggested, pulling out her father's phone, a keepsake of his. The previously calm Yapping's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, her tone becoming stern. Well, Mulan, Yapping hurled the cotton swab to the ground and looked at Mulan firmly. You must remember, no matter what, you can never contact any of your father's comrades. Do you understand? Mama. Mulan's head dropped, and large tears began to fall. Seeing her daughter in such distress softened Yapping's heart, and she added in a barely audible whisper, unless one day I am no longer here. The woman was named Li Yapping, and her husband was Huiyin, an instructor in the military of Hanzhou. In the summer country, military personnel received considerable benefits, although Huiyin was merely an ordinary instructor with no high rank. His salary was sufficient for the family to live comfortably. However, a significant portion of Huiyin's monthly salary was allocated to support the widows of his fallen comrades, leading to a frugal existence for their family. Li Yapping harbored no complaints about this arrangement. Instead, she opened a breakfast shop, rising at 3 in the morning each day to prepare meals to supplement their income. Yet she was a proud woman. While she accepted her husband as support for his comrades' widows, she could not bear the thought of relying on others to support her and her daughter, for she was still alive and capable of providing for her family alone. Enough, Li Yapping composed herself and turned to Mulan. It's time for you to go to school. But Mama, Mulan, though only 6 years old, understood the significance of 50,000 for their family. Li Yapping, however, interrupted her. You needn't worry about such matters. Focus on your studies. We can manage to find 50,000. I was merely deceiving her. With that, she offered Mulan a smile. As she watched her daughter leave, Li Yapping quietly entered the inner room. On the bedside lay a family portrait, the only photograph she had with Huiyin. She gently caressed the picture, her eyes unwittingly moistening. At around 4 in the afternoon, outside the elementary school in Guqingtown, Xia Laoda, you say you're not short on cash, so why insist on buying a second-hand car? Qian Ming patted the steering wheel, his voice resonating, after their previous vehicle was wrecked. Xia, you had spent 30,000 to purchase this van from the second-hand market. In just a short distance of several kilometers, the vehicle had experienced no fewer than 5 breakdowns, causing them to leave Wolf County in the morning and only arrive at Guqingtown in the afternoon. You know nothing. This car and I share a bond. I had my eyes on it the moment I saw it, Xia Yu replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Xia Laoda claims to know cars. He says this one is the best value for money. Shen Wubing stretched lazily, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched. Old San, don't think just because you're the lowest rank. I want he dare to hit you. Xia Yu shot him a glare. Annoyed. Enough bickering. Wu instructor's daughter will be getting out of school soon, Lin Man interjected, breaking up the squabble. Have you all seen Hu instructor's daughter? Shen Wubing inquired. On the day of Huiyan's memorial service, he fortuitously encountered Zhao Luo, which precluded his attendance and deprived him of the opportunity to meet Huiyan's wife and daughter. Lin Man spoke up, her expression somewhat intricate. Apart from Xia Yu and Shen Wubing, everyone else was present that day. However, they had all agreed that such an occasion was one they would never wish to endure a second time. Approximately half an hour later, a series of clear chimes rang out, prompting a throng of students to rush out of the school. Have you seen Hun instructor's daughter? Keep an eye out, Xia Yu remarked. As if we needed you to tell us, Tang Xiaohua retorted with an exasperated glance. Over there, Jiang and Qi pointed, accurately identifying Huan Mulan amidst the crowd. No doubt a sharpshooter. Her eyesight is remarkable. Xia Yu commended her with a thumbs up. The group, laden with a variety of gifts purchased in the county town, opened the car doors and alighted. Little Mulan, Tang Xiaohua called, waving at Huan Mulan. Upon hearing her name, Huan Mulan paused momentarily before glancing in the direction of the voice. Soon, she spotted Shen Wubing and the others not far from the school gate. Most of them she recognized from her father's memorial service. Initially, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes upon seeing them, but as thoughts of her mother surfaced, her gaze dimmed once more. Little Mulan, come here. Tang Xiaohua beckoned again. Oh, all right. When Mulan adjusted her emotions and jogged towards them. Come give me a hug, little Mulan. Tang Xiaohua crouched down, arms wide open. Though Huan Mulan appeared slightly shy, she still nestled into Tang Xiaohua's embrace. Do you remember me, little Mulan? Tang Xiaohua asked, gazing into her bright, expressive eyes. Sister Xiaohua. Huan Mulan chimed in cheerfully. So well behaved. Tang Xiaohua smiled, playfully pinching her cheek. Huan Mulan let out a soft grunt. Xiaohua. Be gentle. You're pinching little Mulan too hard. Xiaoyu chided with a hint of annoyance. Tang Xiaohua replied, feigning innocence. I didn't do it hard. It wasn't Sister Xiaohua. Hua Mulan quickly waved her hands in denial. Meanwhile, Shen Wubing furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze towards Lin Man. Lin Man, taken aback, looked at Shen Wubing with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Shen Wubing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Lin Man promptly understood and directed her gaze into Hua Mulan's eyes, softly instructing, little Mulan, look into Sister's eyes. Hua Mulan, somewhat bewildered, raised her head to meet Lin Man's gaze. The innocence of childhood is untainted by complex thoughts. Within less than a minute, Lin Man had comprehended all of Hua Mulan's thoughts. Subsequently, Shen Wubing observed a surge of intense killing intent emanating from Lin Man's eyes. Her body trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. What's wrong? Shen Wubing asked in a hushed tone. Lin Man took a deep breath and leaned closer to whisper the information she had discerned into Shen Wubing's ear. After listening to Lin Man's words, Shen Wubing's fist clenched tightly, the sound echoing ominously. After a considerable pause, he turned to the others and said, let's go visit Hua Instructor's home. With that, they guided Hua Mulan into the car, heading towards a breakfast shop as per her directions. Chapter 096. Will it be a death sentence? 10 minutes later, the second-hand van came to a gentle stop outside the breakfast shop. Upon seeing Hua Mulan disembark from the vehicle, Li Yiping hurriedly opened the door and stepped out. Mulan, who are these people? She pulled Hua Mulan protectively behind her, casting a wary glance at Shen Wubing and the others. Sister-in-law, it's us. I'm Tang Xiaohua. We've met before. Do you remember me? Tang Xiaohua pointed to herself, then gestured towards Jiang and Qi and Lin Man. These are Jiang and Qi and Lin Man. We met in Ice City. At the mention of Ice City, Li Yiping's expression shifted in surprise. She had never ventured beyond Langshan County, her only trip being to Ice City. You are Huayan's comrades. The mention of Huayan caused tears to well uncontrollably in her eyes, her voice trembling. That we are all soldiers trained by Hua Instructor, Shen Wubing replied solemnly. Good, 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 Li Yiping repeated 3 times, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Please, come inside. With that, she awkwardly opened the shop door, inviting them into converse. Once inside, she grabbed a cloth and meticulously wiped down each chair. The place is a bit messy. I hope you won't mind. Sister-in-law, let us help. Lin Man, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang and Qi quickly seized the cloth from her hands, beginning to tidy up together. Sister-in-law, please sit. We just came by to check in. Shen Wubing pulled out a chair for her. Oh, you all sit too, Li Yiping said with a smile, grateful for the first visit from others since Huayan's sacrifice. Xiaohua, take Mulan out to play for a bit. Shen Wubing signaled to Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua appeared slightly taken aback. She had only informed Shen Wubing about Lin Man's mind-reading abilities, and the others were unaware. However, she said nothing further and simply picked up Hua Mulan, cheerfully saying, Sister will take you to buy some delicious treats, all right? No, it's all right, sister. I don't want to go. Hua Mulan hurriedly waved her hands and glanced at her mother. Just as Li Yiping was about to speak, Shen Wubing interrupted, Sister-in-law, I need to discuss something with you. Noting Shen Wubing's serious demeanor, Li Yiping frowned but ultimately refrained from saying more. As Tang Xiaohua led Hua Mulan away, Li Yiping finally asked, what do you wish to discuss? Sister-in-law, could you tell us about what has transpired since Hua Instructor's departure? Shen Wubing asked directly. Based on Lin Man's insights, it seemed that the mother and daughter had been living in considerable hardship. Yet, according to what they knew, the military had issued a substantial compensation following Huayan's sacrifice. Li Yiping hesitated momentarily before shaking her head with a wry smile. There is not much to say. My husband, Old Hua, violated the organization's regulations and made a mistake, so we did not receive the compensation. Although life has become a bit strained, we are managing to get by. Wait, Shen Wubing interjected, furrowing his brow as he interrupted Li Yiping. Sister-in-law, are you suggesting that Hua Instructor erred, that the compensation was not disbursed? Observing Shen Wubing's perplexed expression, Li Yiping appeared equally confused and began to explain that as what the local military authorities said, the county committee echoed the same sentiment. Isn't that correct? As she spoke, Li Yiping seemed to recall something and added, oh, by the way, the local military did send over 3,000 yuan, claiming it was a personal gesture from them. 3,000 yuan? Xiaoyu, standing nearby, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. These scoundrels are attempting to brush us off like beggars. Xiaolada, Shen Wubing glanced back at him. Realizing his outburst, Xiaoyu clapped a hand over his mouth, took a deep breath to compose himself, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. I'm going out for a smoke. Once Xiaoyu had exited, Shen Wubing turned back to Li Yiping. apologetically saying, "Sister-in-law, he is just upset. Please don't take it to heart. It's all right." Li Yiping waved her hand dismissively. "After all, it's the thought that counts. That's not right, sister-in-law," Shen Wubing said with utmost seriousness. Her instructor did not err. Upon hearing these words, Li Yiping's eyes filled with anticipation as she nervously swallowed. "Is what you say true?" "Absolutely." Shen Wubing's hands clenched tightly beneath the table, his expression a mix of anger, guilt, and an undeniable sorrow. "Her instructor left the military to save us. If he hadn't arrived in time, many of us would have perished. He didn't err. He didn't err. He did it to save lives. Li Yiping murmured to herself, her head bowed as she fidgeted with her fingers. Before long, her tears had soaked the apron tied around her waist. The woman who had been strong for a lifetime finally shed her faade of strength upon hearing that her husband had committed no wrongdoing, breaking down into inconsolable sobs. Lin Man and Jiang Anqi, witnessing this scene, hurriedly moved forward to comfort her. Meanwhile, the group of boys discreetly exited to the shop's entrance. "Xie Laoda, pass me a cigarette." Shen Wubing extended his hand towards Xie. Xie hesitated but ultimately handed him a cigarette, which Shen Wubing lit. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Wubing inhaled deeply, the sharp smoke causing him to cough violently. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Old man Lin, the compensation for her instructor has not been dispersed." "What?" The voice on the other end, Lin Laozi, sounded perplexed. "Wubing, aren't you on a mission?" The local military and county committee claim that her instructor violated military regulations and acted independently. Hence, the compensation will not be granted. "I wish to know if this is a decision made by the military." Shen Wubing countered with a question. "It is not." Old Master Lin sensed that Shen Wubing's emotions were somewhat amiss and thus began to refute. According to regulations, Hu Yan's actions indeed constituted a violation of the rules. However, the root cause lay in the intelligence department's erroneous information, rendering Hu Yan's actions somewhat excusable. Therefore, the military department will duly distribute the compensation. "I see. So this is the mischief of the local military and the county committee." Shen Wubing spoke with a calm demeanor, yet beneath his tranquility lay a trace of icy murderous intent. "Wubing, wait a moment." Old Master Lin seemed to have anticipated something and hastily interjected. "Wubing, the military will handle this matter. You must not act recklessly." "What will the military's handling result in?" Shen Wubing inquired. "It remains uncertain for now, but they will undoubtedly receive their due punishment." "Will it be a death sentence?" Shen Wubing abruptly interrupted, posing the question directly. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Shen Wubing chuckled softly before hanging up. Chapter 097. Let it be. Ice City, Lin family. Old Master Lin listened as the call ended, his expression turning grave. After a moment of silence, he dialed Zhou Dao's number. "Zhou Dao, I require the information regarding the county committee and the local military commander of Langshan County immediately." Langshan County? Zhou Dao hesitated for a few seconds on the other end before responding. "Old Lin. There's no need to investigate. The county head of Langshan County is surnamed Long, and the military commander is his brother-in-law." Surname Long. Old Master Lin's brow furrowed instantly. The surname Long is quite rare. And within Hanzhou, the only Long he had heard of was the state lord, Long Sihai. Indeed, Old Lin, he is the state lord's nephew, sent to Langshan County for some experience, and barring any unforeseen events, he will be transferred back to the province by the end of this year, Zhou Dao explained. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin felt as if struck by lightning. "Old Lin, what has transpired in Langshan County?" Zhou Dao asked. Old Master Lin did not respond but rather hung up the phone and redialed Shen Wubing's number, only to be met with a notification indicating the line was off. He then proceeded to call Jiang Anqi and Shening, yet none answered. Bang! Old Master Lin slammed his fist on the table and redialed Zhou Dao, speaking with an authoritative tone. "Zhou Dao, dispatch someone to Langshan County at once and ensure Shen Wubing and his companions are brought back. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to take them away. It is imperative that they are fully returned to Ice City." "Old Lin, what exactly has happened? Do not ask questions. Just carry out the order." After concluding, Old Master Lin hung up. He then opened a drawer and retrieved another phone, powering it on before composing a text message and sending it out en masse. The message was succinct, comprising a mere single sentence. "Everyone, proceed to Langshan County immediately and assist the military in safely escorting Shen Wubing and his group back to Ice City, at any cost." Outside the breakfast shop, Jiang Anqi and Shening emerged, with Jiang Anqi handing her phone to Shen Wubing, stating, "Old Master Lin's call. Disconnected. Turned off." Shen Wubing succinctly replied, "Oh." Without hesitation, Jiang Anqi hung up and powered down the phone. Shen Wubing's gaze then shifted to Shening. Both Jiang Anqi and Xining were individuals dispatched by old Master Lin to his side, although he expressed that they would be part of his team in the future. During crucial moments, he remained uncertain as to whose orders they would heed. Xining smiled. Then, before Shen Wubing casually tossed her phone to the ground and stamped on it. Crack, the phone shattered into pieces underfoot. Wealthy and willful, Jiang Anqi scoffed. My phone has served me for 3 years. This can be considered a work necessity, and I believe the captain will reimburse me. Xining made a rare jest. Reimbursement. Shen Wubing nodded with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than they heard another sound of a phone being smashed, turning to see Jiang Anqi forcefully stepping on the already crushed screen. As the sounds of weeping within the room gradually faded, Shen Wubing and the others also entered. My apologies for losing my composure. Li Yaping offered an apologetic smile to Shen Wubing and the others. It is human nature, we understand. Shen Wubing shook his head. By the way, Shen Wubing, someone caused trouble at the shop this morning and even struck Xiao Mulan. Lin Man suddenly interjected. In truth, both Shen Wubing and Lin Man were already aware of this incident, having discovered it through Lin Man's reading of Xiao Mulan's thoughts. Lin Man had just guided Li Yaping to recount the event once more while comforting her. Shen Wubing nodded and turned to Lin Man. You two will handle this matter once Xiaohua returns. He glanced at the others behind him and added, we need to return to the county to deal with a few issues. How should we handle it? Although Lin Man inquired about Shen Wubing's opinion, the murderous intent in her eyes was already palpable. Among the group, apart from Shen Wubing, Lin Man exhibited the most intense bloodlust. Among the 9 of them, if one were to count the most kills, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Anqi and Xining, as they both grew up in a military environment and had participated in numerous missions, claiming many lives. However, they had now learned to control their murderous intent at will. Yet, Lin Man had only recently taken a life for the first time, and she found it increasingly difficult to suppress her urge to kill whenever she encountered a situation, a phase that Jiang Anqi and others had also experienced. Handle it as you see fit. Let loose. Shen Wubing gazed deeply at her, though he did not articulate it. His meaning was unmistakable. Li Yaping sensed the atmosphere was somewhat off and spoke up. Please do not act impulsively. I can still come up with 50,000 yuan. I have it prepared. I will give it to her when she arrives, and this matter can be considered resolved. There is no need for you to invite trouble upon yourselves. Sister-in-law, if it weren't for Instructor Hua, we would already be dead, and there is no trouble at all. Lin Man linked her arm with Li Yaping's, smiling as she spoke. Very well. Li Yaping sighed, then looked at everyone, cautioning, but you must promise me not to act recklessly. Please communicate clearly with them. Not let old Hua's matter affect your own futures. Understood. Rest assured, sister-in-law. Shen Wubing and the others nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaohua returned with Xiao Mulan, followed by 2 men pushing handcarts filled to the brim with groceries, including grains, oils, paper towels, beverages, and countless snacks. Sister-in-law Hua, your relatives are truly extravagant. They nearly emptied our small supermarket. Ha ha ha. One of the men with the cart chuckled heartily. How did you buy so much? Li Yaping expressed surprise, then shot an admonishing glance at Xiao Mulan. It wasn't me. It was Sister Xiaohua. Xiao Mulan replied with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, please do not blame Xiao Mulan. She is very well behaved. I requested all these myself, Tang Xiaohua clarified. But this is far too much. We cannot possibly use it all. Sister-in-law Hua, this is just the beginning, the cheerful supermarket owner remarked. This young lady has left 10,000 yuan at our store. In the future, whenever you need anything, just come to the shop and take it. It will be directly deducted from the account. This is unacceptable. Li Yaping quickly waved her hand, stating, just being able to see us mother and daughter brings us immense joy. We absolutely cannot allow you to incur further expenses. Sister-in-law, please just accept it. Lin Man smiled and glanced at Tang Xiaohua, saying, Sister Xiaohua is a little rich lady. There is no need to mind it. Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out from a distance. What s with this 50,000 yuan? You need so many people to gather money. It's truly troublesome. Chapter 098. The deputy county head's deputy wife. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, spotting a somewhat plump woman with a thick layer of makeup on her face. Her lips were slightly thin, and her eyes were upturned, revealing a sharp and acerbic disposition. Shen Wubing merely cast a cursory glance at her before averting his gaze. Lin Man, I'll leave this to you and Xiaohua. We will head to the county for a bit, and after addressing the matters there, we will return to fetch you. Very well, you may go. I will handle things here with Xiaohua. Just as Shen Wubing and the others were preparing to get into the car and leave, the woman named Chen Wan spoke up again. What, you intend to leave without compensating? Her gaze shifted to the van at the breakfast shop's entrance, her lips curling disdainfully. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. Raising her head, she met Shen Wubing's icy gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she felt as though she had brushed against the gates of hell and quickly averted her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes again. Observing this scene, Shen Wubing chose to ignore her and led the group into the vehicle. Only after the van had disappeared from sight did Qianwan exhale a long breath. Feeling that man was truly terrifying, she had never encountered such a fearsome gaze. Fortunately, he appeared disinterested in involving himself in Li Yaping's affairs. With this thought, she resumed her haughty demeanor, turning to Li Yaping and asking, "Have you prepared the money?" As Li Yaping was about to voice her thoughts, Lin Man stepped forward and interjected, "Are you ready? It's just 50,000 yuan. With that, she produced a bank card from her pocket, a gift from Zhao Luo. Qianwan glanced at it and reached out to take it. However, just as her fingers brushed the card, Lin Man swiftly reclaimed it and remarked, "The clothes can be compensated, but do your garments truly merit 50,000 yuan? Why should my attire be deemed less valuable?" This provocation immediately agitated Qianwan, who scrutinized Lin Man from head to toe. The latter's attire remained as modest as ever, and after their recent encounter in the apartment, their original clothing was stained with blood, rendering it unwearable. Now, they donned outfits purchased in Langshan County, even Tang Xiaohua clad in plain sportswear. Do you two impoverished students even comprehend what a limited edition is? Qianwan scoffed. Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, both in their early 20s, bore traces of youthful innocence, presenting a quintessential student image. "You claim I lack knowledge of limited editions." Tang Xiaohua chuckled, bemused. Although her family circumstances did not rival Xieyu's, they were among the elite in Ice City. Her wardrobe filled to capacity with various high-end limited edition pieces. The suggestion that she was ignorant of such items was laughable. "Pray tell, from which store did you acquire your clothes?" she asked pointedly, unwilling to engage in frivolous banter. My clothes were bought in Ice City. Even if I named the store, would you recognize it? Qianwan retorted, a hint of derision gracing her lips. "Whether I recognize it is my concern. Merely tell me the store's name." Tang Xiaohua replied, rummaging through her bag. It was then that Qianwan noticed the opulent handbag Tang Xiaohua possessed, her pupils narrowing slightly. She had heard the name mentioned by friends in the county, though she could not recall it. This handbag was rumored to be a collaboration between Hermes and a renowned jeweler. Crafted from crocodile-embossed rose gold and adorned with 1,160 diamonds, valued at approximately 12 million yuan, a true luxury among luxuries. Yet, upon observing Tang Xiaohua's ordinary sportswear, she scoffed, "Carrying a fake bag, and yet you flaunt it?" "My bag's authenticity is none of your concern," Tang Xiaohua replied, retrieving a card holder from her bag, brimming with various membership and bank cards. She tossed it nonchalantly to Qianwan, saying, "Here are the high-end membership cards for all luxury boutiques and designer stores in Ice City. Just tell me where you purchased your clothes, and I will call to inquire about the price." With that, Tang Xiaohua waved her phone in Qianwan's direction. Qianwan faltered, her expression shifting to one of discomfort as she stared at the card holder. Unsure of how to justify herself, her clothing was nothing more than a cheap knockoff purchased online for 199 yuan, barely sufficient to impress someone like Li Yaping, who seldom paid attention to clothing brands. Observing this scene, the onlookers began to comprehend the situation, realizing that Qianwan was deliberately attempting to extort Li Yaping. Whispers of discontent circulated through the crowd, with many quietly reprimanding Qianwan. Having never faced such backlash, Qianwan shouted at the crowd, "What are you all staring at? Get lost. Do you even know who my boyfriend is? How dare you point fingers at me?" Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, murmuring to themselves. While the spectacle was entertaining, they all understood the potential consequences of provoking Qianwan, given her connections. As the crowd thinned, the facade of innocence Qianwan had maintained crumbled, and she boldly declared, "I don't care about your relationship with this wretched woman. I advise you to pay up quietly, or you'll find it impossible to remain in Langshan County." Just as Tang Xiaohua was about to respond, Li Yaping tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "I heard from a neighbor that she is the mistress of the county's deputy mayor. We cannot afford to provoke her." Tang Xiaohua frowned, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Man, who understood and stepped aside to call Shen Wubing. However, she found his phone switched off and ultimately resorted to dialing Xieyou, explaining the situation. On the other end, Shen Wubing simply replied, "Proceed as you see fit. We will handle the rest." After hanging up, Lin Man nodded at Tang Xiaohua, who reciprocated the gesture. "So she is the deputy mayor's mistress." Tang Xiaohua intoned, emphasizing the word deputy with a sardonic lilt. "It appears we cannot afford to offend her, can we, man?" "Indeed, we cannot," Lin Man concurred. "Let us settle this matter. You can accompany us to withdraw the money." "How astute of you," Qianwan replied with a mocking smirk. "Xiaohua, man, I have. Lin Man took hold of Li Yaping's hand, speaking earnestly, "Sister-in-law, leave this to us. Rest assured." Chapter 099. Do not bully others in the next life. Watching the trio depart, Li Yaping clutched Xiaomulin's hand anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. "Mom, Sister Xiaohua and the others will be fine," Xiaomulin reassured her, looking up with bright eyes. "Let us hope so," Li Yaping replied, still uneasy. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had arrived at the only bank in the town, the Rural Credit Cooperative. Tang Xiaohua withdrew 100,000 yuan and handed it to Qin Wan. Upon receiving the cash, Qin Wan's eyes initially sparkled with delight, but her expression soon soured. Having navigated the outside world for years, she knew that no good fortune comes without a catch. "What do you mean by this? Let us discuss this outside," Tang Xiaohua said, linking her arm with Qin Wan's and practically dragging her out of the credit cooperative. Once they reached a secluded alley, Qin Wan's demeanor darkened further. "What exactly do you mean? My boyfriend is the deputy mayor of Langshan County. Enough of that. Even if your boyfriend were the mayor, today would be your last," Tang Xiaohua replied, her voice chillingly calm, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. What did you say?" Qin Wan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She struggled to comprehend how such a cold statement could emerge from the lips of this seemingly sweet young woman, delivered with such casual indifference. Yet, the icy determination in their gazes made it clear they were not jesting. They genuinely intended to end her life. Before she could scream for help, a searing pain surged through her abdomen, and she looked down in a daze to find a dagger lodged in her stomach. The assailant was Lin Man, who had remained largely silent until now. Her expression was eerily calm, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if she were dispatching not a living being, but merely an inconsequential insect. "You." Qin Wan reached out toward Lin Man in a desperate attempt to grasp her, but Lin Man ignored her, allowing the grasp to tighten around her collar. Coldly, she warned, "In your next life, remember not to bully others. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." With that, Lin Man violently withdrew the dagger and slashed it across Qin Wan's throat. After completing the grim task, she seemed unfazed, calmly collecting the 100,000 yuan from the ground and handing it to Tang Xiaohua. "Put it away. Every little bit counts." Tang the van gradually glided into the courtyard of the county committee. Once the vehicle was parked, Shen Wubing and his companions promptly disembarked and proceeded towards the office building. Inside, the bustling staff and the citizens attending to their affairs turned their gazes towards the group, for they exuded an inexplicable aura that instilled a sense of trepidation. "Military affairs, can someone direct me to the county mayor's office?" Shen Ying raised his military officer's identification and proclaimed loudly. As his voice echoed, the hall fell into a profound silence. A few moments later, a timid young woman spoke up. "The county mayor's office is in the innermost room on the 3rd floor." "Thank you," Shen Wubing replied with a smile, leading his party directly upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they followed the young woman's instructions to the furthest room, glancing at the doorplate that read County Mayor's Office. Shen Wubing slowly pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, he was met with the sight of a woman in uniform seated upon the lap of a corpulent middle-aged man, whose hands were inappropriately exploring beneath her clothing. Startled by the sound of the door, the woman hastily stood up, adjusting her attire before retreating behind the overweight man. "Who the hell are you?" the corpulent man grumbled, adjusting his belt with an irritated expression. "Can't you knock before entering?" Shen Wubing chose not to respond to his remarks, but instead took the military identification from Shen Ying's hand and tossed it onto the desk before the man. "Are you the county mayor of Langshan County?" The overweight man picked up the identification, glanced at it, and sneered. "Han Province Military, 2nd Lieutenant." He nonchalantly tossed the identification back and said dismissively, "If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I have matters to attend to." Noticing the man's contemptuous demeanor, Shen Wubing frowned and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Is the compensation for Hui Yin something you withheld?" "Hui Yin." The corpulent man pondered for a few seconds. "Oh, you mean that disciplinary-defying military instructor, right?" He waved his hand dismissively, speaking with indifference. "He violated regulations. According to protocol, there is no compensation. If there is nothing else, you may leave. I have work to do." With that, he turned to the female clerk, an unabashed lewd grin plastered across his face. Witnessing such arrogance, you could no longer contain himself and charged forward, landing a fist squarely on the man's pudgy face.